Chapter 1, System Binding. Generous Newbie Gift Pack. Brain Depository. Players who deposit their brains at this location have luck plus infinity, charm plus infinity, intelligence plus infinity, face plus infinity, and length. Plus 3 I guess. I'm afraid you guys are proud. Today is the first day of freshmen reporting to Shuzhou University. By the side of the road, a very handsome boy wearing a white shirt with dark blue jeans is dragging his suitcase and standing by the side of the road. Why haven't we gotten a cab yet? I'm numb. Lin Chen looked at the cell phone. Waiting time has reached 10 minutes. Piggyback ride, said breathlessly. Lin Chen cancelled all the other prices at the time and left the cheapest one. It stands to reason that this side of Tianfu City is so busy. It shouldn't be impossible to get a cab? Lin Chen looked at the tip in his cell phone that suggested he could get a cab faster by raising the price. His finger paused for half a day, and he was just ruthlessly preparing to tick a few options when a series of beeps came from his head. Ding! System binding successful. System newbie rewards are now issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ferrari SF90. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a single villa of Magnolia Shangting No. 1. Is it time to receive the system rewards now? What is it? Lin Chen was startled by the sudden system beep, but as a young man in the 21st century, he still knew a lot about systems. System? Could it be that my Lin Chen salty day is coming? Lin Chen was incredibly excited at the moment. Ferrari SF90. This must be several $1 million, right? And this detached villa, in this realm of Tianfu City, at least $10 to $20 million, right? Is it receiving system rewards? Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and collect it for me. Congratulations to host Ferrari SF90 for successfully collecting. It has been driven to the host's location by the staff. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to host Yulan Shangting No. 1 single family villa claimed successfully. The rewards issued by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. Please feel free to use them. Lin Chen jumped up in excitement. This heaven-splitting riches had really descended on his body? A young woman dressed in fashionable heavy makeup walked past Lin Chen, startled by Lin Chen's sudden movement. Disgusted, she glanced at Lin Chen's plain dress and noticed that the high-speed train station was right next to her. Country bumpkin, you can be this excited about coming to a Tianfu city. Lin Chen looked embarrassed, but after all, it was true that he had just gotten too excited and moved a bit too much. This young lady, it is indeed my problem. Sorry la, calling who miss? Do you have any quality? Motherborn, motherless country bumpkin. The woman exploded as soon as she heard Lin Chen call her miss. Lin Chen's face instantly sank. His mom and dad lost their jobs because of the 18 years of environmental transformation, and for the sake of his studies, and the mortgage, they could only go to work in an electronics factory, working hard every day to pay his tuition living expenses. Even the house was bought for him. Said that in the future he will marry a daughter-in-law can be easier. So even though his family was poor, he never envied others. Therefore, his family was also Lin Chen's scales. Can you have some virtue in your mouth? Is your mouth so stinky because you just ate some feces in the morning and forgot to brush your teeth? It's really a small knife scratching your ass. It's considered an eye-opener. You're a big man bullying a weak woman like me. When the young woman saw Lin Chen attacking so fiercely, her eyes gurgled and she immediately played the morality card and swung her female fists. Because it was near the high-speed train station, there were a lot of people around, adhering to the nature of loving to watch. All the people around gathered. Seeing so many people around, the young woman also became more and more arrogant. You cursed me like that. If you don't give me an apology today you won't be able to leave. I'll give you an apology? Who am I to apologize to you? On the basis that you have more pockmarks on your face than I have hair? Lin Chen said disdainfully. When the young woman saw that Lin Chen dared to scold himself like this under the gaze of so many people, she was suddenly furious and couldn't speak. Young man, cursing is your fault. An older woman couldn't stand to watch. The surrounding people, seeing that someone had made the first move, also accused Lin Chen. Lin Chen had grown up with his grandmother when he was a child, and he used to see his grandmother outputting alone against 3 people in the village without losing a fight. From that time Lin Chen had learned how to deal with such problems. It was simple. Just output madly against one person. I say Big Mom, can't you see that she was the one who scolded me first? So what? You're a guy, can't you let a girl go? Very well, I wanted to give you some face, but in that case, don't blame me for not respecting the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. I'm not her father. Why should I give way to her? A sentence disliked the Big Mom speechless, greatly drilled into the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people watching around saw that the Big Mom had been defeated, and immediately scattered in all directions. At this time, a trailer pulled up on the side of the road. All the people looked over. Lin Chen fixed his eyes on the car and it was none other than a red Ferrari SF90. Ferrari SF90. A few staff members then came down from the car. A few staff members looked around and soon saw Lin Chen who was surrounded by the crowd. They then lifted their feet and walked over. The woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that someone in their group had bought this Ferrari SF90? The ladyboy then saw several staff members walking straight towards Lin Chen. How could it be? Can't it be that it was this man who bought the Ferrari? The ladyboy mentally denied the answer again. This is just a poor country bumpkin. How could he afford it? May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Chen Lin? The man's attitude was very respectful. Yes, I am. You're here to deliver my car, right? Lin Chen saw the woman right behind the man and said blandly. When the surrounding people heard this, the gazes they looked at Lin Chen instantly changed. There was scorching heat, admiration, and jealousy. Yes, but just to be on the safe side, I hope I can take a look at your ID card. Mr. Lin, the man said with some apprehension. He didn't want to offend someone at this level. If the other party got angry, he might be finished. Anything that can prove your identity will do. The man added. With this kind of country bumpkin, how could he afford a Ferrari? The woman taunted in a small voice. Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Lin Chen and the others who were close by. Do I need to prove like you whether I can afford it or not? Who are you? Lin Chen was a bit speechless. This kind of person wasn't taught well in school. Mom and dad didn't teach them well. How come society didn't teach them well either? When the woman saw that her words were heard by others, she also changed her face. When so many people are now watching, she really cannot pull the face of gray, so could only harden her head and said, if it's really yours, I'll turn me upside down to wash my hair. Very well. Did everyone hear that? Lin Chen's voice increased steeply and looked at the people around him and said, the surrounding people were originally watching the fun. And at this moment there was something even more interesting, so they were naturally very happy to do so. Hear that? Little brother, quickly hit her face. I want to see her upside down. I think you want to see. Chapter 2 Freshman. You report to work in a Ferrari? Lin Chen smiled slightly and handed the man his ID card. The man took it with both hands and returned the ID card to Lin Chen after a quick glance. Hello Mr. Lin Chen. As per your request, the car has been driven over. Here are your car keys. The man took out a very luxurious-looking box and handed it to Lin Chen. The eyes of the surrounding people all converged on that box. The woman's face instantly turned pale, and after looking around and realizing that everyone's eyes were gathered on Lin Chen's side, she turned around and tried to burrow into the crowd and quietly run away. But the crowd of onlookers were not willing to do so. A few of the watchers filled in all the gaps without showing any signs of trouble, leaving the girl with no way to get through. If you run away, what are we going to watch? Lin Chen inwardly very excited, but on the face is not reveal the face of the box, and then open the key out of the pinch in the hand. You really don't say. This Ferrari's car key was just comfortable to touch. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Ferrari owner. If there is anything else you need in the future you can give me a call. This my business card. Saying this, the man handed Lin Chen a business card. Lin Chen took it and looked at it before putting it in his pocket. Then if there's nothing else Mr. Lin, I'll leave first. Please make yourself at home. The man nodded. The people around them immediately made way, and the man followed suit and walked out of the crowd. The woman, seeing a path, tried to squeeze out, but was filled in by the crowd again in just a few seconds. Beauty, isn't it time to honor your promise? Lin Chen played with the car keys and teasingly said to the desperate woman, you have the generosity to let me go? The ladyboy was no longer as arrogant as before, and humbly prayed, I still like to see you being arrogant. Everyone say it isn't so. Lin Chen didn't give her face. Why do you do whatever you want? Right, hurry up and wash your hair upside down. Do you want me to go buy you a bottle of shampoo? I'll buy the water. The surrounding people burst into laughter. Just then, several uniformed city officials squeezed in. What are you doing? Disperse, a few city police yelled. The surrounding crowd saw that the city police had come, knowing that this scene was not going to be seen, and instantly dispersed in birds and beasts. At this moment, Lin Chen and the girl were left along with the few city police. What's wrong with you guys? An older-looking city policeman inquired. The girl was naturally too embarrassed to open her mouth and tell the embarrassing story she had just told. As Lin Chen recounted what had just happened, the eyes of the several city policemen looked at the girl with some contempt. Little brother is really young and promising, the city policeman in the lead exclaimed, looking at the Ferrari parked not far away. That was also the dream of his youth. Lin Chen smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, they were just one system away from a Ferrari. Little brother, why don't we just forget about this? After all, it's not a good influence in this big crowd. Okay, then I'll go first. Hey, good. Lin Chen didn't even look at the woman, dragging his suitcase and walking towards the Ferrari. Alright, you go too. The city manager glanced at her and stopped paying attention to her. She flew away with her head down as if she had been pardoned. Lin Chen walked in front of the Ferrari, his face, this time, overflowing with a bright smile. It was really cool. The feeling of being stared at by everyone's envious. Admiring gazes just now was just too good. Lin Chen opened the front trunk of the Ferrari, but he didn't expect it to fit at all. What kind of broken car is this? Lin Chen cursed, then only had to put the suitcase on the passenger side. Accompanied by the unique sound waves of the Ferrari supercar, Lin Chen sailed away in a crowd of envious eyes. Lin Chen followed the navigation to the entrance of Suzhou University. Because it was the first day of freshman registration, this road was almost blocked, and as soon as Lin Chen drove in it had an immediate effect. All the cars around Lin Chen were far away from him, afraid to get too close to his car. Even the car in front of him noticed that there was a Ferrari supercar in the back. Without saying a word, directly to the side of the landway. Am I that scary? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. When Lin Chen's car drove into the campus from the main entrance, the eyes of many students, parents and teachers were involuntarily attracted to it. Lin Chen stopped in front of the security gate. Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive my car in? It can't be parked outside. Lin Chen pressed the car window down, revealing his handsome face. What? Freshman? A freshman driving a Ferrari SF90 to report for work? So personalized. A noble Ferrari among cars? Real name NVA. The surrounding students exploded all of a sudden. Some good people even photographed Lin Chen's face and car and posted it to the campus posting bar and campus group. You can go in, but in the back when the time for freshmen to report has passed, you'll have to re-park your car over in the parking lot. By the way, remember that you have to move your car to the parking space in the back. Although the security uncle didn't know how much this car cost, but looking at the surrounding people's surprised and envious looks, he also knew that it wasn't cheap. Therefore, his attitude was very kind. I don't know how your school is like, but I know that our school security guards have a terrible attitude. Lin Chen said thank you, and drove the Ferrari into the campus, casually find a non-obstructive empty space to stop. Lin Chen got off the car and walked to the passenger side of the suitcase also took down. At this time there are a lot of people on campus. Saw a Ferrari from a Ferrari down a young man with a suitcase. Immediately know that it is a freshman. Lin Chen was a little tired. Ever since he started driving to the Ferrari, all the people looked at him like they were watching monkeys in a zoo. After that excitement passed, it felt a bit boring. Classmate, can I ask you for a favor? Lin Chen was dragging his suitcase towards his own dormitory building when he was stopped by a voice. Lin Chen sized up the girl in front of him. She was tall and curvy, with black silk wrapped around her slender legs. Her face was clear, her eyes were bright as stars, her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and Lin Chen could even smell the scent of her shampoo. Jiang Shuewei. Lin Chen was ruthlessly stunned. You first say what favor you're looking for me to do. Lin Chen wouldn't be tempted by beauty. He was a man with a system now. At this time, Jiang Shuewei was also suffering. Their good girlfriend Tang Wan wants to engage in a what Chinese dress club. The results of enrollment last year's freshman enrollment. Enrollment of even 10 people cannot get together. Plus both of them are only 18 people. School clubs have to be at least 20 people can open. The school withdrew her club, and she wanted to start it up again this year. This is not. Begged her to help her pull a few new students. Wait until the club recruitment directly enrolled in the Chinese dress club. They had only just gotten off the dormitory floor not long ago. Tang Wanner went to the entrance while she was pulling people around the campus. Classmate, are you interested in Chinese dress? Jiang Shuewei blinked and looked at Lin Chen with an expectant face. Chapter 3 Reward Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in a daze, and was surprised to feel a heartbeat inside. Ding! Perceiving the desire in the host's heart. First release the system mission. Stage mission, as a qualified host. How can you not have a girlfriend? Now open task 1, successfully have the super letter of school flower Jiang Shuewei. Mission failure, no punishment. Mission success, 100% of shares in Empire Hotel. The sudden system beep caused Lin Chen to lose his concentration slightly. 100% of the shares of the Imperial Deluxe Hotel? At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the schoolgirl in front of him called Jiang Shuewei. Schoolgirl? No wonder she's so pretty. So she's a school flower. That's fine. Classmate, are you listening? Jiang Shuewei was a bit deflated. This schoolmate in front of her didn't look very interested. Sister, Hanfu Club, right? Alright, I'm joining. Lin Chen came back to his senses, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Forget it if you don't want to. What? You promise? Jiang Shuewei smiled happily, revealing 2 tiny dimples like blooming daisies. Then school brother, let's add a super letter? I'll contact you when the club is recruiting at that time, and you come over to sign up. Jiang Shuewei opened the QR code of the business card of the super mail and signaled Lin Chen to scan it. Was this task so easy to accomplish? Lin Chen was happy in his heart, ready to search and see how it went after adding the super letter. Shuewei, why are you here? Lin Chen had just tapped the super letter open when a tall, very handsome-looking man wearing simple casual clothes walked over head-on with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as Jiang Shuewei saw this man, her face instantly became ugly. Then she put her cell phone away. Lin Chen's face stiffened. Then he looked at the man with a somewhat unfavorable gaze. Why are you here? Jiang Shuawei spoke coldly. Aren't I also in the student council? So I came to school early, and I just happened to see you, so I came over to take a look. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes glittering with suspicion. This one is? Oh, I'm. Lin Chen was just about to answer him when Jiang Shuawei took Lin Chen's arm. A happy smile hung on her face. You Yang, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei had wanted to say her name, but realized that she had forgotten to ask. As soon as she heard what Jiang Shuawei said, Yu Yang's smile visibly stiffened. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with wide eyes. Jiang Shuawei was looking at him with a pleading gaze. Lin Chen's heart softened. Forget it, pretending to be the schoolgirl's boyfriend wasn't a loss. I'm Shuawei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen generously extended his hand. Yu Yang, however, didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, are you serious? What do you mean serious or not? My boyfriend is right here. What do you think? Also, don't call me Shuawei, my relationship with you hasn't reached that point yet. Jiang Shuawei's tone chilled and said nonchalantly. Good, very good. You don't even want to accept me even though you like this poor boy, right? Jiang Shuawei, you'll regret it. Yu Yang sized up Lin Chen's outfit. The anger in his eyes was almost ready to come out. He put down a sentence and turned around to leave. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang's distant back, his eyes a little cold. What arrogance! You can't chase a girl yourself and you're still taunting me? Ding! The system releases a task. Make Yu Yang learn to bark like a dog. Reward, 2% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Ltd. The system has released another mission. It seems that this Yu Yang must be cleaned up. There was no way. This Penguin shares were too tempting. But why make Yu Yang bark like a dog? Does the system have such a unique taste? Jiang Shuawei was relieved to see Yu Yang leave. Then reacting to the fact that she was still holding Lin Chen's arm, she pulled out her hand with a slightly red face. Sorry, I used you as a shield today. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner some other day as an apology. It's fine. No problem. Senior sister. But before that, don't we have to add the super letter first? Lin Chen still couldn't get over his Imperial Grand Hotel. Oh right. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly took her cell phone back out and lit up the QR code of her business card. First sunshine after snow. It was quite catchy. Lin Chen flashed a thought. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage mission. Rewarded with 100% of the shares of the Imperial Grand Hotel. The system has helped you sign a good contract, so please rest assured that the host will use it. Phase Task 2 is now released. Dine alone with Jiang Shuawei. Reward, Lamborghini Poison. Reward Lamborghini Poison? This was Lin Chen's dream car, and in his mind, it was even higher than the status of many cars worth over $100 million. There was no other reason. The main Poison's face value was just too capable. Unexpectedly, the Lamborghini Poison worth $70 million was directly rewarded to him like this. I say system, you're not a rating system, are you? Lin Chen asked suspiciously in his mind. Ding! This system is just an ordinary mission system. Lin Chen had no choice when he saw that the system didn't recognize it. My name is Jiang Shuawei. You can just call me Sister Jiang from now on. Jiang Shuawei blinked her pretty eyes at Lin Chen and said, Can't I call you Shuawei anymore? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. A layer of scarlet flushed on Jiang Shuawei's face, and her face couldn't help but heat up slightly. Call me Senior Sister Jiang. Right. Looking for a dormitory, right? I'll take you there. Which building do you live in? I live in the 6th building. 6th building is over here. I'll take you. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei who was walking in front of him, urging him to walk faster. A strong heartbeat surged through his heart. Sister, which department are you from? I'm from the computer science department. How about you? Me too. What a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted. Actually in the same department as himself? Quite a coincidence indeed. If you have any questions in the future, ask your senior sister. Oh, here, this is it. I'll leave first. If there's something super letter chat. Bye senior sister Jiang. Remember you owe me a meal. I know. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's beautiful back gradually fade away before entering the dormitory building. After registering with the dormitory aunt and receiving the key, he carried his suitcase up the stairs. 515 is here. Lin Chen opened the door and looked at the environment of the dormitory. A dormitory with 4 people. Bed and table configuration. Not bad. At this time, all 4 people in the dormitory had arrived. They were all organizing their living supplies. One was thin and tall, with a pair of glasses, looking very civilized. One was very handsome, almost nothing compared to Lin Chen. And looking at the clothes he was wearing, he was obviously a rich kid. There is also a very strong looking, should be the physical strength of the dormitory in the future. Lin Chen brought fewer things, because when he enrolled in school he paid the betting fee, so he only brought some clothes and daily necessities. Everyone else was pretty much the same. Only the boy with a high face value brought a whole lot of things. What with the computer mainframe, display, keyboard. The best thing was that he actually mailed over an electric gaming chair. This made Lin Chen envious. Chapter 4 Dinner with the roommate. A few people cleaned up and chatted for a while, getting to know each other. The thin and tall wearing glasses called Chen Xiao is Minzhou. The family is also a little money. The family do aquatic business. The taller and stronger one is called Xiao Wei, is from Dian province, is a rural person. According to his words, a body of muscles are dry farm work out of the practice. The last face value is very high that is called Xiao Fei, is on the side of the Beijing, but the situation of their own family shut up eye. But Lin Chen can see should be quite powerful. In the end, the 4 people were also ranked according to their age. Lin Chen was the oldest, Chen Xiao was the second, Xiao Wei was the third, and Xiao Fei was the fourth. The brothers are meeting for the first time today. Not eating something good outside? Chen Xiao's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger, so he voiced out a suggestion. There's nothing wrong with me, Xiao Fei said casually. He had originally planned to go to a nightclub in Tenfu City today, but thinking that today was his roommate's first party after all, he decided to accompany his roommate. I don't have a problem with it either, Lin Chen also said. In the end, only Xiao Wei was left. Several people's gazes gathered on Xiao Wei, and their direct gazes made Xiao Wei look very uncomfortable. Let's go. You guys choose the location. I don't know where to eat. Lin Chen, you're not from Tiandu. You choose. Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree. His family was relatively poor. After just understanding, Xiao Fei and Chen Zhao's family should be relatively rich. Lin Chen and his family conditions should be about the same. Then the place he recommended to eat shouldn't be too expensive. Alright, I'll find a place. It just so happened that the system had rewarded the Imperial Hotel, so they would go there for dinner today, and they could still go on an inspection tour without spending any money. Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Lin Chen. Alright, I'll bring my friend over for dinner later. I'll give you a word when I get there. It just so happened that the general manager of the Imperial Hotel had called. After all, there was a change of boss, and not saying hello was afraid of leaving a bad impression. Let's go. A few people went out of the dormitory in a group. Tianfu City in the summer is really not a place where people can stay. It's already past 6 o'clock, and the temperature is still so high when the sun is about to go down. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei still attracted the attention of many lesbians as they walked around the campus. There was no other reason. The 2 people's face value was too high. Lin Chen still loved summer. Under the hot summer sun, there was less fabric to wear off, especially on a university campus. The long white legs, look at your head and eyes, not yet out of the school. The face all the way jogging over 2 girls, wearing a skirt, revealing 2 white long legs, long very pure and lovely. Can we add the super letter of you two? The 2 pretty girls stood in front of the 4 and shyly said to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, Chen Xiao, Xiao Wei? Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him. She was very pretty, at least at the class flower level. Her face was fleshy but not fat, and she had a pair of straight and well-proportioned calves underneath her short white skirt. No, is the quality of Suzhou University so high? Of course. Lin Chen smiled faintly and opened the QR code on his cell phone. Xiao Fei on the side did the same. Thanks. The girl's face blossomed into a youthful smile as she saw the message of a successful addition in her cell phone. See you later then, little brothers. The 2 girls successfully asked for contact information and left in satisfaction. Lao San and I are just big enemies. Chen Xiao looked grudgingly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were going through other people's friend circles. That's right, handsome looks are great? Xiao Wei echoed indignantly. Pity yourself for being single for 18 years and still haven't opened the seal. Thinking about this, Xiao Wei became even more depressed. Saying all this, in order to make up for the wounded hearts of you two, today's dinner is on the boss. Boss bravado. Boss is mighty. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao instantly beamed with joy upon hearing that Lin Chen was treating them. But then again, how are we going to get there? Chen Xiao was already starving, just wanting to be able to eat in a hurry. I have a car that can carry 1 person. Lin Chen thought about it and said with some hesitation. He was wondering if he should drive a Ferrari. Would that be a little too pretentious? The 3 of them heard that they could only carry 1 person and guessed that it might be an electric car. It's okay, boss. Let's take a taxi there. 4 people can just fit in one. Besides, drinking does not drive, driving does not drink. We brothers get together which cannot hold a few bottles? Chen Xiao said with a big grin. Chen Zhao's character and Lin Chen thought completely different. Originally thought Chen Xiao wearing a glasses, thin and tall looks Siswan. The results did not expect so. Brash. Lin Chen also no longer insisted, so he took a car to the Imperial Hotel. Boss, why does this person look so much like you? The 4 of them sat in the car. Chen Xiao took out his cell phone and showed a few people the photo that someone had posted on the campus posting bar. The content of the photo was a student driving a Ferrari. Awesome 666. Freshman driving a Ferrari to enroll in school, directly obtaining the right to choose a preferred spouse for 4 years in college. Sisters, I'm rushing. He's mine, no one can grab it from me. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious? If a college student isn't flamboyant, is it still called a college student? Hey, you really don't say. It's a bit like the boss, isn't it? Xiaowei looked at the photo several times and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Could it be that I'm the only one who's poorer then? Mom, I want to go home. Xiaofei looked at Lin Chen with a slight change in his eyes. It seems that this boss of his is not ordinary either. It's me. Lin Chen touched his nose and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Boss, you're so rich? So this Ferrari is what you were referring to when you just said that your car can only seat 2 people? Chen Zhao's eyes went wide. Lin Chen nodded slightly as the three of them watched. That's right. It's a loss of numbness. I've never ridden in a Ferrari in my life. If I had known, I would have taken the boss car. Chen Zhao instantly regretted it when he realized it. The driver master in the front row did not move and skimmed his lips. Driving a Ferrari and still taking a taxi? Really able to blow. After more than 10 minutes, the net car stopped at the side of the road. Several people hurriedly got out of the car. Imperial Hotel. The main body of this hotel was in the European classical style. The tall stone facade was inlaid with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, every stroke revealing a heavy sense of history. Boss, don't tell me you're inviting us to eat here? Xiaowei said as he looked at the imposing hotel in front of him. Boss, let's find a small restaurant to rub a meal on the line. There's no need to go here. The consumption here is very good at first glance. Chen Xiao also voiced out, although he knew that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari, but after all, he had only just met, so he spent so much money on others. Xiao Fei didn't feel anything. He used to eat at this kind of hotel when he was in Shangjing. You guys feel free to eat without worrying about anything else. Chapter 5, Wearing a broken shoe makes you complacent. Lin Chen led a few people to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen said indifferently to the young lady at the front desk of the hotel. Hello, Dong Lin. Just a short while ago, Dongfang had just told her that the new boss of the company was going to bring a friend over for dinner called Lin Chen. Lin Dong, Mr. Dong has instructed to take you directly to the Tianzino, 1 private room. The front desk lady walked out and said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Let's go. Lin Chen turned his head and said to Chen Xiao and the others. Boss, what did she call you? Lin Dong? This hotel is yours? Chen Xiao's mouth widened in disbelief. Xiaowei also looked at Lin Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Such a big hotel was even his roommates? Other people are 18 or 19 years old driving a Ferrari and being a boss. I'm 18 or 19 years old ignoring the risk of installation? The two are difficult to accept. Xiao Fei didn't lose his temper like the two men did, but only became more and more curious in his heart about what Lin Chen was really about. Right, the entire hotel fully belongs to Lin Dong. The front desk lady had a smile on her face as she helped Lin Chen explain. At that time, when she learned of this news, her entire being was shocked. One had to know that the Imperial Palace Hotel was one of the top hotels in the entire Tianfu city. To be able to directly acquire the shares of all the directors, this wasn't just an ordinary rich person anymore. This was simply a godly man. Let's go. Don't freeze. Chen Xiao, aren't you kids hungry? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. His heart was cool to the core. The front desk young lady also moved her eyes and immediately walked to the front to lead the way for a few people. Gone. Can't you see that the boss is already gone? Xiao Fei patted the shoulders of Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei who were still frothing. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei fartily followed. Lin Chen walked as he surveyed the layout of the hotel's interior. The entire layout of the hall gave Lin Chen a feeling. Luxurious. Atmospheric. Very grandiose. He had never come to eat in a hotel like this before, but now he was not only able to treat his roommates to dinner here, he even had the entire hotel to himself. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but thank the system in his heart. You're welcome, host. This system was created for you. This is what I should do. Detecting the host's heartfelt thanks to the system, now sending a small surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 million RMB. It has been issued in the host's bank card, and upgraded the bank card to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen's feet lurched and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. And sure enough, the text message arrived. Your bank card with the tail number, transferred 500,000 RMB to the payment organization at 1923 on September 7th. I go? System, you come for real? System, is it that I get a reward every time I thank you from the bottom of my heart? Lin Chen's heart was even more fiery for a few moments. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen was slightly disappointed. What are you fuming about, boss? Chen Xiao reached out her hand and shook it in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Thought of something. Let's go. Lin Chen didn't explain and signaled the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to move forward, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned to look when he heard someone call him. Zhao Jie? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He did not want to see this woman. Zhao Jie was a girlfriend that Lin Chen had talked about in high school, and in the beginning there was all sorts of love. As a result, Lin Chen discovered her ambiguous chat records with other men. Lin Chen asked Zhao Jie to break up. Zhao Jie cried and asked him not to break up, saying that she would never be like this again, begging Lin Chen to give her a chance. Lin Chen's heart was soft and he agreed. This is the first time. The second time is Lin Chen after the college entrance examination in the outside part-time job. Just after work, his classmates sent a message to ask him if he broke up with Zhao Jie, saying that he saw Zhao Jie and a man buying milk tea together, and the boy's hand was still on her shoulder. He also sent a photo. Lin Chen took a look, and it was really her. But Lin Chen asked her, but also did deny, until he saw that photo only to explain that it was his cousin. Said he was afraid of his misunderstanding to say so. Such nonsense. Of course, Lin Chen does not believe. Mention the breakup, the results of Zhao Jie and a lot of bitter begging. Lin Chen's heart is soft, and then let go. The last time was about a month before the start of the school year. He saw her pesticide battle record has been in a double row with a boy. He went to ask Zhao Jie, did not expect Zhao Jie directly admitted it, and broke up with him. What she said was that she wanted to be with him just because she thought he was handsome and wanted to experience more of what it was like to have a schoolboy boyfriend. Lin Chen looked at the chat records in his cell phone, smiled bitterly, and deleted his friends. Proper clown. Lin Chen later remembered that he actually forgave her several times. All feel ashamed of the face of panic. Do not dare in former high school play very good brother said. Brothers, look in the mirror. Don't be a licking dog. Be a Sigma man. It was simply his biggest black history. Lin Chen, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Zhao Jie sat on the arm of an ordinary-looking man with an arrogant demeanor, her face smiling as she approached and said, I didn't expect it either. Lin Chen just wanted to leave quickly at this moment. He didn't want Lao Er and the others to know that he had such a humiliating incident in the past. Your friend? The arrogant-looking man glanced at Lin Chen and the others before asking Zhao Jie, my old boyfriend, have you forgotten? I told you before, baby. Zhao Jie threw a wink at the man, then pressed the other's arm into her arms. Oh, I remember. Is that your poor ex-boyfriend who has nothing but good looks? The man then said as if he suddenly realized, and gave Lin Chen a provocative glance. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the receptionist lady hurriedly took out her cell phone and walked to the side to give a quiet G to Dong Fong to call over. Mr. Dong, I'm Lu Jing from the front desk. Lin Dong has already arrived at the hotel, but young Master Li seems to have some conflicts with Lin Dong. The atmosphere is a bit not quite right. It's the son of the previous company shareholder, Li Shangyu. Right this side of the lobby on the first floor. Lu Jing, who had finished her phone call, only then was relieved and returned to the side of Lin Chen's few people. Who are you? Wearing the boss's broken shoes and strutting around here? Chen Xiao valued righteousness the most, and as soon as she heard that man mocking her boss, she immediately opened her mouth to retort. That's right, who are you? As Southwest grew up in Southwest F4, Xiao Wei naturally could not be egged on. Xiao Fei's gaze towards the man also went cold. It's fine. I'll handle it. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Originally did not want to have anything to do with this woman in, but people's boyfriends have ridden on their heads and taunted. That naturally cannot be helped. A few people heard this and stopped speaking. They now knew that this hotel was all Lin Chen's. Lin Chen, you're as lecherous as ever. Even the friends you make are so unqualified. Zhao Jie said with an ironic face when she heard Chen Zhao's words. The man also laughed instead of being angry. Kid, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll make it so that you guys can't even leave the door of this hotel. Oh, you're a socialite? To be able to say such words these days, Zhao Jie, your boyfriend wouldn't be brainless, right? Lin Chen laughed out loud at the man's words. The man's fists clenched tightly and suddenly noticed Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you're the receptionist, right? Tell them who I am. Chapter 6, having eyes but not recognizing him. Tai. This is Li Ming, young Master Li, the son of former company shareholder Li Shangyu. Seeing Li Ming looking at himself, the front desk lady's face turned pale and she could only say stiffly that neither of these two was someone she could afford to mess with. Why are you gods fighting to involve me? I am just a part-time worker. Lu Jing inwardly screamed in agony. Do you hear me? My dad is a shareholder of the company here. Li Ming didn't notice the word X in Lu Jing's mouth and was still very smug. Hubby, you're awesome. Zhao Jie complimented with a winking smile, her fingers still drawing on the man's chest. The man was made to feel hot inside, and couldn't help but give Zhao Jie's erect mountains a hard squeeze. Look at the two of you. If it wasn't for the fact that there are people here, I guess you'd all be ing, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao laughed out loud as he watched the two's undisguised actions. Lu Jing blushed slightly and looked away. You really don't see the coffin. I'll immediately call the general manager of Dihao and kick the few of you out. Li Ming was taunted and almost broke his defenses. He could only say that Chen Zhao's fighting strength was too strong. Could it be that all of Min Zhou's fighting strength was this strong? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was now the sole director of Dihao, so naturally she wouldn't be intimidated by Li Ming. Knowing that he couldn't dislike him, Li Ming took out his cell phone and called Dong Feng. Zhao Jie, on the other hand, looked at the several people with a sneer. Boss, is he the son of your hotel's shareholder? Xiao Wei came over and asked in a voice. Didn't you hear the front desk lady say it's a former shareholder? But don't say it out loud. I want to play with him again. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised a teasing smile. Boss, still you know how to play. Xiao Wei gave an admiring thumbs up towards Lin Chen. Originally, Xiao Fei thought that this Li Ming had a big background and looked so draggy, but it turned out to be this? Since the boss can handle it, it's better not to bother Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei's hand holding the cell phone in his pocket slightly loosened, so he quietly watched from the sidelines. Young Master Li, there's no need to call me. I'm already here. Dong Feng had just come out of the elevator when he heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. There were already several customers around watching the fun. Dong Feng, you came just in time. Hurry up and kick these few people out. I'll give my dad a word. Dong Feng, however, didn't pay any more attention to him and just glanced at Li Ming before skipping over the two of them and respectfully addressing Lin Chen. Lin Dong, I'm Dong Feng. You can just call me Xiao Dong. Lu Jing would normally be a bit nervous when she saw Dong Feng, afraid of doing something wrong, but at this moment, she saw that Dong Feng had such a low attitude in front of this boy who seemed to be a few years younger than herself. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen also became more and more respectful, and she didn't even have the feeling of having a different idea. Her own looks were only a little bit decent, so I guess someone in his position had seen many beautiful women who were countless times better looking than herself, right? Well, they're my friends, I brought them over for dinner. Lin Chen nodded indifferently and then said. Dong Feng hung a kind smile and nodded with the three of them. Chen Xiao, as a greeting. Dong Feng, are you out of your mind? How come I haven't heard my dad say that the hotel has an additional shareholder who is so young? And Dong Lin, you wouldn't know him and deliberately embarrass me, right? Believe it or not, I'll call me right away to tell you to roll over and get out, Li Ming said in a bad tone. His father, Li Shangyu, as the second largest controlling owner of Imperial Palace Hotel, how could he not be given a word on such a big matter? This Li Ming is a big shot, isn't he? He's going to kick me out with his mouth open. When Dong Feng heard Lin Chen's words, he understood Lin Chen's meaning in just an instant. He was able to climb to the position of general manager of a grand hotel that was one of the best in even a first-tier city, and in addition to his own ability, he knew how to read people's words. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. This Mr. Lin Chen has already acquired all the shares of all the shareholders, so you have no right to remove me from my position, no right to ask me to kick out the hotel's customers, let alone being the sole shareholder of our hotel. And since you've already disturbed the normal business of the hotel, please leave with this lady beside you. Dong Feng turned his head and said seriously to Li Ming, who had a disbelieving face. Li Ming's face turned ugly as he took out his cell phone and prepared to call his dad. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the sole controlling owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel. She had talked to Lin Chen for almost 2 years before, and knew Lin Chen's family situation like the back of her hand. Don't worry, hubby, there's no way he's a shareholder of the Imperial Palace Hotel. His mom and dad are just an ordinary electronics factory worker. How could they have the money to acquire all the shares of Imperial Palace? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. Seeing that Zhao Jie was very certain, Li Ming's heart couldn't help but lighten up. The eyes that looked at the several people also became more and more sarcastic. Hello? What is it, son? After the phone was connected, Li Shangyu's somewhat pleasant voice came over. Dad, what's so happy? Today, there is a big shot who spent a large sum of money to buy out all the shares of all the shareholders of our Imperial How. I had wanted to retire for a long time, so I just took this opportunity to sell all my shares to this big shot. When Li Ming heard Li Shangyu's words, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Looking at the teasing smiles of Lin Chen's few people at this moment, a not-so-good premonition rose within his heart. Dad, that big shot you're talking about wouldn't be called Lin Chen, right? Li Ming asked cautiously, silently praying in his heart. It must not be him. When Zhao Jie saw that Li Ming's face had changed, she instantly sensed that something was wrong, and was apprehensive in her heart. How did you know? Li Sangwu asked in surprise. I seem to have offended him, Li Ming said in a low voice, his tone trembling a little. A person who could acquire all the shares of Imperial How was definitely not someone he could offend, not to mention the fact that he was so young and must have a very large background. The gaze towards Zhao Jie turned unkind. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Hurry up and get over there and apologize to me. If we don't ask for his forgiveness, our family will be finished. Why did I give birth to such an asshole like you? Li Shanyu was so angry that he hung up the phone. Li Ming stared blankly at the hung-up phone in his hand, not knowing what to do. The air conditioning was on in the hotel, but fine beads of sweat broke out on Li Ming's head. What's wrong, young Master Li? Are you done with the phone call? Lin Chen's mocking voice came, causing Li Ming to return to his senses. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jie asked as she tightly hugged Li Ming's arm. Get lost. Li Ming threw his hand forcefully, and Zhao Jie fell to the ground without standing still. Under Zhao Jie's incredulous gaze, he walked over to Lin Chen's side. Lin Dong, it's me who has eyes to recognize, and Tai, it's me who is dog-eyed. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed and apologized, his attitude very humble. Chapter 7, Is it still possible? Zhao Jie heart remorse incomparable. If she had known that Lin Chen so rich, she said nothing at first and Lin Chen break up. I'm afraid that everything she did just now was just a clown show in Lin Chen's eyes. She now felt that her face was hot and spicy, like she had been slapped hard with a big mouth. Standing up, she didn't know what to do. At this moment, she only wanted to hurry and escape from this place, but she didn't want to give up on Li Ming as an ATM. Lin Chen looked at the humble Li Ming at this time, and suddenly felt very bored. A little cutie who had been played around by a woman, just like he was in the beginning. Alright, get lost. Next time I see you, you won't just apologize. Thanks. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Ming was relieved and walked towards the door with a happy face. Hubby, wait for me. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him and took Li Ming's arm. Mar dead scourge mo, take a beating from my old man. Don't bother me in the future. Get lost. Li Ming threw out his arm, looked at Zhao Jie with disgust and raised his foot to walk out the door. He now hated this woman in his heart. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have clashed with Lin Chen at all. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have clashed with Lin Chen at all. He wouldn't have lost face, and now he might have to face his dad's 7 wolves at home. Zhao Jie stared blankly at Li Ming's departing figure. Boss, just let him go? Chen Xiao was a bit unwilling. Li Ming's arrogant aura just now made him very upset. It's fine, just a jumping clown. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Chen, is it still possible for us? Actually, I've always loved you. Can we give our 2-year relationship another chance? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, looking at him affectionately. Do you think it's possible? Still 2 years of affection. I feel disgusted when I see you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, suddenly feeling a bit thankful to Li Ming. Otherwise maybe he was still in a relationship with this woman. Thinking about it made him feel diaphragmatic. Lin Chen, you must still love me, right? These are all angry words from you. It doesn't matter. I can prove my feelings for you with my actions. Do you women not understand human language, or are you committing a sword offense? Boss told you to get lost. The 3 of them, Chen Xiao, really didn't expect this woman's face skin to be as thick as this. I don't want to say anything else, so hurry up and get lost or I'll have security rack you out. Lin Chen said in a flat tone as he looked at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie looked at Lin Chen's icy cold eyes, and a trace of coolness actually flooded her heart. If you're still willing to accept me, agree to my friend request and I'll leave first. Zhao Jie finished, not giving Lin Chen a chance to continue speaking, turned around and stepped on her high heels and left the Imperial Palace Hotel. Boss, this ex-girlfriend of yours is really strange? Chen Xiao couldn't help but spit out after seeing Zhao Jie leave. It was the first time he had seen such an odd and shameless woman. It can't be helped, my eyes were bad before. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. Let's not talk about this, let's go eat first. Xiao Fei's eyes hinted at Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, telling them not to mention this matter again. Lin Dong, I'll take you guys. Lu Qian, you go back to work first. Okay, Mr. Dong. Lu Qian looked at Lin Chen again and went back with some reluctance. When they arrived inside the Tianzino, one private room, the dishes had already been served. Lin Dong, then I won't bother you to eat with your friends. Press that button if you need me and I'll come over. Dong Fong said and pointed to a button on the wall. Good, you get busy first. Dong Fong nodded his head and left the private room. Boss, I've dipped into your favor today. I've never come to eat in such a luxurious private room in my life. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao surveyed the very luxuriously decorated private room and looked at the various mountainous delicacies on the table. What's the point of being polite with me? Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Lin Chen smiled. The 4 of them ate and drank and chatted, and before they knew it, their relationship had gotten a lot closer again. Boss, you're my boss for life. Xiao Wei's eyes closed before he finished his words, his head lowered, and he went to sleep. Young people are good. Fall down and sleep. Xiao Wei is worthy of being a Jianzhou person. The amount of alcohol is really not ordinary. Almost he drinks the 3 of them alone. That's, boss, I'll be hugging your thigh for the rest of my life. Please take care of me in the future. Boss. Chen Xiao also clasped his fists and made a martial arts nobleman appearance. After saying that, he also plopped down on the table. Chen Xiao was purely because of the food. Lin Chen hadn't even seen him drink much, and as a result of chatting this kid got drunk. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei also drank a lot of alcohol. But with the added power of the controlled variation method, they didn't get drunk. Boss, how should we get these two boys back? Xiaofei looked at the drunken Xiaowei and Chen with some headaches. There are accommodations in Dihao. We won't go back to the dormitory tonight. Anyway, the new students won't check the dormitory during these few days of registration. Lin Chen helplessly said. Alright, that's the only way. Xiaofei nodded. Lin Chen pressed the button on the wall, and it wasn't long before Dong Fong pushed the door in. Lin Dong, what do you need? Find a few people to get my friends settled in. We'll rest at the Imperial Palace tonight. Okay, Dong Fong said and signaled the two waitresses outside the door to come in. The two waitresses had very good posture, a professional outfit with a pretty face, looking very eye-catching. Help these two honored guests to the presidential suite. Dong Fong commanded. Mr. Lin, do you need to arrange a few for you and your friends tonight? Once the two waitresses had helped Chen Xiao and Xiaowei out the door, Dong Fong asked quietly. He noticed Lin Chen's eyes lingering on the two waitresses for a while just now. Lin Chen looked at Xiaofei with inquiring eyes. Xiaofei shook his head. No need. Add you a super letter so that we can contact each other in the future. Lin Chen also refused. Alright, Dong Fong was a bit surprised. This kind of top gentry super mail was not something you could add just because you wanted to. Dong Lin, do you need me to have the waiter send your breakfast over tomorrow morning? Dong Fong inquired after sending the two Lin Chen to the presidential suite. No need. Tomorrow morning I'll wake up and send you a message. Just have the waiter send breakfast to that private room from yesterday. Alright Lin Dong, then I won't disturb your rest. After Dong Fong left, Lin Chen and Xiaofei went to check on Chen Xiao and Xiaowei before returning to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen lay on the Simmons configured in the presidential suite after washing up. As a 5-star hotel, the supplies configured were also the best ones in this industry. Lin Chen felt the benefits of the power force in money, and the ambition in his heart increased. 2% of Penguin's shares really looking forward to it. Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine and stood wrapped in a bath towel next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu, Lin Chen took out his hand and transferred $1 million to his parents. This was followed by another message. Mom, I transferred $1 million to your card. Don't worry, the way it came was decidedly clean. Didn't do anything illegal or criminal. Not long after sending the message, Lin Mother's phone called. Lin Chen had expected it. Hello, son, where did you get $1 million? You mustn't lie to Mom. Although our family is poor, we mustn't do anything illegal or criminal. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Mother's anxious voice came over. Mom, just rest assured. I idly bought a few thousand virtual coins before, and as a result, the price of virtual coins has skyrocketed during this period of time. It's already risen to 10 or 20,000 apiece. Then I sold 200 of them. Lin Chen helplessly made up a reason to explain. You're telling the truth? Lin Mother was still a bit skeptical. It's true, Mom. Have you ever seen anything that violates a crime make $1 million in a few days? Okay, this money your father and I will not move first. In case the virtual coins you saved fall back again, at least you can still earn a few million. Lin Mother was slightly relieved. No Mom, I still have money here. The virtual coins will definitely go up again. And you'll definitely earn more than just a few million. You and Dad can take this million and spend it however you want. Don't save it. That electronics factory job you also quit. It's tiring and doesn't earn you any money. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Don't worry about me and your dad. Just take care of yourself. By the way, how are you and the little girl surnamed Zhao? Lin Chen and Lin Mother chatted for a long time before hanging up the phone. Early the next morning, Lin Chen's room door was knocked on. Boss, wake up. The sun is on your ass. Chen Zhao's voice rang out from outside the door. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and messaged Dong Fong to notify the waiter to bring breakfast. Then after getting dressed, he opened the door. Chapter 8, Schoolmate Lin has a crush on me? Boss, where are we going to eat breakfast? I threw up everything I ate last night, and when I woke up in the morning, my face was green with hunger. Chen Xiao said with a bitter face. Boss, I have to say that your drinking capacity is really bad. You should sit at the kids' table in the future. Just drink some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but mock. That's right, Lao Air, you are really low. Xiao Wei also chimed in. Chen Zhao's face flushed. He couldn't hold his liquor since he was a kid, and usually went out with his friends without a drop of alcohol for fear of making a fool of himself. As a result, the bottle of wine last night was very expensive, tens of thousands of dollars a bottle, so he couldn't help but drink a little. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when the alcohol came up later, he started to feel dizzy. Chen Xiao held his tongue for half a day but didn't say a single retort. Alright, don't be poor. It's still the same private room from yesterday. I had the waiter send breakfast over. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Still, boss is sweet. These two just know how to undermine me. Chen Xiao hemmed and hawed. After the four of them had breakfast, they had Dong Fong arrange for a car to take them to school. Back in the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei directly laid down on the bed and huffed and puffed. The beautiful name was that they didn't sleep well yesterday. Elementary school brother, do you have time at noon? I'll make up for the meal I owe you. It was Jiang Shuawei's super letter message. Yes, but is junior sister free to accompany me in the morning to run some errands? Lin Chen had wanted to go purchase clothes and shoes. Just as Jiang Shuawei's message came, it was naturally better to have a schoolgirl accompanying him on his shopping trip. At this time in the female dormitory, Jiang Yuwei looked at the message in her cell phone and fell into a tangle. Should one go or not? Although she had some good feelings for this handsome schoolmate, would it not be too good to go out alone on the second day of knowing each other? Will he think I'm frivolous? But I don't want to reject him. What should I do? Shui Wei, you said you would take me to have lunch with a schoolmate at noon. Who is it? Don't you have few male friends? Tang Wan Er opened her mouth to ask while exercising on the yoga mat in the dormitory. Tang Wan Er waited for a few seconds and saw that Jiang Shuawei hadn't paid any attention to herself yet, sitting on a chair and looking at her cell phone in a daze. Tang Wan Er tiptoed behind Jiang Yuwei to see her chat with Lin Chen. Wow! Shuawei people asked you to accompany him to go shopping, hey? Tang Wan Er exclaimed. Jiang Shuawei was startled and covered her phone in her arms, looking at Tang Wan Er who suddenly appeared behind her. She complained. Wan Er, what are you doing? Why are you still peeking at my chat logs? Who told you to ignore me? Tang Wan Er skimmed her mouth, followed by a look of excitement. Shuawei, who is this schoolmate? Lin Chen, how come I haven't heard you talk about this person before? And people even asked you to accompany him to buy clothes? Do you know why he asked you to accompany him to buy clothes? Because he's all over you. Does schoolmate Lin have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei murmured in her heart. Wan Er, your series of questions are making my head spin. Which one should I answer first? This schoolmate was just added yesterday, in order to help recruit for your Chinese dress club. At that time, Yu Yang saw it, so I said that schoolmate Lin Chen is my boyfriend. Then Yu Yan laughed. I invited him to dinner just to return this favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You let that elementary school brother be a shield? Aren't you afraid that Yu Yang will retaliate against this elementary school brother? Tang Wanner said with a somewhat gloomy face after knowing what happened. It won't be? He shouldn't be so petty. Jiang Shuawei was reminded by Tang Wan'er and also became nervous. But I've heard that Yu Yang is a person who is all about revenge. What then? It's over and done with. So am I not harming my elementary school brother? Jiang Shuawei immediately stood up in a panic and paced back and forth in the dormitory. Shuawei, you don't have feelings for that elementary school brother, do you? Tang Wanner said with some skepticism when she saw Jiang Shuawei so out of sorts. Jiang Shuawei was stunned by Tang Wanner's question, then shook her head repeatedly. How could it be? How could I possibly have feelings for an elementary school brother that I've only known for a day and met once? It's because I'm the one who harmed my elementary school brother, that's why I'm so nervous. Jiang Shuawei said something that was more like convincing herself than answering Tang Wanner. Well, you're right. So are you going to promise your elementary school brother to go clothes shopping? I don't know. I think it's better to go. Just to remind the elementary school brother to pay attention to a little bit of Yu Yang in the back to make small moves. Although it's now a law and order society, but Yu Yang is rich and powerful after all. And it's still easy to fix an ordinary person. Tang Wan'er advised. Unseen Lin Chen Jr. brother. Sister, I can only help you up to here. This, well, Jiang Yuwei blushed and thought about it, but still agreed. There's no need to call me for lunch. I still have things to do. How come I don't know you have something to do at noon? Oops, just realized it just now. Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei's delayed reply to his message and thought it was hopeless. As a result, the message popped up in the next second. Good. Wait for me for half an hour. Okay, which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs. Ha, no need? It's fine. Okay, I'm in the third building of the female dormitory. Jiang Shuawei put down her cell phone, and surprisingly, she was somewhat secretly happy inside. Tang Wan'er looked at Jiang Shuawei who stood in front of the mirror and kept changing her clothes and snickered for a while. Small child, you're still lying to your sister that you don't have any interest in that junior high school student? Wan'er, then I'm going out. Go go go. Don't be abducted by Lin Chen's little brother. Asterisk 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 Q. Lin Chen was wearing a loose white t-shirt, a pair of dark blue jeans underneath, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes on his feet. Paired with his beyond normal face value, he attracted the gazes of many girls. Little brother, can I add one of your super letters? Two girls walked over and asked with red faces. And this scene was just seen by Jiang Shuawei who had just left the dormitory building. A trace of displeasure flashed across Jiang Shuawei's face. In a hurry, she walked over. Senior Lin, over here. Jiang Shuawei waved her hand towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was fiercely stunned by Jiang Shuawei's outfit. Jiang Shuawei was wearing a white dress. Her face was wearing exquisite light makeup, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her joy at seeing Lin Chen. Sorry, classmate. Lin Chen apologized and said to the two girls, then walked towards Jiang Shuawei with a smile. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Shuawei? Hey, this handsome guy is definitely out of luck. What do you need to say? This handsome guy is a proper school grass level. Isn't it normal for a school grass to be paired with a school flower? Ooh, hasn't Jiang Shuawei rejected so many guys? How come she didn't let go of this handsome guy whose facial features just fit the image of my perfect boyfriend? Those two girls lost their minds as they looked at Lin Chen, who was walking towards Jiang Shuawei. Oi, the famous grass has a master. Chapter 9, School Flower Companion. Bye. Senior Sister Jiang, you're very pretty today, Lin Chen heartily exclaimed. Thanks. I don't know why, when other people stared at them like that, they would feel very disgusted. But what was the matter with schoolmate Lin staring at himself and actually feeling some small joy? Could it be that she really had a good feeling about this schoolmate, as one ear said? Let's go, schoolmate. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Shuawei's mind. Oh, good. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei asked suspiciously when she saw that the direction Lin Chen was going wasn't the school gate. Driving? Ha? You still have a car? Jiang Shuawei said in surprise. It seemed that his elementary school brother's family was still quite rich, buying him a car when he was only a freshman. Yeah, let's go. Take schoolmate for a ride, Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked towards his Ferrari. It shouldn't be, right? Schoolmate Lin driving a Ferrari in his freshman year? Jiang Shuawei was a bit in disbelief. She looked at Lin Chen's dress, and it didn't look like his family had special money. Jiang Shuawei mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car, with the sound of Lin Chen starting the engine. The sound waves of the Ferrari that mesmerized men rang out. Buzz. Only then did Jiang Shuawei come back to her senses. Senior Lin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Jiang Shuawei sat in the co-pilot of the Ferrari and sighed as she looked at the very futuristic decorations inside the car. It's okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chen sidled over and leaned towards Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue was shocked. My junior won't be kissing me, right? I'm not such a casual person. Jiang Yue just wanted to stop Lin Chen's movements. However, she realized that Lin Chen was helping her adjust her seat, helping her find the most comfortable angle. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks gave birth to two faint pink haze. Thank you. Jiang Yue lowered her head and thanked in a thin, mosquito-like voice. It should be school sister. Why are you blushing? School sister? Nothing. Let's go quickly. Don't we still have to buy clothes? Jiang Shuawei hurriedly changed the topic. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. School sister's shy look is so cute. Like it even more. Buzz. The roar of a Ferrari resounded through the campus. Hey, look guys, isn't the one on the passenger side the Jiang University schoolmate? I'll go. It's still true. Driving a Ferrari is good. The Jiang school beauty has taken it all. Isn't that the guy who waited for Jiang in the women's dormitory? I didn't expect to be so rich. I should have known that I would have to ask for a contact. One can only say that where you can't get in, Ferrari helps you get in. This is the charm that money brings. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus in a burst of exclamations and envious eyes from the students. Sister, are there any large shopping malls near the school? Lin Chen asked Jiang Shuawei after driving out of the school. There's a large superstore called Edu City that's pretty good. I usually shop there with my girlfriends. Jiang Shuawei bit her finger and thought about it and said, then go there. Lin Chen nodded. It had to be said that the feeling Geo of driving a Ferrari with one hand was indeed extraordinary. Schoolmate Lin was so handsome when he drove a Ferrari with one hand. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen's perfect side face and couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Yue's eyes kept looking at himself. Do I have flowers on my face? Senior sister, why do you keep staring at me? Lin Chen turned his head slightly sideways and looked at Jiang Shuawei as he teased. How am I staring at you? Don't misunderstand me. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face blushed and hurriedly looked her head forward. The benefits of driving a supercar manifested itself to the fullest. All the cars on the way were far away from them, all the way to Edu City without a hitch. There it is, Jiang Shuawei reminded. Lin Chen saw that a car just happened to drive away next to him, leaving a parking space empty, so he stopped by. The crowd of people around them saw a Ferrari supercar parked over and saluted. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, they instantly became the center of attention. Let's quickly go inside. Jiang Shuawei didn't like this feeling of being surrounded. It was like watching monkeys at the zoo. Good. Lin Chen nodded and followed Jiang Shuawei into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Yue led Lin Chen up to the second floor. As Lin Chen looked around, many of the brands were luxury brands, so many of which he hadn't even seen before. Jiang Shuawei had originally planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but then she saw that Lin Chen was driving a Ferrari supercar, and knew that he had money, so maybe people didn't even look at these low to mid-range brands? Schoolmate, do you want to buy casual clothes or a suit? Jiang Shuawei blinked her pretty eyes and said to Lin Chen, I'll have to buy a suit. and then I'll buy a few sets of clothes that I usually wear, Lin Chen said after thinking about it. The main thing was that he was now the boss of a super 5-star hotel no matter what, so if he attended some high-end parties or something in the future, he couldn't go in a casual outfit, could he? That would seem too disrespectful. Then let's go to Givenchy first. Givenchy was still very famous in high-end luxury goods. Although Jiang Shuawei's family conditions were considered good, she didn't have the money to the point of wearing a high-end luxury item. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Shuawei looked a little excited. Pulling Lin Chen's arm, she walked towards Givenchy's store. Lin Chen walked into Givenchy's storefront, and after roughly sweeping through it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Many of the styles of clothes here he found very good. Welcome! A female sales clerk greeted him with a professional smile on her face. This couple's face value was so high, the shopgirl couldn't help but think in her heart. Normally, although she had seen many handsome men and women, it was still quite rare to see one with such a high face value. But when she realized that the two were not dressed like they could afford Givenchy, she was slightly deflated. But to be able to work in this kind of high-end brand are specially trained, naturally will not be bad to their own sign, even if it is just to shop around. May I ask if you were looking at women's items? By men's, help him choose some clothes. Buy a set of suit in by some usually wear casual wear. Jiang Shuawei said. Yes, then I recommend one for both of you. This is a new product that just came out. Like your boyfriend must be very handsome if you wear it. The female sales clerk was delighted, her heart to looking away. That girl was talking about buying a suit instead of looking at it, so that means people at least have the ability to shop. The shopgirl thought, and the smile on her face couldn't help but brighten a few points. Then she brought the two of them to a suit. No, he's not. Jiang Shuawei was about to explain with a red face, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Can we try it on? I think this one is good. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Shuawei was stunned, but didn't explain any further. Only her heart became more and more certain of her best friend's suspicions. Schoolmate must like me. With that, Jiang Shuawei looked at the label under the dress. Good guy, 88,888. Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but stutter in her heart. It's fine, sir, the shopgirl said and removed the dress and handed it to Lin Chen. Sir, over there is the fitting room, the shopgirl said as she pointed to one side. Okay, thanks, Lin Chen said politely before looking at Jiang Shuawei again. I'm going to go change first. Oh, good. After Lin Chen changed his clothes and came out, he immediately stunned Lin Chen and the female sales clerk. Chapter 10, Meeting Yu Yang Again. Lin Chen was dressed in a well-tailored suit that perfectly fit his figure, and every detail exuded unrivaled taste and style. Jiang Shuawei's eyes widened, seeing Lin Chen after changing into a suit. Her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed red. It was too handsome for a schoolmate to wear a suit. Little stars sparkled in Jiang Shuawei's eyes. The female sales clerk was also shocked by Lin Chen's aura after changing into a suit. There was a hint of envy in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Shuawei. Your boyfriend is so handsome in this suit. The female sales clerk didn't mince her words of praise. She guaranteed that what she said this time was absolutely true. Lin Chen looked at the surprised expressions of the two and smiled slightly. Walking over to the mirror, he looked at it. Sister, does it look good? Good looking. Simply handsome. Jiang Shuawei praised excitedly. She felt like her high and mighty schoolgirl persona was about to crumble to completion since she had met Lin Chen herself. I say, don't break other people's, just try it on. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. At this time, a pair of young men and women walked in from outside the door. Yu Yang, why are you here? Jiang Shuawei frowned and looked at the outgoing Yu Yang and said, there doesn't seem to be much of a relationship with senior high school flower Lin, right? Yu Yang's eyes swept Jiang Shuawei. Although he no longer had thoughts about her, he had to say that Jiang Shuawei's posture was indeed the best looking of the bunch he had ever seen. Honey, who is this? The lady next to him, who was also very good looking and wearing a fishing net, wrapped her arm around him and asked intimately. Jiang Shuawei was secretly glad. Luckily she didn't agree to his pursuit. What she saw was only the side of Yu Yang that he was willing to show in front of her. It's nothing, the school flower of our school. Yu Yang pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile, whether I can afford this dress or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Senior? Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei behind himself and looked at Yu Yang and spoke in a flat tone. Hey, senior, this is for your own good. If you ruin this dress, how long do you have to let your parents work hard to earn it? Yu Yang made a pained look, looking at Jiang Shuawei behind Lin Chen with a burst of fire. When you were chasing me, you still looked like a licking dog. What? You changed your face when you knew I had a boyfriend? Jiang Shuawei also mocked. I didn't expect you to have such a side too. Senior sister? Lin Chen joked. Humph, it's not to help you out. Jiang Shuawei pouted when she heard Lin Chen still flirting with herself. Jiang Shuawei, you only have a few moments of beauty. Don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can play this little boyfriend beside you to death? Yu Yang laughed instead of being angry and said teasingly to Jiang Shuawei. The woman beside her also didn't care what Jiang Shuowei said. She knew her position very well. She was nothing more than Yu Yang's plaything. There was a large number of women willing to replace her at any time. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen worriedly and stopped talking. She knew that Li Ming's family was very powerful and had more or less hinted at her when he was chasing her. Although she knew that Lin Chen's family wasn't simple either. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression always remained calm. But when he heard these words, his face instantly turned cold. Didn't Senior Yu say that I can't afford this suit? Want to bet on whether I can afford it or not? Yu Yang was a bit hesitant. Although that day, he saw that Lin Chen's dress was plain and didn't look like a rich man. But this suit was only a few tens of thousands of dollars. And he should have just enough money on him if he dared to say that. As long as you can buy a few more pieces in this store and spend $500,000, I'll bet with you. Yu Yang was certain that Lin Chen only had at most 100,000 or so on him. Fine. But since it's a bet, there has to be some stakes, right? Yu Yang saw Lin Chen agreed so painfully. A bad feeling rose in his heart. But at this time, in order to save face he could only agree with a stiff upper lip. Alright, you say the bet. Let's put it this way. If I can afford it then you'll learn to bark 3 times. And vice versa. If I can't afford it then you'll learn to bark 3 times, how about it? Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei knew that Lin Chen was rich. And at this time, she also relaxed, quietly preparing to watch the show. Yu Yang was torn. He couldn't afford to lose with this kind of consequence. If he really learns to bark like a dog, if it gets out, how will he be able to behave in school in the future? Baby, why don't we just forget about it? The woman beside Yu Yang said. She was afraid that if Yu Yang lost, he would take it out on her. When Yu Yang heard the words of the woman beside her, she decided to gamble instead. Okay, I promise. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Senior Yu is really good courage. Wait a moment, my girlfriend and I will go and get this $500,000 together. Lin Chen smiled and clapped his hands and said. At this moment, the female clerk on the side felt happy. $500,000, this could be $10,000 even if she split it herself. Soon Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen had chosen several more sets of clothes. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price. Sir, the total is 645,000. Lin Chen stepped aside and picked up a bag. Count this bag together as well. Jiang Shuowei froze. Why was schoolmate still buying a girl's bag? It also happened to be the one she liked just now. Can't it be that schoolmate wants to give it to me? Jiang Shuowei's insides jolted, wanting to say that she didn't want it, but she was afraid that if Lin Chen bought it for someone else, then it would be her own fault. Alright sir, that's a total of 680,000. Yu Yang saw how calm Lin Chen was and knew that he should have planted it. With an ironized face, he pondered on a countermeasure. The women beside him were looking at Lin Chen with glowing eyes. His face was high and he was rich. If he could evening him, the woman couldn't help but tighten her legs when she thought of this. Lin Chen nodded and took out his bank card and placed it on the induction table of the card swiping machine. Yu Yang stared at the card swiping machine with a deadly stare. Must not pay successfully, but the ending disappointed him. Okay sir, welcome to our store again. The waitress saw that the payment was successful and her face showed joy. Then she took out another card. This is the store's VIP card. You can use this card to enjoy a 10% discount at the store in the future. Thanks. After Lin Chen said that, he looked at the desperate Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to honor your promise. Lin Chen reminded with a smile on his face. Yu Yang squeezed out a smile from his face and said with some meaty pain, Senior Lin, look at it this way. I'll give you $700,000, and let's forget about this matter, okay? $700,000 was already all the money he had right now. The woman beside him was shocked. $70,000 just like this to give out? Might as well give it to yourself. At least the night can make you more comfortable. Jiang Shuowei looked at Yu Yang with contempt in her eyes, yet she was somewhat happy. In that case, it would be the same as buying a bunch of luxury goods and still making $20,000. Originally, she was still thinking that she felt guilty for making Lin Shuedi spend almost $700,000 more, but now there was no psychological pressure. How about just agreeing to it? Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen and asked tentatively. Chapter 11 Penguin shares arrive. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I don't lack money. I still want to hear you bark. Lin Chen said as he teasingly looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile froze and his face clouded over. Are you sure you have to be immortal with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, take this money. It's good for everyone. The woman also advised. Jiang Shuowei didn't say anything. She believed that Lin Chen had his own judgment. $700,000? Could 700,000 be compared to 2% of Penguin shares? I wouldn't even want it if you gave me $1 billion. No need. Senior Yu, hurry up and bark. Don't you dare cheat. I recorded it. Lin Chen said and even shook the cell phone in his hand. Of course Lin Chen didn't record the video. He was just scaring Yu Yang so that he wouldn't cheat. If he really cheated, then the sky-high riches that were so close at hand would be in vain. Yu Yang's face turned green and white. He hesitated for a long time. Wang. Woof. Wang. Lin Chen. You wait for me. Yu Yang put down a vicious sentence and walked straight out. The woman's expression twitched and she took a few deep breaths behind her before chasing after him. Ding. Mission, make Yu Yang learn to bark complete. Ding. 2% of Penguin shares have been issued and completed. Lin Chen was excited beyond words for a moment and directly picked Jiang Shuawei up in a hug. This was a penguin. A penguin with a market value of several trillion RMB. Only after Lin Chen calmed down did he react to what he had just done. He hurriedly put Jiang Shuawei down. I'm sorry, senior sister. I just remembered something and was too happy. I couldn't hold back for a moment. Lin Chen apologized to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face was red, so red that it could drip water. It's fine. What are we going to do next? Jiang Shuawei covered her burning cheeks with both hands and said in a low voice, let's go eat? I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Chen hurriedly said, good. Welcome to our next visit. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuawei the bag he had just taken. Senior sister, this bag is for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Ah, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Jiang Shuawei waved her hand repeatedly. Schoolmate, this can't be an attempt to adopt me, right? It's fine, just keep it as a thank you for helping me scold that Yu Yang just now. You were originally hated by Yu Yang because of me. Before Jiang Shuawei could finish her sentence, she saw that Lin Chen's face was a bit unsightly. Then, I'll take it then? Jiang Shuawei took Givenchy's bag and said weakly, that's only right. Only then did Lin Chen's clouds turn clear and a smile reappeared on his face. What if my schoolmate is so good to me? How can I repay him? Wait online. Hurry. Jiang Shuawei looked at the bag in her arms and really had a feeling of being adopted by her handsome schoolmate. Jiang Shuawei's mind floated back to the scene just now when the schoolboy picked himself up. It seems to be not bad at all. Lin Chen drove towards the Imperial Palace. Lin Chen was driving his Ferrari on the road when a call came in. Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone, then handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Senior sister, answer it for me. Oh, good. Jiang Shuawei answered and took the phone and tapped on the speakerphone to put it to Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, may I ask who you are? Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Tencent's board secretary Lu Shu. You just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Limited and have signed a transfer agreement. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. Hearing the confirmed answer, the female voice on the other end of the phone said respectfully, oh okay, I know, Dong Lin. Tomorrow morning the company will hold a shareholders meeting to declare that you've officially become a shareholder of the company. May I ask if you have the time? I don't have time to go over. Help me express my apologies to the other shareholders. Okay Lin Dong, do you register the cell phone number for Super Mail? Is it convenient for me to add your Super Mail? I'll notify you of any emergencies. Yes, you add it. Okay Lin Dong, then I won't bother you anymore. Have a nice life. Aha. Beep beep beep. After the phone hung up, Lin Chen had a visibly happy look on his face. The volume of the Imperial Palace Hotel and Penguin's volume were not on the same level at all. Not even the entire Imperial Palace could compare to even 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen looked sideways at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's hand with the cell phone was still fixed in the air. Only the shock in her eyes was still flowing. Looking at Lin Chen, she couldn't speak. What had she heard? Penguin shareholders? What kind of concept was that? Penguin was a super volume international company with a market capitalization of nearly 3 trillion RMB, the number 1 private enterprise in China, and one of the top 10 in the world. This schoolmate in front of me is actually a shareholder of Penguin? The most incredible thing is, he is only a freshman just enrolled in school? Jiang Shuawei's small brain atrophied. Schoolmate, what's wrong? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with a smile. No, nothing. You're so low-key, senior brother. Jiang Shuawei squeezed out a sentence. No, it seems that one has to take the initiative. Anyway, one is also a bit interesting. So high quality. No, such a top-notch elementary school brother can't be let go. Anyway, herself and her elementary school brother also have a good feeling about each other. Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, and her eyes towards Lin Chen became more and more tender. Here we are. Lin Chen parked his Ferrari in front of the parking lot of Dihao. Oh, Jiang Shuawei hadn't gotten over from her shock, and with a dumbfounded face, she followed Lin Chen out of the car and walked in. This kind of big hotels all have private kitchens. We'll eat at this time today for lunch, Lin Chen explained. Mainly he was afraid that Jiang Shuawei would misunderstand that he had come to get a room. Only then did Jiang Shuawei react to the fact that Lin Chen had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk was sharp-eyed and saw Lin Chen walk in with a very pretty girl. She glanced enviously at Jiang Shuawei. Dong Lin, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. Bringing a friend over for dinner. Do I need to inform Mr. Dong? No need. I'm just here for a meal. See which private room is still empty. We'll go eat in that one. Lu Jing checked. Dong Lin, all of the heavenly character private rooms are empty. Then let's go to that private room from yesterday. Okay Dong Lin. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei headed towards the heavenly character one private room, Lu Jing said over the intercom. Dong Lin is heading to the Tianzi one private room. Do a good job with the reception service. Senior, this hotel is also yours? Right. Jiang Shuawei wasn't much surprised. After all, what happened to a Penguin shareholders having a super 5-star hotel? Waiting for Lin Chen to bring Jiang Shuawei to the entrance of the Tianzi one private room. Welcome Lin Dong. A few waiters bent down and shouted. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Just leave one waiter to order the food. Everyone else is withdrawn. Lin Chen looked at these few people helplessly. It should be Lu Jing who told them. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth and snickered. The two came inside the private room, and Lin Chen handed her the menu. Order whatever you want to eat. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently and took the menu. Once she looked at the menu, she couldn't put her hand down. It was too expensive. She looked at the hundreds and thousands of dishes on the menu and felt dizzy. A cucumber would cost several hundred, and a serving of shredded pork with fish would cost more than 1,000. Lin Chen saw that Jiang Shuawei couldn't put her hand down, smiled slightly and signaled her to bring the menu over. Chapter 12, Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes, ordered some desserts for after dinner, and finally hooked up a bottle of red wine. See what else you want to eat. Lin Chen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei took the menu and glanced at what Lin Chen had ordered. Chaos Han marinated 10-year lion's head goose, New Zealand crayfish with bluefin tuna big belly, albino sturgeon caviar, steamed sume fish with ancient chen pie and ginger. There is also a bottle of red wine, 2009 vintage Lubert Chateau Richbourg Grand Cru. A look at the price, 188,888, plus those dishes, a meal at least more than 200. 000? Eating a car for the cost of one meal? Is this the life of the rich? The corruption of capitalism. Jiang Shuawei sighed. That's all, it's too much to eat. If you can't finish it, just leave it. Who says you have to finish the food for dinner? Forget it, just these. Lin Chen had no choice but to take the menu to the waiter. Alright, Lin Dong, wait a moment. The waiter respectfully finished, then turned around and went out the door. Taking advantage of the time waiting for the food, the two of them chatted about the interesting story of Yu Yan learning to bark just now. After a while, the waiter pushed the food cart and served all the dishes. The waiter knew his way around and left after opening the red wine. It didn't stay in the private room, which made Lin Chen satisfied. Mainly, he still had to complete the mission given by the system. The mission requirement was to dine alone with Jiang Shuawei. If there was one more waiter in the private room, it would be troublesome if the system didn't recognize it. I haven't eaten anything this expensive. Jiang Shuawei sighed as she looked at the table full of delicacies. Then eat more. We'll just come more often in the future. Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed a glass to Jiang Shuawei and said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei ate happily, tasting every dish. Finally, she leaned back in her chair and rubbed her stomach in satisfaction. How many months has it been, senior sister? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and teased. 2 months. Jiang Shuawei blushed, but still disliked back. What about the baby's father? Jiang Shuawei stopped talking. School sister, do you want me to take you to play in the afternoon? Forget it, there's still something on the school side. I'm in the student council. The school leader asked the student council to go to the conference room. Jiang Shuawei really wanted to play with Lin Chen for a while longer, but was helpless to get away. Alright, then next time I'll take you to play. Lin Chen wasn't disappointed. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future. Ding! Quest, dinner alone with schoolgirl Jiang Shuawei completed. Lamborghini Poison has been parked in the garage of Villa 1 of Magnolia Court, rewarded by the system. Opening the final stage of the mission. Confession with schoolgirl Jiang Shuawei successful. Reward, 3% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Limited. Lin Chen was a little excited in his heart. Usually Brush Video often see that kind of supercar. His favorite are Lamborghini Poison, that very futuristic model. And let a person's blood-boiling sound wave let Lin Chen instantly fell in love with this car. Unfortunately, at that time, he could only dream about it. But now it's different. Now it's his. There were only 13 units in total worldwide, and there was one parked in his garage right now. Thinking about this, Lin Chen could barely hold back his inner excitement. Even the 3% of Penguin shares rewarded by the final stage of the mission were ignored. Senior sister, why don't you accompany me to the house first? I'm going to change my car. Isn't that Ferrari of yours quite good? Why do you still need to change one? Jiang Shuawei was a bit puzzled. I bought a car before, and it was just delivered to my home a while ago, so I want to take a look at it. Lin Chen explained. Alright, but it can't be delayed for too long. I have to be at the office at 2:30. Jiang Shuawei looked at the time. 1 o'clock. There was still an hour and a half left. she should be in time. Alright, I'll go change cars and go straight to the school. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen then got up and directly led Jiang Shuawei out of the hotel. Take care, Lin Dong. Lin Chen drove his Ferrari to the outside of the Magnolia Xing Court. I'm the owner of Magnolia 1. Lin Chen stopped outside the railing and rolled down the window to say to the security guard, Magnolia 1? The security guard was startled. He had learned yesterday that a new resident had come to Magnolia 1. People like them who worked in top-tier mansions, no matter if they were cleaning, property, or security guards, the salary was very high, but the corresponding risk was also very high. If they accidentally offended the residents inside, it would be over. So usually they remembered the appearance of each resident, their name and what kind of car they drove. Since this was Lin Chen's first time here, he hadn't seen it before, so the security guard didn't just open the railing. The security guard's cold sweat came out. Luckily the Ferrari he drove made him cautious, and there was nothing offensive in his speech. The security guard looked to see what Lin Chen's appearance could match. Sorry, Mr. Lin, first time seeing your car, I'll open it for you, the security guard said and put the railing up. It's fine, being responsible is a good thing. Lin Chen smiled and didn't mind. He had also come from the bottom, and besides, this was also supposed to be someone's job duty, so there was no need to make things difficult for them. Lin Chen started the car and drove towards Magnolia 1. Senior Lin, is this your home? Jiang Shuawei said with her mouth slightly open as she looked at the villa in front of her like a small manor. The environment is not bad, right? It was also Lin Chen's first time here, and in his heart, although he was mentally prepared, he was still excited. This was one of the top villa areas in Chengdu. Before, he was still thinking too innocently, thinking that the system had casually given away a villa. He thought that it would be a few $100 or $10 million. As a result, he realized after learning about it later, inside the Magnolia Court, the worst is tens of millions of dollars a building, not to mention the king of the building, Yulan No. 1, which is worth at least $100 or $200 million. It's worth at least $100 or $200 million. Lin Chen used the password given by the system to open the door, and then recorded his face and fingerprints. Do you want to record one, senior sister? Me? This is your house, what am I recording a face for? Although Jiang Shuawei said that she was making up for the recording, she could tell Lin Chen's feelings towards her from the fact that he had asked her to record her face. This is already nakedly explicit. After Lin Chen recorded his face, he drove the car into the garage. Once the garage door opened, a sports car filled with a sense of technology and power came into view. Senior, this car is so handsome. Is this your new car? It's really too cool. It feels like the best car in the video racing game, Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen stroked the front end of the Poison. It's really cool. It's because it's cool that I bought it. Jiang Shuawei felt like she hadn't been shocked as many times in her life as she was today. This enigmatic schoolmate beside her brought her intense curiosity. Schoolmate, how much does this car cost? It must not be cheap. Jiang Shuawei was a bit curious. She felt that even that Ferrari was not as handsome as this car. It's not particularly expensive, $80 to $90 million, but it's just very few. There are only a dozen or so in the world. It's a bit hard to get. It took me a lot of effort to buy it. Hundreds of millions? Only a dozen or so in the world? Awesome. Jiang Shuawei felt a bit numb. She felt at the moment that even if Lin Chen said he was an alien she wouldn't doubt it. Chapter 13, This is together? Get in the car. Right, sister? Taking you back to school. Lin Chen pressed down his inner excitement and said to Jiang Shuawei with a gentle smile on his face, yeah, a supercar of nearly $100 million. Just in time to experience it. Jiang Shuawei's entire body was excited at the prospect of being able to sit in this kind of divine car right away. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the car's black-toned interior, paired with brightly colored lines, created a strong visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and closed the doors, they instantly felt the powerful aura brought about by the top supercar. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Chen started the engine, and the poisonous roar made the two men's blood boil. The garage door slowly closed after Lin Chen drove the car out of the garage. Lin Chen drove to the exit position, and the security guard, seeing a supercar drive by, hurriedly raised the railing. When the car passed the gate, the security guard noticed that it was Lin Chen. I Lu, a good boy, not ashamed to be the owner of the king of the building. With another supercar. How much does this car have to cost? The security guard looked at the rear of the Lamborghini Poison gradually far away, sighed. I go, Lamborghini Poison? I actually saw the Lamborghini Poison in Magnolia Court? This is a top-class divine car with a limited production of only a dozen worldwide. Money can't even buy it. Lin Chen and a Porsche Cayenne brushed past. The Porsche owner looked at the supercar with wide eyes. What kind of big shot was living in this Magnolia Court coming in? On the road, a dazzling black supercar sped by with a roar. The sound waves attracted the attention of many people. Wow, Mom, What kind of car is this? It's so cool, a little boy said as he pointed at the supercar. I've never seen such a beautiful car either. The young woman also looked at the car and then exclaimed, I want to buy one when I grow up, and then buy one for mommy too. The little boy looked at the supercar that was gradually moving away, and a trace of longing flashed in his eyes. Little Lin is so good, then mommy will be relying on you from now on? The young woman smiled and touched the little boy's head. Aha! The little boy nodded firmly. This is Lamborghini Poison. I can't believe I can see such a divine car. A car enthusiast said excitedly. Sister, how does it feel? Jiang Shuiwei, who was sitting in the top godly car, had a reddened face with excitement, but was sitting very upright. It feels great. No wonder they all like supercars. This feeling really inflates people. Sister, relax. Why are you sitting so upright? Lin Chen said with amusement. I'm afraid to give you a bump. This $100 million car, just touch that I can't afford to pay. Jiang Shuiwei said without tears. Cool, is the risk is also big although she knows that even if it is knocked out, the schoolmate will not let her compensation, but it is the heart that cannot pass. I can afford it. I don't have $50,000 altogether. I can't afford it. Jiang Shuiwei hastily shook her head. Wouldn't it be fine to compensate you to me? Lin Chen said with a smile. But do you really want it, schoolmate? Jiang Shuiwei's pretty face turned red with shame. How could school brother be like this? One wasn't even mentally prepared. However, it seemed not bad if she lost herself to her schoolmate. Jiang Shuiwei got stupidly excited, her eyes glancing around to see what would be better to destroy. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Shuiwei to say such things. Yes, why not? Jiang Shuiwei heard this and made a decision in her heart as if she had made an important decision. She felt that he felt comfortable with Lin Chen. Even if he was a top tycoon, his words were not out of line. It was very respectful of her. Plus the fact that schoolmate was young and golden. What girl wouldn't like that? Since she had feelings for schoolmate, then why didn't she chase after him? Do you have to wait until the school year starts and all the other girls notice this young and golden? Looks like a male star before you express your feelings and compete with those girls? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuiwei looked at Lin Chen solemnly. Senior, can you give me a chance to pursue you? She hadn't been in love yet. She only knew that when she was a child. Her grandmother told her that as a girl, if there was a boy she liked, she must be brave enough to pursue him. Don't leave yourself with regrets. It doesn't matter even if you get rejected. At least you fought for it. Lin Chen was startled by Jiang Shuiwei's words. He hurriedly found a spot on the side of the road and stopped. Senior sister, are you serious? Lin Chen had originally thought that he would find an opportunity to prepare to confess to his senior sister when the two of them got along for a longer period of time in a few days. He didn't expect his senior sister to be so direct, and it was only the second day before she revealed her feelings to him. Is this the charm of money? Even Jiang Shuiwei, who had been courted by many rich young men, couldn't stop it. Right, school brother, like you, such a rich and long and handsome school brother I do not grasp properly. Do not let to other people? Jiang Shuiwei said half jokingly and half seriously, but then she was afraid that Lin Chen was thinking that she only looked at his money, so she added another sentence. At the beginning, when I didn't even know that schoolmate you were rich, I had a bit of a crush on you, but as a result, today I found out that you're so rich, so that's even more reason not to let it go. This was something that Lin Chen still believed in what Jiang Shuiwei said. After all, he did dress plainly yesterday, and the schoolmate was equally enthusiastic about him. He didn't mind that other women were approaching him for money, but it would affect the status in his mind. School sister, I like you a lot too, but things like confessing should be left to the boys. How can I leave it to you? School sister? Lin Chen said as he looked at Jiang Shuiwei with a tender face. When Jiang Shuiwei heard Lin Chen's words, she immediately felt like she was wrapped in a great joy. Senior sister, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen said as he held the Ferrari car keys and looked at Jiang Shuiwei tenderly. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuiwei covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly, the love in her eyes practically gushing out. But let's forget about this Ferrari's car key. What? Is senior sister going to reject my confession? The meaning of this car key is a bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept it, you're rejecting me. Thinking about how rich Lin Chen was, Jiang Shuiwei thought about it and accepted. Then she took the Ferrari's car keys over. That's only right, senior sister. Lin Chen smiled. Still calling me schoolmate? Jiang Shuiwei beamed and said unhappily. It's me who said it wrong. It should be Shuiwei. Lin Chen said as he looked at the cute Jiang Shuiwei with her beak. Looking at the bright red lips, an impulse surged in Lin Chen's heart. Then he pressed towards Jiang Shuiwei. Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Shuiwei only felt a burst of warmth pressing over. Lin Chen's tongue then drilled in, pushed aside her teeth, and tangled with her tongue. It was Jiang Shuiwei's first time, and she was a little unskilled, but gradually she responded. Lin Chen savored Jiang Shuiwei's flavor. Strawberry flavor. After several minutes, Jiang Shuowei patted Lin Chen's back. Only then did Lin Chen let her go. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Shuowei's face was red and she was breathing heavily. Jiang Shuowei felt like she almost suffocated. Chapter 14, Wang Shijie. Lin Chen was like this, nose to nose with Jiang Shuowei, 4 eyes facing each other, their juices still pulling at the silk. Jiang Shuowei's pretty face was red yet she insisted on looking at Lin Chen's eyes. After a few more seconds like this, Lin Chen couldn't help himself again. It was true that between couples looking at each other like this for no more than 10 seconds someone would definitely not be able to help it. Still coming? Jiang Shuowei begged for mercy. Chen, send me back to school first. There's still plenty of time in the future. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for today. Lin Chen said and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips again, using his hand to scratch Jiang Shuowei's nose. Jiang Shuowei's whole body was flaccid as she lay on the co-pilot, unable to lift her strength. Jiang Shuowei, a schoolgirl who had never been in love, was confused by Lin Chen. Ding! The system task, confess with the schoolgirl, has been overdone. Congratulations to the host for storming to obtain 8% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen was delighted in his heart. There was still this kind of operation? 3% directly turned into 8%? That meant that he now had 10% of the shares in Penguin Holdings, directly becoming the second largest 10-cent controller under the South African newspaper industry? Lin Chen now held 10%, which was lower than South African newspapers' 29.3% and higher than Ma Teng's 8.5%. He didn't know the specifics. These were still information he had temporarily learned. Nor did he know whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can I ask whose shares you acquired? Ding! Acquiring the shares of stockholders. Lin Chen snapped. So then, the shares in the hands of the stockholders were 50%, and the holdings of the major shareholders were also 50% counting Lin Chen, and Lin Chen had now become the second largest shareholder, and it was still a personal holding. Then his decisions would affect Penguin to a great extent. Old Ma shouldn't be able to sit still anytime soon, Lin Chen said in his heart. The car quickly drove to the entrance of Suzhou University. Because of the new students reporting in the past 2 days, many new students and their parents were at the entrance of the school. Therefore the entrance to the school appeared to be very congested. However, when Lin Chen's car drove towards the gate, all the people around unconsciously gave way to the two of them. I'll go. What kind of car is this? I've never even seen it before. It's too handsome, isn't it? It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't this the Lamborghini Poison? It's limited to a dozen cars worldwide. It can't be modified, right? Someone said in disbelief. No way. A modified Poison insider can see that this is really a Poison? It's not those 3 hardtops, but how could it appear inside Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo muttered as he looked at the Poison parked behind him ready to enter the school. He was a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast who had loved Lamborghini supercars since he was a child. His name was Wang Shijie, and he was the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Suzhou Lingzhou Group. In order to buy this more than $4 million Lamborghini Gallardo, he studied hard in his senior year of high school and got into Suzhou University before his grandfather bought it for him. This scene was also frantically photographed by his classmates and posted on the campus posting bar. Meeting of Lamborghini supercars. Shocker! Suzhou University shocked by the appearance of the 2013 Geneva Top Diva. Suzhou University enrolls top divine heroes. The entire posting bar was instantly 99+. Many people immediately came out of the dormitory just to see this top divine car. In front of Lamborghini Poison, any luxury car within the Lamborghini family has to step aside. Of course, except for the 6th element. Classmate, are you still going in? Don't block the people behind you. Wang Shijie was still looking at the Poison behind him, and he didn't even realize that it was his turn to go. Oh okay. Wang Shijie only then reacted by stepping on the gas and driving into the campus with sound waves. Yo, that car in front is not bad. Or Gallardo. It seems that there are still a lot of rich people in the school, Lin Chen said with interest. Jiang Shuowei sized up the car in front and asked curiously, what kind of car is this? How much does it cost? Lamborghini Gallardo. Over $4 million. Lamborghini Gallardo. Lin Chen said indifferently. More than $4 million? Then how much is your Ferrari? Not my Ferrari. Your Ferrari. Over $7 million. Lin Chen smiled and corrected her mistake. Over $7 million? More than $7 million and you just gave it to me? Don't you have a heartache? Jiang Shuowei said in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the front car after it drove into the campus with an indifferent look. What does it hurt if I give it to my woman? Besides I'm not that bad off. Jiang Shuowei looked at the calm Lin Chen, and thought that he was a shareholder in Penguin, and immediately closed her mouth. Lin Chen found a parking space, coincidentally just next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got out of the car, Wang Shijie on the side excitedly got out of the car and came over. Brother, is this car yours? It's so handsome. Wang Shijie said while his eyes kept skimming towards the poison next to him. Your car is also quite handsome. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How can my car compare to yours? Your car is enough to buy dozens of my cars. I've loved Lamborghini supercars since I was a kid. And today I've finally seen a poison that isn't a replica. Lin Chen had a bit of a headache looking at the excited, gushing Wang Shijie. He still had to send Jiang Shu away to a meeting. Classmate, I still have some things on my side, so I'll take my leave first. Alright, brother, can you add a super letter? There's a supercar car club in Tianfu City in a few days. Let's go and have a look. Lin Chen pondered slightly. It was quite good to open up his horizons. Otherwise it would just be a big tycoon who suddenly got rich. It's just that this tycoon of his isn't a big tycoon in general. Shu Wei, do you want to go and take a look? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuwei. You decide. I'll listen to everything you say. Jiang Shuwei said obediently as she was pulled by Lin Chen's hand. That's fine. Lin Chen opened the super letter to the business card QR code to Wang Shijie. Okay brother. Wang Shijie saw Lin Chen agreed. His face showed joy. In fact, he didn't add Lin Chen's super letter all for Lamborghini poison. It was also to expand his network. For a university like Lin Chen to open a poison, his family must be very powerful in the country. He was bound to take over his grandfather's position in the future, even though he was still separated from his dad in front of him. Alright, then I'll leave you and sister-in-law alone, Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding the super letter. When Jiang Shuwei heard the word sister-in-law, there was an indescribably sweet feeling in her heart, and even her impression of Wang Shijie as a person got a few points better. Alright, contact us on the super letter. We'll leave first. Lin Chen was also satisfied to hear Wang Shijie's address. Wang Shijie looked at the backs of the two people who were far away. He couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the man who prescribes poison. His girlfriends are all so good looking. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Chen. Brother, my name is Wang Shijie. I'm also a freshman. I'm from the computer science department. Lin Chen felt the vibration of the cell phone in his pocket and took it out to see that it was Wang Shijie's. Lin Chen, freshman, also from the computer department. After replying to the message he put his cell phone in his pocket. Chapter 15 Poverty Limits My Imagination. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuwei and walked under the shade of the campus trees. A burst of ear-piercing cicadas chirped from the branches, and the layers and layers of leaves glistened in the sunlight, casting mottled light and shadow all over the ground. The two quickly walked to the conference room of the administration building. It's here. You go back first. There are still a few minutes before the meeting. Jiang Shuwei looked at Lin Chen fondly and said, Ha, Shuwei, you're here. Lin Chen was about to speak, when a girl's surprised voice came from behind the two. Wan Air, I thought you were in there. Lin Chen turned around to look, and the one who spoke out was a girl with short hair tied up and a very distinguished appearance. Jiang Shuwei let go of her hand and walked next to Tang Waner, saying happily. Tang Waner sized up Lin Chen. This one is? Hello, I'm Shuwei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile. Ah, Yuei's boyfriend? Tang Waner was startled by these words. Tang Waner thought she was very pretty, but she could only feel inferior in front of her best friend. Because of her outstanding appearance, she had been ranked first on the school flower list listed by good people right after she enrolled in her freshman year. It was the real Shu University school flower. As a result, she had countless suitors, including many wealthy suitors. But Jiang Shuwei didn't even show any false colors. Why did you change your mind today? And only know 2 days of elementary school brother talk on? Gave Jiang Shuwei a look that went back to listen to your explanation. Then also smiled and said, Hello, my name is Tang Waner. I'm Shuwei's best bestio. At this time several teachers walked over chatting side by side. The teachers are here. There's going to be a meeting. Ah Chen, you go back first. Jiang Shuwei said and pulled Tang Waner into the conference room. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and turned around to go down to the administration building. After taking all the things he bought from the car, he ended up realizing that she forgot to take the bag she bought for Jiang Shuwei. Forget it, just put it in the car first. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, before he even entered the door, he heard Xiaowei's shouts from inside. Chen Xiao, you are a pig, ah? You're still zooming in after being sucked in by the East Emperor? I threw a set over and he just happened to suck you in. What's it to me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come over here and help me guard the wild area. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen directly opened the door and threw his clothes on the bed. Boss, you're back? Want to play pesticide? Forget it, you guys play. I won't. Lin Chen shook his head. His game talent was not good. Chicken landed in a box. Pesticide put a negative record. The three of them sniffed and didn't force themselves. Not long after, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. If I'm not wrong, it should be Lu Shu, right? Lin Chen secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Dong, I'm bothering you. You didn't pass the friend verification I sent you, so I'm calling you. Lu Shu's voice rang out with apologies. The three people playing the game also quieted down when they heard Lin Chen on the phone. It's fine. What's the matter? Lin Chen said knowingly to the advisor. Dong Lin, since you acquired another 8% of Penguin's shares, the total number of shares in your hand is now 10%. You're now Penguin's second largest shareholder. And since you didn't pass my friend request, I'm calling you to remind you that I'm sending you a link to the meeting on your super letter. Lu Shu explained. Okay, I'll agree right away. Lin Chen nodded and replied. Alright, then I won't disturb Lin Dong's rest. After the phone hung up, Lu Shu sat in her office and rubbed her temples. This Lin Dong's voice sounded young, and he had actually acquired 10% of Penguin's shares consecutively in just one day's time, becoming Penguin's second largest shareholder. Ma Tang was the second largest shareholder, coupled with several agreements signed between South African newspapers and Ma Tang. Thus Ma Tang had the highest decision-making power of Penguin. Therefore, compared to other shareholders, the number of shares is also the number of dividends that can be shared. Now Lin Chen has become the second largest shareholder, although it does not affect Ma Tang's rights, but there will always be trouble if there is a disagreement. Therefore, Ma Tang gave him a death order to make sure that Lin Chen attended this online meeting so that he could communicate with Lin Chen. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he opened his super letter and passed Lu Shu's friend request, then realized that none of the schoolmates from that day plus had agreed yet. But after thinking about it, Lin Chen let it go. Now that there is a schoolmate, it is still necessary to collect. You can't waive even if you have money. Although he also envied that kind of life with 3 wives and 4 concubines. But what boy wouldn't want to? But he couldn't apologize to Jiang Xuejie. After making the call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes and pants he bought. It's okay boss, this one looks pretty good. What brand? Xiao Wei asked Lin Chen in front of the mirror. Givenchy's. Xiao Wei said he had never heard of it. Givenchy? Boss, how much do you pay for this one? Chen Xiao on the side came to his senses. He knew the brand Givenchy, a very high-end luxury brand. Less than 70,000. Lin Chen said indifferently. Actually, he wanted to find those top designers to design a few sets of clothes. Anyway, there were still tens of millions of dollars in his card. Less than 70,000? Xiao Wei's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Chen's outfit and couldn't speak. One could only say that poverty limited one's imagination. Xiao Wei had originally thought that there should be a near 10,000 and it would be tops. By the way boss, the counselor in the class group notified that there will be a meeting at 3:30 later in classroom 305 of the first teaching to talk about something. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen sniffed and looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. Then it's almost time. Pack up and let's go over. Good. Which one of these is the first teaching? The few people walked to the area of the teaching buildings only to realize that they had no idea which one was the first teaching. There was only some kind of inspirational building, persuasive building, or whatever. The 4 stood under the shade of a tree and looked at each other. Shu Wei, that building is the first teaching? Lin Chen helplessly sent a message to Jiang Xuewei. Persuasion building, that one. Ha 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 ha. Chen, you are the same as I was at that time. I didn't expect Jiang Xuewei to reply in seconds. Aren't you in a meeting? Still playing with the cell phone. I just wanted to send you a message. The vice president of the student council has been pursuing me. Today I always feel that the atmosphere is a little different. Chen, can you come pick me up later? Lin Chen saw the message sent by Jiang Xuewei. His face was a bit not so good. Good. When are you guys done with the meeting? I'll come pick you up. Almost 4:30. Good. Jiang Xuewei looked at the chat record with Lin Chen in her cell phone and was slightly relieved. Jiang Xuewei realized that from the meeting until now, the vice president of the student council, Zhao Lei, and a few of his friends around him sometimes quietly said a few words, and then looked at themselves. Associated with the fact that from the time she joined the student council and met Hu Jiaqing, he had launched a frantic pursuit of herself. Even after being rejected by herself many times, she was not discouraged. Today, she always felt that he was going to make things happen again, which made her helpless. Shu Wei, this guy isn't going to confess to you again, is he? Tang Wanner quietly came up next to Jiang Xuewei and asked in a low voice. She also noticed Zhao Lei's movements. I don't know, but it's definitely not something good. Then did you talk to elementary school brother? Said that he'll come over to pick me up later. That's good. Chapter 16, Difficulties from the Class President. The first teaching is the persuasion building. Lin Chen retrieved his cell phone and said to the few Chen Xiao who were about to ask the others. Boss, how do you know that? The few people asked as they walked towards the classroom. I asked my girlfriend. Lin Chen said without blushing or jumping with a calm face. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days and you have a girlfriend? The 3 people looked at Lin Chen with shocked faces. Yeah, isn't that normal? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen's calm and unconcerned appearance and suddenly had the urge to put his fist on his face. Who is it, taking down our boss so quickly? Xiao Fei said with a smile. My girlfriend is Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei, I know. What? Jiang Xuewei? Xiao Fei, who usually had a calm face, for the first time acted so out of character. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao looked at each other. Who is Jiang Shuowei? Boss, you took Jiang Shuowei down? After the shock, Xiao Fei covered his chest in pain. You recognize? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Suzhou University's school flower. Can I not recognize it? Xiao Fei, as a veteran of love affairs, knew before he came to the school that there was such a high and cold school flower at Suzhou University who rejected all those who pursued her. Originally, Xiao Fei's target was Jiang Shuowei, but he didn't expect to be taken down by his own boss. Lin Chen was a little wary when he saw Xiao Fei's pained look. Old Ford, don't you dare hit on my girlfriend. How can that be? A friend's wife is not to be bullied. That said, boss, how did you chase after the high and cold school girl? Xiao Fei asked with a shameful face. If he could learn, then college life would become colorful. High and cold? Didn't feel it. Lin Chen carefully recalled. No more. It's time to go to class. Xiao Fei had wanted to be asking, but could only be unwillingly silenced. After the four of them entered the classroom and found a seat to sit in, they felt that many girls were looking at them. Of course they were looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Soon a female teacher with a somewhat short stature and glasses who looked to be in her 30s or 40s walked in. After counting the number of people and seeing that everyone had arrived, she nodded with satisfaction. People are all here, then I'll hurry up and say it without delaying everyone's time. Tomorrow is the day of military training. The training uniforms have been put on the students' beds before everyone enrolls. 10 minutes later, then it's time for the last part of the day, choosing the class members. Are there any students who have volunteered? Lin Chen's few people didn't have this interest. They just looked at the self-introductions and campaign vows of the few students on the stage with boredom. Lin Chen watched the time pass little by little. It was almost 4:30, and he was a little anxious in his heart. Boss, are you in trouble? Chen Xiao and the others saw that Lin Chen kept looking at the time, so they were concerned. I have to go pick up my girlfriend, Lin Chen explained. The trio rolled their eyes and stopped paying attention. Class president, find a few students to clean up this classroom. The others will leave on their own, the counselor said and hurried out of the classroom. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. 5:20. He could make it. You guys go back first. I'll leave first, Lin Chen said and prepared to leave. Classmate, is it okay if you stay and clean up? Lin Chen took a look. It was the boy who had just successfully run for class president, called Xiao Fei. I still have something to do. Can I find someone else? Anyone has something to do, brother? Cleaning up won't take much time. Just you and this brother. Xiao Fei finished and pointed at Xiao Fei. He was still quite handsome. Originally, before Lin Chen and the four of them entered the classroom, the gazes of the female students in the class were all on him. But as soon as Lin Chen and Xiao Fei came in, those girls put their eyes on the two of them. This made him feel a bit upset in his heart. It's fine, boss. You go ahead and get busy with yours. We'll help you with it, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei voiced out. Alright, I'll treat you guys to dinner some other day. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei brightened up when they heard this. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei again. It's okay now, right? It's okay, but for a prick like you who doesn't listen to the class committee, I think it's still necessary to talk to the counselor. Xiao Fei saw that someone helped him out a little unwillingly, and in a hot flash he said this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding students who hadn't left yet towards Xiao Fei suddenly became a bit strange. Isn't this purely looking for trouble? I say, brother, you're disgusting enough. Don't look at Chen Zhao's long, thin and tall, wearing a pair of glasses like a gentleman, but in reality, he is a violent temper. Xiao Fei was a bit puzzled. Why would he target himself and his boss for good reason? It couldn't be that he was jealous that my boss and I were more handsome than him, could it? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling that the three Chen Xiao people didn't need to care. Then he looked at Xiao Fei with a very calm expression. Suit yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left the classroom, heading towards the office where Jiang Shuowei was having a meeting. Ding! Releasing a system mission. Make Xiao Fei apologize. Reward, Ida Emerald 5961p. Lin Chen froze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Just what I wanted. But was this Zhao Lei so worthless? This should be the worst of the system's rewards, right? Alright, let's call it a day. Hard work, everyone. Meeting adjourned. After the teachers walked out of the office, Zhao Lei walked over with a few boys. What do you guys want? Tang Wan'er protected Jiang Shuowei behind her and looked at the few people warily. I just want to say a few words to Shuowei. Zhao Lei saw the defensive too and smiled stiffly. If it's about the student council, then go ahead. Jiang Shuowei said with a flat face. It's not about the student council. Do you have time in the evening? I'd like to invite you for dinner. No need. I have a date tonight. Jiang Shuowei shook her head unhappily. Shuowei. Zhao Lei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jiang Shuowei. President Zhao, my relationship with you isn't good enough to call me Shuowei. You should just call me by my name. Also, I have a date tonight. I'm going to dinner with my boyfriend. So, please also ask President Zhao not to bother me again in the future. Jiang Shuawei finished speaking and pulled Tang Wan Air ready to leave. However, she was blocked by a few other boys. Shuawei, you don't have to lie to me about the fact that you have a boyfriend. I'm graduating soon, and in my last days on campus, I hope you can give me a chance, Zhao Lei said with a face of deep love. Tang Wan Air was a little angry. I said, do you still want to be shameless? Shuiwei has said that she already has a boyfriend, you're still dead set on it. And you guys, what do you mean by stopping us? School violence? Believe it or not, I'll tell the teacher right away. The fuming Tang Wan Air was like a tigress protecting her calf, said Zhao Lei's face sank, and those few boys hesitated and got out of the way. Sister Tang is so fierce? Lin Chen's voice came from the doorway. Jiang Shuawei immediately jogged over in surprise and pulled Lin Chen's hand. Ah Chen, you're here. Aha. Lin Chen tenderly helped Jiang Shuawei stroke the messy hair on her forehead. Tang Wan Air was also relieved to see Lin Chen come. Don't look at how brave she was just now, but to be honest, she was still a little scared in her heart when facing a few big men. Shuawei, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 17, Dong Fong is my uncle. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen with a cold face and a bad tone. I've said it before, don't call me Shuawei, please watch your words in front of my boyfriend. Senior Zhao. Jiang Shuawei glanced at Zhao Lei with a cold expression. Senior, I see that you should be a freshman who just enrolled, right? Can you give Shuawei a good life? If you're sensible, I hope you can leave Shuawei by yourself. Zhao Lei didn't pay any attention to Jiang Shuawei, but looked at Lin Chen and said, Senior Zhao, right? First point number 1, Shuawei is my girlfriend. Please don't harass my girlfriend. Second point, then may I ask what conditions Senior Zhao can give my girlfriend to give a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. At least it has to be like me, right? Do you know how much a suite in my house costs? You might not be able to afford a suite in my house for the rest of your life. Talking about this issue seemed to have given Zhao Lei a lot of confidence, and he spoke with a sense of confidence. Tianfu's house prices were very high. Almost all of them were around $20,000, but the income was very low. Typical city with high consumption and low income. A suite bought without a 2 or 3 million is not down. Many people will choose to leave Tianfu to fight. Nothing else, just because they want to have a home. My family has 5 suites. Each suite is worth $2 or $3 million. My parents even said that they would take a suite as a wedding room when I get married. Zhao Lei said and also looked at Jiang Shuawei's reaction. To his disappointment, Jiang Shuawei just wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and didn't even look at him. The eyes looking at Lin Chen at this moment were filled with jealousy. And just lifted a Wrangler the other day. Do you have all these? Awesome Alay. Not even graduated from college yet and you can drive a 500, 000 to 600, 000 dollar car. Yes, Brother Lei. I have to ask Brother Lei to take care of me more in the future. Zhao Lei, who was being greeted and praised by the people around him at the moment, was very pleased with himself, and even teasingly glanced at Lin Chen. Tang Wan Air also glanced at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with some concern. Jiang Shuawei slightly shook her head. Just this? Just this? A $500,000 or $600,000 Wrangler? It doesn't even compare to one of my poison's wheels. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. Ding! Releasing system mission. Punch Zhao Lei in the face. Mission reward, all the storefronts in the commercial streets of the Great Bay Area. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Did the system release missions so frequently? Kid, leave Shuaiwei if you're sensible. She's not something a poor kid like you can get your hands on. Zhao Lei, who noticed Lin Chen's expression, said with a cold face, how many suites at home? Driving a several $100,000 car? Is this your capital? Lin Chen's tone was slightly cold. What kind of big-tail wolf are you playing here? Originally, I was going to take Shuawei to the Imperial Hotel's floor-size private room for dinner at night. Do you know what level it is to be able to dine at the Imperial Marriott's floor-size room? That means you've already crossed one foot into another class in Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of the Imperial Palace Hotel is? Zhao Lei arrogantly flaunted. The general manager of Empire Hotel is my father's hairdresser. It's because of him that I'm able to eat in the floor-size private room. Can you do all this? Probably haven't even heard of it, right? The eyes of the surrounding people with respect made Zhao Lei feel like he had reached an orgasm. Jiang Shuawei's eyes were looking at Zhao Lei more and more strangely at this moment. It was only today that she had arrived at the Imperial Palace Tianzino. One private room for lunch, and Lin Chen was still the big boss behind the Imperial Palace Hotel. This Zhao Lei is afraid that he's not here to be funny? The general manager of the Imperial Palace Hotel? Are you saying that Dong Fong is your father's hairdresser? Lin Chen didn't think that there was still a relationship with Dong Fong, but this would be great, and he could still get the system quest done. HM? Still knows the name of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. It seems like you kid has some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is my dad's hairdresser. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, then you should also know the gap in our time. How about this? You give your Uncle Dong a call and ask him to see if he recognizes someone called Lin Chen. I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me in half an hour, and apologize to my girlfriend and sister Tang, I won't hold you responsible. Lin Chen said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Let me call my Uncle Dong? Let me apologize? Zhao Lei looked like he had heard some kind of joke. Then his face turned cold. Who are you? Also worthy of me apologizing? That's right. Junior brother. Big talk. You're a freshman who doesn't know anything and hasn't been exposed to society. What are you barking at? The person next to Zhao Lei also barked. Zhang Shuawei and Tang Weiner's faces were very cold at this time. They didn't expect that the student council members who usually behaved in a way that was very pleasing to the teachers were actually so disgusting. It was disgusting. However, Zhang Shuawei had no worries. Lin Chen's background. I'm afraid there weren't many people in the entire Suzhou University who could compare to him, right? Seeing that her good girlfriends weren't worried, Tang Wan didn't doubt what Lin Chen said in her heart. She was just curious about what kind of background Lin Chen had. Very well. You're not going to fight, are you? That's fine. I'll fight. But you won't have any room for redemption if I fight. Oh, Lin Chen had thought that they were all students, so he would take a step back and let them apologize. I didn't expect to be so aggressive. Still pretending to be a big-tail wolf here? You fight. I'll see how long you can pretend. Zhao Lei was very disdainful. What kind of person was Dong Fong? He was the general manager of one of Tianfu City's top 5-star international hotels that integrated catering, accommodation, and entertainment. With so many years of sitting in this position, the connections he has made can be imagined. Will he know you as a freshman? Even if he did, would he give up his nephew for a freshman? Good. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Taking out his cell phone, he called Dong Fong. It only took a few seconds for the call to connect. Hello Lin Dong. May I ask what your orders are? Dong Fong's respectful voice came out. Do you know someone called Zhao Lei? From Suzhou University? I heard him say that he's also the son of your hairdresser. Dong Fong on the other end heard that Lin Chen's tone was a little off, and his heart sank. Had this kid offended this master? The Lin Dong I know. He's my friend's son. Dong Fong said with some apprehension. In his heart, he had already cursed Zhao Lei and his father 10,000 times. He's using your name to make a fuss outside. It's affecting our hotel's reputation. Don't you think so? Lin Chen said flatly, and Dong Fong on the other end of the phone had already been sweating profusely. Yes. Lin Dong's education is. Zhao Lei's father is just on average with me not to talk about any hairy little. If he offends Lin Dong, I'll help you clean him up. Zhao Lei looked at the fussing Lin Chen and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Only then did he notice that Lin Chen was wearing Givenchy. This set down had to be at least tens of thousands of dollars. It shows that Lin Chen is not a poor student. Does he really know Uncle Dong? But it didn't matter. He was Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei comforted himself and threw those bad thoughts out of his head. Alright, deal with it yourself. This kid still doesn't believe that I know you, thinking that I'm just a poor student. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Alright Lin Dong, I'll call this kid right away. Aha. Lin Chen hung up the phone and teasingly looked at Zhao Lei. It's gone? It's gone? When Zhao Lei saw that Lin Chen hung up the phone and nothing happened, he became even more certain that Lin Chen was bluffing. There's no rush, Lin Chen said with a smile, and before his words fell, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Someone called you. Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned ugly as he looked at the phone number in his cell phone that was docketed as Uncle Dong. Could it be that he really messed with someone he shouldn't have? Chapter 18, You're the boss of Dihao? Zhao Lei uneasily picked up the phone. What do you want from me, Uncle Dong? Don't you know what I'm looking for you for? In the future, don't use my name to cause trouble outside. Don't call me Uncle Dong from now on, and don't contact me in the future. Dong Fong's furious voice came out. Ha? Why Uncle Dong? Is it because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said in panic. A large part of the reason their family was able to open a small company and still have a good business was because of the business Dong Fong had introduced them to. And if it was because of him that Dong Fong stopped helping their family, what awaited him back home would be his dad's bamboo shoots fried with pork. Why? Do you know what kind of person you've messed with, Lin Chen? What kind of person? Zhao Lei subconsciously asked. He's the owner of our Imperial Hotel, and the only boss. Dong Fong directly hung up the phone after saying this. Zhao Lei felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky granting on his body when he heard these words. Zhao Lei trembled as he put his cell phone back into his pocket, looking at Lin Chen in front of him with a smile on his face. He couldn't cry. Brother you have such a big background, why didn't you say so? Brother Lei, how is it? Is this kid faking it? The person next to him didn't pay attention to Zhao Lei's pale face and was still looking at Lin Chen with a mocking face. Zhao Lei didn't pay attention to him and walked directly to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, you forgive me as an adult. Zhao Lei bowed his head in a low voice, asking for Lin Chen's forgiveness. He knew very well that at an age like Lin Chen's to be the boss of Dihao, it wasn't something that a small character like him could offend. Taking a step back, even if he only had the status of being the boss of the Imperial Hao, it would be enough to clean him up. and even their family would have to play through. Therefore apologizing was the only way he could think of. Zhao Lei's actions stunned the people following him. Only Jiang Shuowei was very calm. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen were filled with admiration and love. Tang Wan-er looked dazedly at the humble Zhao Lei at this moment, and then at Lin Chen. It seemed that his girlfriend had found a boyfriend with an unusual background. At this time, Zhao Lei's friends reacted to the fact that Lin Chen's background should be extraordinary, and ran out of the office in a puff of smoke. What if they stayed in the office and were remembered by Lin Chen? They had all just mocked Lin Chen. No, 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 Senior Zhao, how dare I accept your apology? Lin Chen had given him a chance, so naturally he didn't cherish it himself, so it wasn't his fault. Brother Lin, I didn't know that you were the owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to clamor in front of you even if I had 10 guts, Zhao Lei said bitterly. At this moment, he felt like a clown for his previous reasoned behavior. Lin Chen was the owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel? Tang Wan-er looked at the calm Lin Chen in shock. She was aware of the Imperial Palace Hotel. The rich second generation who had courted her before would sometimes take her there for dinner. Such a high-quality elementary school brother. No no no, this is Shuiwei's boyfriend. How can I steal a man from Shuiwei? Tang Wan-er shook off the impure thoughts within herself. What? Does Senior Zhao like bullying people with no background so much? What would Senior Zhao do if I was an ordinary person? Lin Chen's smile faded away. This. Zhao Lei was sweating profusely but couldn't say anything. He could only look at Jiang Shuowei with a look of help, hoping that Jiang Shuowei would help him say a few words. Jiang Shuowei noticed Zhao Lei's eyes but didn't pay any attention to them. Just now when Zhao Lei mocked Lin Chen she was so angry that she wanted to spray Zhao Lei to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Now you want me to put in a good word for you? Dream on you. Kneel down and apologize. Admit your mistake and you can leave. Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Lei stood still and didn't make a move. But inwardly, he was in a heavenly battle. He understood very well that if Lin Chen targeted their family, then everything he was proud of now would be a thing of the past. I'm sorry brother Lin. I'm sorry schoolmistress Jiang and schoolmistress Tang Shui. I made a mistake in this matter. I ask for your forgiveness. Zhao Lei trembled and bent his knees to the ground, bowing his head with a humiliated face. At this moment, he was glad that his few friends ran away. Otherwise, if such a humiliating thing was seen by them, how would he be able to mix in Suzhou University this year? Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner looked away with some intolerance. The anger in their hearts had long since dissipated by half. Alright, you can leave. This matter is over. Lin Chen somewhat appreciated Zhao Lei. Able to bend, able to stretch, lose some face but can preserve the family's industry. Very cost-effective deal. Zhao Lei heard Lin Chen's words. The big stone hanging in his heart finally landed. He hurriedly got up and quickly walked out of the conference room. Chun, you're really great. Jiang Shuowei happily wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and pouted. Tang Wan-er's jaw was dropped in shock. Is this still the Jiang Shuowei I know? Where's the high and cold temperament from before? Lin Chen dotingly scraped Jiang Shuowei's small, compact and high nose. Alright, stop spreading dog food. I'm almost full. Tang Wan-er spat out in dissatisfaction. Jiang Shuowei spat out her tongue towards Tang Wan-er before letting go of her hold on Lin Chen's hand. Dead girl, let's see how I'll clean you up when I go back to the dormitory. Tang Wan-er cursed in her heart. Sister Tang, thank you for protecting Shuowei. Lin Chen said gratefully to Tang Wan-er with a smile on his face. Anla, Shuowei is also my good girlfriend. This is all what I should do. Tang Wan-er waved her hand and said indifferently. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No, it's better not to go and be a light bulb. I'll go back to the dorm first. Bye. Tang Wan-er waved her hand after refusing and left. Congratulations to the host for completing intermission. Punch Zhao Lei in the face. The Great Bay Commercial Street has been rewarded to the host in a reasonable manner. The original commercial store owner has added a super letter addressed to you. Please choose the right time to sign the transfer contract. Ah Chen, where are we going next? Jiang Shuowei saw that Tang Wan-er had left, her hands hugging Lin Chen's arm, her beautiful big eyes blinking. Why don't we go stroll around the Great Bay Commercial Street outside the school, and have a meal there on the way? Lin Chen said after thinking about it. Mainly Lin Chen wanted to go and see how the new commercial street rewarded by the system was doing, and incidentally go and sign the transfer contract. Yeah. Lin Chen opened his super mail and sent a super mail to that representative indicating that he would go sign the contract later on, then returned to the car with Jiang Shuowei. You got out of the car and forgot to take your bag. Do you not like it? Lin Chen laughed. No, I really like this bag you sent. Super favorite. Jiang Shuowei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was sneakily attacked, and that fire in his heart immediately rose up. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen couldn't help but directly wrap his arms around Jiang Shuowei's neck and kissed her cherry mouth in Jiang Shuowei's horrified eyes. Well, The two kissed for several more minutes before stopping in Jiang Shuawei's praying eyes. Chen, won't it be difficult for you to breathe? Jiang Shuawei's face was red and her body was paralyzed on the co-pilot, gasping for breath and asked, will not why would it be difficult to breathe? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shuawei was speechless. Well, I don't know why. Chapter 19, Signing the Transfer Contract of Luan Street. It took a while for Jiang Shuawei to slow down and complained with a pout. It's all almost played out by you. Lin Chen smiled sarcastically and started the engine all the way off campus in the envious eyes of his classmates. Arriving at the commercial street in the Great Bay Area, Lin Chen found a parking space and parked his car under the envious gaze of the security guards. Then he and Jiang Shuawei came to the commercial street. There were about 200 to 300 stores in this commercial street. A 200 square meter store is about $8 million. And the rent alone is $40,000 to $50,000 a month. The entire street had stores of different sizes. And in 1 month, it was estimated that Lin Chen would be able to collect nearly $10 million in rent alone. What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuawei inquired. I'm going to sign a contract. After signing it, I'll accompany you shopping, buy you something, and then how about dinner? Eating is fine. Buying something is better. You just bought me a several tens of thousands bag today. Jiang Shuawei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was rich, she didn't want to be a bloodsucker. I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it right to spend some money on you? You shouldn't have a mental burden. Besides, school sister Tang did you a favor today. Mustn't I buy something to thank her? Lin Chen smiled blandly. Well, but you can't spend too much money on it. Jiang Shuawei lightly bit her finger and thought about it or nodded her head in agreement. Then what kind of contract did you sign? Bought a street frontage. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen asked for an Americano, and Jiang Shuawei asked for a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a location to the original owner of the store. At this time the waitress brought another cup of macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this cup Jiang Shuawei looked at the coffee in front of her with some confusion. This is from our boss. He said he wishes to make friends with you. The waitress had an ambiguous smile on her face. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen turned their heads to see a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with black pants over the bar smiling and looking over. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It was really a red face. No need. My boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuawei politely rebuffed while handing the coffee back to the waitress. The smile on the waitress's face froze. She didn't want to come in the first place. People were originally a man and a woman, but her boss insisted she come. She looked back at her boss. Seeing that her boss nodded even though her face wasn't looking too good, she took the coffee. Excuse me. The waitress bent down to apologize then left. Chen, did I do a great job? Jiang Shuawei raised her small face, looking like she was quick to praise me. Lin Chen dotingly touched Jiang Shuawei's head. Of course I did a great job. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shuawei was as happy as a kindergartner getting a little red flower. The face of the boss who was paying attention to the two became even more unsightly. He noticed Jiang Shuawei the first time she came in. His first feeling was stunning. Very pretty and pure. More temperamental than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be moved. Even if she might have a boyfriend he was willing to give it a try. As long as the hoe is dug well. What corner can't be dug? Beauty, can you give a contact? After thinking for a long time the boss still decided to be shameless. Jiang Shuawei was so surprised that she raised her head to look at the boss. Could it be that the waitress just now didn't make her words clear? I have a boyfriend, no thanks. Jiang Shuawei said with a cold expression. Lin Chen was also very speechless. Beauty, you should be a college student in the neighborhood, right? It's useless to be handsome in this society. The most important thing is whether or not you have the ability. I'm 26 years old this year, and I've opened a cafe of over 200 square feet right here on this commercial street. A month's turnover is about $150,000, and there's a $70,000 to $80,000 of pure profit. How about adding a super letter? Pretty girl, you can definitely make a better choice. The boss didn't forget to give Lin Chen a provocative glance after he finished speaking. He was very confident that this girl would definitely agree to add her super mail when she heard that she could earn $70,000 to $80,000 a month. No need. I've already said that I have a boyfriend. It's none of my business how much you earn in a month. Please don't bother me and my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei's tone had become a bit impatient. $70,000 to $80,000 a month? How much is that? As much as my family's Chen earns in a minute. In 2023, a penguin would probably make more than $700,000 a minute. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, who just faintly snorted and didn't say anything. The boss was already a bit upset at being rejected, and at this time, hearing Lin Chen snicker was even more fiery. Little brother, are you looking down on $70,000 to $80,000 a month? May I ask if a student like you can earn $70,000 to $80,000 a month? The boss looked at Lin Chen opposite Jiang Shuawei with disdain and some jealousy. Long and handsome indeed. No wonder he could charm this pretty girl. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, boss, does it? Lin Chen picked up his coffee and took a sip, saying indifferently. That boss choked and didn't know what to say back. May I ask if it's Mr. Lin? At this time that original owner of the store rushed over based on Lin Chen's description. So young. This was at most 22 or 12 years old, right? Just to have the money to buy his entire commercial street of stores worth over $1 billion? I am. Lin Chen shot a glance at the middle-aged man in front of him who was dressed in an unassuming manner. Uncle Sun, why did you come over? The store owner saw Sun Yong and asked in a surprised yet flattering manner. Wasn't Uncle Sun preparing to go sign the transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's way. Mr. Lin booked the place in your cafe, so I came straight over to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yong glanced at the cafe owner and recalled it carefully in his mind before remembering that it seemed to be surnamed Wei. Signing a contract? Mr. Lin, could it be that? Wei Chao glanced at Lin Chen in shock. The commercial street boss was this college student? Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? This is just a college student. Ha? How could he be the new boss of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He had just offended Lin Chen to death by digging in someone else's face. How could there be a mistake? Mr. Lin and I had an appointment at table 43 of this coffee shop of yours, Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with some suspicion. You wouldn't have offended Mr. Lin, would you? Offending isn't so bad. But, Mr. Wei, it's not very nice to ask for my girlfriend's contact information in front of me in a deadpan manner, is it? Lin Chen leisurely sipped his coffee and slowly said. Hearing this, Sun Yong unobtrusively pulled away a bit from Wei Chao. To be able to buy this commercial street at such an age, one could imagine how strong the other party's background was. He didn't want to be dragged into it. Wei Chao's face paled at his words. If Lin Chen didn't rent the store to him, then all his efforts would be in vain. It was especially hard to find a store on a commercial street like Luan Street, which gathered several surrounding universities. It was common sense that college students made the best money. A carrot is a carrot. Where can one find such a good location? Thinking of this, Wei Chao could not wait to slap himself. Chapter 20, accompanying Jiang Shuawei to the pet shop. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm the one who offended you and your girlfriend. Let's put it this way. I'll pay for the coffee for the two of you today. Am I worse off than you with these cups of coffee? Lin Chen looked at Wei Chao with some amusement. Wei Chao's face was pale and he couldn't say anything. Alright, in the future, it's okay for me and my girlfriend to come and drink coffee for free, right? Ha, good. In the future, coffee is free when Mr. Lin and your friends come. Wei Chao first froze for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Chen to choose to let him off the hook. As for free coffee, could those few cups of coffee be compared to this store? It was true that the pattern of a truly rich person was different. Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen gratefully and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you go ahead and go about your business. Mr. Lin and I still have things to talk about. Sun Yong laughed. Alright, then you and Mr. Lin talk, I'll go first. Wei Chao's posture was shown very low. The people in the cafe had more or less heard some of it. Knowing that there were two people who came to talk about things, the volume was involuntarily lowered. In fact, Lin Chen chose to let Wei Chao go mainly because he didn't go too far. His girlfriend was too pretty, and it was normal to attract the attention of other men. If every slightly offensive person had to go and clean up once again, it would not be exhausting. The appropriate choice to let go instead can reflect their own pattern. Sun Yong was quite attentive and had the waiter bring in some more pastries. Sun Yong took out 2 contracts. Lin Chen is not skeptical. A little look at it directly signed. Mainly this was a system reward. Could it be fake? Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. Now this commercial street is yours. Sun Yong stood up with his own copy of the contract in satisfaction and stretched out his hand towards Lin Chen. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen also stood up and shook hands with Sun Yong and smiled lightly. After Sun Yong left, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei also got up and left the cafe. This caused Wei Chao, who had been paying attention to Lin Chen, to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen, this street is all yours now? Jiang Shuawei surveyed the overcrowded Luan Street, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. She suddenly felt as if she was not worthy of Lin Chen at all, even if she was the school flower. For someone with a status and position like Lin Chen, a school flower? Just a plaything. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Shuawei's mood was a little low, and put his arm around Jiang Shuawei's shoulders. No, I should say it's ours. Lin Chen sniffed the scent of Jiang Shuawei's hair, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Shuawei felt the warmth of Lin Chen's embrace and suddenly felt at ease, her attachment to Lin Chen rising a few more points. Turning around, she hugged Lin Chen. Grandma, I seem to have found the person you were talking about. Jiang Shuawei murmured in a voice that only she could hear. Isn't that Jiang Shuawei, the school beauty of our school? Why is she hugging a guy? Where? Holy, it's still true. My wife is actually hugging another man? My youth is over. After all, Luan Street was near the school, and the two would inevitably be noticed by people from the same school. Especially since Jiang Shuawei was also the school beauty of Suzhou University. The two naturally heard the exclamations of those people. Jiang Shuawei blushed as she let go of her hand and relieved her shyness by fixing her hair. Let's go to that pet store and take a look. Chen, do you like cats and dogs and stuff? Jiang Shuawei said in a cheerful tone as she pointed to a pet store called McPet's Pet Shop. She loved cats and dogs, and would go in to take a look every time she and Tang Wan Air came to Willow Bay Street to shop. Although they didn't buy them, it was extremely fun to go and take a look. Well, let's go. Lin Chen nodded. It was obvious that Jiang Shuawei loved small animals, thinking that he would definitely move to Yulan Shengting No. 1 by then, and then raise some of Jiang Shuawei's favorite cats and dogs. Maybe Jiang Shuawei would even be willing to cohabitate with herself. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and walked quickly towards My Pet's Pet Shop. Those few people saw that they were out of the line of sight of the two, took out their cell phones and quietly took a picture and sent it to the campus forum. Shocked, Jiang Shuawei, who refused countless suitors, even send out just a few dozen seconds. This topic was instantly rushed to the top few. Look at this side face and the back shadow is really Jiang Shuawei? Master hasn't fallen in love yet and has already lost his love. Upstairs, +1. This man how I seem to have seen where? I'm not sure if I've ever seen him before, but I've seen him before. I think he's the one who drove the Ferrari SF90 on the day of freshman orientation. What? Didn't you say that school girls don't care about rich kids? He's so handsome. I love him. Upstairs, don't get horny. A few people looked at the instantly fiery post with a hint of shock on their faces. It really deserves to be the school flower of Suzhou University. Ah, this hotness. And Zhao Fei, who had just finished the task explained by the counselor, was idly bored and brushed the campus forum for a while. Ha! How does this face look so much like that guy in our class who was so handsome? Zhao Fei looked at the photo within the post in disbelief. Shopping with the schoolgirl and cuddling. Freshman enrollment drove a Ferrari SF90 into the school. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. Freshman enrollment drove a Ferrari worth several $1 million. The background must not be simple. He himself also offended him this afternoon. Zhao Fei thought of this, more and more apprehensive, his heart like hanging a big stone. On the other hand, the two people who were still inside the pet store were still completely unaware of everything that had happened. Chen, look at how cute this ragdoll cat is. Jiang Shuawei looked at the ragdoll cat in front of her with gray patterns strewn across its pure white fur and eyes as blue as jewels, and couldn't hide the little stars in her eyes. As if sensing Jiang Shuawei's line of sight, the ragdoll cat, which was originally lazily lying on the cage, stretched out its small paws on the cage, as if it wanted to touch Jiang Shuawei's face. That adorable look instantly grabbed Jiang Shuawei's heart. Wow, this ragdoll cat is so cute. It even tried to touch me. Hey, did you see that, Chen? Jiang Shuawei excitedly shook Lin Chen's hand and arm, but her eyes were always on the Muppet cat. If you like it, buy it and keep it. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuawei's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ah, is it really possible? But wanting to keep a cat on campus seems like a lot of trouble. Hey, Jiang Shuawei was heartened to hear Lin Chen's words, but said hesitantly, this is all a small matter. I'll handle it. And this kitten is all belongs to you and me. Oh, very memorable. Jiang Shuawei's eyes softened even more as she looked at the ragdoll cat. Boss, we'll take this ragdoll cat. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei didn't object, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said directly to the shopkeeper. The female shopkeeper heard that there was business coming and hurriedly walked over. We'll take this ragdoll cat. A female voice sounded beside Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why did he keep running into this kind of fault-finding lately? Chapter 21. Why are you here to stir up trouble again? The woman who spoke out looked at the duo with amusement. Shuawei, I'm sorry, but I want this Muppet cat too. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, you recognize it? Jiang Shuawei looked at the woman in front of her with an ugly face and nodded at Lin Chen. Her name is Han Chichi. She's my roommate, but the relationship isn't very good. Lin Chen suddenly realized that this was the case. Lin Chen still thought that he came with a protagonist aura, and was the one who wanted to come over and tune things out, and then get himself slapped in the face. It turned out that it was because of Shuawei. Han Chichi always felt that Jiang Shuawei was pretending to be noble, and she didn't give a damn about so many rich kids chasing after her. Also, why is she the department flower? Jiang Shuawei is the school flower? The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get a good deal of money. She will not admit that she is jealous of Jiang Shuawei. She saw that the man beside Jiang Shuawei dressed should be a rich man, but so what? The boyfriend beside her is the relative of the chairman of Lang Wine Group. The status is not ordinary rich second generation can compare. While the man beside her looked at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of greed in his eyes, he also looked at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei with some jealousy. I'm sorry, my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat. so I can only ask the two of you to part with it. The man put away the greed under his eyes and looked at Lin Chen condescendingly. There has to be a first come first served in everything, right? Zhang Shuowei's face was ice cold. It's true that these two wanted this ragdoll cat first. There's another ragdoll cat over there that's also very cute, the female shopkeeper said to the two Han Chichi with an apologetic face. But her words were interrupted by Han Chichi before she could finish. Didn't you not pay yet? Since I haven't paid, then why can't I compete? The shopkeeper was a bit embarrassed. This ragdoll cat of yours is labeled at 8,999. Like this, I'll offer 12,000 to buy it. The man looked at the female shopkeeper in front of him and said with a smile. The female shopkeeper was obviously a little moved. Who wouldn't want to earn more? Thank you, baby. Han Chichi happily kissed the man, and also provocatively glanced at Zhang Shuowei. Zhang Shuowei's pretty face was red with anger. She wanted to give up but couldn't let go of this very spiritual cat. She always felt that this little cat liked her. Seeing that Zhang Shuowei was unhappy, Lin Chen was also a little angered. Originally, he didn't want to intervene too much in the internal affairs of their dormitory, but since that man had to come in and get involved, then don't blame me. Compare financial strength? I, Lin Chen, am not afraid. I'll offer 20,000. Lin Chen's expression was flat. At this time, the people around also noticed a few people bidding. Is this ragdoll cat so valuable? 20,000 apiece? Can't you see the $89.99 price tag on it? This is obviously a contradiction in deliberately raising the price. The sound of the surrounding people's discussion made the man's face sink. Young men in their 20s were already good at saving face, and if he lost to his girlfriend's enemy's boyfriend at this time, wouldn't he lose all his face? How could he raise his head in front of Han Chichi? I'll pay $50,000. The man gritted his teeth and added $50,000 in one breath. Then he whispered a threat in Lin Chen's ear. I'm a relative of the chairman of Lang Wine Group. My name is Wang Haoren. Give me face. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the money, but he was afraid that this matter would become a big deal and have a bad influence if he let his second uncle know that he did this in public for a woman. Lin Chen came to be interested when he heard this. Lang Wine Group? One of the top 500 companies in China? This is indeed not a small head, but it's not enough. 100,000. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to her and continued to raise the price. Ding! System mission released. Make Wang Haoren apologize. Reward, leopard license plate number, Shuei 88888. Because today's trigger mission has reached its upper limit, the reward will be released tomorrow. There's such a thing as triggering a mission ceiling? Wang Haoren's face became even more somber after hearing this. Haoren, how come it's you? A person squeezed in from the crowd and said in surprise as he looked at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren turned his head to look and a smile piled up on his face. Brother, why are you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but as a result, this couple insisted on grabbing it from me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. Wang Shijie frowned at Han Chichi after hearing this. Once Han Chichi heard that it was Wang Haoren's brother, she lost her temper just now, and was even more nervous at the moment as she was being sized up by Wang Shijie. She had heard Wang Haoren say that his cousin, also known as Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, was also studying at Suzhou University. Isn't this the guy who drove that $4 million supercar that day? Zhang Shuowei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded his head. It turned out that Wang Shijie was Wang Haoren's brother, which meant that he was also a member of the Langzhou Group's Wang family. Wang Shijie heard the commotion and came over to look, only to realize that it was Wang Haoren. The old man in his own family was the one who hated this kind of behavior the most. He always carries out low-key behavior, high-profile work. Wang Haoren is just the child of a distant relative of the old man. After the old man developed, he received a little favor. The day is better. Wang Shijie spotted Lin Chen and Zhang Shuowei at this time. Brother Lin? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie greeted. Wang Haoren and Han Chichi's hearts thumped. They actually knew Wang Shijie? And listening to Wang Shijie's address, the gesture was lowered? Zhang Shuowei's head background Han Chichi understood. The first to be ruled out. That would be the person called Lin. Could it be that Zhang Shuowei's boyfriend has a higher status than the Lang Wine Group chairman's own grandson? Han Chichi inwardly regretted it. Had she known that she wouldn't have messed with Zhang Shuowei? Wang Haoren, on the other hand, was nervously looking at the three of them. Wang Shijie. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoren. This is your younger brother? It's a distant cousin of mine. Wang Shijie explained. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Lin Chen was but driving a Lamborghini Poison worth nearly $100 million. Limited production of a dozen or so globally. His identity and background must be extraordinary. He wouldn't be easily offended. Unless this matter is Lin Chen did too much. You ask your brother. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Zhang Shuowei also looked at the Wang Haoren duo with indignation. The duo who knew that Lin Chen's background was definitely not ordinary were suddenly apprehensive inside. Wang Shijie had a rough idea in his heart when he looked at the attitudes of the two plus the fact that he knew a few things about this distant cousin. Wang Shijie's face sank slightly as he turned his head to look at Wang Haoren. What the hell is going on? Wang Haoren knew that the two knew each other and didn't dare to have a hint of adding fuel to the fire, so he could only stiffly tell what happened. After hearing this, Wang Shijie glared fiercely at Wang Haoren and swept Han Chichi with a slightly cold expression. Han Chichi couldn't help but stick to Wang Haoren a few points tighter. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry, this matter is really Haoren's fault. Wang Shijie said to Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei with apologies. Why don't you come over and apologize? Wang Shijie turned his head and looked at Wang Haoren, constantly making eyes at him with a somewhat less than favorable tone. I'm sorry, brother Lin. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I did something out of character in this matter today. Wang Haoren saw Wang Haiji's wink and hurriedly apologized. And in his heart, he was more and more curious about Lin Chen's background. Han Chichi, however, stayed where she was without any movement at all. Seeing his cousin's face darken, Wang Haoren hurriedly pulled Han Chichi, signaling her to hurry and apologize. However, Han Chichi shook Wang Haoren's hand away and turned her head to directly leave the pet store. Chapter 22, I have only a few assets. You want me to apologize to Zhang Shuawei? You're dreaming. If I apologize, I'll be embarrassed to meet Zhang Shuawei every day in the dormitory. The big deal is to change your boyfriend. Anyway, your own looks are not bad. Wang Haoren looked at Han Chichi, who had already walked away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his indisputable cousin. See what kind of you're looking for? Wang Haoren lowered his head in dismay. Since being with Han Chichi, he had spent a lot of money for her, and Han Chichi had shown that she loved him. He didn't expect to get into trouble today for helping her out, and asked her to apologize but left himself. Buzz. Wang Haoren's cell phone vibrated, opened it and looked. Let's break up. A message came into his eyes. Wang Haoren, however, didn't get angry or question why she did it. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing you and your sister-in-law for such a woman. Lin Chen was a little surprised. This attitude was obviously much more sincere than earlier. It's fine, since you're Wang Shijie's brother. Let's leave it at that. Lin Chen smiled. Ding. Quest to make Wang Haoren apologize has been completed. Since there's a maximum number of rewards to receive for the quest today, the rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to a meal as an apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's performance with satisfaction. Finally a bit of a Wang family member. One has to learn to read eyes and know what to mess with and what not to mess with. I'm fine with all of it. It mainly depends on my girlfriend. Lin Chen gently looked at Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei's heart warmed. Yes, no problem. Zhang Shuawei knew that the Wang family brothers came from an unusual place, and it was always beneficial to have a good relationship with her boyfriend. What was most important in this society? That was of course connections. Then thank you, brother Lin and sister-in-law for the honor. Wang Haoren was naturally very pleased to see that the two had agreed. From his cousin's attitude, he could tell that Lin Chen's identity and background was not ordinary, and if he could make acquaintance with such a person, it would be beneficial to him without any harm. Cousin, you're going too, right? Then of course I'll go. I still want to talk to brother Lin more. What? You kids still don't want me to go? Wang Shijie laughed and scolded. No, how could? Wang Haoren shrunk his neck. Brother Lin, have you guys driven yet? Why don't you take my car and go over? My brother must be driving a supercar and can only sit in one. I'm driving a 2-box Mercedes, just enough to take you and sister-in-law over. Wang Haoren spoke carefully. No need, I have my own car. You send a location and we'll go there ourselves. Lin Chen refused. When Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got into the car, they received a location from Wang Shijie. How again? Lin Chen cried and laughed. Yesterday to today, plus this meal in the evening were all eaten at Imperial How. Going to your place again? Zhang Shuawei joked. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Mansion, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren were already at the entrance. Cousin, look, is that a Lamborghini Poison? I'll go. How rich does one have to be to afford this car? Wang Haoren was very envious. There were still a lot of people who could afford to drive a Lamborghini Poison, but those who could give themselves to let their offspring drive a Lamborghini Poison were not generally rich. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's surprised and envious look and smiled in his heart. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren's expression when he realized it was Lin Chen's car. When Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei stepped down from the car, Wang Haoren's eyes went wide. This car is Lin's? Wang Haoren stuttered in excitement. In his heart, he was even more determined to befriend Lin Chen, not realizing that he could actually be blessed to know a top-tier rich second generation like Lin Chen. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile as he pulled Zhang Shuawei closer. It hasn't been long. Brother Lin, your car is so handsome. Wang Haoren's eyes had to look over at Lin Chen's Poison from time to time. The longing in his eyes was almost overflowing. It's okay, let's go up and eat first, right? Yes. Good day, Lin Dong. Lin Chen and his group walked into the hall. Lu Jing at the reception desk lit up at the sight of Lin Chen, but the light in her eyes dissipated again when she realized that Lin Chen was holding Jiang Shuiwei. Aha! Lin Chen nodded at Lu Jing. Ah, Lin Dong? Brother Lin, this Dihao is your property. Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren both looked at Lin Chen in surprise. The imperial mansion was still very famous in the circles of the powerful and wealthy in Tianfu City. Those who could dine in the Tiandi private room of Dihao were all considered prominent figures in the entire Tianfu City. From this, it could be seen how heavy the weight of Dihao was. It was only acquired a few days ago. It's just a small industry. It's not worth mentioning. Lin Chen nodded his head and admitted. Awesome. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but marvel. One had to know that the entire Lang Wine Group's market capitalization was just over $80 billion, and this Imperial Palace Hotel was estimated to be at least several $billion to take it down. Right? A small industry is not worth mentioning? The market value of billions of Imperial Mansion in Lin Chen's eyes are only small industries, thus showing Lin Chen's background. Wang Haoren then deeply realized what kind of person he had almost messed with, and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Lin Chen felt like he was almost making Dihao his home, and had been running to Dihao for the past 2 days. Because of Wang Shijie's relationship, Wang Haoren had booked the Tianzino 5 private room. Dong Lin, do we need to switch to the Sky character? No? 1 private room for you and your friends? No need. Just the number 5 private room. Right. Give Dong Fong a word that the Tianzi number 1 private room will not be open to the public in the future. Yes. Lin Dong. Lin Chen's group walked towards the elevator entrance. Lu Jing couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Jiang Shuiwei's back behind her. Perhaps only such a beautiful-looking woman could be worthy of Lin Dong. A few people chatted after ordering their food. Wang Shijie, you and Wang Haoren are both from Lang Wine Group? Brother Lin, you can call me Shijie, just call him Haoren. Sister-in-law can be called that too. Right, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. Wang Shijie couldn't help but speak with great pride on his face. He had been his grandfather's idol since he was a child, and his ability was evident when he was able to create a Lang Wine Group with a market capitalization of $8 or $9 billion. Jiang Shuiwei forced her inner shock to the bottom of her heart, and her face looked calm. Can't make the appearance of not having seen the world. Can't disgrace a Chen. Jiang Shuiwei felt that the first 20 years of her life had been in vain, and only after she had come into contact with the real high society did she realize how small her world had been. So it's the son of the Lang Wine Group, Lin Chen teased, and he couldn't help but befriend him in his heart. Even with a system, you couldn't always go it alone, right? Brother Lin, you're joking. Wang Shijie waved his hand. Right, Brother Lin. What does your family do? To be able to prescribe poisons, it must not be simple, right? Wang Shijie spoke curiously. Jiang Shuiwei and Wang Shijie also perked up their ears to listen. My parents are just a laborer. There's nothing to it, Lin Chen said indifferently. A few people looked unconvinced, thinking that it was because Lin Chen wasn't comfortable saying it, so they didn't pursue it any further. For myself, I have just a little bit of small assets. There's a street front, a hotel, and a bit of Penguin shares. Chapter 23, The Shocked Wang Brothers. Penguin shares? The 2 Wang family brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, you're talking about that Penguin company that's ranked in the top 20 of the world's top 500? Wang Haoren had a shocked look on his face. Penguin's volume could be said to be incomparably huge, ranking at 17 in the world. A proper giant. Even if Lin Chen only owned a few percent of Penguin's shares, it was all very impressive. Which other Penguin could there be? Lin Chen looked at Wang Haoren with amusement. Brother Lin, I didn't hear that Penguin had any new shareholders recently? Wang Haiji was a bit puzzled. He knew all the shareholders of Penguin, and there really wasn't Lin Chen. You should know in a few days. Lin Chen explained in a nonchalant manner, and the waiter brought in the food. Along with it came Dong Fong, the 2 young sons of the Wang family. Why were they with Lin Dong? Dong Fong came in and saw Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren at a glance. Lin Dong, MS. Jiang, Lin Dong, I've come to be. I know what you're going to say. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to eat with my friends now. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of duck meat. He felt it was good and gave Jiang Shuiwei a piece as well. Alright Lin Dong, then I won't disturb you and the 2 sons of the Wang family for dinner. Dong Fong only had to retreat when he heard this. After a few people had their fill of wine and food, they got up and prepared to go back to school. Dong Fong, however, had long been waiting at the door. Shijie, you and Haoren go first. I still have a few things to take care of. Lin Chen looked towards the Wang brothers. Alright, then Brother Lin will leave first. When the 2 left, Lin Chen looked at the general manager of this Dihao in front of him. Dong Fong, Still want to continue in this position? Dongfang was in a cold sweat after hearing this. This position was very important to him. With this position he had made a lot of connections and also earned millions of dollars a year. Lin Dong, I still want to work on. Please give me this chance. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand in an unforgiving manner. She still had a good impression of Dongfang. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's delicate little hand. On account of the fact that you've been working in the hotel for so many years, and you've done hard work without merit, I'll give you this chance. Do you know why I'm a little dissatisfied with you? Lin Chen looked indifferently at the relieved Dongfang. Is it because of that friend of mine's child? Dongfang asked somewhat tentatively as he paid attention to Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen shook his head. That's not really your fault. Your fault is that because he's your nephew, you made an exception and let him into the floor-size private room. There's no need for me to say more than I have to say about why the Imperial Palace has become a gathering place for all the major dignitaries, other than the fact that the hotel itself is excellent, right? I know Lin Dong. This will definitely not happen in the future. Dongfang immediately guaranteed. Alright, do a good job. I won't treat you poorly. Who says that Dihao can only be in Tianfu? Don't you think so? Lin Chen said meaningfully. Dongfang couldn't help but feel his heart stirring after hearing this. When Lin Dong said this, wasn't he implying that he would do a good job, and that in the future, Dihao would most likely open up nationwide? And he, Lin Dong, I will definitely do a good job and won't let you down. Dongfang, a man in his 40s, felt like he was back in his 20s at this time. His body was full of vigor. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and felt very proud. This is my man. Alright, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Lin Chen looked at Dongfang's state at this moment with satisfaction. To hit a stick and then give a sweet date and draw a cake. This was the way of the imperial court. Lin Dong, keep this card. Dongfang took out a black card and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the Emperor Hotel Supreme card. There is only one right now, Dongfang explained. This card actually represented status. Originally there was no Supreme card. There were only 3 types of cards, silver, gold, diamond, and this Supreme card was still temporarily created. Lin Chen took the card and held it in his hand and surveyed it. The touch was good. The card was black. The upper right corner of the piece, inlaid with a brilliant diamond, flashing with dazzling light. This diamond was not only decorative, but also the anti-counterfeiting mark of the black card, ensuring the uniqueness of the card. The entire card exuded a mysterious and noble atmosphere. Jiang Shuawei also looked quite fond of the style of the card, and took it from Lin Chen, holding it in her hands and playing with it. Have a heart. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's good that Lin Dong likes it. Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuawei to the downstairs of his dormitory. Chen, then I'll go up first? Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuawei's thin waist, then lowered his head and kissed her. In the middle of the day, lips and teeth parted. You go up. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was red with shame. Bad egg. Jiang Shuawei turned around and entered the dormitory building after she finished speaking. Only until Jiang Shuawei's back disappeared out of sight did Lin Chen turn around and leave. Returning to the dormitory. Boss, do you know that you're already on the hot list of the campus bar? As soon as Lin Chen entered, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei excitedly surrounded him. What? Lin Chen was puzzled. Chen Xiao opened the campus posting bar and showed Lin Chen the explosive post. You were secretly photographed and posted on the campus forum when you went shopping with the Zhang University schoolgirl today. Boss, now you're the public enemy of all the boys on campus. And there's more. Your previous Ferrari enrollment was also revealed. And now it's all said that Zhang's schoolgirl is with a rich son. Xiao Wei also interjected. Lin Chen stared at it closely. And sure enough, it was the afternoon when he was intimate with Shui Wei on Lu Lang Street. This campus paparazzi was really everywhere. Lin Chen hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Jiang Shuawei. What's wrong, Chen? You missed me. Jiang Shuawei's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei in the dormitory were dancing excitedly but didn't dare to speak. Watching Lin Chen burst into laughter. Definitely missed you. Did you read the campus postings? Lin Chen's gentle voice made Jiang Shuawei's heart at the other end of the phone crumble. I read it. As soon as I went back to my dorm room, Wan Air told me about it. Don't mind those people's remarks on the posting bar. They are just jealous that you found such an excellent boyfriend. The 2 people in the dormitory heard this and called out that they couldn't stand it, and ran to the balcony. Out of sight, out of mind. Ha 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 ha. HNY, are you so cute? Yes. My boyfriend is the best person in the world. The 2 chatted for a few more minutes then hung up. Definitely missed you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei learned a female accent and even threw a wink towards Lin Chen. Asterisk off to the side. How disgusting you 2 are. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Where's Xiao Fei? How come he hasn't returned to the dormitory yet? Lin Chen saw that Xiao Fei hadn't come back yet and asked suspiciously. Oldest seems to have gone out to look for schoolgirls to play with. Harm. We're the only 2 left in the dormitory to depend on each other. Chen Xiao sighed. Yeah boss, does the Jiang University schoolgirl have any single little sisters? Introduce me and Lao heir to them. Lin Chen's mind conjured up Tang Wan'er's domineering protection of her friends and Han Chichi's green tea calling Wang Haoren baby. He couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, you guys can't hold it. Cut. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went off to play the game. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at these two living treasures. Have the military training uniforms been issued? Lin Chen inquired as he looked at the military green clothes on the table. Yeah, those class cadres brought them over. Chen Xiao replied. Chapter 24 Military Training begins. Lu Shu sent a link to the meeting at this time. Lin Dong, this is the link to the invitation to tomorrow morning's meeting, which will start at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll attend. Lin Chen thought about the fact that tomorrow was the new student military training, but explaining the situation and taking a vacation shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by a cell phone ringing. It was the bell set by Xiao Wei. Today was the day military training started. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and saw that it was only 7:30 a.m. He sent Jiang Shuawei a good morning and got out of bed to wash up. Old Four hasn't come back yet? Looks like he had a bit of fun last night. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed with some envy. Yeah, this is about to be assembled. I don't know if Old Four will make it in time. Xiao Wei also concurred. Boom! Xiao Fei opened the door at once. Hurry up. I see that a lot of uniformed people downstairs are already heading towards the playground. Xiao Fei rushed in and changed his uniform while urging the three people who were washing up. Old Four, you still know to come back, ah? Our 515 can't accommodate you anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei jealously. You're just jealous that I can stay up at night with my sister. Xiao Fei retorted as he changed his clothes at light speed. Chen Xiao smiled sarcastically as she was poked in her thoughts. Several people changed into military uniforms and came to the playground. At this time it was already overcrowded. According to the message sent out in the class group, the four of them took half a day to find their class squad. Waiting for the leader on the stage passionately said a whole lot. The instructor only lined up a squad neatly ran into the playground. The entire class of boys and girls were all separated and typed into other class members. The instructor who was assigned to Lin Chen's and their squad looked very burly, and appeared to be a bad talker. I'm your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you're all under my control. Zhang Dazhu looked at his classmates with a serious expression while checking their attire. You, step out of the line for me. Zhang Dazhu pointed at a classmate. That classmate walked out apprehensively. Why did you wear slippers over for military training? I didn't have time to change. In the future, answer questions with a report to the instructor in front. Start over. Report instructor. I didn't have time to change. Is that a reason? I'll give you 10 minutes to change down. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why do I have to run 3 laps? The boy was a bit unconvinced. Just because I'm your instructor. If you don't want to, you can talk to the counselor. That boy had no choice but to go back to his dorm room to change his shoes. After a few moments ago to make an example of them, the squads were obviously much more honest. Each one standing straight. Now practice military posture. Let's have an hour first to try out the color. After Zhang Dazhu finished speaking, he walked to the side and sat under the shade of a tree, looking at the crowd. 40 minutes later. Boss, I feel like I'm going to pass away. Chen Xiao was already relatively thin and weak. After standing in military posture for more than 40 minutes he was shaking like he couldn't stand still. Hang in there, it should be soon. Lin Chen was sweating from the sun, and hadn't exercised much, feeling that his body wasn't as good as when he was in middle school. Junior high school physical examination 1000 meters can still run for more than 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, ding, system task released. Insist on military posture for 1 hour. Reward, a strong body. Ding, yesterday's reward has been released. Leopard number, Shuei 88888 has been replaced with Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The system could be a real blessing. Another 10 minutes passed. Sit down in place and rest. The crowd was like hearing heavenly music, and they all sat down in one brain. Ding, task military posture for 1 hour has been completed. System rewards have been issued. A system beep sounded in Lin Chen's mind, and then a warm current was surging out that was changing Lin Chen's body, and this soothing feeling made Lin Chen almost unable to stop himself from screaming out. Even his legs, which had just become weak after an hour of military posture, became powerful. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground and rubbed her legs. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Dazhu who was sitting in the shade chatting with the other instructors. Forget it. Chen Xiao thought back to the boy who had just run 3 laps before coming over to stand in military posture. Because it was the first day of military training, many of the students were ill-prepared, and only a few had brought water with them. Still, someone ran to ask the instructor if he could go out to buy water. and everyone's eyes gathered on him with admiration and anticipation in their eyes. But when they saw the boy walk back with his head hanging down, the crowd knew the answer. At this time a girl approached the squad they were in, not bad looking, and holding 2 bottles of water. At once everyone's eyes were attracted. This girl was obviously here to deliver the water. Here! Bing bing! Zhao Fei happily stood up and shouted towards the girl. That girl immediately walked towards Zhao Fei when she saw him. Needless to say, this must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei got the water, the girl said a few words to him and left. She was a student from a nearby specialized college, and military training wouldn't start until a few days later. Zhao Fei intentionally let her come over to deliver the water today just to pretend. At this moment, Zhao Fei looked at the envious and jealous eyes of the students around him, and was inwardly cool. After all, many people came from other places to study. Freshman enrollment. This is only the 3rd day to find a girlfriend. Indeed, not many. And Zhao Fei took the water to Lin Chen at this time. Lin Chen raised his head in surprise and looked at Zhao Fei. This guy is on the wrong medication, right? Bringing me water? Classmate, I was the one who spoke a bit too much yesterday. I apologize to you. I hope we can still be good classmates in the future. Take this bottle of water as my reparation. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some of the surrounding students knew about what happened yesterday, and looking at Zhao Fei, who had a good attitude at this moment, their hearts couldn't help but raise a few points of recognition for Zhao Fei being the class president. Ding! Task to make Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. The mission reward has been placed on the host's dormitory bed. Wow! Isn't that the school beauty Jiang Shuawei? I heard she's in love with a freshman. Jiang Shuawei wouldn't have come over to deliver water to her boyfriend, right? Definitely. Hey, heartbreak. At the entrance of the playground, a person wearing a long white dress with a stunningly beautiful look, like a fairy descending to earth. The students on the playground looked at Jiang Shuawei and talked a lot, all curious about who his boyfriend was in the end. The boys who were originally withered looked energized at this moment. Boss, Jiang Big School Flower wouldn't have come to bring you water, right? Chen Xiao asked as she came over to Lin Chen's side. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly as he watched Jiang Shuawei search around for Lin Chen. This girl, I accepted the apology, but the water is not necessary. My girlfriend sent it over for me. Zhao Fei was relieved when he heard Lin Chen accept his apology. It didn't matter if he wanted his water or not, as long as he didn't hold a grudge against him. Don't boss, you don't want me to want it. Chen Xiao took Zhao Fei's water, opened it and gulped it down. Lin Chen waved his hand at Jiang Shuawei. What is Lin Chen doing? Trying to get the schoolgirl's attention? It's a pity. If schoolgirl Jiang didn't have a boyfriend, with Lin Chen's face value it might be possible. The students watched Lin Chen's movements and whispered. Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Chen, who was waving at her. Her eyes lit up and she walked over towards Lin Chen. Chapter 25, The Schoolgirl Delivers Water. No way? Jiang Shuawei is really coming this way. Lin Chen can't be schoolgirl Jiang's boyfriend, right? The crowd was shocked as they looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was getting closer and closer. Chen, drink some water. Jiang Shuawei walked over to Lin Chen and handed him a cup of lemonade, and playfully looked at him and winked. She just wanted to tell them in front of so many people that Lin Chen was her Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend, and no one else could snatch him away. Lin Chen smiled gently and took the glass of lemonade from Jiang Shuawei, and the turmoil caused by Jiang Shuawei also made many girls notice Lin Chen, and Xiao Fei beside him. Wow! I just realized that there are actually 2 big handsome guys in our class. It's a pity that the school flower got there first. How could it be possible to steal the school flower? There's still another one. The girls' eyes were glowing as they looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Jiang Shuawei noticed a line of sight thrown by the girls' team and held Lin Chen's hand as if she was protecting her calf. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei's small action and smiled slightly, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand a little tighter. The people in Lin Chen's party were dumbfounded. Compared to Jiang Shuawei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend and girlfriend were weak. Previously, they were still laughing at Lin Chen for being self-centered, but they didn't realize that Jiang Dashuo was really his girlfriend. No, I heard that Jiang's school flower boyfriend are open Ferrari AF90 enrollment. Sitting up in shock in a dying disease, the clown is actually myself? The crowd felt ashamed of their faces. Alright, rest is over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Dazhu glanced at Jiang Shuawei in amazement and shouted to the students sitting under the sun. Can't we rest for a few more minutes? My feet are going to be wasted. That's right, we are the future flowers of the motherland. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the trolling of the people around him. Chen, I'm leaving then? You train well. Jiang Shuawei touched Lin Chen's head and said in a small adult manner. I know, Admiral Jiang. Jiang Shuawei pinched Lin Chen's face, then turned around and left the playground. Instructor, I have to take a vacation. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Dazhu and said, take a vacation? Take what leave? Zhang Dazhu's face sank at the words. What he hated the most was students who were sneaky. The company is going to have a shareholders meeting and asked me to attend the meeting online. Lin Chen said and even showed Zhang Daju the chat with Lu Shu. Still a shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich second generation? Freshman year as a company shareholder? How does it feel to be so fake male? I also feel that it can't be a reason made up for being lazy and not wanting to train, right? It shouldn't be. After all, he drove a Ferrari to school. The classmates looked at Lin Chen and talked a lot. They were already jealous that Lin Chen had a school flower girlfriend to deliver water. Now it was like they had found a vent. Lin Chen didn't care when he heard his classmates' words, but the three Chen Xiao were not happy. Just because you guys can't means others can't? Our boss is the boss of Dihao. If you guys don't know, don't talk nonsense, okay? Still the boss of Dihao? I might still believe you when you say that his father is the boss of Dihao. You're talking about him? Besides, I still don't know who the boss of Dihao is. I'm a regular customer of Dihao. At this time, a male said disdainfully. His name was Lin Tianyu. He was from another class. His dad often took him to Dihao to eat at Dihao, and he knew several shareholders of Dihao. His dad, Lin Xiangdong, also had a good relationship with Li Shanyu of Dihao. The boss of Dihao would be him. Joke. When the crowd heard Lin Tianyu's words and saw that he was very confident, they also looked at the trio with some suspicion, feeling that the three were talking big. Indeed, Dihao that is a high-end hotel that the powerful and wealthy people in Tianfu City often go to. At least the market value is several billions. The owner would be a freshman? Another person also echoed Lin Tianyu's words. The crowd was more and more sure that the three people were just bragging about Boichi. Lin Tianyu also became more and more complacent. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei just wanted to retort, but Xiao Fei pressed them. Will they believe you guys if you explain so much? It's better to see how the boss solved it. The two of them then stopped, only looking at Lin Tianyu with a somewhat icy gaze. Zhang Daju looked at Lin Chen in Lu Shu's chat. Who is she? It's the secretary of our company's human board of directors. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Daju listened with a confused look on his face. The secretary of the board of directors? What was that for? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Limited. The moment Lin Chen said this, the entire room fell silent. Xiao Fei and the three of them were also staring at the calm Lin Chen with wide eyes. Boss is a shareholder of Penguin? Liar, right? Xiao Wei was a little unsure. It shouldn't be so. Do you think that the kind of character the boss has would be so stupid? In front of so many people? Although Chen Xiao felt that it was a bit sci-fi, she still chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei didn't say anything. He knew that Lin Chen's background was very unusual. He didn't realize that he was still a shareholder of Penguin. But when did Penguin have an additional shareholder? Xiao Fei was a bit puzzled. Ha 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 ha. He said he was a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say that I'm Xiao Ma. I'm Qin Shi Huang. Hit the money. Doesn't he have any idea what Penguin's size is in his own heart? Think he can be a shareholder of Penguin just because he drives a Ferrari SF90? Hey, he's a good-looking guy, but he likes to brag so much. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to these clowns. He just looked at Zhang Daju somewhat anxiously. It was already 9:56, and the shareholders' meeting was going to be held at 10 o'clock. Zhang Daju was holding back his laughter at this moment, looking at the handsome boy in front of him. Alright, you go. Remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen had lied like this in order to be lazy. If he still didn't agree instead, it would seem insensitive. Lin Chen nodded, then sat in the shade with his headphones on and entered the Penguin meeting. I told you the three of them were bragging, right? It's not even a problem with Dihao, but now even Penguin has come out. Why doesn't he say he's the president of a beautiful country? Lin Tianyu said disdainfully as he looked at Xiao Fei's trio, causing a bunch of laughter from the classmates. You, Chen Xiao. This violent temper couldn't hold back on the spot, fortunately stopped by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. If this was a fight during military training, it would probably be expelled from the school. Of course, Xiao Fei was excluded. People have arrived, so let's officially start this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen looked at the matang displayed next to the speaker's microphone and knew who this was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our Penguin's shares, which means that shareholder Lin is our Penguin's second largest shareholder. Is shareholder Lin going to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Those who were able to participate in Penguin's shareholders meeting were all internationally renowned companies and individuals. To say that he wasn't nervous was definitely a lie. After all, he was just the equivalent of a freshman who had suddenly gotten rich by relying on the system. Chapter 26 Online Shareholders Meeting. Lin Chen opened the microphone. Let me say a few words then. I'm very optimistic about Penguin's future, so I joined Penguin, and I'm very happy to meet all of you. Welcome Mr. Lin to Penguin. The others also opened their microphones and greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only say that if he hadn't been good at English, it might have been awkward. Mr. Lin, there will be a conference later. Do you need to release your information? Ma Tang was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chen's identity information. The information showed that Lin Chen was a freshman at Suzhou University, and his parents at home were ordinary workers. Where did he get such a large and terrifying stream of money to acquire Penguin shares? So he concluded that Lin Chen was definitely not simple, and at the same time, he was worried that Lin Chen would influence his decision-making power over the company. Every person who had acquired shares signed an agreement with Ma Tang, stating that they would not be involved in the company's decision-making and would only enjoy the company's dividends. This way, even if Ma Tang's shares were less than 10%, he could still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore he had to get Lin Chen to sign this agreement as well. By all means, just mention a few things vaguely. I don't want to not disturb normal life, Lin Chen said indifferently. He didn't like to keep a low profile. With power and strength, he should enjoy it. Pretending to be a pig and eating tigers looked cool, but he didn't like it. But he equally didn't want his beautiful college life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Chen's super letter sent a friend request. Lin Chen clicked on it and saw that it was from Ma Tang. Lin Chen thought about it and chose to agree. Mr. Lin, I have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Chen had an approximation in his mind. It should be that he wanted Lin Chen to sign a concerted party agreement, right? Ma Dong, I know what you want to say, but what can you give? Although they had the same interests and both wanted Penguin to grow, but trying to get Lin Chen to sign an agreement with a single sentence was obviously impossible. Let's do it this way. I'll come to Tianfu City tomorrow to talk to you in detail. Do you think it's okay? It's fine, but I have to do my military training. How about this? I'll come to the Imperial Palace Hotel at night to discuss it in detail. Good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Chen put away his cell phone and got up to walk towards the square. Ouch. Penguin's major shareholder is back? How did the meeting go? Ha 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 ha. XSWL. Lin Tianyu teasingly looked at Lin Chen and said in a conspiratorial manner, the one who spoke. Step out. Zhang Daju's face sank. Don't you know that you have to make a report before speaking? Go. Run 3 laps around the playground. The smile on Lin Tianyu's face froze. After glaring viciously at Lin Chen, he began to run around the playground. You join the column, Zhang Daju said as he looked at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his position. Kicking the front step was being taught now, and Chen Xiao was kicking the front step while muttering in a low voice. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen nodded slightly as a response. Sit down in place and rest for 10 minutes. It just so happened that Zhang Daju blew the whistle for a break. Chen Xiao's trio then couldn't wait to gather around and sit down. I'm really a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I'm that stupid? Would cheat people with this? Lin Chen looked at the trio and explained with a bitter smile. We didn't disbelieve you. We just thought it was too unbelievable and wanted to make sure. Boss, you're a shareholder of Penguin. So can you change that matching mechanism for pesticides? It's really too disgusting. Chen Xiao poured out his bitterness. This isn't something that can be changed just because I say so. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. Dude thought there was some favor he needed me to do, but he ended up asking me to change the matching mechanism? When he waited for lunch, he was finally able to rest for a while. Boss, say, when did you acquire Penguin shares? How much do you hold? Xiao Fei finally said the words he had been holding back for half a day. There's no way. Penguin's status is really a bit high. The world's top 20 companies. One of the top companies in China. As a result, his college roommate was a shareholder of Penguin, just acquired 2 days ago. 10% of the shares. Lin Chen said indifferently. 10%? The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Especially Xiao Fei, whose family was very powerful in Shangjing, and thus knew what the concept of Penguin taking up 10% of the shares was. Boss, Penguin's official website has released it. It says that a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiaojiang took out his cell phone and prepared to search for Penguin shareholders, but the first item on the hot search was. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei hurried over to look. Frog fun. It's still true. And old Ma said it's a young man who just went to college, taking up 10% of the shares? Xiao Wei also exclaimed. The three of them were all staggered as they looked at the calm-faced Lin Chen. Now they could be 100% sure that this person was their dormitory boss. Boss, you're really my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen. Mud horse, get up off me. Isn't it disgusting? I'm not bent yet. Lin Chen disgustedly pushed Chen Xiao away. The stupid Xiao Wei withdrew his hands and rubbed them awkwardly. Chen. The three had just walked out of the playground when Jiang Shuawei quietly came around behind Lin Chen and patted his shoulder. Shuawei, have you been waiting for me for a long time? Lin Chen tenderly grabbed Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei looked at the gazes cast around her from time to time a little shy, but still let Lin Chen grab her hand. Not really, I just arrived. Jiang Shuawei stood beside Lin Chen and sized up the three Chen Xiao. This one is quite handsome, but unfortunately still not as handsome as my family's Chen. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's face value. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's face value was very capable. Even wearing a military uniform couldn't hide it. They were the kind of people who could be noticed in a crowd. Adding to the fact that Jiang Shuawei was also here, the gazes of the surrounding people were attracted over. Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei sizing up Xiao Fei's trio, smiled slightly then introduced them. This is Qing Xiao. This is Xiao Wei. And the one whose face value is only a little worse than mine is Xiao Fei. Hello guys, I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said graciously, not feeling nervous just because she was Lin Chen's friend. Hello sister-in-law. The three of them spoke in unison. Hello you guys, boss, Lao San and I are also on the face value track, okay? Chen Xiao held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said tartly, aha, good. Lin Chen replied perfunctorily, boss, you and schoolgirl Jiang go eat, don't worry about the three of us. After Xiao Fei greeted him, he only slightly sized up Jiang Shuawei. Although he was promiscuous, it didn't mean that he even coveted his brother's woman. Even if he had once had thoughts about Jiang Shuawei, unlike certain beasts. Right, boss, the three of us will leave first. You stay with your sister-in-law. Bye, Chen Xiao said as she scowled at Lin Chen before pulling Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei towards the cafeteria. Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuawei puffed out a smile, then looked at Lin Chen curiously. Because I'm older than them. Is that so rash? The two talked and laughed along the way, envying the crowd of students beside them. If I could get schoolgirl Jiang to be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to let me drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. You, go back and take a nap. You can dream of anything. Chapter 27 Eat more kidney treasure tablets. It was already the third day since he came to school, and Lin Chen had yet to eat a meal at school. Chen, that cassoulet is especially delicious. I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei pointed at the window with a long line with an excited face. Good. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Luckily I hit the last few servings. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen looked for a seat with their dinner trays, and Jiang Shuawei said with palpitations, freshman enrollment well, normal. Lin Chen softly said, I'll take a call. The two were talking and laughing as they ate their meal when Jiang Shuawei's phone call came over. Lin Chen nodded. Hey, what's up mom? I'm eating. Jiang Shuawei chirped when she picked up the phone. What? Good. I'll be right back. Jiang Shuawei's face was a bit unsightly after she hung up the phone. What happened? Lin Chen put his chopsticks down and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Something happened at home. I have to go back. I'll leave first. You train well this afternoon. Jiang Shuawei said as she got up and picked up her dinner plate. Do you need my help? No, it's just a little thing. Alright, then be careful on your way. Got it. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei's distant figure and didn't think much about it. Lin Chen was eating while calculating if he should find a private secretary. After all, there were more and more things going on in the company at the back, and a half-assed person like himself definitely couldn't handle it. Lin Chen decided and then picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Shu. Secretary Lu, do you know any of those better private secretaries? I want to hire a private secretary. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up and poured his meal back to the dormitory. Lu Shu over there was busy. When she heard the cell phone beep and picked it up to see that it was from Lin Chen, she didn't dare to be slow. Looking for a private secretary? This kind of thing still need to find me well. According to reason behind him can give him with a top private secretary, right? Lu Shu looked at the message sent by Lin Chen and couldn't help but think in her heart, but this is good. Just one of their nephews and the last employer terminated the contract, and his ability in all aspects should also be able to enter the eyes of this Lin shareholders. And, if she could hook up with Lin Chen, it would be very favorable for her or her nephew. Then may I ask if Lin Dong has any requirements for a private secretary? There are no requirements. As long as the ability is outstanding, the treatment is negotiable. I have a nephew with outstanding ability. In the circle is also known as a gold medal secretary. Do you want to know about it? Yes, send over the information. Lu Shu secretly said. It's a done deal. She was still very confident in his nephew's ability, so he sent his nephew's information to Lin Chen. On this side, Lin Chen was lying on the bed, and several of Chen Xiao had already fallen asleep, and he was still very energetic because of the system's rewards. Lu Hai, graduated from the finance department of the Shangjing University of Finance and Economics, has been the private secretary of the chairman of the Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen looked at this resume but was very satisfied, picked up the cell phone and searched the Jiangbei Sunshine Group, or domestic 500 companies, although some backward, but also can prove that this called Lu Hai's ability should be very outstanding. Okay, just him. Okay Lin Dong, I'll let him contact you. Lu Shu was a bit excited and hurriedly made a call to his nephew. Do you know about that new shareholder in Penguin Company? Lu Shu got straight to the point. I know auntie. What's wrong? Lu Hai heard Lu Shu call over to ask about this and was a little puzzled, but on second thought, he asked me to help introduce a private secretary, so I sent your information over. What did that Lin Dong say? Lu Hai said with some apprehension. This was a very valuable opportunity for him. even if he ended up terminating his contract with Lin Chen all the same. With this resume in place, he wasn't worried about the future. Lin Dong is still quite satisfied. I sent Lin Dong's phone number on your super letter. Go and add it. Lu Shu said with a smile. Thank you, auntie. I'll go at it right now. Lu Hai instantly got excited and said in an excited tone. Originally, he was ready to agree to a municipal company's invitation, but he didn't expect the peaks and valleys to take a step so big through his own aunt's relationship. This Lin Dong's identity background is not ordinary. You must be careful when working beside him. As the saying goes, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Lu Shu still reminded Lu Hai. Rest assured, aunt, my ability you do not know well. Lu Hai said confidently. Good, then you busy you. I hang up first. Okay Lu auntie, I'll go see you sometime. Lu Hai put down the phone and tried to calm his agitated heart, and started to understand Lin Chen's information, and the penguin situation. And Lin Chen over here had already started his afternoon military training. Boss, why are you like a different person? How did your physical strength become so good? After Chen Xiao panted and ran through the warm-up exercises that Zhang Dazhu had said, he looked at Lin Chen, who hadn't even broken a few drops of sweat. In confusion, take more kidney treasure tablets, Lin Chen said indifferently. What? A sentence that struck the brains of the three of them. Chen Xiao Xiaowei and Xiao Fei. Lin Chen noticed that the one called Lin Tianyu was looking at Lin Chen in a strange way. Lin Tianyu felt his heart panicking a little. Very much. Lin Chen had just said that he was a shareholder of Penguin, and as a result, at noon, Penguin's official notice was sent out saying that Penguin had an additional young shareholder who had just entered university. Was there really such a coincidence in this world? When it was time for a break, Lin Tianyu finally couldn't help but run over and ask Lin Chen, what evidence do you have to prove that you are Penguin's shareholder? Lin Chen's four were chatting and felt a bit puzzled at the words. Why should I prove it to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu instead felt that Lin Chen just got the news early from wherever he was, and was just pulling the big flag here. You're afraid of me dismantling your lies, aren't you? Lin Tianyu sneered. The other students also gathered around to join in the fun. I say Lin Tianyu, are you sick? Right? Do we need to prove to you whether our boss is a shareholder of Penguin or not? What? You want to lick our bosses? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. Chen Zhao's mouth was as poisonous as ever. With one sentence, Lin Tianyu was so angry that he went straight into a rage. Your name is Chen Xiao, right? You wait for me. You'd better not go out of the school gate in these few days, or I'll make you kneel on the ground and call your father. Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Xiao with a morose tone. You, Master Chen. The thing I'm most afraid of is threats. XXS. Chen Xiao was not afraid at all and continued to output close to his face. Lin Chen's several people who had been sitting stood up all of a sudden. Several people behind Lin Tianyu also leaned up, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Lin Tianyu? Lin Chen memorized this name in his heart. When the private secretary arrived, these things could be handed over to him. Ugh, look guys, is that squad over there about to fight? So brave? Freshman military training is going to fight? Not afraid of getting disciplined. But people from the other squads also noticed and watched the action from the sidelines. What are you guys doing? Disperse all of you. Chapter 28, Girlfriends are not limited to one. Zhang Dazhu didn't think that just by going to the toilet, his team would almost make such a big fuss. If the chief instructor knew about this, he would definitely be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Zhang Dazhu burst into flames. Those few who are ready to fight all come out. The others will stand in military posture for half an hour first. With a cold face, Zhang Dazhu called the several people from Lin Chen and those from Lin Tianyu out of the squad alone. After understanding a thing, Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Tianyu. Listen to your tone. After school you still want to find someone to clean up others? Which is not. It's just a joke between classmates. Lin Tianyu smiled sarcastically. He also didn't want to carry a disciplinary action because of this matter. There are still quite a lot of rich second generation in Shuzhou University, and it's not good to hear it when it's spread out. What society now? Really think it's our time? A beating is good? All adults, think twice before doing something. Zhang Dazhu sighed. Don't worry, instructor. We can't say that kind of brainless words, Chen Xiao said with a smile, making Lin Chen's trio almost laugh out loud. Lin Tianyu's several people gritted their teeth on the side but didn't dare to retort. Zhang Dazhu honestly didn't want to care about these problematic teenagers. They would be honest when they experienced the social beatings. As long as they don't mess up this week, do whatever they want. Return to the team. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Fei's trio started grabbing the toilet to take a shower. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone to send a message to Zhang Shuewei. He later looked back always feeling that something was wrong. Shuewei, what are uncle and auntie calling you back for? After sending the message, he saw that there was a friend verification in his phone, which should be Lu Hai. so Lin Chen chose to agree. Lin Dong, I'm Lu Hai. You can just call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen looked at this message and smiled slightly. Worthy of being a private secretary? This message made people feel comfortable when reading it. Alright, Xiao Hai, you can bring the contract over tomorrow morning. Then tomorrow when Ma Tang looks for me to talk about things, you will follow along. Lu Hai looked at this message and froze. He was all ready to answer Lin Chen's various questions, but it turned out that this passed? Not being able to think too much, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. In the end, he agreed to sign the contract at 8:30 tomorrow morning at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Then wait until 9 to 10 o'clock when Ma Tang would also come over. Lin Chen and Lu Hai discussed the specifics of the contract and asked him to read more about Penguin and stopped chatting. Looking at the chat page with Jiang Shuiwei, the last message was still sent by himself. Lin Chen had a bad feeling. He picked up his cell phone and called Jiang Shuiwei. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Chen was a bit flustered. Lin Chen was just about to call Dong Fong to ask him to help check Jiang Shuiwei's address when Jiang Shuiwei's call came back. Lin Chen let out a long breath. What's wrong, Chen? Lin Chen heard that Jiang Shuiwei's tone seemed very tired. Shuiwei, is something wrong? Lin Chen tried his best to make his tone seem gentle. Nothing's wrong. Don't worry. I'll go back to school in a few days. I won't be able to accompany you in the next few days, so don't look for other girls outside. Jiang Shuiwei was fierce, but Lin Chen always felt that she was hiding something. Okay, you push Sister Tang's contact information to me. In case I can't contact you, I can at least ask Sister Tang. Well, there's something else on my side, so I'll hang up first. Lin Chen heard a loud noise ring out from Jiang Shuiwei's side, and Jiang Shuiwei hung up in a hurry. After a while, Jiang Shuiwei sent a recommended contact. You are? Sister Tang. This is Lin Chen. Tang Wan Air was a bit puzzled. What's Shuiwei man adding me for? It's you. What's the matter with adding this school sister? Is it to introduce me to a man? Lin Chen was a little sweaty. Do you know where Shuiwei's family is? Something seems to have happened to her family, and she won't tell me, so I want to go and take a look. Jiang Shuiwei left in a hurry at the time. When Tang Weiner asked her what happened, she only vaguely said that there was something going on at home. Now that I heard Yi Chen mention it, it did seem a bit off. Tang Weiner thought about it and sent an address to Yi Chen. This is the address of Shuiwei's house. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, senior sister. I'll just go by myself. Okay. Lin Chen looked at the address in his cell phone. Jin Tang. Lin Chen gave Mai Tang and Lu Hai's side of the situation, and after setting the time to the third day, he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Boss, you're getting ready to go out and look for schoolgirl Jiang? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen with a wink. Well, there's something going on. I'll be back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xia Wei and Xiao Fei went down to buy food. Chen Xiao didn't go down on the pretext that her feet hurt. Then you'll have to ask the counselor and instructor for leave, right? Chen Xiao was surprised but didn't ask too much. She just reminded. Lin Chen sniffed and had a bit of a headache. He really couldn't find any reason to take a vacation. Forget it, why don't we just miss it? Lin Chen made up his mind and directly went downstairs and drove his Lamborghini Poison out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Jiang Shuiwei's neighborhood. Their neighborhood belongs to the kind of bungalow with only 1 or 2 floors. It should be the government's share of the house after the occupation of land. As soon as Lin Chen's car drove into the neighborhood, it attracted the attention of many people. Originally, it was a small place. Where had they seen a luxury car? Lin Chen got off the car. There are a few very good-looking girls red-faced over to super letter. Lin Chen refused one by one. I have a girlfriend. It's not like girlfriends can only have one. One of the girls spoke out of turn. Putting Lin Chen in a hole won't. Forget it. Do you guys know where Jiang Shuiwei's family lives? Jiang Shuiwei? I know. You're not her boyfriend, are you? A few women sniffed with some disappointment. If it was Jiang Yue, then it really couldn't compare to others. Yes, can you tell me where her home is? Lin Chen was very polite. Although Tang Wan Air had told him the address, the door number was indeed not easy to find. I know, but you shouldn't be able to find her. She should be in the hospital, right? One of the girls said. Didn't she go to school in the city? How come she's at the hospital again? The other girls said with some confusion. I heard my dad say it seems like her dad is sick with something and needs a large amount of money. The girl shook her head with some pity. Can you tell me in which hospital? Lin Chen asked somewhat eagerly. It's at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Lin Chen sniffed and said thank you, then got back into the car and drove the navigation towards the hospital. Being beautiful is good. To have such a rich boyfriend, this car must be at least several $1 million, right? The girl who told Lin Chen about the situation looked at the faraway Poison and lamented. Indeed, with her boyfriend around, his dad at least doesn't have to worry about his medical bills, right? Chapter 29. Must I operate first? Lin Chen followed the navigation to the Jintang County First People's Hospital in a hurry. Shuiwei, I'm coming to find you. After Lin Chen parked his car, he sent a message to Jiang Shuiwei. "Ah, how did you know where I am? Sister Tang told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital. Come down and pick me up." "Good. I'll be right there." After Lin Chen sent the message, he stood at the entrance of the hospital and waited. It wasn't long before Jiang Shuiwei walked down. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, her eyes turned red. She flew over and jumped into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuiwei's head with some heartache. "Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing that happened?" Jiang Shuiwei raised her head, her nose twitching in aggravation. "I don't want to trouble you. You still have to have military training, right? Ah, don't you still have to go to military training tomorrow?" "It's fine. I took a vacation." In order to not let Jiang Shuiwei worry, Lin Chen lied. "Let's go. Take me to see how uncle is doing." Lin Chen hurriedly changed the subject. The two of them standing here attracted the eyes of many people. After all, if it wasn't for the two of them acting intimately, it was estimated that there were people coming up to ask for contact information. "My dad is still in the intensive care unit for a blood transfusion, and today my mom called me." It turns out that Zhang Haitao, who was also Jiang Shuiwei's father, is a package construction site, but there are only a dozen people under his hands. Today the site side of the problem. Zhang Haitao breakfast did not care to eat, straight to the site and go. Has been busy until noon. Because the weather is hot, even ate 2 or 3 popsicles. After a while has been vomiting blood, mouth constantly spitting out. This put those workers were frightened, and rushed to 120 and Jiang Shuiwei's mother Jiang Min call. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously came to the intensive care unit, they saw Zhang Haitao, who was covered in blood and unconscious. Jiang Min sat down on the floor as soon as her body was paralyzed, and her tears couldn't stop flowing out. Then called Jiang Shuiwei, and because Jiang Shuiwei's grandparents were old, Jiang Min didn't dare to tell them. "So how is uncle now?" Lin Chen's heart tightened. Although he didn't know much about medicine, but with blood coming out of his mouth all the time, he could hear how much of a crisis it was. Jiang Shuiwei's voice was all choked up. Her reddened eyes looked at Lin Chen with a heartache. The doctor said that he has not been able to find where the bleeding point is. Plus the hospital's blood bank is already in an emergency, and is now meeting to discuss doing surgery to fight. Jiang Shuiwei couldn't say any more. Hugging Lin Chen, tears couldn't stop flowing out. "Lin Chen, what should I do if my dad is gone?" Lin Chen couldn't stop patting Jiang Shuiwei's back. "Don't worry, Shuiwei, uncle will be fine. We have to trust the doctor." Jiang Shuiwei slowed down for a while. She had just been forcing herself not to cry out, putting on a strong face. Her mom was now in 6 minds. Right now she was her mom's pillar of support. Only now that Lin Chen was beside her did Jiang Shuiwei let it out. Jiang Shuiwei wiped the tears from her face. She didn't want her mom to know that she had cried. "Let's go. I'll take you to see my mom." Jiang Shuiwei forced a smile and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pulled up Jiang Shuiwei's hand. "Aha!" At this moment, Jiang Min was looking through the glass outside the intensive care unit at Zhang Haitao, who was constantly spitting out blood and having blood transfusions to renew her life. Her tears had almost dried up. Because Zhang Haitao loved his wife and children so much, he did everything himself, and now without a backbone. Jiang Min felt like the sky had collapsed. "Mom, this is my boyfriend. Heard about my dad and rushed over to take a look." Jiang Shuiwei put her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder and introduced with a strong smile. Jiang Min sniffed and looked at Lin Chen. "Hello auntie, I'm Lin Chen. Uncle will be fine." Lin Chen bowed towards Jiang Min and said. Jiang Min just nodded at Lin Chen, then looked at Zhang Haitao in the ICU. At this time, several doctors in white coats walked over. When Jiang Shuiwei and Jiang Min saw them, they both came over. Lin Chen also walked over when he saw this. "Doctor, how's it going? Is my husband still saved?" Jiang Min looked at the few doctors in front of her with a somewhat agitated tone. "After meeting and discussing, we decided to make a last-ditch effort, but we can't guarantee that we'll be able to save him. This is something that you as family members have to be mentally prepared for." Jiang Min sniffed as if her whole body's strength had been drained away. She almost didn't stand still. Luckily Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Chen next to her held her up in time. "Doctor, please, you must save my father." Jiang Shuiwei choked and said, "We will do our best." The doctor in charge nodded. "You guys sign this sheet, otherwise we won't dare to operate." The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to several people. The informed consent for surgery. The 3 of them roughly scanned it and knew what it was. Jiang Min looked at the piece of paper and forced herself to hold back her grief and prepared to sign it. But Jiang Shuiwei grabbed it first. "Mom, I'm an adult too. I'll do it," Jiang Shuiwei said with red eyes. "Good." The head doctor took the sign sheet and said to the several doctors and nurses beside him, "Prepare for surgery." Those few doctors and nurses immediately took action upon hearing this. "Director Zhou, it's no good. There's only one operating room that's empty right now, but that kidney stone patient is determined to be operated on immediately." A female nurse came quickly and anxiously. "What? There's only one operating room available? The head doctor's face sank at the words. Zhang Haitao's situation was already very critical. Every second was now snatching people from the god of death. How long will it take for the fastest of the other operating rooms? Director Lin said in a deep voice. The fastest will probably take another 20 minutes. Then tell that kidney stone patient to wait 20 minutes. I'll go and communicate. You guys send this patient directly to the operating room. Director Lin directly made the decision. Prioritizing things is something that every doctor should know. Kidney stone surgery a little early and a little late won't have any effect on the condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou. Jiang Min was in tears at the words and wanted to kneel down to that doctor on the spot. Jiang Shuowei did the same. Director Lin hurriedly helped the two up. This is all what I should do myself. Mr. Shen's got to have an operation that can't be delayed any longer. You guys go wait outside first. After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors also packed up and pushed the bed towards the operating room. The three hurriedly followed. I don't care. I must do the surgery first. I'm going up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, delaying my company's side of things. Can you guys afford this? A few people had just left the ICU when they heard a man's arrogant voice. Lin Chen looked towards the middle-aged uncle who was wearing a hospital gown and was pointing at a small nurse's nose and cursing. And at that moment, that uncle also saw the several people. Can't leave. I must be operated on first. Chapter 30 Donation of $10 million. The uncle ran over and stopped the hospital bed to prevent them from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. I already had an appointment for this surgery last week. Why should I let someone else run and get in front of me in line? Don't you know what it is to be first come first served? That uncle roared at the several doctors like a cat with fried hair. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Chen's few people contemptuously. Suddenly he spotted Jiang Shuowei and his eyes went straight. Jiang Shuowei felt that uncle's undisguised gaze and hid behind Lin Chen with a disgusted glance. That uncle looked at Lin Chen with contempt and some envy. Mr. Chow, we've explained the specifics. This patient's situation is very critical. I hope you can understand. Director Lin walked out and stood in front of the uncle surnamed Chow with an apologetic face and said, I can't understand. Is my time not time? Chow Jinlong was the owner of a large local construction material company, and had made a lot of money in the past few years because Jintang had developed so quickly and ate the dividends. Recently a real estate company was ready to order construction materials, and getting the news he was ready to go talk about it in a few days. It was a big business and he couldn't miss it. The sooner the better. Otherwise it would be easy for another company to take it. Director Lin, the patient is vomiting blood again. Several doctors were on their hands and knees as they began to change the blood bags for blood transfusion. Big brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. My husband, he's dying. Jiang Min looked at Zhang Haitao who started to vomit blood again and broke down a bit, crying and about to kowtow towards Chow Jinlong. Mom, don't be like this. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei pulled Jiang Min up with red eyes. It's not impossible to let you guys operate. Chow Jinlong rubbed his chin and looked at Jiang Shuowei with intent. Everyone instantly understood Chow Jinlong's thoughts. Send the patient directly to the operating room. Mr. Chow, if you want to go and sue me you can just do it. Director Lin knew that Zhang Haitao didn't have time to waste any more time. The top priority was to operate immediately to find out the bleeding point. Several doctors and nurses were not ambiguous when they heard this and directly pushed the hospital bed in the direction of the operating room. Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min also followed. Lin Chen was worried that Chow Jinlong would do something out of the ordinary to this young Director Lin, so he also stayed behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system mission. Donate $10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Reward, 30% of the shares of Ronto Land Company. The system never releases tasks inexplicably, which means that the one called Chow Jinlong must have some connection with this Ronto land. Chow Jinlong smiled instead of being angry at the situation, walking over to Director Lin and looking at the badge on him. Lin E, Director Lin, right? You wait for me. Chow Jinlong looked at Lin E with a bit of a cold face. This kind of dog that didn't bark was biting instead. Alright Mr. Chow, I'll go to surgery if it's alright. Lin E wasn't the least bit afraid of Chow Jinlong's threats, and after saying politely, he hurried off to the operating room on his feet. Lin Chen looked for a little nurse and asked where the dean was. After knowing the reason for his visit, the little nurse looked at Lin Chen with some skepticism, but still took Lin Chen there. Chow Jinlong spat towards the ground and took out his cell phone to make a call. Yes. Find a media to come over. I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he looked at the direction of the operating room with a cold smile, then went back to his ward. Coming to the door of the dean's office, the little nurse knocked on the door a few times. A neutral voice came from inside the door. Please come in. After hearing this, the little nurse gently opened the door and walked in with Lin Chen. Dean, this gentleman said he wanted to donate to the hospital, so I brought him over to you, the little nurse explained. The dean's gaze moved away from the computer at that and looked at Lin Chen. So young? It can't be an excuse to meet me, right? Although somewhat skeptical, he still wanted to be sure. Xiaofang, you go ahead and get busy. The nurse called Xiaofang sniffed, nodded and left the office. May I ask, sir, how much you would like to donate to this hospital? The dean guessed at this point that this youngster would probably donate a few tens of thousands of dollars at the most, and then he would say that he was looking for some kind of favor. It's not much. I'll just donate $10 million. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Oh, $10 million, ah. The dean looked at Lin Chen, whose face was bland, and subconsciously spoke. Take less? $10 million? The dean stood up excitedly at this moment. Their Jintang County First People's Hospital had always wanted to get in one more MIR, but a single device would cost millions and millions of dollars. If the young man in front of them was really willing to donate $10 million at this time, it would be considered a solution to a major problem for them. Right, $10 million. Lin Chen said affirmatively. Then may I ask what conditions you have? Sir? The dean spoke tentatively. This situation wasn't unheard of. Many donations came with conditions, saying that it was a donation. It was actually an exchange of benefits, to put it bluntly. I don't have any conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. The dean was even more skeptical when he heard this, thinking that the young man in front of him was just teasing himself. The dean took out a letter of intent for Lin Chen to fill out. After filling it out in 3 tries, Lin Chen punched $10 million into the hospital's financial account that the dean had mentioned. It was only when the finance department called the dean to say that a $10 million had suddenly arrived in the account that the dean was finally convinced. Thank you so much. On behalf of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System mission, donating $10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County is complete. System rewards have been issued. The dean excitedly bowed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't afford this bow from a respected hospital dean, and quickly dodged away. It's alright, dean. This is considered my small support for our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery. I have to go accompany her. Lin Chen said after helping the dean up. Oh, is it convenient to say the patient's name? The dean hurriedly asked. It just so happened that he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. It's called Zhang Haitao. We were still discussing this patient in our meeting just now. This patient's condition is very serious. Let's do it this way. I'll accompany you over there, Mr. Lin. Good. The dean then led Lin Chen towards the operating room. The doctors and nurses along the way all looked curiously at Lin Chen beside the dean. What's this person's origin? To be able to have the dean accompanied by his side, and he's still so young, probably has a higher social status. A few small nurses had to discuss in whispers. When Lin Chen and the two of them walked to the entrance of the operating room, they saw Jiang Shuiwei and Jiang Min sitting at the entrance of the operating room. With Jiang Min's head still resting on Jiang Shuiwei's shoulder, the two of them folded their hands together, constantly praying that the surgery must go well. The prayers in the hospital were more sincere than those inside the church. Auntie, Shuiwei. Lin Chen walked over and shouted. The two of them looked up at Lin Chen upon hearing this, and Jiang Shuiwei had a slight reproach on her face. It seemed to be complaining that Lin Chen had disappeared so suddenly for so long. Chapter 31 Successful Surgery. Introducing. This is the dean of the hospital. Lin Chen smiled apologetically at Jiang Shuiwei before introducing the dean. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuiwei both locked their gazes on the dean upon hearing this. Hello guys, please don't worry. Director Lin, who is the main surgeon, is one of the most powerful doctors in our hospital. This surgery will definitely be a complete success. The dean looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuiwei and smiled comfortingly. That's good, that's good. Jiang Min murmured. Her heart sort of reassured a little. Jiang Shuiwei gratefully glanced at Lin Chen and the dean. He knew that the dean would come back must be because of Lin Chen. Dean, may I ask what you came over for? Jiang Min opened his mouth and asked. Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father is in surgery, so I came over to take a look. The dean smiled amiably. At this time, the operating room was very alarming. Director Lin, I can't find the bleeding point. Ichasuk was sweating profusely. The camera was a red color, and after rinsing it out another red color came flooding in, and it was completely impossible to find it. Open the abdomen. Director Lin gritted his teeth. The moment the stomach was cut open, the blood pressure dropped extremely fast. Blood pressure is now over 50. It's a bit low. Rapid volume expansion. Accelerate the blood transfusion. As a last resort, the other doctor could only resort to squeezing to speed up the blood transfusion. A few minutes later, Zhang Haitao's blood pressure finally came up. 10 minutes later. Found it. Director Lin spoke with slight excitement. Finally, an ulcerous wound of about 1 centimeter in diameter was found in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the 3 words bubbling with red light in surgery on the operating room dimmed. The operation is over. The 3 stood up at once, waiting nervously at the door for the news. The dean, on the other hand, had long since gone back to take care of things. After all, as the dean, he managed such a large hospital. It didn't take long for the door to open. Director Lin walked out with a tired face, removing his mask. The surgery was successful. It's no longer life-threatening, and we should be able to transfer to the general ward in a few days, Director Lin said with a smile. He enjoyed this feeling of saving lives back. That feeling that the King of Hell couldn't do anything about it fascinated him. The three of them were relieved to hear this. Jiang Min pulled Jiang Shu away and couldn't stop thanking Director Lin, because he had only just finished such a major surgery. He still needed to stay in the ICU for a few more days for more observation before he could be transferred to the general ward. However, the ICU could not allow family members to visit the patient except for the specified time. The three of them watched through the glass outside for a while and then prepared to leave. Because of this matter, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei did not eat lunch. Jiang Shuawei hadn't finished her lunch yet, and now it was time for dinner. Mom, let's go eat first. I'm starving. After the big stone in her heart fell to the ground, Jiang Shuawei's tone couldn't help but be a few points more cheerful. She was very tormented inside these few hours, just afraid that his dad couldn't be resuscitated. Only then did Jiang Min have the time and mood to measure up Lin Chen. After all, his own daughter grew up so big, has never heard of a relationship. At this moment, I only feel that the good cabbage that I raised has been arched by a pig. Lin Chen's long and talented appearance, coupled with that attitude of the dean just now, could tell that Lin Chen was not ordinary. He also looked at Lin Chen with some satisfaction. But you can't look at your son-in-law based on appearance and background alone. You also have to look at your character. It is also necessary to examine the examination. Jiang Min couldn't help but think internally. Why does this mother-in-law keep staring at me? Lin Chen's heart surged as he was looked at by Jiang Min. Even though his current status was extraordinary, that sense of suppression that was inherent to a mother-in-law instantly made Lin Chen a little suffocated. Little Lin, right? You haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't you go to Auntie's house for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Okay, thank you, Auntie. The Jiang Min who had returned to normal at this moment made Lin Chen feel a little rushed up. Mom, then I'll go buy groceries with Chen, and it'll just be me and Chen cooking for you in the evening. Jiang Shuawei knew that Lin Chen could cook when she chatted with him on his cell phone before and heard him say that his cooking skills were pretty good. Only then did she say this, letting Lin Chen earn his performance. Okay, then we'll taste little Lin's handiwork tonight. Mom will go back first. You have to take good care of little Lin, Jiang Min instructed with a smile and a nod. Got it, Mom. Then how will you go back? Auntie, should I give you a ride? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. My mom drove here. Besides, those two cars of yours are supercars. How are you going to take three people back? Jiang Shuawei blankly glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his head. It seems like Jiang Min did catch the point in her heart. Supercars? Or two of them? Then it was true that the family conditions were very good, and could give Shuawei a good material life. Then what needed to be examined later was the character. The three of them went to the parking lot in company. When Jiang Min saw Lin Chen's car, he also couldn't help but be ruthlessly surprised. No other, the face value is too high. Jiang Min seems to have only ever swiped this kind of open door in short videos. It seems to be called butterfly door? This kind of car must be at least several millions. And at this time a security guard came over from the side, said with a bitter face, Little brother, this car turned out to be your car is too expensive. Nearly $100 million of cars just parked here. You can rest assured that we also dare not rest assured. The original security guard saw a sports car parked here, so he was curious and searched for it. As a result, he found out that it was worth nearly $100 million. There are only a dozen in the world. It gave him a jolt of fear. If someone else rubbed against it, and he didn't find the culprit, then he would be responsible for this security guard? He had no choice but to stand by the car, like a bodyguard. Hard work, brother. Lin Chen smiled apologetically and took a packet of huazi from the car and handed it to the security guard. This huazi was still bought in the supermarket before he came. He didn't know if Jiang Haitao smoked or not, but he still bought a few just in case. That security guard then smiled happily. It's okay, then I'll be busy first. Little Lin, how much is this car? Jiang Min ruthlessly swallowed his saliva, uncertainly opening his mouth to ask. Lin Chen was a bit helpless. Had he known that he would have rebought a several $100,000 Mercedes-Benz? This way in front of Jiang Shuawei's mother, saying that this car was sold for more than $90 million at the time, and now it was hundreds of millions of dollars. It always felt particularly pretentious. Can only try to look at Jiang Shuawei. Seeing Jiang Shuawei nodding, only then did Lin Chen open his mouth and say, Auntie, this car should be able to be worth more than $100 million now. What? More than 100 million? Jiang Min was dumbstruck and couldn't help but count how many zeros there were in her mind. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. Jiang Min only felt a little dizzy from being hit by countless zeros. Quite good, quite good. Jiang Min forced a smile. She now felt as if her daughter was the pig. Chapter 32: The Dilemma of the County Hospital. And at this time, the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. The public opinion on the internet right now is very unfavorable to our hospital. They're all saying that our hospital is relying on connections to be able to cut in other people's queues. The dean was sitting on his desk at this time, rubbing his temples with a bit of a headache as he looked at Director Lin, who was standing in front of him. Dean, emergency medicine isn't supposed to be about who comes first and who does the surgery, but rather it's about the situation. I don't think I've done anything wrong in this case, Linny said with an uninterrupted face. That Chao Jinlong specifically got the media to smear our hospital. Let's just explain the situation. Easy for you to say. The internet nowadays is all about whoever reports first has the right of way. Do you think they'll believe what we say? They will only think that our hospital is making excuses. Forget it. I'll have someone go and see if we can settle this privately with Chao Jinlong. We can't let public opinion fester any longer, since Chao Jinlong has already been transferred to the hospital, and you don't have an operation go off work first. The dean waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to go out from his office. Lin Yi's fists clenched tightly, but he could only go out of the office. Brother Lin, how's it going? That Chao Jinlong is too damnable. That uncle is obviously in critical condition, and he's still being unreasonable. A few young doctors and nurses were guarding the doorway, and as soon as they saw Lin Yi walk out, they hurriedly asked. The dean said he'd go and discuss paying out some money to see if he could have a private chat. Lin Yi was feeling very frustrated at the moment. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei drove the Lamborghini Poison to a vegetable market. This vegetable market was open air. The environment wasn't very good, and there was a lot of traffic, so Lin Chen searched for a long time before finding a parking space. Chen, our side is relatively remote. That kind of large-scale superstore has to be in the center of the county over there. Jiang Shuiwei was a little embarrassed. She felt that since Lin Chen was so rich, he would definitely be uncomfortable with such a small place. It's fine. I used to be a poor boy too. I'm not as pretentious as you think. Lin Chen scraped Jiang Shuiwei's perky nose. Let's go. Jiang Shuiwei pulled up Lin Chen's hand and bounced towards the food market. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei returned to the car with a few pockets of vegetables, talking and laughing. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic cloves, 2 thorns. Jiang Shuiwei broke her fingers and calculated. Is there anything else to buy? It should be almost enough. You want to tire your man to death, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile as he looked at the several large pockets of vegetables. Cut. Jiang Shuiwei's face flushed a little when she heard Lin Chen's address. Why do I bother asking again? Lin Chen's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Who is it? Jiang Shuiwei curiously came over. The hospital director. Then pick it up. As soon as Jiang Shuiwei heard that it was the hospital director, she became a little nervous, fearing that she was here to inform her dad that something had happened. Lin Chen nodded his head. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm not disturbing you, right? The dean on the other end of the phone spoke cautiously. No, Dean, just say what you have to say. It's like this. I'm sure you know about that Chao Jinlong who stopped Director Lin from having an operation today. He got the media to add fuel to the fire to discredit our hospital, saying that our hospital jumped the queue for an operation based on connections. Now that this matter is fermenting quickly on the internet, the higher-ups have ordered us to make sure that we deal with the public opinion on the internet. So I would like to ask for your help to see if there are any connections that can resolve this matter. Lin Chen's face sank at the words. He didn't expect this Chao Jinlong to be so difficult to deal with, and he was also careful enough. Why is this person like this? Because it was on speakerphone. Jiang Shuiwei also heard it and puffed out her mouth. Chen, if you can help then help. After all, it's for the sake of my dad's surgery that you're like this, Jiang Shuiwei said tentatively. Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuiwei a reassuring look. Dean, I'll try, but I can't guarantee whether I can help or not. I'll give you an answer tomorrow at noon at the latest, Lin Chen said after some thought. Mainly Lin Chen couldn't guarantee that the system was just targeting Chao Jinlong before issuing the 30% shares of Ronto Land. Ronto Land. Lin Chen had specifically gone to understand that it was a real estate company that was at the forefront in Tenfu City or in the whole of Suzhou. Good. Whether it helps or not. Thank you Mr. Lin. After saying a few more words, the dean hung up the phone and paralyzed in his chair. This hospital was really bad to run. It was better when he was the director in the past. When the sky collapsed, there was a taller person to hold it up, and this side of Lin Chen hung up the phone. There's no rush on this. Let's go back to cook first and talk after dinner. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuiwei's slippery little hand and comforted her. Jiang Shuiwei nodded. She believed in her man's ability. Lin Chen then started the engine and drove out in front of a crowd of marveling and envious eyes. Mom, we're back. Jiang Shuiwei shouted happily towards the house as soon as she opened the door. Lin Chen also followed Jiang Shuiwei and walked in. The furnishings in the house are still very luxurious. After all, Jiang Shuowei's family is not poor. Jiang Haitao package construction site can earn 80 to 90 million a year. Is very tired. Jiang Min at this time changed to child's clothes, playing the phone out of the house. Jiang Shuowei saw Jiang Min on the phone also did not make a sound. What? You've already arrived at the airport? Your dad is already fine. Where did you know that? Jiang Min finished hanging up the phone. Shuowei, your brother just got on the plane and will be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Min looked at Jiang Shuowei and said with some relief, my brother? Didn't I say not to give him the word? Jiang Shuowei somewhat complained. I didn't tell him. It's your uncle who said. Your uncle is afraid that if something happens to your father, your brother can't see the last side. Jiang Min said, her eyes red again. Nothing, Mom, my father, this is not nothing well. We have to be happy. Jiang Shuowei held back her tears, walked over and hugged Jiang Min and said softly, yes, your dad is fine now. Jiang Min pulled out a smile, then looked at Lin Chen again. Little Lin, it's really troublesome for you this time, and you came all the way over here. It's fine, auntie. Shuowei is my girlfriend. This is what should happen. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Mom, you know. Jiang Shuowei also told Jiang Min about Chao Jinlong's use of the media to smear the Jintang County First People's Hospital. Mainly, she wanted Jiang Min to know what Lin Chen had done, so that she could at least add some points to her impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew Jiang Shuowei's purpose and was somewhat touched in his heart. After Jiang Min heard this, a few touches of anger also appeared on her face. This Chao Jinlong is really a self-righteous bad seed. Xiao Lin, if you have the ability to help the hospital, after all, it's also for the sake of old Jiang that this happened. Sort of auntie asking you for a favor. Auntie, you are overstating it. I will definitely help with this favor. Lin Chen said with conviction. If I can't fight, I'll use Penguin's connections. I don't believe I can't handle this kind of small matter. This was the first thing that his future mother-in-law had asked for his help with. Chapter 33, Be careful with your measurements. Good. Jiang Min's eyes grew more and more satisfied as she looked at Lin Chen. Money not to mention. Good looking. And good to Shuowei. Right, auntie. I also bought some tonic over. Lin Chen said and took out the tonic he bought before he came to Jintang and those few soft mediums. I also don't know if uncle smokes. Lin Chen said with a smile. This kid. Just come, why do you still bring things? Jiang Min carried some blame on the surface, but inwardly she was very satisfied. Jiang Shuowei was also very happy. Although she had only talked for a few days, she had already recognized Lin Chen. Lin Chen had made Jiang Min happy, so naturally he had passed the test. Dad and brother's opinions didn't matter. That meant Lin Chen was almost already their Jiang family's prospective son-in-law. It's fine. Auntie, then I'll go and cook first. Chun, I'll go help you. Jiang Shuowei said and happily pulled Lin Chen and ran to the kitchen. Jiang Min also shook her head helplessly as she watched the young couple being close. She had been worried that Jiang Shuowei was not the same and had no interest in boys at all since she grew up. As a result, she didn't expect a big one to suddenly come, and the unpredictable boyfriends were in their own home. Chen, I can see that my mom is very satisfied with you. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her two bright eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuowei's head. That's true. Your boyfriend is loved by everyone. Lin Chen raised his head triumphantly. Narcissist. Jiang Shuowei fluttered her smile and patted Lin Chen's arm. After the teasing, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuowei, on the other hand, played her hand at the side. Jiang Shuowei almost not much into the kitchen. Wash a leek or almost washed into leek juice. Peeling a potato almost to scrape off the meat. Lin Chen scared Jiang Shuowei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuowei spat out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen outside the kitchen. At the moment, only Lin Chen was left in the kitchen, and Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to show off his skills. More than an hour later, the three of them were sitting at the dining table. Wow, Chen, you can do it. It looks appetizing. Don't you think so, Mom? Jiang Shuowei's mouth was watering as she looked at the table of good dishes. It's really good. Xiaolin usually doesn't cook at home much, right? Jiang Min said as she looked at Lin Chen with a smile. She felt that her daughter had picked up a treasure. There were very few men who could cook nowadays. In the past, Jiang Shuowei had not rarely followed along into the kitchen, but she was invariably driven out by the black-faced Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. This girl could blow up the kitchen if she stayed there for a few minutes. Therefore, one of the couple's mandatory requirements for their son-in-law is to be able to cook. You can't order takeout every day, right? I learned from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, try it and see if it tastes to your liking. Lin Chen said with a smile. Good. Jiang Min said and chucked a piece of boiled meat. Not bad. Little Lin, your skills can even catch up to the cooks outside. Jiang Min complimented with praise. As long as you like it, Auntie. Lin Chen put his heart down as he sniffed. Mom, is it as delicious as you said? Jiang Shuowei was half convinced, saying that she also pinched a bit to taste it. Awesome Chen. This lady promised you to be my royal chef, Jiang Shuawei said and aided without any ladylike image. Jiang Min knocked Jiang Shuawei's head. Pay attention to your image. Only then did Jiang Shuawei get honest. Lin Chen snickered from the side and was viciously glared at by Jiang Shuawei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated a bit before deciding to speak up. Little Lin, Auntie is also very satisfied with you. But your family's condition is not ordinary. Have you talked to your mom and dad about our Shuawei? Jiang Min still considered for a while before deciding to say it. After all, Lin Chen's family was definitely not rich. In case Lin Chen's parents didn't see their daughter, wouldn't they be angry if they married there? Jiang Shuawei also put down her chopsticks. She had actually thought about this issue as well. Auntie, our family is actually not as rich as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers, and they are very good at talking. Since Shuawei and I just got together not long ago, I haven't talked to my parents about it yet, but I'll tell my parents in a few days. Lin Chen added after he finished speaking. It can't be, right? Isn't that car you're driving worth almost $100 million? Jiang Min said as she looked at Lin Chen with some skepticism. Really, Auntie? All of this was put together by my own hard work. I'm not at liberty to give you the details, but my parents don't even know that I'm rich yet. Lin Chen explained. This I've heard Chen mention. Jiang Shuawei also looked at Jiang Min and nodded. Jiang Min was still skeptical. Lin Chen looked to be about the same age as his own daughter, and he could drive a sports car worth $100 million just by himself? Not to mention Lin Chen's other assets. Was this a science fiction story? Don't worry, Auntie. I'll definitely treat Shuawei well and won't let her suffer. Lin Chen tenderly glanced at Jiang Shuawei and took her small hand, then firmly looked at Jiang Min and said, all right. Jiang Min could only nod her head. It was better to wait for Lin Chen to tell his parents before making a decision. Jiang Min got up and prepared to clean up the dishes. Don't. Auntie, I'll do it. Lin Chen hurriedly got up and blocked Jiang Min's movements. How can this be? You're a guest. It's already embarrassing to let you cook. It's okay, Mom. Just let Lin Chen do it. Otherwise he won't be able to feel solid in his heart. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. Alright, then it's hard on you, little Lin. Jiang Min gave a slight thought and smiled helplessly. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei finished washing, little Lin, you can stay in Shuawei's brother's room. I changed the sheets and covers with new ones. Jiang Min said as she looked at the two of them coming out of the kitchen while holding the dirty sheets and covers. Trouble, Auntie. Jiang Min smiled and waved her hand. Mom, go rest quickly. You're tired after a long day. Jiang Shuawei was worried that Jiang Min's body couldn't handle it. After all, after a busy day, her mood was still like a roller coaster ride, both mentally and physically tired. Even she was the same. Alright, then you take care of Shaolin. I'll go rest first. After Jiang Min finished speaking, she even made a point of handing Jiang Shuawei a warning look, signaling not to do anything out of the ordinary. Seemingly afraid that Jiang Shuawei didn't understand the meaning, she even called Jiang Shuawei to her room. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, but after all, it was normal for people to whisper between mother and daughter, so he sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone. Boss, what's going on over there? What happened? Do you need our help? Give us a word if something happens. It was a message from Chen Xiao and the three of them. Lin Chen's heart warmed as he replied one by one. Lin Dong, I've gathered some penguin everything on my side for you to take a look. This was from Lu Hai. There were others from Ma Tang and Lu Shu, and the mother and daughter in the room. Mom, why did you call me in? There's something to whisper about. Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min held her forehead. It was true that this stupid daughter of hers was nothing but good grades. I think this kid Shaolin is really good, but you guys must pay attention to the scale when you fall in love, and if so, make sure to take safety measures. Jiang Min is still very open. Nowadays young people fall in love and go to bed, which is very normal, but must not get pregnant. Pregnant before marriage, this is extremely irresponsible. Chapter 34 Shuzhou Airport Pickup. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuawei's face instantly flushed, her hands covering her burning face. Chen and I haven't gotten to that point yet. Anyway, you guys must remember to have to take proper precautions in the future. Jiang Min kicked Jiang Shuawei out of the bedroom after she finished speaking. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen asked suspiciously as he looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was flushed and who was still looking at him with some odd eyes. Nothing's wrong. I'm going to take a bath first. Jiang Shuawei didn't even dare to look at Lin Chen's eyes and fled with her head down. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. As Lin Chen listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery inside. He looked at the information sent by Lu Hai in his cell phone in a serious manner, but his eyes looked into the bathroom from time to time. Finally, the sound of water stopped and the bathroom door opened. Chen, come in. I'll tell you which one of my washcloths is. Jiang Shuawei was wearing a pink pajamas, and that feeling of a beauty out of the bath gave Lin Chen an uncontrollable restlessness. Little Lin Chen, must be steady. This was in his mother-in-law's house. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Chen, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for wiping my feet, Zhang Shuowei said and felt something was wrong. Ah Chen, are you listening to me? Only then did Lin Chen's sight leave Zhang Shuowei's white thighs, swallowing his saliva. Ah, I'm listening, Zhang Shuowei inwardly snickered, knowing that Lin Chen was stealing glances at her. Then I'll go back to bed first. I still have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my old brother. Zhang Shuowei was just about to leave when Lin Chen tugged on her. Well, Zhang Shuowei knew what was going to happen next and closed her eyes tightly before her mouth was sealed shut. After a long time, the lips parted. My mom is at home. What if my mom finds out? Zhang Shuowei gasped slightly and said with a red face of dissatisfaction. It's fine. It's not like our mom doesn't know we're in love. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he tended to the few strands of hair on Zhang Shuowei's cheeks. Who is your mom? Ah. 8 words haven't even been written yet. You'll be mine sooner or later. Lin Chen domineeringly wrapped Zhang Shuowei in his arms, and his hands couldn't help but get a little restless. I'll go back to bed first. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to wander to the peak of the mountain, Zhang Shuowei fled from Lin Chen's clutches in a panic. As she was leaving, she seemed to be afraid that Lin Chen would be unhappy, and turned around and hesitantly opened her mouth. Chen, when I'm ready, I'll definitely give it to you. Saying that, he fled. Lin Chen recalled the touch of softness on his hand just now. He then shook his head. No longer thinking much, took a shower and returned to Zhang Shuowei's brother's bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuowei chatted for a while before falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was still asleep when he felt a pair of delicate little hands play recklessly on his face. When he opened his eyes, he was met with Zhang Shuowei's exquisite face. Zhang Shuowei had sneaked into the room at some point. You're awake. Zhang Shuowei was startled and somewhat unnaturally pulled away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then hurry up and come out to wash up, and accompany me to pick up my old brother after dinner. Zhang Shuowei gently pecked Lin Chen on the cheek, then smiled and left the bedroom. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, got up and folded the quilt and went out of the bedroom as well. Little Lin is awake. Go wash up quickly. Auntie cooked some porridge. After dinner you guys go pick up Shuowei's brother. I'll just go to the hospital first, Zhang Min said with a smile. Okay, Auntie. Lin Chen came to the bathroom. After washing up and eating breakfast again, he and Zhang Shuowei went out the door. Chen, how are we going to sit when we go pick up Jiang Lei's 3 people? Zhang Shuowei asked. Jiang Lei is Zhang Shuowei's younger brother. Originally studied abroad. Because he knew about Zhang Haitao, he returned to the country overnight. Yeah, Zhang Min definitely needed a car to get to the hospital, and his poison was a double seat. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. I should have known that I would have bought a car with more space. It just so happened that a phone call came through at this time. May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, I am. Hello Lin Dong. I'm from Rontoland. Just call me Xiao Huang, because you acquired 30% of Ronto's shares yesterday. So may I ask when you'll come over to the company side to take a look? I should have time to come over for a bit today. I still have some things to do here, so I'll hang up first. Okay, sorry to bother Lin Dong. After the phone hung up, Zhang Shuowei kept staring at Lin Chen. You acquired 30% of the shares of Rontoland? Yeah, you know about this company? Lin Chen asked with some curiosity. Yeah, my dad is the one who often takes orders from Rontoland, Zhang Shuowei explained. His dad was the head of an engineering team because he was the head of an engineering team, so she would have learned about a few things as well. That's a coincidence. I'll talk to Rontoland's side when Uncle Jiang gets better. Although Lin Chen didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Shuowei knew what he meant. Happily, she hugged Lin Chen and kissed him. Thank you Chen. Let's go pick up your brother first. The plane is almost here. Lin Chen thought about it and decided to go to the airport. Alright, Lin Chen carried Zhang Shuowei and drove for more than an hour before arriving at Suzhou Airport. After all, Suzhou Airport was one of the largest airports in the country in terms of passenger flow, and the outside was full of luxury cars. Lin Chen saw a lot of Masha, Porsche, Lambo, and other sports cars, but when Lin Chen's car drove outside the airport, it caused a small stir. It's not like those small places where you know it's a sports car, but you don't have much of an idea of how much it costs. But this was Suzhou Airport. There was no shortage of rich second-generation people with money. I didn't see it wrong, right? This is poison? Awesome. There seems to be only 9 of the soft top ones worldwide, right? The corruption of capitalism. After parking the car, the exclamations of the people around them didn't affect the two. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuowei got out of the car, a few security personnel jogged all the way over. Sir, we'll keep an eye on your car. Trouble. Lin Chen nodded and led Zhang Shuowei into the airport. The Suzhou International Airport was swarming with people. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei waited for a while before Jiang Shuawei pointed at a boy dragging a suitcase wearing a pure white shirt with an innocent male grand appearance. My brother has arrived, Jiang Shuawei said, shaking her hand happily towards that boy. That boy also noticed Jiang Shuawei and walked straight towards the two of them. He just looked at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Sis, how's my dad doing? Jiang Lei hurriedly asked as soon as he came over. Dad is already fine. Don't worry, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Jiang Lei was visibly relieved. After sitting on the airplane for 11 or 12 hours, he had been thinking about this all the time and hadn't gotten much rest. Then he looked at Lin Chen. This one is? Chapter 35 Giving a Mercedes-Benz upon meeting? Lin Chen graciously extended his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. I'm your future brother-in-law. Jiang Lei sniffed and stretched out his hand to shake Lin Chen's. My name is Jiang Lei. It's not easy for you to be my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei sized up Lin Chen. His first impression was not bad. He was dressed to look like a rich man, and his temperament was also very good. After the family had passed, it was time to see how the character was. In case it was that kind of flirtatious male, then wouldn't my sister be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Alright, hurry up and get going, Jiang Shuawei urged. She still wanted to rush to the hospital to see how her dad was doing. Jiang Lei was also attached to his dad in his heart, so he also asked, how are we going to go back? Lin Chen was also in trouble, but in the next moment, he saw a bright light in front of his eyes. Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't recognized you as my brother-in-law yet. Call me Jiang Lei. I have a driver's license. What's wrong? Jiang Lei was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Lin Chen was doing, asking him if he had a driver's license. Do you have your driver's license with you? Yes. Jiang Lei was a bit puzzled. Even Jiang Shuawei was puzzled. Chen, why are you asking this? Doesn't my car only seat 2 people? Wouldn't it be fine if I go buy another car? It's also a sort of meeting gift for my brother-in-law, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Lei was stunned at his words. The brother-in-law who had only just met was giving himself a car as a meeting gift? No need. How can anyone give a car as a meeting gift? Jiang Shuawei sniffed and hurriedly stopped it. You can't be so hoity-toity even if you have money. Jiang Lei was still a little skeptical that Lin Chen was not blowing off steam, but when he heard his own sister say this, then he could be sure that Lin Chen had the strength. He still understood his sister. It's fine. How much money can I spend on a car? Lin Chen said indifferently, then turned his head to Jiang Lei. What kind of car do you like, Jiang Lei? Jiang Shuawei saw that she couldn't argue with Lin Chen and had to give in. Brother-in-law, you just call Xiao Lei. I prefer Mercedes-Benz. Jiang Lei was satisfied with his brother-in-law at this time. Or his own sister is great. Went out to college and abducted such a rich brother-in-law back. Lin Chen smiled slightly. This brother-in-law was quite interesting. That's fine. You open your cell phone and see what Mercedes 4 stores are around here. Then add a friend of mine and share it with me. We'll go straight over there. But you'll have to take a taxi. My car can only seat 2 people. Lin Chen said while pulling out his cell phone and added Jiang Lei's green bubble. Alright, brother-in-law. Jiang Lei replied beautifully, then couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and start searching. In a short while, he found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store that was closer, and shared its location with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the address displayed on his cell phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then, the three of them walked out of Suzhou Airport together. Arriving outside the airport, Lin Chen looked at the rows of neatly parked cabs outside and turned his head to Jiang Lei and said, Little Lei, you take the cab there first. I'll go to the parking lot with your sister to get the car. Jiang Lei readily accepted and responded excitedly. Alright, brother-in-law. Jiang Lei's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. The first car in his life. Looking at Jiang Lei so happy, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, while Jiang Shuawei silently followed Lin Chen towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was dedicated to guarding Lin Chen's vehicle to ensure that no one would accidentally scratch it. Lin Chen handed the security guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes to show his appreciation. The security guard took the cigarettes and thanked him in a hurry. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and drove towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store that they had agreed with Jiang Lei. Little brother, are you buying a car? Jiang Lei sat in the cab, and the big brother driver chatted with him enthusiastically. Right. Jiang Lei nodded with a smile. I really envy you. You're not too old. I guess you're still in college, right? Driving a Mercedes-Benz at such a young age. I'm afraid it's hard to meet love. The driver looked at Jiang Lei and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Lei smiled slightly at the driver's words and didn't respond. Soon after arriving at the agreed Mercedes-Benz 4 store, after paying the money, Jiang Lei waited for Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen at the roadside. It wasn't long before a Lamborghini Poison drove over. Lamborghini? Look at this car. It's at least a $10 million level, Jiang Lei exclaimed. Jiang Lei was still marveling, but he didn't expect the car to stop directly in front of him. Zhang Lei looked inside the car, and inside sat none other than Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei. Zhang Lei couldn't help but go forward and touch the supercar, his eyes full of envy. The last trace of suspicion in his heart also vanished. What's wrong with sending your brother-in-law a Mercedes-Benz when you can afford to drive a multi-million-dollar sports car? What's wrong with that? No problem. Lin Chen came to the Ford store to park the car. Immediately inside came out several Mercedes-Benz sales. The faces full of passionate smile to receive the three people. Just kidding. Driving a Lamborghini to the Mercedes-Benz store. This is not a proper big customer. Lin Chen's trio was also very helpless as they watched so many sales circling around. You guys don't need to worry about us first. Let's take a look for ourselves. Lin Chen said directly. How could those few sales dare to say anything more? They could only scatter in all directions. And the manager in the Ford store heard that a few people in Lamborghinis had come over to look at the car, and also rushed over to greet them. Hello guys, I'm the manager here. May I ask if you all have a model you're more interested in? The man's face was filled with a pleasing smile. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lei. Little Lei, which car do you like? Zhang Xuewei hurriedly looked at Zhang Lei, her eyes full of threats. If you kid dares to open your mouth and shut it about $1 million car, see if I don't clean you up. Zhang Lei's attention at the moment was all on the various cars exhibited in the store. The Mercedes-Benz E300 I saw on the internet, I think it's very good. The interior, I think I quite like it. Although Zhang Lei also likes supercars, but after all, it was the car that Lin Chen had given him. So if he directly said that he liked Mercedes-Benz's supercars, what if his brother-in-law felt that he was greedy? Lin Chen nodded. He had seen it on the short video before, and he liked the Mercedes-Benz C260 and E300 better. It was probably a better shot. The lights in that interior really looked good when they shone. That manager sniffed and immediately brought the three to a Mercedes E300. Several people. This is the Mercedes-Benz E300. Is our Mercedes-Benz three-forked starburst? He symbolizes Mercedes-Benz outstanding achievements and wide range of achievements in the three fields of sea, land and air. That manager then introduced it in a gushing manner. Zhang Lei walked around the car a few times, looked at the interior of the car, and understood some more questions. Lei, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. He looked at his cell phone. It was getting late. Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L. I like it a lot. Zhang Lei nodded with an excited look. Then pay for it, full payment by credit card, just the top of the line. Lin Chen took out the platinum card of Huaxia Bank and said to that manager. Chapter 36. Zhang Haitao woke up. The smile on that manager's face grew even wider, and he hurriedly took Lin Chen to go through the payment procedures. In a short while, the formalities were completed. A total of just 600,000 or so. He also deliberately spent a little more money to let the Ford store license plate. Expedited processing. Zhang Lei looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz E300L, excited to dance. How he did not expect. Today actually can really have a luxury car of their own. Brother-in-law, this is too much of a surprise for me. I don't know what to say. Zhang Lei was so excited that he was incoherent. Lin Chen patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and said with a smile, Little Lei, work hard in the future. Come work in my company after graduation. This is just the beginning. Zhang Xuewei watched from the sidelines. Her heart was both touched and a little helpless. Touched by Lin Chen's generosity and care for his family. Helpless because the speed of this spending was also too fast. Soon, the temporary license plate was sent over in an expedited manner. Alright, let's hurry to the hospital to see our dad, Zhang Xuewei said. Zhang Lei couldn't wait to get into the driver's seat. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll leave first then. I won't bother you two in your two-person world, Zhang Lei said and left the Ford store in his beloved car. Zhang Xuewei's face was slightly red. Being flirted with by her own brother like this was indeed a bit embarrassing. Lin Chen pampered and pinched Zhang Xuewei's cheeks. Let's go too. Zhang Xuewei happily nodded and got on the Poison with Lin Chen. As the roar of the Poison's engine sounded, Lin Chen also drove away from the Mercedes-Benz Ford store. Hey, do you guys know what kind of car that Lamborghini was just now? At this time that one of the female salesmen said to Zhou people with a face full of excitement. A Lamborghini supercar? It's got to be a few $1 million, right? But I see that one of his. At least it's also a 10 million level. Yes, this is how rich you have to be to drive a multi-million-dollar sports car. We can't even buy one of his wheels in a year. Wrong. I just searched. This car is called Lamborghini Poison. It's limited to more than 10 units worldwide. This one has a soft top and is worth nearly $100 million. But I'm guessing that if you want to buy it, you'll need at least several $100 million, right? What? Are you crazy? The Fast and the Furious doesn't even dare to shoot like this. It's too much. Those sales were filled with shock. The manager who came out on the side regretted it. Had I known what to say, also have to be cheeky to ask for contact information. After Lin Chen arrived at Jintang County, he and Zhang Xuewei went to a nearby superstore to buy some fruits and supplements. When they arrived at the hospital, They came to the parking lot and saw John Lei's Mercedes-Benz there. After parking the car, Zhang Shuawei took Lin Chen's hand and went to Zhang's father's hospital room. Zhang father's surgery yesterday was very successful, and after more than 10 hours of observation, he was transferred to the general ward. Zhang father had already woken up at the moment, and was lying on the hospital bed resting, listening to Zhang Lei talk about his study life abroad, his face full of smiles. Zhang Min was at the side cutting apples for Zhang father. By the way, mom and dad, sister father bought me a car. It's still a Mercedes-Benz, Zhang Lei said excitedly. For the brother-in-law in Zhang Lei's mouth, Zhang Haitao already knew from his own wife's mouth. Very rich, very handsome, very good to Shuawei. This was Zhang Min's evaluation of Lin Chen. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks. But Zhang Haitao was different. For this guy who had arched the cabbage he had raised for more than 20 years, he inexplicably carried a hint of hostility. Humph, if you want to marry your own daughter, you'll have to go through me. But I heard that Lin Chen had put in a lot of effort into this matter for himself, and had even gotten the dean here. Then just relax a little bit. And when Zhang Haitao heard Zhang Lei's words, his face instantly sank. You've only met someone for the first time and you've accepted a car from them? Zhang Min said in a hurry. Old Zhang, you take it easy for now. It's in the post-operation recovery period. Then also frowned at Zhang Lei. What's wrong with you, kid? Don't say you've just met with someone else, Shaolin, for the first time. Even if you're familiar with them, you shouldn't be accepting something so expensive from someone else. Tell me honestly, how much is that car? Zhang Lei saw that his mom and dad were both a bit angry and panicked again. This is what brother-in-law wants to buy for me. Brother-in-law also said that in the future when I graduated to work in his company, then I don't want a salary in the future, okay? Zhang Lei said weakly. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had just walked to the entrance of the ward when they heard this conversation. Lin Chen was still satisfied in his heart. At least it wasn't a white-eyed wolf. When he used to read novels in the past, the female family in them lay on top of the protagonist and sucked blood looking at him with a frown on his face. And Zhang Lei's character was quite good. At least he wouldn't use his name to do anything outside in the future. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei pushed their way in. Little Lin is here. Why did you buy so many things again? Didn't you already buy them yesterday? Zhang Min hurriedly piled up a smile and walked up to take the things in Lin Chen's hand. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today, Lin Chen said with a smile. And at this moment, Zhang Haitao carefully sized up Lin Chen. He had to say that this kid gave off a very good feeling. Zhang Haitao was still very satisfied. Hello uncle, my name is Lin Chen. I'm Shuawei's boyfriend. Lin Chen at the moment did not have the paradigm that he had outside, and stood in front of the hospital bed in a well-behaved manner and looked at Zhang Haitao and said, young man with a good look, come, sit. Zhang Haitao smiled and pointed to the stool next to him. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over and sat down. Dad, you forgot your daughter. Zhang Shuawei squatted in front of the hospital bed and pouted towards Zhang Haitao. Ouch, my fault. How could I have forgotten my precious daughter? Zhang Haitao was laughing at the moment. Daughter slave. Zhang Lei skimmed his mouth. Why weren't you like this when I came back? Father and daughter spoke some more before remembering Lin Chen. Dad, how's the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad, right? Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help but straighten his body when he heard this. Not bad at all. Zhang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. That's right, little Lin. Why did you buy a car for Zhang Lei? It's just too expensive. Let's just give you the money. Zhang Min opened her mouth at this time and asked. Their family was considered a middle-class family, and they could earn 800,000 to 900,000 a year, so it was still easy to come up with $600,000. It's fine, uncle and aunt. Xiao Lei is Shuaiwei's brother, which is also my brother. What's wrong with me buying a car for my brother? Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me, Lin Chen hurriedly said. Zhang Min and Zhang Haitao didn't say anything at this time. They had to say that Lin Chen's words were very skillfully said. If you rejected it, then wouldn't that mean that Zhang Lei isn't your brother? The subliminal meaning is that you and our daughter can't go all the way. Zhang Haitao and Zhang Min had to give up. Chapter 37, Zhao Jinlong with a face like ashes. Mr. Lin, when I heard you were here, I immediately came over to take a look. The dean suddenly appeared in the doorway, looking into the room with a smile on his face. Why are you here, Dean? Come, sit. Zhang Min hurriedly got up and brought a bench over. No. I mainly just came over to check on the patient's condition, and then I have something to find Mr. Lin. The dean hurriedly waved his hand. Lin Chen suddenly realized that what he said about coming to look at the patient's condition. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was here to seek his help. The dean checked Zhang Haitao's physical condition and said some painless words before looking at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you think you have time? Why don't you come to my office and chat for a while? The dean looked at Lin Chen with an expectant face. Lin Chen calmly nodded. Uncle, Auntie, since the dean is looking for me for something, I'll go over first, Lin Chen said with a smile. Alright, Xiao Lin, you go quickly. Business is important, Jiang Min hurriedly voiced out. Zhang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to go and get busy first. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei again, before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as the two of them left the ward, Zhang Haitao couldn't help but ask, what does the dean want with little Lin? Jiang Min sighed, then told Zhang Haitao and Zhang Lei the whole story of that incident. There's actually such a thing. Why is this Chao so shameless? Still has the nerve to make a complaint first and take things out of context to smear the hospital? Zhang Lei heard the fire and immediately came up. Originally as a young man, the fire is relatively strong. At this time cannot wait to find that Chao Jinlong hard to beat him up. Zhang Haitao is also a face of gloom and fear. If not that Dr. Lin, perhaps he was too late to rescue it? On this side, Lin Chen had already followed the dean to his office. Where's Dr. Lin? How come I didn't see him today? Lin Chen looked at the dean with a touch of inquiry in his eyes. This, Mr. Lin, you are also aware of. The public opinion on the internet is just too big, so I can only have no choice but to suspend Dr. Lin for a period of time first. The dean seemed to be a little embarrassed to say it, and stammered his words. Lin Chen's face looked a little bad. Lin Yi is also considered to be his old man's life-saving benefactor. Now this matter, Lin Yi's approach is not any error, but he was suspended for this reason. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of contempt in his eyes. This dean was no good. I gave him a good first impression all yesterday. I didn't expect to give me a contrast. You wait for me to make a call first. Lin Chen spoke in a very flat tone. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called that phone number from that day. Hello? This is Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Xiao Huang. Are you coming over? A young woman's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. There's no time yet. Do we, Road to Land, have any business dealings with a building material owner called Chao Jinlong? Please wait a moment. Lin Dong, I'll check for you. A sound of pounding on the keyboard rang out on that end. Yes, Lin Dong. It's a local construction material company in Jintang County called Golden Dragon Building Materials. Do you think it's this person? Lin Chen sniffed and thought in his heart. Sure enough, actually managed to figure out a little bit of the system. Yes, that's right. Do I have the right to terminate his business dealings with Ronto Land? Of course you can, Lin Dong. This Golden Dragon Building Materials is just a small company that doesn't bring much business to the company. Then inform him directly. Tell him that I said so. And if he still wants to continue to work together, tell him that I'm the son-in-law of that patient from the county hospital. Okay, Lin Dong. I'll go make arrangements. Wait, that Chao Jinlong will come over soon to apologize. I'll go back to the ward if there's nothing else, Lin Chen said, and walked towards the door. By the way, have Lin Yi come back to work? Throwing down a sentence, Lin Chen directly walked out of the office. As soon as the dean heard that the matter had almost been resolved, his heart settled down. So in a happy mood, he called Dr. Lin over. Lin Yi, you can come back to work now. Chao Jinlong had been transferred directly to the hospital after that incident yesterday, and had just finished his surgery last night, and was now in the post-operative recovery period. Chao Jinlong looked at the short video comments section of his cell phone that was all about bombarding the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hang up a smug smile. He, a little doctor still wants to fight me? Let's see if I can't play you to death. Worthy of being the boss. This tactic is really brilliant. The few juniors sitting beside Chao Jinlong also patted Chao Jinlong's ass. For a while, Chao Jinlong was a bit fluttery. It's just a pity about that pussy. I haven't even played with one of such high quality yet, Chao Jinlong said while still swallowing his saliva. In his heart, he was even more disgusted with Lin Yi who had spoiled his good deed. Just then, the phone placed on the bed rang. Chao Jinlong put away the YY in his heart and picked up the phone. Is this Chao Jinlong, the owner of Golden Dragon Building Materials? Yes, I am. And you are? I'm Huang Wei, the general manager of Ronto Land. Chao Jinlong's voice instantly became much more respectful. His back couldn't help but straighten. Hello, Mr. Huang. May I ask if this is about cooperation? It's about this matter, but I'm here to inform you that this cooperation is even. Chao Jinlong was instantly a bit anxious. Why, Mr. Huang, how can you just say no? Didn't you say we'd talk about it in a few days? I'm afraid we can't talk about it now. May I ask if Boss Chao has offended someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice was like a thunderbolt that split Chao Jinlong frozen in place. Did the county hospital offend someone? The patient who was going to be operated on? Unlike that woman almost kneeled to himself at a glance is not a person with any relationship. The director of the county hospital? Not like Can the director of a county hospital have the connections to contact the general manager of Ronto Land? And listen to Huang Wei's tone. The person behind even Huang Wei cannot afford to mess with. It seems like I have offended someone. Chao Jinlong couldn't think of who exactly he had offended for a moment, and could only reply with a stiff upper lip. If it wasn't for the fact that this business was very important to him, coupled with the fact that Rongtoland had a very high status for the construction industry in the whole of Tenfu City, and even the whole of Shuzhou, he would have wanted to throw in the towel and quit. That's right then. If you want to continue to cooperate, look for the patient you offended that day. Chao Jinlong was dumbfounded when he heard that it was that patient from that day, then asked cautiously, Mr. Huang, can I ask what that person is about? Huang Wei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, the new major shareholder of Rongtoland. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chao Jinlong on this side was ashen. He had offended the big boss of Rongtoland? Chao Jinlong couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. Chapter 38, I let you knock on the door and you kicked it in? It can be said that as long as that person put a few words out, Chao Jinlong can only quietly wait for the company to go bankrupt. Seeing Chao Jinlong's ugly face, those few juniors hurriedly expressed their concern. Are you alright, big brother? Do you want me to call a doctor? Call your ass. Hurry up and do the discharge formalities for me, then send me to the county people's hospital. Chao Jinlong cursed. Those few juniors were scolded for not knowing why, but still immediately did what Chao Jinlong said. Within a few minutes of those juniors going out, a few doctors rushed over with hurried footsteps. Mr. Chao, you just had surgery last night. You can't be discharged yet. One of the doctors persuaded. I must be discharged today, Chao Jinlong said nonchalantly. Even though those few doctors tried to persuade him again and again, it was completely useless, and he even received a scolding from Chao Jinlong. They had no choice but to let Chao Jinlong sign a responsibility letter before arranging for him to be discharged. Soon, a few juniors took Chao Jinlong to the Jintang County First People's Hospital. Came to the entrance of the hospital. A few doctors and nurses saw him, are a little surprised, and then a face of disgust away. Chao Jinlong was embarrassed for a while. Luckily, a few minions soon inquired about the location of the dean's office. Then a few minions pushed Chao Jinlong to the dean's office. Monkey, knock on the door. Chao Jinlong looked at the office in front of him and signaled. The little brother nicknamed Monkey hemmed and hawed and kicked up. Bang! With a bang, the office door opened. The dean who was working inside was startled and gathered his eyes to see that it was actually Chao Jinlong. Behind him were several big men. The dean was so scared that he was trembling, picked up the phone and called the security office. Someone is causing trouble in the dean's office. Bring a few more people to deal with it, the dean said with a trembling voice. Didn't Mr. Lin say that the matter had already been taken care of? Why was Chao Jinlong instead still beating down the door with a few minions, and specifically looking for the dean? Chao Jinlong looked dumbfounded at this amazing maneuver by the monkey. He kicked him over. As a result, the wound was touched and he couldn't speak due to the pain. Hiss. Monkey was still a bit uncertain after being kicked, and once he saw his boss bending down, he thought he hadn't done enough. Mart old thing. Who told you to call? Monkey's eyes glared and he walked towards the dean in a fierce manner. Don't come over. You guys are breaking the law like this. Let's settle things properly. Don't make a move. The dean was paralyzed with fear and his body shrank backward. Chao Jinlong's juniors behind him laughed into a ball. Chao Jinlong saw that things had gotten a little too big and forced himself to endure the pain to raise his head and roar. Monkey, you're so stupid. I told you to knock on the door and you kicked it. What are you doing now? Behind the little brother immediately laughed out. Monkey was also scolded. Then immediately reacted. I'm sorry, Dean. It's me who was abrupt. He then compensated with a smile and retreated out again, and also very thoughtfully brought the door with him. Chao Jinlong and the juniors behind him were stunned by the monkey's sequence of maneuvers. What are you doing? Chao Jinlong forced back his anger and asked through gritted teeth. Boss, didn't you say to knock on the door? Chao Jinlong was very regretful at the moment how he had taken this stupid bird in. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chao Jinlong held his forehead speechless. Knock knock knock. Dean, I'm looking for you for something serious. Inside, the dean who had just breathed a sigh of relief heard the knock on the door and his heart instantly lifted up again. Fortunately, at this time, the security office also rushed over, and along with it, there were many doctors and nurses who were watching. What are you doing? Several of the security office wearing protective tools shouted at the 4 people. Just now, they had already seen from the monitor that someone had kicked the dean's office open. I don't know why after coming up, these few people honestly stayed at the door and knocked again. It was really strange. The dean heard the voice of the person from the hospital's security office at the door, and only then did he finally really let go of his heart. His forehead filled with cold sweat. Not doing anything? We're just looking for the dean to chat about something. Chao Jinlong had already cursed the monkey's ancestors in his heart at this moment. The few junior brothers also nodded their heads in succession. Hey, isn't this the guy who smeared our hospital online? It seems like it's really him. He's definitely here to stir up trouble. I think I did hear a loud bang just now. Hearing the words of the surrounding doctors and nurses, the eyes of a few people from the security office also became a bit unkind. And at this moment, after the dean slowed down, he also opened the door and walked out. Boss Chow, you are provoking trouble to go to the bureau point, you know? The dean came to the side of the person holding the tool at the security guard with an angry face and scolded. I'm really sorry, Dean. I really don't have any bad intentions this time. I came here because I want to solve those public opinions on the internet. But this brother of mine is a little bad in the head. And rushed the dean. I apologize to you on his behalf, Chow Jinlong said, and even sat on the wheelchair and buried his head. Those few junior brothers, seeing that their boss had apologized, also bowed in a hurry. Sorry. The surrounding people were also surprised by the attitude of Chow Jinlong and the others. Could it be that they were really here to settle public opinion? After hesitating for a moment, they felt that it was better to address the public opinion of the hospital as a matter of urgency, so they nodded their heads and said, all right, but only you can come in alone. Those few friends of yours, let them wait at the entrance of the hospital. The dean thought about it or felt that safety was the most important. Did you hear what Dean said? You few go wait for me downstairs, Chow Jinlong said in a bad tone to a few minions. Then boss, are you going to be able to do this after the surgery you just had? Monkey touched his head and pointed at Chow Jinlong's stomach and said, I'll have the people from the hospital send you guys to the hospital entrance at that time. The dean said in a hurry. Do you hear me? Hurry down, Chow Jinlong hurriedly urged, being watched by so many people, like a monkey in a zoo. Thinking about this, Chow Jinlong couldn't help but have a toothache. Damn monkeys. Those few juniors could only leave the hospital to wait downstairs. There were still a few defense department's dead eyes staring at them, and the surrounding doctors and nurses were also sent away by the dean. Boss Chow, you tell me, how should this matter be handled? The dean asked tentatively. Dean, I'll immediately record a clarification video to make the whole story clear, and definitely not cause any trouble for the hospital, Chow Jinlong said with great righteousness. But Dean, can I ask the family member who had surgery yesterday in that ward? Sure enough, it was Mr. Lin who had stepped in. The dean couldn't help but secretly admire him in his heart. Even a gangster like Chow Jinlong, who had unusual energy, could be subdued, so it was evident that he had a background. Chapter 39, 10 Slaps on Your Own Face. The dean hesitated for a moment and said, It's in Ward 302, but don't make trouble. Chow Jinlong quickly nodded. Dean, don't worry, I definitely won't make trouble. I just want to go and apologize in person. The dean looked at him skeptically, but still said, That's fine. Hurry over after you record the clarification video. Don't delay for too long. Chow Jinlong answered and quickly recorded the clarification video and posted it online. The female nurse arranged by the dean then pushed her way to the door of Ward 302. Chow Jinlong took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and controlled the wheelchair to walk in. Inside the ward, Lin Chen was currently undergoing Jiang Haitao's interrogation. What emotional status? To my family Shuawei is not sincere and so on. Lin Chen was in agony as the questions came one after another. He couldn't finish answering. He couldn't finish answering at all. And right at this moment, Chow Jinlong walked in with his wheelchair. Jiang Haitao froze, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask what's up, Jiang Min spoke with an angry face. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Get out. Do you know that if you delay a little longer, my husband won't be saved? Jiang Min angrily yelled at Chow Jinlong with a very agitated look. Jiang Lei knew who he was as soon as he heard it, and instantly his blood rushed up, clenching his fists and about to punch Chow Jinlong, his mouth still cursing. Asterisk 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 mudhorse. You animal still dare to come over. I can't beat you to death. This scene startled Chow Jinlong and subconsciously had to use his hands to block. Jiang Shuawei also hurriedly pulled Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. You'll go to the police station for hitting someone. Lin Chen also hurriedly walked up to stop Jiang Lei, who was somewhat out of control. Jiang Lei could be said to hate this person who almost made him lose his father. Alright, Jiang Haitao chided. Jiang Lei only calmed down when he heard Jiang Haitao's words. Just looking at Chow Jinlong's eyes were fierce. Jiang Lei from the fight is particularly powerful. All is to protect Jiang Shuawei. Practice out. Jiang Shuawei childhood appearance is very outstanding. A lot of boys adore him, but also attracted the attention of many uneducated boys in the school. One year he was in his first year and Jiang Shuawei was in her third year. He was ready to wait for Jiang Shuawei to go home with him after school, but as soon as he arrived at the door of Jiang Shuawei's classroom, he saw a few boys surrounding Jiang Shuawei, with dirty words coming out of their mouths. Jiang Shuawei cried and cowered in the corner. This scene on the spot let Jiang Lei blood surging, yelled, "Dare to bully my sister." He then rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The rest of the boys quickly reacted to go to pull Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei is as crazy as a person pressed a few people to beat. What is around to take what things to beat? That don't want a life to beat the hair to beat the few boys finally is afraid. with a wound of smoke on the run, and Zhang Lei was covered in injuries. His face still had many bruises, bared his big teeth and just smiled at Zhang Shuawei. Sis, I beat those bad guys away. Zhang Shuawei jumped over and hugged Zhang Lei, crying like a tearful person. Later, after returning home, Zhang Shuawei let out a loud cry as soon as she saw Jiang Min and Zhang Haidao, crying uncontrollably. Zhang lay on the side of the hands and feet to pacify his sister. After learning what happened, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms, and touched the bruises on her son's head. Eyes are red. Zhang Haitao was silent for a long time. Son, you did a great job. This kind of person should be hard to beat him. If anything happens, your dad will cover for you. Zhang Lei smiled proudly when he heard this. Zhang Haitao looked at his son and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Later the parents of those boys found the school to make trouble. Zhang Haitao said one thing. My son fought well. This kind of uneducated scum should be beaten hard. How much medical expenses his old man paid for him. Since then, no one dared to mess with the siblings. This is a hospital. What's the point of making a fuss? Zhang Haitao chided in a low voice. Then he coldly looked at Chao Jinlong. What are you doing here? Chao Jinlong then reacted and hurriedly explained. I'm here today to apologize. My behavior yesterday was indeed very bad. I've already recognized my own mistakes, and I hope to ask for your forgiveness. The people in the ward were astonished, except for Lin Chen. Zhang Haitao instantly knew what was going on. Little Lin, you take care of it. Lin Chen nodded at his words, then looked at Chao Jinlong. Do you know who I am? Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him, all dressed in Givenchy, and knew, this one was definitely the rightful owner, but this was too young, right? It looked 18 or 19 years old. Chao Jinlong nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I probably know. I'm really sorry. I really realize my own mistakes. You're an adult. Just forgive me this time. Lin Chen smiled faintly and just looked at Chao Jinlong. Chao Jinlong's brain was racing at this moment. Slap yourself 10 times and forget about this matter. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Lin Chen said and also turned his head to look at Zhang Haitao. I think it's good. Zhang Haitao also very much agreed. At the same time, his impression of Lin Chen rose quite a bit. Not being soft on the enemy, this point was very good. If you didn't have the means, even if you were talented, you wouldn't get far. Jiang Min felt a little intolerant. Just wanted to persuade Zhang Lei tugged on his clothes. Jiang Min only had to swallow his words again. For Zhang Lei, really feel a little cheap him. Zhang Shuawei also just cold eyes, did not say anything. Chao Jinlong's face was a bit ugly when he heard this, and he hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Snap, 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 just like this. He slapped himself 10 times in a row, and his censored face was a little swollen. Do you see that this is still satisfactory? Chao Jinlong whispered. It's fine, you can roll. As for cooperation, as long as all your building materials are up to par, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Chen said indifferently. Thanks. Chao Jinlong lowered his head a bit in his wheelchair before exiting the ward. Humph, I still think it's a bit cheap for him. Zhang Lei was still a bit indignant. Alright, it's a law and order society now. Do you still want to chop off a few of his fingers? Zhang Haitao glared, and Zhang Lei's anger softened. We have to thank Shaolin this time. If it wasn't for Shaolin, we would have invited a lot of trouble for the hospital. Jiang Min sighed. You're overstating it, auntie. These are all things I should have done. Lin Chen said in a hurry. Yes, Mom. Lin Chen is your future son-in-law. Why are you polite with him? Zhang Shuawei blushed slightly and said very boldly. Lin Chen was stunned. Could this be said now? That's right. Don't be polite with my brother-in-law. Zhang Lei also hemmed and hawed. After realizing all that had happened, and Lin Chen's methods, this brother-in-law could be said to be convinced of Lin Chen. Chapter 40, Help me take a vacation in the name of penguin. Ha ha ha, you guys are right. Old Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Min laughed, then she looked at Zhang Haitao again. Zhang Haitao was lying on the hospital bed. When he heard Jiang Min's inquiry he first froze. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face, then he barely squeezed out a smile and said, Ah, this, right. There was a slight reluctance in his voice. When Zhang Shuawei heard this, her face was instantly delighted, and that smile like a spring flower blooming instantly illuminated the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze turned towards Lin Chen, the bottom of her eyes filled with undisguised love. Lin Chen was also stunned. His heart couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Just like that raider succeeded? This is not difficult. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was slowly pushed open again. Egu, Dr. Lin, we can finally meet you. Our family was just about to thank you in person. It was Linny who pushed the door open. No need to be so polite, auntie. I came over to see how uncle is doing, Linny said with a smile, while unobtrusively sizing up Lin Chen. In his heart, he secretly wondered, was he the one who helped him return to his post? When Zhang Haitao heard that, This was a lifesaver nah. Dr. Lin, you saved my life, thank you so much. Zhang Haitao's voice was filled with gratitude as he held onto Dr. Lin's hand, his eyes slightly red. Lin checked Zhang Haitao's recovery while saying, this is all what I should do. As a doctor, I naturally can't just watch a life disappear in front of me. His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but give Lin a high look when he heard this. A good doctor indeed. Dr. Lin, when my dad recovers our family will treat you to dinner. Knowing that you doctors can't accept red envelopes, we can only repay you in this way, Zhang Shuowei said with a grateful face. Dinner is also not allowed, but I've already received your kindness. The best way to repay a doctor is to thank and watch a patient leave the hospital healthy. Dr. Lin said with a smile. That smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel incredibly warm. A few people could only regretfully stop inviting, but they looked at Lin Yi with great admiration. In their hearts, Lin Yi wasn't just a doctor with excellent medical skills, but also a model of medical ethics. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the ward. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw that it was Chen Xiao calling. Damn, forgot about the school side of things. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Min and the others and hurried out of the ward to the corridor to answer Chen Xiao's call. I'm going, boss, the instructors and counselors are going crazy. When are you coming back? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through. The anxious tone seemed to be able to penetrate the cell phone screen. Don't worry about me. I'll have my people at the company go and make a call to communicate with the counselor later. Then I'll just go and talk about it. Lin Chen was not flustered up. For him, military training? What was that? Could it be compared to the Penguin Group matter? The other end of the phone went quiet all of a sudden, and only after a long time did Chen Zhao's voice come over. Shareholders of a listed company are just capricious. There was a hint of helplessness and envy in those words. Alright, not to talk to you. I still have things to do here. Lin Chen hung up the phone after saying that. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen immediately called Lu Shu over. Lin Dong, may I ask what your orders are? Lu Shu's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. You help me contact my counselor in the name of Penguin. Just say that I'm taking 2 days off due to a temporary emergency at the company, and I'll go back to military training the day after tomorrow. Lu Shu on the other end of the phone looked odd, almost forgetting that this Lin Dong who held 10% of Penguin's shares was still a freshman who had just started college. Okay Lin Dong, Lu Shu answered. Only then did Lin Chen feel relieved, and after hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then re-entered the ward. At this time, Lin Yi had already left, and the Zhang Haitao family was left in the ward at this time. Everyone's mood was already much lighter compared to when Xiao Jinlong had arrived earlier. Xiao Chen I don't have any more problems, so you and Shui Wei should go back to class first. I heard Shui Wei say that you're only a freshman, and you're still in military training, right? Zhang Haitao saw that Lin Chen had returned, so he asked out loud. Lin Chen nodded. Then you can go back to school with Shui Wei in the afternoon. I have your aunt here to take care of nothing. Lin Chen sniffed and looked at Zhang Shuowei. Seeing that Zhang Shuowei nodded, he then agreed. Okay, uncle. What about Shaolei? Zhang Shuowei asked. I took a week's vacation. I can still play a little more. I haven't even driven enough of the Mercedes-Benz E300L that brother-in-law bought me. Zhang Lei said indifferently, then rubbed his belly. Dad, it's getting late. It's meal time. You rest in bed. Let's go out for a meal first. Zhang Haitao couldn't help but scold. Bastard, knowing that I can't eat. You're purposely trying to get in my way, right? I'll go buy you kanji. And at this time the wind direction of public opinion on the internet gradually changed. All the people watching this shocking reversal are also angry and cursing. I thought you were the victim, but it turns out you're the abuser? Luckily I didn't make any comments before. I was almost fooled by this. The internet is not a place outside the law. Everyone should watch their words. I heard it also almost cost a good, upstanding doctor his job. The damn beast. The internet was a sea of curses, and everyone was outputting madly at Xiao Jinlong. All sorts of accusations and abuses filled every corner of the internet. At this moment, Xiao Jinlong had already been driven by a few juniors to the private hospital. Along the way, Xiao Jinlong's face was horribly gloomy, and his red and swollen cheeks looked even more hideous under the dim light in the car. Boss, is it really alright? I see that your face is swollen. Was it beaten up? I'll go avenge you. Monkey looked at the redness and swelling on Xiao Jinlong's face and couldn't help but be concerned. I fell accidentally while walking. If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. From now on, if you say one more word, you'll get off the bus. Xiao Jinlong was already furious, and this time it all exploded. His roar echoed in the car, shaking Monkey's heart. Seeing that Xiao Jinlong was furious, the monkey instantly closed his mouth, not daring to say a single word more. The car was instantly quiet. Monkey could only brush the video in boredom. As he swiped, he couldn't help but speak again. Boss, This group of people online called you an animal. If I catch them, I'll be, sure, on the side of the road. A Mercedes-Benz business car slowly stopped. The door opened, kicked out a strong man and then redrove away. Monkey looked at the faraway business car, his face full of doubts. I said the wrong thing again? Chapter 41. I will definitely approve Lin Don's application for leave. At this time, Tang Jelly, Lin Chen's counselor, was still racking her brain trying to figure out how to contact Lin Chen. This morning, she had sent countless private messages to Lin Chen, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without getting any reply. Calling his cell phone, the tone that came through was always off. She sighed helplessly, and was just about to get up to go eat, when an email was then sent to her mailbox. Moreover, this email was actually sent by the famous penguin company. Tang Jelly was filled with doubts, secretly pondering. I haven't opened any video memberships lately, much less purchased anything from Penguin. What's the point of sending me an email? With a curious mood, Tang Jelly gently clicked on the email, and immediately afterward, she rubbed her eyes and read the contents of the email extremely carefully again. Hello MS. Tang, I'm from Penguin Computer Systems Limited. Tang Jelly was filled with incredulity, reading along word by word. Lin Chen is the major shareholder of Penguin? Tang Jelly murmured incredulously. How is this possible? He's only in his freshman year. Right at this moment, Tang Jelly's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone in a bit of a trance. Hello, may I ask what's up? Hello, may I ask if this is MS? Tang Jelly Tang? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? Oh, I'm the secretary of the board of directors of Penguin. My name is Lu Shu. May I ask if you've seen the email that was sent to you just now? Tang Jelly's complexion was corrected, and she hurriedly said, Hello there, I'm Tang Jelly. I've already seen the email you sent. Don't worry, for Lin Chen, not Lin Don's leave application, I will definitely approve it. Okay, then I'll trouble you MS. Tang, by the way, our boss doesn't like high profile, so I hope this matter won't be publicized greatly. Lu Shu's light laughter came from the other end of the phone. No trouble, no trouble. This is originally my scope of duties. This matter I will not say anything to anyone except the school leaders. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jelly realized that she had broken out in a cold sweat due to her excessive nervousness. This was a high-ranking member of Penguin Corporation. One was not even in the same status position as the other party, and it was inevitable that one would feel nervous when talking to such a big shot. The most unbelievable thing was that the student he had brought with him was actually a major shareholder of Penguin Corporation. Tang Jelly was still a little worried in her heart, fearing that this was someone Lin Chen had specifically found to deceive her in order to take a leave of absence. So, she also specifically searched for that URL, and when she opened it, it was indeed Penguin Corporation without a doubt. Tang Jelly only felt her heart fluttering. This young master must be served well, must not be offended. Thinking of this, she picked up her cell phone to the instructor side and the school leadership explained the situation in detail. The school also sent someone over to verify the situation, and then without saying a word, directly passed the leave application that Tang Jelly uploaded for Lin Chen. At this point in time, the leadership of Suzhou University almost all knew that one of this year's freshmen was one of Penguin's shareholders. As for what the specific name was, it wasn't quite clear. Tang Jelly clicked on the private message, word by word, fixing and correcting for a good half day, before sending a message out to Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, I already know about your situation. The school side has already passed your leave application. Please rest assured. Looking at this message that was sent successfully, Tang Jelly lay back in her office chair as if relieved, letting out a breath of relief. This could be even more brain-burning than writing papers in the past. Lin Chen felt the vibration of his cell phone and took it out. Seeing the message from Tang Jelly, he smiled faintly. It seemed to be that Lu Shu's side had already gotten things done. Okay, trouble MS. Tang, no trouble, no trouble. It should be. After Lin Chen and the others found a random place to have lunch near the hospital, because they were thinking in their hearts that they still had to go to Rongto Land to take a look, they said goodbye to Jiang Min and the others, and then left with Jiang Shuwei. The two of them sat on the poison. Ah Chen, my parents are very happy with you, hey, and my brother too. Jiang Shuwei's face was overflowing with incomparable happiness. I see that uncle seems a bit unhappy, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Don't worry about my dad, as long as my mom is satisfied with you. Besides, my dad is also very satisfied with you. It's just that he's dissatisfied with you. The pig that arched his cabbage, Jiang Shuwei said playfully, a pair of big eyes flickering. Looking at Lin Chen couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Is that so? Then I'll have to savor the flavor of the little cabbage. Then he kissed down at those warm and soft red lips. This time, unlike in the past, after Jiang Shuwei briefly adapted, she actually began to backhand Lin Chen's head and fiercely counterattacked. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Then he was no longer polite and enjoyed Jiang Shuwei's initiative to the fullest. The two kissed each other hard, and their breathing became more and more rapid. It was only after a while that they loosely let go of each other, their lips slightly red and swollen, their eyes filled with deep love and fondness. Shu Wei. Lin Chen softly called out her name, a hint of huskiness in his voice. Jiang Shuiwei's cheeks flushed, shyly lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth were filled with an incomparable smile of happiness. Ah Chen. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their strong feelings were in full bloom. Ah Chen, how did you take leave from military training? Jiang Shuiwei suddenly asked curiously. I asked Penguin's side to help me give my teacher a vacation. Just say that there was an urgent matter at the company that I needed to deal with in person. Lin Chen said as he started the poison sports car and slowly drove out. Your excuse is truly unbeatable. Who would dare not to grant you a vacation here? Jiang Shuiwei let out a giggle. Lin Chen opened his navigation and searched for the location of Rontoland, so he drove Jiang Shuiwei towards his destination. Lin Chen drove for almost an hour and finally arrived at the entrance of Rontoland. After finding a parking lot and parking his car, he and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car and walked towards the Ronto Land building amidst the astonished eyes on the road. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei stepped into the Ronto Land building together and came to the front desk. I'm looking for Huang Wei, the 20-something-year-old girl at the reception desk, dressed in professional attire. First saw Lin Chen's eyes light up, but then saw Jiang Shuiwei next to her, and immediately lost her head. Looking for our Mr. Huang? May I ask if you have an appointment? The front desk lady asked politely. An appointment? Should count as having one. Lin Chen thought about it and replied, May I ask what your name is? Sir, my name is Lin Chen. The receptionist lady checked on the computer, but didn't find any reservation information. I'm sorry sir. The receptionist lady was just about to say that she hadn't checked the reservation information when her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 42 Evil Qi Yuan Lu. Are you Lin Chen Lin Dong? The young lady asked with some uncertainty. If the company doesn't have a second shareholder named Lin Chen, then it should be me. Lin Chen smiled lightly. That smile was characterized by calmness and confidence. I'm sorry Lin Dong. I didn't react just now. Mr. Huang is already waiting for you in the office. I'll take you there, the receptionist lady said respectfully, saying that she also looked at Jiang Shuiwei with some envy. A trace of admiration for Jiang Shuiwei to be able to follow by Lin Chen's side showed in her eyes. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and then together with Jiang Shuiwei, the receptionist led them to Huang Wei's office. At this time, a young man with glasses who was a gentleman walked over with an unhurried pace. Lin Chen? The man shouted with some uncertainty, a hint of doubt and surprise mixed in his voice. When Lin Chen heard someone call his name, he was surprised and looked in the direction of the voice coming from him, a trace of surprise flashing through his gaze. Uncle? Lin Chen was first startled, then he shouted out in a salty manner, the expression on his face looking very calm. Jiang Yue and that receptionist lady also looked over curiously. For this uncle, Lin Chen didn't have half a good feeling. When his parents were young, they worked in his mom's uncle, Lin Chen's uncle's small company. Said company, in fact, there are less than 10 people in the small workshop, is to do spring parts production. It was a small workshop with less than 10 people, making spring parts. It lasted for more than 10 years, with fewer and fewer people, and in the end, only Lin Chen's parents were left. As a result, because of the 18th environmental reform, the small workshop closed down. The uncle just told Lin Chen's parents to find a new job and left it at that. The workshop's waste materials and machinery were sold for $1 to $2 million. But Lin Chen's parents were not given unemployment benefits. This can be Lin Chen's father was furious, said that if not because his wife's uncle would have gone to sue him, and after that, the two families never contacted each other again. The young man called Yuan Lu, saw actually really is Lin Chen, with a few points of curiosity came over. Yuan Lu is actually still Lin Dong's great uncle? It seems that this Yuan Lu is going to get a promotion and a raise. The receptionist lady looked at Yuan Lu with some envy. Lin Chen, why are you here? I came to find Huang Wei. Lin Chen said lightly, his tone rippling. You're looking for Mr. Huang? What is it that you, a person who is still in school, is looking for Mr. Huang? Listen to uncle, this isn't a place you can come to, Yuan Lu said in a tone that was kind to Lin Chen, but there were a few hints of contempt in that tone. Jiang Shuiwei frowned straight away as she listened. Originally, she had wanted to greet Lin Chen when she heard him call out uncle, but now it seemed that the relationship wasn't good. Even the front desk lady was surprised and glanced at Yuan Lu, feeling a little surprised by his attitude. It's not for uncle to bother with. You'd better go about your own business. Lin Chen didn't get angry. His tone was very calm, only that behind that calmness there seemed to be a trace of undetectable suppression hidden. Yuan Lu heard Lin Chen's reply with some annoyance. His face changed slightly, then he looked at the receptionist lady. So he didn't pretend anymore. This kid says he's looking for Mr. Huang for something and you're really taking him there? How can you be fooled so easily? He's just a brat who just went to college. You're the one who'll get criticized if he upsets General Manager Huang. Yuan Lu's voice raised a few points, carrying an obvious accusation. The receptionist lady was just about to speak when she was interrupted by Lin Chen. Uncle, it seems like it's not your turn to meddle in my affairs, right? Lin Chen's face sank, and a hint of coldness flashed through his gaze, as if that coldness could freeze the air around him. Originally, it was the Yuan family that owed them the Lin family, and this Yuan Lu was at least a person with a blood relationship, but he even spoke and did things to target them in every way. Yuan Lu snorted. What kind of serious business can a brat like you have? Don't make trouble here. His tone was full of disdain and contempt. This is our new major shareholder of Rongtoland, Lin Chen Lindong. The receptionist lady reminded Yuan Lu. The smile on Yuan Lu's face grew more and more sarcastic. I told you that you've been tricked, right? Do you think that he, a brat who just started his freshman year, could possibly be the company's major shareholder? Besides, I know their family's condition better than anyone. His mom and dad are just electronic factory workers. His voice was harsh and piercing. Every word was like a sword stabbing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was a bit ugly at this moment. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white from the force, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes burning with the flame of anger. The thing he couldn't tolerate the most was someone talking about his mom and dad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system mission. Make evil Qi Yuan Lu sweep out the door. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as he said coldly, Yuan Lu, you think you know me well? Do you believe that I can make you get laid off and leave with a single word from me today? Yuan Lu, however, was unimpressed and continued to taunt. Oh, you're still pretending even at this point? At this time, the argument between the two had already attracted many onlookers. Seeing that things were getting a bit big, the receptionist lady hurriedly ran to the front desk and used the landline to make a call over. Mr. Huang, Lindong has arrived, but there's a situation. You should hurry down and take a look. Just on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was urgent and nervous, and after saying that, she jogged all the way over again, afraid that something would happen. Everyone, listen to this. He said that he is the major shareholder of Rongtoland. Do you guys think it's possible? Ha 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 ha. Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Chen and laughed loudly, the laughter echoing in the empty hall, seeming particularly harsh. A burst of laughter came from the surrounding people as well. No one would believe that a boy who looked 18 or 19 years old would be the major shareholder of Rongtoland. Is there such a thing as you being an elder? It's too much. Jiang Shuowei's teeth itched with anger, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, filled with rage. The set he's wearing seems to be all Givenchy hay. At this moment, an onlooker suddenly said in surprise, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, It can't be? You didn't see it wrong, did you? Givenchy's clothes have to be at least several thousand, right? A set of them wouldn't be tens of thousands of dollars? Another person said incredulously. Really? It can't be wrong. That person replied with great certainty. It can't be fake. Someone questioned. At this moment, the murmurs of the surrounding people also reached Yuan Lu's ears. Can't see that you still like wearing fakes, Lin Chen? Yuan Lu let out another snort, his eyes filled with contempt. For that dress of Lin Chen's he could be 100% sure that it was definitely a fake. He was very aware of Lin Chen's family. A family with a monthly income of 10,000 did not have a family that still had to pay the mortgage to buy social security for their son to go to college. Will be willing to buy their son tens of thousands of dollars a set of clothes? Anyway, he absolutely did not believe it. Chapter 43. Give uncle another chance. What are you guys doing? Are you all idle? A woman with a professional outfit and a good temperament and image walked over with a powerful stride. Her delicate makeup and stern eyes made people feel in awe. I'll go. Why is Mr. Huang coming down? Go, go, go. Wait for a while. I'll take a look at the situation first. The surrounding people had pretty much left in a flash, leaving a few scattered people still sticking their necks out not far away to watch the action. Seeing that the crowd of onlookers had almost dispersed, the woman turned her sharp gaze towards Lin Chen's few people. Mr. Huang, the front desk young lady timidly shouted. Mr. Huang, this kid came over to cause trouble. I stopped him, but as a result, he still had the nerve to come to the company to look for you, saying that he had something to do. Yuan Lu saw that Huang Wei had come over and looked a bit nervous, and said in a hurry. Huang Wei, however, didn't even look at him and walked straight to Lin Chen. Lindong, you didn't tell me in advance that you were coming, so I could come down to pick you up. With a smile on her face, Huang Wei extended her hand towards Lin Chen and said, her tone full of respect. It's fine, there's no need to make such a fuss. Lin Chen lightly laughed, then shook Huang Wei's hand. She's my girlfriend, called Jiang Shuowei. Huang Wei hurriedly shook hands with Jiang Shuowei again. Little sister is so pretty looking. Huang Wei couldn't help but compliment. Mr. Huang, you're the one who's charming. And Yuan Lu, who was on the side, had already been shocked by this scene with his jaw dropping and was terrified to the core. How could this be possible? Didn't cousin and the others work in the electronics factory now? How could Lin Chen be the major shareholder of Rontoland? Could it be that brother-in-law he was hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out this answer. It was impossible to hide his identity and work under his dad for almost 20 years. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So Xiao Chen is really the major shareholder of the company? Ha 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 ha. It seems that uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu smiled awkwardly. That smile was even worse than crying and seemed very far-fetched. It was only at this moment that Huang Wei sized up Yuan Lu. This person was still a relative of Lin Dong? Then why make things difficult for Lin Dong? Lin Chen looked at Yuan Lu with indifferent eyes. Yuan Lu was instantly tense. Don't say that. I can't afford your family. Xiao Chen. Just now uncle is also afraid that you were cheated by others. A moment of impulse to say those words. You do not take it to heart. Some other day uncle will come up to your house to personally apologize. Yuan Lu said with a pleasing smile on his face. That smile was full of flattery, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, it's better for our two families to live their own lives in the future. Lin Chen said and looked at Huang Wei. Mr. Huang, I think our company is still not strict enough in recruiting people. Ability can be worked out later, but character must be strictly controlled. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of unquestioning. Yes, Lin Dong is right. I'll start working on a specialized system for the company's recruitment later. Huang Wei immediately assured. Yuan Lu's cold sweat immediately came down, and a large part of his back clothes were soaked. He knew very well what Lin Chen's words represented. He couldn't afford to lose this job. In some days he would be able to achieve the position of department head. If he was fired now, it would mean that all of his efforts over the years had been wasted. Chen, after all, we are also relatives with blood relations. Things cannot be so desperate. I'll apologize to you, okay? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Chen with a pleading face and said, Relative? You now know that we are relatives by blood? I told you. It's late. Lin Chen always had a light smile on his face as he said word for word. The eyes that looked at Yuan Lu were like looking at a clown, full of disdain and mockery. Yuan Lu's legs softened and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was really finished this time. Huang Wei walked up and looked at the work license on Yuan Lu's chest. Your name is Yuan Lu, right? You go to the finance right now to settle your paycheck and then go through the exit procedures. Yuan Lu was instantly ashen, but he was still not dead. Xiao Chen, this time it's uncle who has gone too far. You give uncle another chance. But Lin Chen didn't even want to look at him at this moment. Mr. Huang, show me around the company? Okay, Lin Dong, you come this way. Huang Wei hurriedly said, then let the receptionist go back to work. And she led Lin Chen up the stairs. As for Yuan Lu, who stayed in the same place, seeing that the matter was finalized, he looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of resentment. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Jiang Yue visited Rontoland under the leadership of Huang Wei, who in turn introduced Lin Chen to some of Rontoland's situation and its next plans. Ding! Mission, make evil Qi Yuan Lu sweep away. The mission is complete. Ding! 500 million RMB has been credited to the host's Huaxiao Bank Platinum card. Ding! Received an additional reward, obtained 1 billion Douyin diamonds. It has been issued to the host's Douyin account. It seemed like Yuan Lu's departure procedures had been completed. But what the hell is this Douyin 1 billion diamonds? System, can it be converted into 100 million renminbi? Lin Chen called out to the system in his mind. Ding! No, you can't, oh host. This reward is attached. Lin Chen thought about it. It's attached anyway. Don't want it for nothing. Besides, I'm a man who carries a system that will lack this small goal. Lin Chen looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to take Jiang Shu away to say goodbye. Mr. Huang, let's stop here today. I can see that Rontoland is flourishing under your management. You flatter me. Mr. Lin, this is all the result of the joint efforts of the staff of Rontoland. I'll see you off. Mr. Lin. Jiang Shuawei had long been sleepy and couldn't stop yawning. At this moment, when she heard that she was ready to leave, she was also sleepy. Who is this? So young to make Mr. Huang pay so much attention, don't you know? That boy is the new major shareholder of our fusion investment. Did you say child exemption? He doesn't look too big, does he? Harm. There's no way. People are born in Rome. We're born as cows and horses. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the surrounding staff's comments. A few days ago he was even worse than them. The two of them, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, then got on the poison under the watchful eye of Huang Wei. Then they raised their heads and left. Which luxurious family is behind this Lindong? Huang Wei muttered as she looked at the distant poison. And at this time, Yuan Lu was on his way home, his heart filled with unwillingness. All the efforts of so many years were all in vain. Only a few months of compensation. This was all because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going to make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought viciously in his heart at this time. Then, Without any further hesitation, he took out the phone and dialed out. Hello? Mom and Dad. Chapter 44. That's FW. Baby. Shuewei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen asked softly to Zhang Shuewei in the co-pilot. I almost forgot to tell you. Today is Wan Air's birthday. She's booked a private room at that Fairview restaurant near the school. Why don't you go with me? Zhang Shuewei said, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen was a little hesitant. Sister Wan Air's birthday treat should be all girls, right? Isn't it not good for me to go over? No, several classmates are there. Wan Air has named you to go along. Lin Chen was a bit surprised when he heard this. What did Tang Wan Air want me to do at her birthday? Alright. Lin Chen thought about it and still nodded his head and agreed. Chen, I want to eat a sundae. Zhang Shuewei looked at a little girl on the side of the road happily eating a strawberry sundae, and she suddenly had some cravings as well. Just that honey snow on the side of the road. Zhang Shuewei said happily as she pointed to the honey snow store next to her. Lin Chen followed the direction of Zhang Shuewei's finger and saw a honey snow. It just so happened that there was a parking space on the side of the road, so he directly parked in. After getting out of the car, many passers-by cast their attention. The prince and princess drove a Lamborghini over for shopping? This car is really handsome. These two driving Lamborghinis have such high values. Are all rich people this good looking? Look at the license plate number. It's unbelievable. Shuei 88888. Listening to the surrounding people's comments, Lin Chen's face was as normal. His calm and relaxed temperament made him appear even more outstanding. Only Zhang Shuewei was a little surprised and went around to the back of the car to look at the license plate number. Then with some surprise, she looked at Lin Chen and asked, Chen, when did you change your license plate number? It's still a leopard license plate number. This license plate number alone would cost a lot of money, right? Just a few days ago when I changed it, it cost a few tens of millions. It's not too expensive. Lin Chen stroked Zhang Shuewei's hair and said dotingly, a few tens of millions isn't expensive? Worthy of being a major penguin shareholder. Zhang Shuewei was shocked and playfully spat her tongue out towards Lin Chen. Her appearance was adorable. The two of them came to the front of the honey snow store arm in arm. Chen, what are you going to eat? I'll eat whatever you eat. Zhang Shuewei pondered slightly. Hello, please give me 2 large strawberry sundaes. Okay, 12 pieces in total. Scan the code over here, the clerk said with a smile. Zhang Shuewei opened the green bubble payment code and swept it. After waiting for a few minutes, the sundae was ready. Zhang Shuewei ate the sundae with a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, a fashionably dressed woman with a phone in one hand and milk tea in the other walked over in a hurry. Completely not noticing Lin Chen and Zhang Shuewei in front of her, the woman stepped on high heels. Did they sound urgent and messy, as if her world is only the voice of the phone, only to hear a clatter. The woman accidentally bumped into Zhang Shuewei, and the milk tea in her hand splashed out, spilling on Zhang Shuewei's clothes in an unbiased manner. The milk tea liquid instantly spread out on Zhang Shuewei's clothes, forming a dirty trail, and even her hair had milk tea dripping from it. Ouch! Zhang Shuewei exclaimed, the sundae in her hand almost falling to the ground. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, and her originally pleasant mood was instantly destroyed. Lin Chen hurriedly took out a paper to wipe the milk tea off Zhang Shuewei's hair. Lin Chen's movements were very gentle, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Can't you walk faster? What's the point of being slow? Neither Lin Chen nor Zhang Shuewei had expected that woman to have the nerve to say such words. The tone of her voice was filled with impatience and accusations, as if it was all their fault. Zhang Shuewei's face was red with anger, and she didn't even bother to wipe the milk tea from her clothes. It's obviously you who didn't look at the road and yet you're still hitting me backwards. Zhang Shuewei said angrily. You apologize, and this matter will be settled. Lin Chen said as he wiped the milk tea from Zhang Shuewei's body while looking at the woman. His voice was low and strong, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Want me to apologize? Isn't it just a piece of broken clothing? It's not like old me can't afford to pay for it. The woman opened the green bubble as she spoke. Her face was filled with disdain and contempt. Say, this dress is a few $100s? Hurry up and deal with it. I'm still in a hurry. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not just this dress. There's also the bag in her hand that you have to pay for. Lin Chen said, and pointed to the bag in Zhang Shuewei's hand, which he had previously bought for Zhang Yue at the Givenchy boutique. Only then did Zhang Shuewei react to the fact that the bag had also been given a bath by milk tea. Ah, my bag. Zhang Shuewei hurriedly put to use her sleeve to wipe the milk tea on it. This bag was Lin Chen's first gift to her, and it was very memorable to her. You want more money, don't you? Clothes plus the bag. $1,000 must be enough, right? The woman snorted. Lin Chen looked at the woman like she was looking at her. This bag of Givenchy, bought as 28,000. Just bought a few days ago. You can just compensate 20,000. The woman heard the price. Her eyes widened, and she said in a shrill voice, What? 20,000? Are you taking me for granted? Two poor people can only afford to eat honey snow also buy more than 20,000 bags? Engage in fraud, right? When these words came out, many of the surrounding people who were watching were instantly offended. What's wrong with being poor? Did I spend your family's money? A young lad couldn't help but shout. That's right. I still have to be scolded for being poor for eating a honey snow. A young woman with a child followed suit. Little you. Don't ever become such a person in the future. Understand? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mom, then what kind of person is she? She's trash, baby. The woman touched the little girl's head and said with a smile. The little girl nodded again as she seemed to understand. This woman is so unqualified. The crowd accused. The woman's face went green and white when she heard that. Humph, buy a fake and still want me to pay $20,000? Not even a door. Lin Chen wasn't angry. He just laughed mockingly. You don't want to pay, right? That's fine. Just call the police directly, Lin Chen said and took out his cell phone. Fine. Whoever doesn't call the police is a grandson. I'll see what good you crooks can get when you enter the police station. The woman was a little flustered when she heard that she had to call the police, but after settling her nerves, she still screamed. Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything. This kind of thing can be left to her boyfriend. She didn't believe that this bag could be worth $28,000. Lin Chen smiled noncommittally and pressed the phone, then called. Hello there, this is the police station. Hello, there is a person who broke my bag worth $28,000, but refused to pay compensation. I'm now in Linjiang District. Chapter 45, honest now? After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the woman who was already a bit flustered at this point, and said indifferently, the police will be here soon. The woman's lips were tightly closed, her eyes dodged, and she didn't say a word. Not long after, the ear-piercing siren of the police car came from far and near. Several police officers got out of the car and were ready to understand the situation. Comrade police, just because I accidentally got milk tea on that girl's body, they are looking for me to claim $20,000. I suspect they are suspected of extortion. The woman actually calmed down quickly and said eagerly to the police officer, attempting to defend herself with a hint of indignation on her face. When the police officer heard this, he frowned slightly and looked at the scene with a torch-like gaze, then looked directly at Lin Chen and asked in a serious tone, You're the one who called the police, right? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation and replied with a calm demeanor. It was me who reported to the police. This woman broke my girlfriend's bag. I bought this bag a few days ago at $28,000. I have the payment voucher on my cell phone. I also have the invoice. Jiang Shuawei was glad that she took the invoice at that time. At that time, Lin Chen just looked at the invoice and didn't care anymore. And Jiang Shuawei felt that this bag was so expensive that she definitely couldn't take it directly, so she kept the invoice and put it in her bag. I see that this bag is just dirty. Wipe it and it should be fine, right? The policeman looked at the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand and asked with slight doubt. That's, comrade policeman, not to mention whether this bag is genuine or not. Just the milk tea got on top of the bag. There is no damage. Why should I compensate so much? That woman heard the police words, immediately came to the spirit. The volume also unconsciously raised a few points, as if grasping a life-saving straw in general. Comrade police officer, this leather type of bag can't be dipped in water. Once it is dipped in water it will change color and penetrate into the interior, leading to corrosion, staining or damage to the skin. Jiang Shuawei rushed out to explain at this time. Because it was valuable to this bag, she had specifically searched it. The policeman listened to Jiang Shuawei's words, took out his cell phone and searched it, then seriously said to the woman, In that case, then you should indeed compensate. The woman's face became even more unsightly, her brows tightly wrinkled together, but she still talked tough and said, Who knows if they are deliberately blackmailing me? Lin Chen sneered, his gaze revealing anger and disdain. We've only asked you to compensate for reasonable damages from start to finish, but not only did you not apologize, you kept bad-mouthing me. At this time, another police officer checked the payment voucher provided by Lin Chen and confirmed the value of the bag. Ma'am, the evidence is overwhelming. You need to compensate them. If you refuse to compensate, we will deal with it according to the relevant legal procedures. The police officer's voice was firm and strong, not to be questioned. The woman finally stopped being forceful and her voice lowered. I'll compensate. Can't I? But it can't be as much as they say they'll pay, right? We can go to the counter where we bought this bag at the time to appraise it, Lin Chen said indifferently. In fact, for him, this amount of money was nothing at all. If the woman had spoken nicely and apologized at the time, the matter would have been resolved. But this woman also do not know what is the composition. Obviously is their own problem still crazy clamor. This does not give her some lessons at night, probably cannot sleep. We have a car. Please bring her with us. Comrade policeman. The policeman nodded and then brought the woman onto the police car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked over to the poison and directly opened the door and walked in. No wonder you can use a bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Look at this car and that license plate number. TSK TSK. Rich people are different. This couple is so rich. Do they lack this much money? Can't they let others off the hook? So what if they're rich? Can't you defend your rights if you're rich? Besides, look at that woman's attitude. I would do the same. The people around them suddenly talked about it. And when the woman in the police car saw that Lin Chen and the two of them were driving a supercar, her heart was overwhelmed with regret. If I had known earlier, I would have apologized properly. Really TM convinced. Driving a supercar to buy honey snow? Honey snow eats tigers soon. Several people arrived at that mall. To Givenchy. Before that shopkeeper saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei suddenly enthusiastic. The two of them are big money makers Just want to say hello to see the police following behind. The heart suddenly tensed up. It is hard not to be out of something to claim compensation. This bag can help me to determine the damage? It was bought here at the time. Lin Chen didn't say anything, took the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand and put it on the counter. The contents of the bag had been put away by Jiang Shuawei back in the car. The clerk was relieved to hear this, then carefully took the bag and examined it carefully before saying, "Sir, ma'am, this bag has indeed been irreparably damaged because of the milk tea dip. Moreover, this bag is a limited edition, and there is currently no more of the same model in the store." The woman's face instantly turned white when she heard this. The policeman looked at the woman and said, "Ma'am, the facts are clear now." The woman bit her lip and nodded helplessly, taking out her cell phone and preparing to transfer money. Lin Chen let Jiang Shuawei collect that compensation payment and then said, "Honest now? It would have been fine to apologize. You had to speak out of turn." The woman lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong." She had completely lost her arrogant temper just now. Just seeing that license plate number had already made her very frightened. After the matter was resolved, several police officers left directly. That woman also gray-slipped and ran away. That clerk had a bright idea at this time. "Do you two want to take a look at the other bags in our store? A few new models just came in yesterday," the clerk asked with a warm smile. Jiang Shuawei was thinking of forgetting about it, but Lin Chen had already opened his mouth. "Oh, let me see." The smile on the clerk's face grew even wider. "These are the newest models that just arrived yesterday. Your girlfriend must be a good match to carry this bag." Lin Chen looked at the models of bags the clerk was pointing at and felt that they weren't very nice. But Jiang Shuawei's opinion was definitely the most important. "Shuawei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuawei instantly shook her head. "I don't like it very much." The sales clerk was a bit anxious at once. "We have other styles in the store. There's definitely one that suits you." "No, thanks," Jiang Shuawei said, and hurriedly pulled Lin Chen out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's almost time. Why don't we come back to buy a bag some other day? One heir's birthday is important," Jiang Shuawei said. Lin Chen, however, shook his head. "It's only past 5 o'clock. How can we eat past 6 o'clock? Chapter 46 Hermes Birkin. "If you don't like Givenchy's bag, I'll take you to see another store." Seeing that Jiang Shuawei was going to say something else, Lin Chen directly said, "You're my girlfriend now. If you let others know that I, Lin Chen, can't even afford to buy an expensive bag, how will you let others look at me?" Jiang Shuawei was immediately speechless and could only helplessly agree. "All right." Her voice was soft with a hint of compromise. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's head. "I know you can't bear to see me spend so much money, but isn't that why I earn money to spend it? As long as you're happy, I'm willing to spend as much as you want." Jiang Shuawei's eyes reddened slightly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Chen with deep affection, her voice choking a little as she said, "Chen, being able to meet you is the greatest fortune of my life. It's not that I can't afford to let you spend money. It's just that I hope our feelings aren't measured by these material things, but your words really made me especially touched." After saying that, she hugged Lin Chen tightly, leaning her head against his chest as she continued, "I won't reject your heart in the future, and I believe that together we can create more beautiful memories than just through these expensive gifts." Lin Chen felt Jiang Shuawei's true feelings and his heart was filled with warmth. He hugged Jiang Shuawei back even harder and said softly, "I will always be good to you. Trust me." Just as the two of them were getting closer and closer to each other's lips, a grandpa walked by the side. This young man. The two then reacted to still being in the mall. "You're bad." Jiang Shuawei's pretty face flushed red as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled faintly and held Jiang Shuawei's hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to buy a bag." The two of them held hands and strolled through the mall, each other's eyes full of sweetness and love as they met. They strolled around for a while and then walked into the Hermes physical store. There were also two men in suits who looked like bodyguards guarding the entrance. "Hello, welcome to Hermes." A female sales clerk warmly greeted her with a smile on her face. "We're here to see the bags." Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei and said with a smile, "Okay, the bags are here. You two please follow me. The female sales clerk brought Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to one side, where it was all women's bags. There was a wide array of bags in various styles, colors and materials. Can I ask you conveniently, what is your approximate budget? The female sales clerk asked. Money is not a problem. The main thing is that my girlfriend likes it. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with a smile on his lips. Jiang Shuawei, however, was a little embarrassed. Your girlfriend is so happy, the female sales clerk said enviously. My boyfriend does treat me very well. Jiang Shuawei smiled a little, then her eyes were attracted by the wide array of various bags. Can you show me that bag? Jiang Shuawei's eyes were suddenly drawn to the beige bag on the topmost shelf of the display case. The top one? Yes. Jiang Shuawei nodded. This is one of our more popular Birkins collection at the moment. It sells for around 90,000 in ordinary material. This bag is ostrich leather and sells for around 200,000. I need to bring some gloves. You two wait for me a little bit. The clerk introduced while taking out a pair of white string gloves from the lower cabinet and putting them on, then took that bag down. When Jiang Shuawei heard that a bag was $200,000, she just wanted to back out, but then she thought of what Lin Chen had said before and decided that this was it. The main thing is to really like it. Jiang Shuawei tried it, and there was an undisguised love in her eyes. That bag complemented her temperament, as if it was customized for her. Just this one. Wrap it up for me, Lin Chen said directly to the clerk. I'm sorry sir, this bag is a display item not for sale. There is currently no stock. Only the crocodile leather material is in stock, but the selling price is at 459,000. If you are looking for this ostrich leather material you may have to wait a few days, the female sales clerk explained with an apologetic face. Crocodile leather material bag in addition to the material style color, and this is the same, is it? Lin Chen didn't care. It was only a few $100,000. He Douyin Diamonds had $1 billion. Jiang Shuawei didn't say she wouldn't buy it. Anyway, he is Lin Chen's girlfriend, with his also to give Lin Chen up face. Aha! Right sir. The female sales clerk's face was delighted and she said in a hurry. Then take out the bag made of crocodile leather and take a look. I'll buy it if my girlfriend likes it. Lin Chen said indifferently. Okay sir. It didn't take long for the female sales clerk to carefully walk over with a box. After opening it, Jiang Shuawei was immediately attracted to the sight. Expensive had its benefits. Even Lin Chen felt that the crocodile leather material gave a feeling of nobility just by looking at it. That delicate texture, exquisite workmanship, all highlights luxury and quality. Do you like it? Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's hair and asked dotingly. Like it? Jiang Shuawei nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes flashing with joy. Help me wrap up this bag. I'll swipe my card. Lin Chen looked at the shopgirl and said with a smile. The shopgirl had a look of joy on her face. Yes sir. The shopgirl then brought the card swiping machine. Lin Chen took out his Huaxia Bank Platinum card and swiped it. The shopgirl looked at Lin Chen with a hint of respect in her eyes all of a sudden. She had been working at Hermes for a number of years, and had never seen a bank card that looked like this, and at a glance, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could obtain. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuawei couldn't wait to carry the bag in her hand. Thank you Chen. Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with a happy smile. It's good that you like it, Shuawei. Lin Chen smiled and nudged Jiang Shuawei's nose. The female sales clerk looked at Jiang Shuawei with envy in her eyes. Both of you, do you still need to pack it? No need. I'll just carry it. Jiang Shuawei shook her head no. The two of them strolled around the store again then went straight out the door. You too, take care. Arriving outside the mall, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuawei's cell phone rang. Shuawei, where have you gotten to? Tang Wan-Air's voice came out on the phone. I just finished shopping at the mall with Ah Chen. What's wrong? Gu, you're even calling on Ah Chen. Is it needy? Tang Wan-Air teased. Che, what do you know? You'd better hurry up and find a boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei said without a good mood. Okay, not with you guys bull asterisk. We have already out of the school door. You also hurry over it. Box number later sent on your cell phone. As soon as Tang Wan-Er heard Jiang Shuawei mention this matter, she quickly changed the subject. I know. After the phone hung up, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen. Let's go. Wan-Er and the others have already gone out. Lin Chen nodded, then walked towards the parking lot with Jiang Shuawei. Chapter 47, You're so brave. Anchor, families, guess what I found? Lin Xiaoyu said into her cell phone, her face filled with an uncontrollable look of excitement. She was driving her live broadcast around as usual today, and as a result, when she walked to the parking lot, she unexpectedly found a super handsome supercar. Spotted what? Is it hard to believe that it's two puppies that are hemming and hawing? Upstairs has such unique taste. Don't sell out. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages that kept popping up in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly before aiming the camera steadily at the Lamborghini supercar. Anchor has found a very handsome supercar. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Lin Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of smugness. I'll go. Handsome indeed. This styling, unbeatable. This sports car is probably not cheap, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this the Lamborghini Poison? There's actually one in Tianfu City? Super God car ah? At this time, a person with the net name, G Boda, said, Poison? What kind of car? Why haven't I even heard of it? I've never heard of it either. Seek an explanation. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly cool Poison in front of her. An intense curiosity welled up in her heart. She merely knew that this car was cool. As for other aspects of information, she knew nothing. Big brother, G Boda. Just introduce it to everyone. Let us have a long look. Lin Xiaoyu also said with curiosity. After a while, Jiboda sent out a long string. The Lamborghini Poison is a car from the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, limited to just 13 cars worldwide, 3 of which are hardtops and 9 of which are convertibles. At that time, the hardtop was priced at 3.1 million euros, equivalent to about 25.4 million yuan, and the convertible was priced at 3 million euros, equivalent to about 26.9 million yuan. And now, this convertible version is worth almost around a small target, a proper super god car. Once this news came out, the entire live broadcast room was instantly quiet for several seconds, followed by a tidal wave of frantic screen swipes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A car worth $100 million? This has to be worth a shocking amount of money for someone to be able to drive it. Useless knowledge has increased again. It's too scary, isn't it? I can't even earn $100 million in my life by beating screws until they smoke in an electronics factory. Lin Xiaoyu was also deeply shocked by this passage and looked at the car in front of her once again, her eyes filled with extreme longing. Suddenly, she inadvertently glanced at the live broadcast room and was surprised to find that the number of people had actually skyrocketed from a few hundred all the way to several thousand. She then had a flash of inspiration and quickly turned the camera on herself. Fellow family members, today's luck is just too good. I actually ran into a super sports car worth $100 million. Set you monkeys. I want to see Poison. Why are there so many people in this live room all of a sudden? I don't think this anchor woman looks too good. Is it hard to be choosing an owner? Turn the camera around. The anchor is awesome. Ask for green bubbles. Lin Xiaoyu wasn't the least bit angry in the face of these either tricky or unkind remarks, always wearing that trademark smile on her face. All the new families in the live broadcast room, point up the likes plus the attention. Conditional big brother gift brush a brush. Today, I came across a supercar worth $100 million. I'll give you all a good look later. It's disgusting. I don't know, but I thought the car was yours. Shy AB face open mouth want. If you're in a position to do so, brush up on your gifts. I just entered the live broadcast room, has not yet seen $100 million worth of car. Looks like it. There's nothing to see. It's all 4 wheels. Silly wave 1 anchor. See if I don't report you. But soon, one after another, someone began to brush gifts. Thank you, DJ First Person, for the sports car. Thanks to 8x Lens, for the carnival. Thank you, Spirits and Monsters, for brushing the carnival. Thanks to King of Beasts, for the 5 carnivals. Does Big Brother want to add a green bubble? Lin Xiaoyu looked at the flurry of gift alerts with excitement, her face on the verge of breaking into a smile. Hurry up, the gifts have all been swiped. Let me see the car. You're like this and you still want me to have green bubbles? Go to the restroom and look in the mirror. Anchor, hurry up, or I'll report you. Lin Xiaoyu was still all smiles, not affected by these words in the slightest. Since all the families in the live broadcast room want to see it, then I won't disturb your lordship's pleasure, Lin Xiaoyu said, and then aimed the camera once again at the Lamborghini Poison in front of him. It's so handsome, old iron. Is this a small target? It's worthy of being Poison. It's really not easy to even see this kind of divine car. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Poison. The impulse inside her couldn't be suppressed. She couldn't help but walk up and gently touch it. Anchor, don't touch it. If your nails hang paintings, you'll have a hard time. This kind of person just has cheap hands. If you dare to sit on it, I'll immediately paint 10 carnivals for you. Did the anchor see that? Our King of Beasts, Big Brother has spoken. Let's see if you dare to earn this money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the King of the 100 Beasts' messages in the live broadcast room and started to get a bit moved. After all, this one had just swiped 4 carnivals, so it definitely looked like he was rich and true to his word. 10 carnivals. That was a whole 30,000 RMB. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit hesitant. This car was worth $100 million. If it was really broken, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pay for it even if I lost all my money. Anchor, what are you still hesitating for? This way, as long as you dare, I'll give you 20 swipes. King of the 100 Beasts spoke up again. Boss atmosphere. Lacking a son? I want to retire for you. +1, +1, 20 carnivals. A whole 60,000. This time, Lin Xiaoyu only hesitated for a moment before making her decision. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. gritted his teeth, and slowly walked towards the Lamborghini poison before carefully sitting on the hood of the car. Lin Xiaoyu then pointed the camera at herself, and changed several directions to prove that she was really pointing to sit on the poison. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, with pop-ups frantically refreshing. Strong. Anchor, you are so brave. 6666. Doing this kind of thing for $60,000. If this is crushed, you won't be able to pay for it even if you lose all your money. I feel like this poison has been tainted. But soon, the live broadcast room was continuously swiped with Carnival. King of the 100 Beasts wasn't ambiguous and did what he said he would do. 20 carnivals arrived directly. Thank you to King of 100 Beasts for the 20 carnivals rewarded by Big Brother. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly looked at the screen full of gift effects in her cell phone, her face smiling. This young lady, please come down. This car is mine. Chapter 48 Fixed damage $500,000. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped down from the front of the car. The people who came were none other than Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei. I'll go. A good show is coming. Both of these two have such high face values. It's worthy of being able to talk about them together. Have you guys noticed? That boy is all covered in Givenchy. Hey, isn't it normal for people who drive poisons to wear Givenchy? I think it's very low-key. Look at the bag in that girl's hand. That bag is Hermes. It costs over $400,000. I'll go. This girl is carrying a Mercedes-Benz in her hand? Lin Xiaoyu was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the news in the live broadcast room. Her face was a little pale at the moment. If I had known, I would have been a bit more decisive and run straight away as soon as I swiped the gift after sitting down. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught in the act. Sorry, borrow your car to take a picture. Lin Xiaoyu was very dry and directly apologized. In a situation like this, if you don't apologize, people can play you to death if they're not happy with you. Lin Chen didn't say anything, he just walked over to the car and looked at it. Did you see the scratches? Lin Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of people are these? Lin Xiaoyu's heart thumped. She hurriedly walked over to take a look, and sure enough, she saw a scratch on the front of the car. It wasn't particularly deep, but you could tell at a glance. I go. Play big. This is good. For $60,000. No, not 60,000. The platforms still have to take a part. Just for these tens of thousands of dollars. At least 100,000 must be lost, right? Upstairs, you boldly a little. Foreign a value of more than 10 million renminbi. Bugatti and other car scrapes have spent more than 3 million RMB. Although this scratch is very small, but how to be several 100,000, right? Asterisk. This as sitting without a suite? This anchor woman is miserable. The pop-up screen had already exploded at this time. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly broke through 100,000 plus. Lin Xiaoyu instantly turned incredibly pale and said with a hint of crying, I just sat down for a bit. I didn't bring anything metal with me. Zhang Shuiwei walked behind Lin Xiaoyu at this time and looked. You're wearing jeans that have metal buttons on the back. Zhang Shuiwei didn't pity this woman. Other people driving on the road and encountering them were as far away as possible for fear of an accident. But she was good, sitting directly on the front of the car. Isn't this pure and simple? Lin Xiaoyu touched her butt, and sure enough, she touched the metal button. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes were red and she couldn't stop bowing towards Zhang Shuiwei and Lin Chen to apologize. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. You didn't accidentally get this by accident either. You'd better think about how to compensate for it. Lin Chen had no intention of letting this woman off the hook. This kind of person wouldn't know the gravity of the matter until she was taught a lesson. About how much money is needed? Lin Xiaoyu asked as she looked at the two with red eyes. The clench of the cell phone that was pinching the cell phone holder tightened. I'm guessing it's going to be $300,000 to $400,000 anyways, right? Lin Chen thought about it and quoted a relatively low figure. Lin Xiaoyu instantly felt the sky spinning and her head spinning a little. A moment later, like grabbing a life-saving straw, she cried out to the camera, King of the 100 Beasts, I know you're definitely still watching me live. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have done this. This compensation has to come from you. Only then did Lin Chen and Zhang Yue notice that the woman in front of them was live streaming. It was obvious that someone in the live stream had rewarded her for sitting on the front of the car, and it really deserved it. At King of the Beasts, told you to pay up, big brother. What do you do when people tell you to do something? Why don't you go when you're told to eat? Sure. When things go wrong, you start looking for someone to take the blame? In this case, they don't have to be legally responsible, so why should they help you pay? Happy. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages in the live broadcast room and instantly broke his defense. Things didn't happen to you guys, of course you would say that. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was breaking up with the people in the live streaming room, Lin Chen was finally getting a little impatient. He still had to rush to Tang Wan Air's birthday banquet later. This young lady, If you don't want to pay compensation, we'll just have to call the police to deal with it. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do anymore, so she directly closed the live broadcast. Playing tricks was definitely impossible. After all, she had just turned on the live broadcast, just like a law enforcement recorder. Big brother, beautiful woman, you guys are so rich, can you let me off the hook? I really don't have the money to compensate. Please, Lin Xiaoyu cried out in pain, directly kneeling down, uncontrollably kowtowing to Lin Chen and Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue looked a little intolerant. Lin Chen, however, was very upset. You caused me hundreds of thousands of losses, just because I have money and then you apologize for nothing? I have to be stupid to fill in the loss? You are not accidentally made. This is their own work. Let's do it this way. You take a 300,000 out. We're clear. Lin Chen thought about it. See this woman's attitude to admit fault so sincere. Then less compensation. Lin Xiaoyu still couldn't stop kowtowing and apologizing when she heard this. Lin Chen's face instantly became gloomy. Then without saying anything more, he took out his cell phone and directly called the police. Hello? Is this the police station? When Lin Xiaoyu heard that Lin Chen had called the police, her heart panicked even more. It seemed that this move wouldn't work, so simply sat directly on the ground and waited for the police to come. Because it was a parking lot, there were fewer people. Some people who parked their cars and saw this situation also did not dare to stay longer. The police soon came over. After understanding the situation, and after determining the truth of the matter, Lin Xiaoyu took away. Because they didn't dare to tow this car, they had to let Lin Chen drive to the police station. Coming to the police station, the police had found the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's previous live broadcast. After watching the live replay, the police present and Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei were silent, didn't know how to comment. Then Lin Chen directly spent money to find people rushed over to the car to determine the damage. The conclusion reached was that it could not be completely repaired, and the fixed damage was around 50. Alright, just compensate me for $300,000. Lin Chen was already very impatient at this point. It was impossible to think of not paying a penny. Lin Chen really didn't want to delay more, so he directly called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, something happened to me here. Help me deal with it. Lin Chen said a little bit about what happened. Okay Lin Dong, I'll take care of this matter for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen cooperated and made a statement before directly leaving the police station with Zhang Shuawei in the car. Zhang Shuawei looked at the time. After such a delay, it was 7 o'clock. It just so happened that Tang Weiner's phone call came over. Shuawei, why haven't you and Lin Chen arrived yet? Chapter 49 Birthday Banquet. Something just happened. It's on its way now. Why don't you guys eat first? Lin and I will be a while. Zhang Shuawei's tone carried some embarrassment as she said to the person on the other end of the phone. It's fine. We've only just entered the private room as well. You're my best bestie. How can I eat first if you don't come? Hold on tight. The voice on the other end of the phone came eagerly, and then hung up without giving Zhang Shuawei time to react. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei drove directly to the mall to prepare Tang Waner's birthday gift. 40 minutes later, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei walked down from the car. Walking into the Fairview Hotel, they walked towards the address Tang Waner had sent Zhang Shuawei. The two of them arrived at the door of the private room. Lin Chen gently pushed open the door, and the laughter that was originally inside instantly quieted down, with everyone's gazes focusing on them like a spotlight. You guys are finally here. Tang Waner quickly got up to welcome them, enthusiastically pulling Zhang Shuawei's hand. Just waiting for you guys to start the banquet. Sorry, everyone, there was a bit of a delay. Zhang Shuawei had an apologetic smile on her face as she said to the crowd in the private room, "This is my boyfriend Lin Chen." Zhang Shuawei introduced everyone. "Hello guys." Lin Chen smiled and greeted politely. The eyes of everyone in the private room gathered tightly on Lin Chen. Everyone smiled in response to Lin Chen's greeting, and Tang Waner hurriedly pulled Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei into their seats. Come, don't stand. Quickly sit down," Tang Waner said with a smile on her face. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei sat down, Tang Waner smiled and said to everyone, "Today is my birthday, and I'm really especially happy to have so many good friends gathered together. Let's raise our glasses together first and wish me a happy birthday." The crowd also raised their glasses and chanted in unison, "Happy birthday to Tang Waner." Everyone started chatting while eating, and the atmosphere was very cordial. At this time, a girl sitting across the table curiously asked Zhang Shuawei, "Shuawei, who chased who between you and Lin Chen?" With a happy and sweet smile on her face, Zhang Shuawei said, "It's sort of me chasing Lin Chen." At these words, the crowd gasped out in shock. The Zhang big school flower who was as cold as ice to men would also take the initiative to chase someone. Zhang Shuawei blushed slightly, but still said graciously, "You definitely have to take the initiative when you meet a good man." At once, all the boys in the private room looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of envy. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had recently become the celebrities on the campus forums, and they all knew that Zhang University's school beauty was in love. and it was also a freshman. Most importantly, that freshman was also very rich, driving a Lamborghini Poison, a supercar worth $100 million. The crowd in the private room. The women envied Jiang Shuawei for finding a handsome and rich boyfriend. The male ones envied Lin Chen for being able to take down the school flower just after enrollment. Not a moment later, a crisp knock came from outside the door. A male hurriedly got up to knock on the door. "It should be my cake arriving. We can eat it," Tang Wan-er said with a smile. The boy opened the door and the waiter carefully pushed the exquisite birthday cake into the private room. When Tang Wan-er saw the cake, her eyes were filled with a gleam of surprise. "Wow, this cake is so beautiful." The crowd turned off the lights and sang a cozy birthday song in unison. Tang Wan-er closed her eyes and blew out the candles amidst everyone singing. "Hoo!" The crowd clapped and cheered excitedly, their voices resounding throughout the private room. "Wan-er, this is my birthday gift to you. I hope you'll like it." "This is mine." Tang Wan-er smiled and accepted them one by one. Everyone had given their birthday gifts to Tang Wan-er, and at this moment, only Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had not. Fortunately, after leaving the police station just now, the two of them returned to the mall to buy Tang Wan-er a birthday gift, otherwise they would have to die of embarrassment. Jiang Shuawei took out a set of beautifully packaged cosmetics and handed it to Tang Wan-er. "Wan-er, I had to pick for a long time before I bought this set of cosmetics. If you don't like it, see if I don't clean you up." Jiang Shuawei's tone carried a bit of playfulness. Tang Wan-er received the cosmetics and instantly hugged Jiang Shuawei in excitement. "Shuawei, you're too good to me. How did you know that I like this set of cosmetics? It's too expensive, I didn't even bother to buy it. It's several $1,000s. Tang Wan-er's voice was filled with emotion and surprise. This set of cosmetics was bought with Jiang Shuawei's own money, without spending Lin Chen's money. Jiang Shuawei disgustedly pushed Tang Wan-er away. "I still don't understand you?" Lin Chen also took out the gift at this time. "Senior sister Tang, I have to thank you for your help this time. This watch is both my thank you gift and my birthday gift to you." Lin Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity. The watch Lin Chen had given Tang Wan-er was also worth several $1,000s. He originally wanted to buy a few tens of thousands, but Jiang Shuawei wouldn't let him, saying that the gift he gave was too expensive for Tang Wan-er to accept. Lin Chen thought about it and felt that Jiang Shuawei had a point, so he bought a lady's watch that was around $2,000. Tang Wan-er was a little hesitant, not knowing if she should accept this gift, so she turned her gaze to Jiang Shuawei with a questioning look in her eyes. Only after seeing Jiang Shuawei nod her head did she accept it, a happy smile blooming on her face. "Then thank you, senior brother Lin Chen. Don't worry, just for this gift of yours, I will also help you supervise Shuawei." Jiang Shuawei blankly glanced at Tang Wan-er. As everyone continued to eat, several boys came to approach Lin Chen to strike up a conversation and drink, but Lin Chen could only politely decline because he had to drive. "Brother Lin, what does your family do?" "Driving cars that are Ferraris." At this time, a boy asked through the strength of his drink after drinking some wine. The surrounding people also cast their eyes over. AI, why are you asking this?" "Woo-how, don't look for trouble over nothing," Tang Wan-er said in a hurry. If she gave Lin Chen a hard time, she wouldn't be able to explain to her best friend. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. I've just invested in a few companies. It's nothing," Lin Chen said with a light smile on his face. "Brother Lin, do you think I can work at your place after I graduate? I don't need any special treatment, as long as I can find a more suitable position," the boy named Wu Hao said. The atmosphere in the private room froze a bit all of a sudden. Tang Wan-er's tone was already a bit bad. "Wu Hao, if you're playing drunk you can go out and play. Don't influence Lin Chen here." The smile on Jiang Shuawei's face had also faded, although the pressure of employment was particularly high right now. But as a graduate of a 985 institution, one could find a good job anyways, so why bother Lin Chen if he wasn't too demanding? As for what he said about not needing special treatment, fooling the devil, only met a couple of face can say such words, or really into the company, may borrow Lin Chen's identity as a friend to do something. Chapter 50, Chen Xiao got beaten up? Wu Hao perhaps also realized that his words just now were inappropriate, and hurriedly apologized to Lin Chen in a hurry. "I'm sorry brother Lin, I've had a bit of wine here, my brain is dizzy. I didn't control my mouth for a moment and said what I shouldn't have said. Don't take it to heart, it's fine." Lin Chen just lightly and casually said this. Seeing that Lin Chen's complexion really didn't seem to show the slightest hint of annoyance, the crowd slowly lowered their hanging hearts. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they were ready to get up and leave. "Shuawei, are you still going back to the dormitory tonight?" Tang Wan-er quietly walked over to Jiang Shuawei's side and asked softly. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. "I shouldn't be going back to my dorm room today." "Ah, you're still really prepared to?" With Lin Chen, Tang Wan-er couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shuawei quickly covered her mouth. "Do you want me to make a fool of myself in the whole school? What's the point of speaking so loudly?" Jiang Shuawei said eagerly and with a hint of annoyance. Tang Wan Air peeled Jiang Shuawei's hand away with force. You actually didn't retort. Shuawei, you've changed, Tang Wan Air muttered in a small voice, a hint of pain in her expression. You're a boyfriendless one, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Jiang Shuawei responded with a feigned bland face, full of concern. Several people had already walked out of the Fairview Hotel, and just then, a piercing voice came over. Ouch, hey, isn't that Lin Chen and his schoolgirl girlfriend? Lin Chen's face instantly sank as he looked in the direction of the source of the voice. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Waner, as well as the others who had just dined together, also cast their gazes along with the piercing voice. As soon as they heard this tone, they knew that the visitor was not good. It was clear that he was here to look for trouble. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and fixed his eyes on it. It was actually Lin Tianyu. It was the person who had taunted him during military training that day. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Imperial Palace and a shareholder of Penguin? Why don't you go to a luxurious and high-class place like Imperial Palace to eat, but instead come to this small and inconspicuous restaurant? Isn't this a loss of your honor? Ha 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 ha. Lin Tianyu's face was full of teasing, and his eyes were full of unkindness. In his surroundings there were also a few social youths with dyed hair and all kinds of strange and weird tattoos on their arms. Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Chen coldly asked back, then subconsciously moved his feet and blocked in front of Jiang Shuawei and Tang Waner. It really has nothing to do with me. After all, young Master Lin is so fond of bragging, I wouldn't dare to care. It's just that your brother who wears glasses will suffer. Lin Chen's brows furrowed as he heard this. Brother with glasses? Chen Xiao, but I have to say, I still admire your friend. His mouth is also really hard. Last night he was on the ground with his stomach covered and refused to apologize. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid to make things too big and it wouldn't end well, I'd have to unload one of his arms at a high or low level. Lin Tianyu laughed with a mocking face. That expression was arrogant to the extreme. Lin Chen instantly felt a wave of anger surging up from his heart. He knew exactly how Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao had a conflict. It was for him Lin Chen, and now Chen Xiao was surrounded and beaten up because of helping him. Lin Chen, and he didn't even know it? Jiang Shuawei sensed that Lin Chen's state was a little off. The tense body and the chill emanating from it made her feel worried. She gently took Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuawei's hand, signaling her to rest assured, then quickly took out his cell phone and called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? As soon as the call was connected, Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Boss, how did you know? I didn't even tell Xiao Wei or Xiao Feimi about this matter. There was a hint of humiliation in Chen Zhao's voice. Anyone who had been beaten up would be too embarrassed to speak frankly in front of their brothers. The anger in Lin Chen's heart was almost as difficult to control as a volcano erupting after he received the answer. Chen Xiao, are you on the phone with the boss? Ask the boss if he's coming back today. Xiao Wei's big grinning voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao didn't bother with him. Boss, did you run into that Lin Tianyu kid? Chen Xiao asked eagerly, his voice filled with tension and worry. Don't worry, boss will stand up for you. Lin Chen almost finished the sentence through clenched teeth. The word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and hung up the phone without hesitation after he finished. Chen Xiao on the other end of the phone listened to the beeping sound on the phone, and couldn't help but become a little anxious. A heart instantly raced to his throat. Boss ran into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei who was concentrating on playing the game. Xiao Fei said Xiao Fei's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. If I ran into him, I ran into him. What's wrong with that? A little. Xiao Fei said casually while staring at the computer screen and playing the game. Looking a bit careless, Chen Xiao hesitated for a while, but still said, actually, my injury yesterday was caused by that kid Lin Tianyu who found a few punks to block me while I was out of the school gate. Then the boss just called me and asked me if something happened last night. It must have been Lin Tianyu who ran off to pick a fight for the boss. Boss gave me the word to stand up for me. Chen Xiao gritted her teeth and said with red eyes. When Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei heard this, they couldn't sit still. What? Didn't you say that you fell on a shared electric bike last night? Xiao Wei stared wide-eyed and asked somewhat incredulously, his face full of shock and anger. Chen Xiao stammered, unable to speak, and lowered her head. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** about the game, took out the phone and called. Uncle Chin, help me check the freshman of Suzhou University, a person named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei's cold voice said. Hurry and call the boss again to see where they are now. Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Chen Xiao hurriedly called Lin Chen again, and at this moment, Lin Chen had already put his cell phone into his pocket. Looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu in front of him, he calmed down. What's your father's name? Lin Chen's voice was cold. My dad's name is Lin Xiangdong. What? You're going to make connections? Ouch, I'm so scared. Oh. Lin Tianyu put on a scared look, then laughed with the few punks beside him. those few boys, that is, Tang Wan-er's friends, were hiding far away at the moment, afraid of getting into trouble. Instead, it was those few girls who had been accompanying Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan-er. Everyone, if you have any conflicts, please go elsewhere to deal with them. You guys blocking the entrance of our store is indeed affecting our guests a bit. At this moment, a man walked out from the Fairview Hotel and said to the crowd, Chapter 51 The arrogant Lin Tianyu. Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. Lin Tianyu's face sank, his eyes widened in anger, and he cursed directly without mercy. The social youths beside him also followed suit, all of them shaking their fists, tilting their heads, squinting their eyes, and displaying an arrogant stance of I'm going to come up and beat you up if you say a few more words. Their fierce eyes seems to be warning everyone not to easily provoke. The man who saw this was somewhat abashed, his legs involuntarily trembled, his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back into the restaurant, no longer caring about this matter. Lin Chen was too lazy to continue to talk nonsense with Lin Tianyu. His brows furrowed, took out his phone and prepared to call Dong Feng. Instead, he saw Chen Xiao calling him non-stop. Lin Chen still chose to connect. Boss, where are you? As soon as the call was connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came over, filled with worry and urgency. I'm at the Fairview Hotel. Lin Chen replied briefly. Boss, we'll be right there. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Boss is at the Fairview Hotel, Chen Xiao said as he opened his cell phone's navigation, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Then don't stay in hurry. I know where it is, Xiao Fei said and ran out of the dormitory like an arrow out of a string. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao hurriedly followed, and the three of them flew all the way. Lin Chen hung up the phone and then called Dong Feng directly. Yo, young Master Lin is ready to find connections to clean me up? Lin Tianyu still had the same beaten expression. The corner of his mouth rose, full of disdain and provocation. Chen, don't fight. Why don't we call the police? The police will definitely arrest the person who beat up your brother, Jiang Shuiwei said with some worry, her eyes filled with apprehension as she tightly grasped the corner of Lin Chen's coat. Don't worry, I don't fight. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuiwei's upturned nose and softly said, What are your orders, Lin Dong? Dong Feng on the other end of the phone had a very respectful attitude, and there was caution in his tone. Recognize this person Lin Xiandong? Lin Chen's tone was very low, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Lin Xiandong? I know this person. He's the owner of Tianfu City's Haojia Network Technology Company Limited, and because of his acquaintance with Li Shangyu, he often dines at the Imperial Palace. Dong Feng heard the coldness in Lin Chen's tone and hurriedly said, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, all right, I know. Lin Chen hung up the phone decisively after saying that. A network technology company? Then wouldn't this be great? And how did this Lin Xiangdong mess with this young master? Dong Feng murmured in confusion as he listened to the beep 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 sound on the phone, his brows locked in deep thought. Young Master Lin, have you finished calling? I'm waiting for my cell phone to ring. Lin Tianyu saw that Lin Chen hung up the phone, and mocked again, his arrogant stance becoming more and more flamboyant. Lin Chen ignored him and called Lu Shu again. Shu Wei, can it work? I see that this man is so rampant. He should be emboldened. Tang Wanner was however a bit worried, quietly coming up next to Jiang Shuiwei and asking, her eyes filled with unease and doubt. Just rest assured, Lin Chen isn't as simple as you think. Jiang Shuiwei looked very confident. Tang Wanner's few people looked at such a confident Jiang Shuiwei and were also quite relieved. Lu Shu, I'm here. Lin Chen gave Lu Shu a brief overview of the situation, then continued, you should know what I'm going to do. Lin Chen's tone was very flat, but carried an unquestionable determination. I understand Lin Dong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen just looked at Lin Tianyu coldly. I hope you can still laugh behind you. Lin Chen's gaze stabbed at Lin Tianyu like a sharp sword. Lin Tianyu didn't have a reason to feel a wave of panic. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm. Are you pretending to be a mud horse? Open a Ferrari really think that their background is monstrous? Lin Tianyu directly cursed. Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner several girls coincidentally frowned. This kind of unqualified boys were the most disgusting. Jiang Big School Flower, and a few other beauties, don't follow this punk. Go, I'll treat you to a drink? Lin Tianyu noticed the dislike on the faces of the several women. Instead he came to be interested. That colorful eyes wandered back and forth on the several women. Who are you? Also worthy of buying us a drink? Tang Wanner was not at all accustomed to it. Her hands crossed and she glared angrily. I like women with violent temper like you, especially conquering. Lin Tianyu smiled instead of being angry. That smile made people feel sick. Bah, Toad wants to eat swan meat. Tang Wanner spat, her face full of disgust. Lin Xiangdong seems to be lacking discipline for you. Ha, how come you speak and act like a dilettante? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and mocked, his eyes full of contempt. I think you want to be beaten. Lin Tianyu's face instantly turned gloomy. Veins rippled on his forehead. Kid, keep your mouth clean. The several social brothers around him also shouted, waving their fists, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Lin Chen, however, reached out to stop those social brothers. There are a lot of people here. Let's find a chance to get him later. Lin Tianyo's expression was sinister, staring at Lin Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people around at this moment, he couldn't wait to rush up and beat him up. Young Master Lin, in the future, you have to pay attention when you leave the school gate. Yo, brothers are going to eat, so I won't accompany you to playhouse. Lin Tianyu resumed the smile on his face just now, and after saying that, he wanted to walk towards the Jinxiu Hotel. Lin Tianyu, where are you running to? A voice came over. Lin Tianyu turned his head to look. The smile on his face grew even bigger. Ouch, isn't this Chen Xiao? The body can Yesterday those few words seemed a bit light. Seeing you military training today is quite energetic. Lin Chen couldn't help but dissipate the chill on his face for a few moments when he saw that the three of them, Chen Xiao, had rushed over. Lin Tianyu, looking for someone to block my brother while I'm not around, right? Xiao Fei's fists clenched when he heard Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time he was so angry since he arrived in Tianfu City. So what if you are there? I'll fight as usual. Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with some jealousy. This man was just as annoying as that Lin Chen in terms of his looks. Very well. Xiao Fei smiled. Growing up, it was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. This guy is Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Wanair looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked at Zhang Shuiwei. Yeah, it's Lin Chen's good buddy. Why do you fancy it? Zhang Shuiwei looked at Tang Wanair with a curious look and knew that things were not simple. As long as a woman started to have curiosity about a man, she wasn't far from falling in love. Chapter 52, do you think the chauffeur dares to drive? Net nonsense. Tang Wanair gave Zhang Shuiwei a fierce blank look. That was full of rancor in her eyes. The surrounding crowd was getting bigger and bigger. All of them came to see the fun. And right at this moment, Lin Tianyu's cell phone rang abruptly. Quickly answer it. See if it's your dad calling. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. That look was more positive than Lin Tianyu. When Lin Tianyu heard Xiao Fei's words, there was actually an unexplained burst of panic in his heart, as if a big hand was gripping his heart tightly. Mind your business. Lin Tianyu shot back with a few moments of annoyance, then took out his cell phone to see that it was really Lin Shangdong calling. Hello? Dad? What are you looking for me for? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became docile. What kind of people did you mother mess with for me? How come all of them came to warn me to let me control my son? The head of TMs is still bigger than one. The phone Lin Shangdong dirty words like a series of cannons like a brain all came out. Lin Tianyu instantly feel some cannot stand. Legs soft, as if the next second will fall to the ground. Who did I mess with dad? Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, and carefully said into the phone, with a hint of trembling in his voice. Just now, Xin Lao specially called me. Let me control you. Don't mess with the people who shouldn't be messed with. As a result, the people from Penguin Company behind also called me. You give me a word. In the end, who have you messed with? Lin Tianyu was sweating coldly. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He looked at Lin Chen like he was looking at a monster. He was actually really a shareholder of Penguin? How was this possible? He was only a freshman. Who is Elder Qin? Our family company is so big, we still need to look at other people's faces? And Penguin, so what if it's big? Nowadays, this society can still bring our family down. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. This short silence made Lin Tianyu's heart even more in his throat. Your pig brain I think is hopeless. Are you the president of a beautiful country? The sky is not afraid of the earth? I should just shoot you on the wall. Whoever you've pissed off, hurry up and go apologize to me and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll find your own money in the future. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy tone on the phone, unable to speak for a long time. The whole person was frozen like a wooden chicken. How is it? Lin Tianyu, did you finish the phone call? What did your dad tell you? Xiao Fei teasingly looked at Lin Tianyu, who froze in place and mocked. That expression was full of gloating. Figured out what to do. Lin Chen also added at this moment in a nonchalant manner. His expression calm, as if everything was expected of him. Lin Tianyu came back to his senses, looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei and the others, hesitated for a moment, then his face became fierce. Humph, don't think that finding some connections to threaten my father will make me soft. Let me tell you. Want me, Lin Tianyu, to apologize? No way. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he didn't even care about the social brother beside him, turned around and directly walked away. Really don't see the coffin and don't shed a tear. Xiao Fei muttered as he looked at Lin Tianyu's back as he walked away. Really uninteresting. I thought I had to fight. Break it up, break it up. It's good that it didn't make a big mess. Let's go eat. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, the people around them dispersed. Only then did Xiao Fei's trio talk to Lin Chen. Boss, you actually didn't even call me with so many girls. Xiao Fei walked over and whispered. You can't grasp it. Lin Chen said with a smile, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. What are you two muttering about? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two. Nothing, sister-in-law. This matter is considered settled. I see so many people today. Why don't we go for a drink? Xiao Fei said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. I think it's okay. I kind of want to go too. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also hurriedly interjected. Joke. Even if you put aside Tang Wan'er and Jiang Shuowei, the two school beauties, just those three girls beside them could be considered a sentence of beauty. Okay? Tang Wan'er glanced at Xiao Fei and also said, yes, I have no problem. Jiang Shuowei saw that Tang Wan'er had agreed, so she could only say, I'll go if Ah-chan goes. The crowd then turned their gazes to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said helplessly, I drove the car. Then what? Just call a chauffeur? Xiao Fei hurriedly said, and kept winking towards Lin Chen. You don't want to spoil my good deed. Do you think my car, called a chauffeur he dares to drive? It's just a Ferrari. What wouldn't he dare to drive? Xiao Fei said uncaringly. Like Ferrari, Lamborghini, this kind of sports car? Just his garage at home in Imperial Capital has several units. You come with me. Lin Chen was helpless, so he led Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao as well as a few women also followed with some curiosity. Do you see this car valet he dares to drive? Lin Chen pointed at the poison and asked Xiao Fei. Boss, are you serious? This is Lamborghini poison? Xiao Fei asked as he looked at Lin Chen incredulously. Bingo! Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Xiao Fei sniffed and immediately looked left and right around the poison. Boss, what kind of car is poison? How much does it cost? It looks so handsome. Chen Xiao asked curiously as she looked at the sports car in front of her. Almost 100 million. A Lamborghini supercar. Lin Chen said casually. Rating less? $100 million for this car? Chen Xiao was shocked. Xiao Wei was shocked. Tang Wan'er and those other three girls were also shocked. Boss, you're not kidding, right? Xiao Wei gulped and asked again. What would I lie to you guys for just $100 million? Lin Chen had a flat face. I'm going to have to touch it. Without saying a word, Chen Xiao ran over. I'm going to take a look too. Xiao Wei was also excited to follow over. Shu Wei, what exactly does Lin Chen do? Isn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it turn into a Lamborghini poison? Tang Wan'er looked at Lin Chen in shock, then asked Jiang Shuowei. He drove the Ferrari a few days ago because this car hadn't been delivered yet, and he gave it to me after this car was delivered. Jiang Shuowei hemmed and hawed and said somewhat smugly, I'll go. A $7 to $8 million car was just sent to you? Tang Wan'er's eyes went wide. Jiang Shuowei nodded with a smile. No wonder you're upside down. So Lin Chen is so rich. What are you talking nonsense about? What I like is him as a person. Jiang Shuowei swung a glance at Tang Wan'er and said with dissatisfaction. Fine, I was wrong. Tang Wan'er realized that she seemed to have said something that was a bit wrong and hurriedly apologized. After a while, the three living treasures walked back. Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It affects the aesthetics too much. Xiao Fei had a very sorry expression. Chapter 53 Top Bar. Small matter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I don't care. I have to go drinking today. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a firm face and said, there was a kind of if you don't agree we'll have a fight. Lin Chen couldn't afford to spoil the fun of his brothers and Tang Wan'er, so he had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Okay. Where to play? Lin Chen asked helplessly, a slight compromise in his tone. Xiao Fei saw that Lin Chen had agreed, and his face instantly blossomed into a happy expression. Go top. I'll treat you guys. Ouch. Old Four, you're really rich. Looks like Old Four is in the throes of spring. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao flirted conspiratorially from the sidelines, the words full of snark. The other three girls were moved in their hearts. Looking at the words that this handsome man just said in the face of Lin Tianyu, they could tell that the identity background must not be simple. If they could take him down, hurry up and go over? It's already late. Tang Wan'er hurriedly urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. Alright, then Shuowei and I will go over first. You guys figure it out yourselves. Lin Chen said with a smile, then took Jiang Shuowei with him on the poison. As the cool scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked enviously at Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen sitting in the car. Buzz, buzz, poison's low and powerful engine sound rang out, as if declaring its extraordinary nature. Boss, just head straight to Area 0 when you arrive. I booked it. Xiao Fei glanced slightly enviously at Poison, then shouted at Lin Chen inside the car. Lin Chen stretched out the window with one hand and made an okay gesture, then drove straight out of the parking lot. Top was the top nightclub in Tianfu City, and ever since it opened until now, there were luxury cars piled up on both sides of the road every night. It was said that the boss behind it was very powerful, and many rich second-generation people in Tianfu City like to indulge in top at night. At this time, there are many fashionably dressed young people at the entrance of the bar, posing in a variety of poses to take pictures. Even Lin Chen saw one or two very familiar people on the live broadcast, but their faces were similar, so he couldn't remember exactly who they were. Those young people at the door were also shocked as soon as they saw Poison stop. Those who could spend money here were all rich, and more or less knew a little bit about luxury cars. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just a few days ago, I saw a video posted on the internet saying that there was a poison in Suzhou University, and as a result, it appeared in front of me today. This big brother can't be messed with. After Lin Chen parked his car, he walked out of the car with Zhang Shuiwei. Those women's eyes were glowing as soon as they saw Lin Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding hands with Zhang Shuiwei, he probably would have been frantically asked for super letters by those women. It's a pity. If I could have a one-night stand with this handsome guy, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. A few pretty young girls looked at the silhouettes of the two men walking into the bar and said somewhat unwillingly. Lin Chen pulled Zhang Shuiwei just as he walked into the top, and he could hear the deafening music inside. The walls were filled with aces of spades, and the earthy atmosphere filled the room, and there were men and women walking in pairs everywhere along the way. The arrival of Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei had attracted the attention of countless people. In addition to coming to the bar to have fun, there was also a part to pick up girls or men. Those who were handsome and beautiful came to the bar without even having to spend money. There were many people willing to spend money for you. The hot and sexy beauties were twirling their sexy bodies on the dance floor, and their graceful postures were mesmerizing. Zhang Shuiwei looked at this scene with curiosity. She had never been to this kind of place before in her life. At this moment, Zhang Shuiwei suddenly saw a woman wearing only panties and a bra in front of a man writhing her body in one of the booths. The man's face was full of smiles and his hands were still groping the woman's body, and his friends were cheering and cooing around him. Zhang Shuiwei blushed slightly and looked away. Lin Chen took Zhang Shuiwei and quickly found a card seat in Area 0. At this time, the seats in Area 0 were already filled with various kinds of wine. Next to it were two waiters and a man in a suit. As soon as the man saw Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei walk up to the Zone 0 booth and prepare to sit down, he asked with a pleasing smile on his face. At the risk of interrupting, may I ask if you two are Mr. Lin Chen and Ms. Zhang? Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei nodded with a bland expression as they sat down. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the general manager of TUP. You can just call me Xiao Qian. It was Xiao Xiao who contacted me and told me to make sure to take care of you too. Any needs you have you can look for me. I'll help you deal with it from my side at any time. The man who called himself Xiao Qian saw Lin Chen nod his head. The smile on his face grew even bigger, and he said respectfully to the two of them, alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Chen. No trouble, no trouble. Xiao Qian compensated with a smile, then skillfully opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei. After so many years of mixing in the nightclub, Xiao Qian could tell at a glance that Lin Chen was wearing a Patek Philippe worth more than $1 million on his hands, while the bag on Zhang Shuiwei's hands was also a Hermes worth several $100,000. And also Xiao Xiao specially greeted the people who are well entertained. After not long, several people and the women came. As soon as Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei, he bent down and respectfully shouted, Xiao, it's been arranged as you ordered. Well done. You go ahead and arrange for 2 sets of great divine dragons to come over. I'm bringing my friends over today to have fun and make a lively scene. Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian's shoulder and said with satisfaction, okay Xiao, I'll go arrange it right away. Xiao Qian received Xiao Fei's praise and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Lao San I feel that Lao Si's background is a little more powerful than we thought. Chen Xiao came over to Xiao Wei's ear and whispered, isn't this a good thing? Xiao Wei also replied in a whisper. Tang Wan Air and the ladies were also a bit surprised. TUP's Great Divine Dragon a set would cost 288,888. Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without even blinking? The eyes that looked at Xiao Fei became even hotter. Shu Wei, what is this roommate of Lin Chen's? Opened his mouth and directly ordered 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons, a total of over $500,000 na. Tang Wan Air whispered to Zhang Shuiwei and asked, what? More than $500,000? Zhang Shuiwei was also a bit surprised. Young Master Xiao is atmospheric. Those 3 girls complimented somewhat ingratiatingly. What's so great about this? Everyone is just having fun, Xiao Fei said indifferently. Soon the rabbit girls lined up and placed the wine on the table. The table was instantly filled with 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. Thank you very much for the 2 sets of Grand Divine Dragons ordered by Area 0 card seat Xiao. I wish Xiao and his friends a happy and enjoyable time at TUP. The live DJ thanked. Who? The entire room instantly cheered. And many people's gazes went to the crowd at the District 0 card seat. Chapter 54 Ambiguous. Soon, some of the more daring girls walked over towards the location of the card seat in Area 0. only to see a girl wearing a black-colored short skirt wiggling her sexy ass, her eyes flirtatious as she walked over. "Ladies and gentlemen, can we play together?" After saying that, her eyes looked straight at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Zhang Shuawei noticed the woman's gaze and hurriedly took Lin Chen's hand. With a slight smile, the flirtatious woman looked at Xiao Fei. "Forget it, beautiful. We all know each other here," Xiao Fei said as he looked at the woman with slight regret. If he hadn't accidentally run into Tang Wan Air, he might have been willing to have something with this woman. The woman could only walk away with regret in the end. Subsequently, a few more girls came to hit on him, all of which were rejected by the crowd for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and looked towards Tang Waner. Xiao Fei had just wanted to find a chance to strike up a conversation with Tang Waner, when those other three women began to launch an attack towards Xiao Fei. One of the girls said in a delicate voice, "Young Xiao, you are really handsome in this outfit." Saying that, she also tried to get closer to Xiao Fei. Another girl was also not willing to show weakness, picking up a glass of wine and handing it to Xiao Fei. "With wings like silk, Mr. Xiao, I'll toast to you. Let's make a friend." The third girl was even more daring, directly put her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder and said coyly, Xiao, you can take care of our sisters tonight." Xiao Fei's heart was only thinking about Tang Wan Air, and for these three girls' initiative to show kindness, he just politely dealt with it. "Thank you, beauties." Tang Wan Air and Zhang Shuiwei looked at these three girls dumbfounded. These three girls were considered to be people in the class who had a fairly good relationship with Tang Waner, but they didn't expect to actually have such a side. Tang Wan Air didn't know why, but looking at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by the three girls in her heart, she actually felt an inexplicable annoyance. Chen Xiao looked jealously at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by the three girls. "Too damnable. Can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome?" Chen Xiao muttered with some frustration. "It's true that you can't do whatever you want when you're handsome, but when you add money to it, it's a different story," Lin Chen said with a smile. He then picked up a glass of wine and looked at Chen Xiao with a somewhat serious expression. "Chen Xiao, you got into trouble by Lin Tianyu because you helped me. I recognize you as a brother." "Hi, boss, we are all brothers. You are saying this. Don't brothers have to be two brothers?" Chen Xiao also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Lin Chen. Then the two of them drank it all in one go. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He just went to college and was able to make such a heartfelt friend. It was really good luck. Xiao Fei over there, however, had already been bored by the three girls. If it wasn't for the fact that these three girls were friends of Tang Wan Air and her sister-in-law, he would have wanted to drive these three women away. Seeing Xiao Fei's cold response, the three girls looked at each other and decided to increase their offense. The first girl gently tugged on Xiao Fei's corner and pampered him. Xiao, you can just chat with us for a few more minutes." The second girl came to Xiao Fei's ear and exhaled, "Mr. Xiao, you are so good. I wonder if you have a girlfriend." The third girl picked up her wineglass and insisted on clinking her glass with Xiao Fei, and she also intentionally scratched the back of Xiao Fei's hand gently with her fingers. Xiao Fei frowned and said with some impatience, "Sorry, everyone, I don't have the heart at this moment." After saying that, his eyes still couldn't stop glancing towards Tang Waner. However, they didn't give up and continued to gabble around Xiao Fei. Tang Wan Air was playing dice with Zhang Shuawei, but she could always feel Xiao Fei's eyes resting on her. At this time, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also saw that Xiao Fei should be interested in Tang Waner, so they quietly muttered from the sidelines, "Look at old Four and that Tang Waner. They're both clearly interested, but they're both holding back there." Xiao Wei laughed and shook his head. Chen Xiao followed suit and laughed. "Why don't we create some opportunities for them?" The two looked at each other and smiled. "Understanding," Chen Xiao intentionally said loudly. "Oops, this wine drinking is a bit boring. Why don't we play a little game?" Everyone responded. "Let's play riddles then. Whoever guesses wrong will have a truth or dare," Xiao Wei proposed. In the first round, Tang Wan Air guessed wrong. "Ha, Tang Wan Air, truth or dare?" Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Tang Wan Air hesitated and chose truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, "Among the boys present, is there one you're attracted to?" Tang Wan Air's face instantly reddened. Her eyes unconsciously glanced at Xiao Fei, and she whispered, "Count on there being one." Everyone started to coax. "Who is it, Wan Air? Tell us?" Zhang Shuawei flashed an impish smile. "I don't know. Guess for yourself." Tang Waner naturally couldn't say it outright, but Xiao Fei's heart was bursting with joy, and those three girls' faces did look a little unsightly. Just now when they were looking for a topic with Xiao Fei, they could clearly feel Xiao Fei's impatience, and they also noticed that Xiao Fei was peeking at Tang Wan Air's reaction. Although Tang Waner is their friend, but met such an excellent man, who wants to let go? But it seemed like it should be hopeless now. The next few rounds were played, and Xiao Fei was also unfortunate enough to answer incorrectly. "Xiao Fei, why don't you also answer the same question that you just asked senior sister Tang?" Lin Chen deliberately said. Xiao Fei glanced at Lin Chen with slight gratitude. "Good brother, of course I have," Xiao Fei said. and went to glance at Tang Wanner's reaction. Seeing Tang Wanner stroke her hair a little unnaturally, her heart was again delighted. He didn't know why, but he had a good feeling about Tang Wanner upon seeing her. One must know that he was a great young man of imperial capital. He had seen I don't know how many women, but it was the first time he had such a feeling for a woman. Just when everyone was having fun, those three girls saw that they could never tease Xiao Fei and felt bored. One of the girls said, "Oops, we still have something to do, so we'll leave first." Wan Air, Shui Wei, you guys take your time to play. Oh, leaving now? Do you want to play some more? Tang Wan Air's heart was a little happy, but her face didn't move and said, "No, no." After the three girls finished speaking, they got up and left. Xiao Fei saw that the three women had left and felt a lot better. He and Tang Wan Air were originally separated by three girls, and now once those three girls left, he moved directly to Tang Wan Air's side. The atmosphere on the card table didn't become cold because of their departure, but instead became more lively because of the ambiguity that was gradually heating up between Xiao Fei and Tang Wan Air. Xiao Fei summoned up his courage and poured a glass of wine for Tang Wan Air, saying, "Tang beauty, come on, cheers." Tang Wan Air smiled and took the glass, gently touching Xiao Fei's glass. At this time, the music suddenly became soothing and the lights became soft. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei glanced at each other and tacitly got up. "Let's go to the dance floor and dance for a while. You guys take your time to chat." Xia Wei and Chen Xiao followed suit. "I'm going to the restroom." In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Wan Air were left on the card table. Chapter 55 System Quest released again. They sat in silence, neither of them speaking first. However, the air was filled with an unspeakable sentiment. Xiao Fei actually felt a little nervous as he looked at Tang Wan Air. His gaze was locked onto Tang Wan Air's face. The delicate features, the slightly reddened cheeks, every bit of it made his heart flutter. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk to Tang Wan Air, but his head was blank. Tang Wan Air was also equally disturbed. She could feel Xiao Fei's fiery gaze, and she also had an inexplicable good feeling towards Xiao Fei, but was unsure if this feeling was just a momentary impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was still a male son, so it was hard to guarantee his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. "Beautiful Tang, you just said that you have a good feeling about one of the boys present. Can I ask who it is?" Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation, just looking straight at Tang Wan Air. Tang Wan Air's face flushed slightly, the blush as delicate and touching as a blooming peach blossom. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. "Then which of the girls present just now did you say you had a crush on?" Tang Wan Air didn't know how she should or shouldn't answer, so she asked back. But who knew that Xiao Fei actually didn't shy away from it? Without hesitation, he said, "At that time, I was favorably disposed towards you. Tang beauty, why don't we add a super letter to get to know each other?" Xiao Fei finished nervously looking at Tang Wan Air, fearing that she would refuse. Even his palms were slightly sweaty. At this moment, Tang Wan Air only felt her face burning terribly. She touched her cheeks with her hands, then took her cell phone out and opened the QR code of the super letter. "Here, you add it. Don't call me Tang beauty in the future. It's weird. I'm older than you anyway. Just call me Sister Wan Air." Tang Wan Air's voice was very soft, completely different from her usual big-headedness. Xiao Fei, heart happy, took out his cell phone, quickly added friends, afraid that Tang Wan Air will suddenly change her mind. "Good Lo Wan Air sister, I added. You threw a bit." Looking at the cell phone shows that the friend has passed the prompt. Xiao Fei can't help but grin. "Right, you haven't answered my question just now. I won't tell you. You can guess it yourself." Tang Wan Air smiled faintly. That smile was like a spring breeze on her face, looking at Xiao Fei for a while. Xiao Fei was also wondering at this moment. He had seen a lot of girls who were prettier than Tang Wan Air. How come he was so defenseless against Tang Wan Air? Just at this moment, a young man dressed in a vulgar way picked up a glass of wine and walked over with a smile on his face. "Xiao Xiao, can you get acquainted? My name is Dong Hao. I'm the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of the Imperial Hotel." Dong Hao accompanied his friend to play here, and when he saw that the manager of the Tup was actually so respectful to the man in front of him, and that this man had directly ordered 2 sets of Grand Divine Dragons, he got up the idea of befriending him. Later, he saw the words on the big screen thanking Xiao Xiao, and saw that now only that Xiao Xiao and a woman were sitting on the card seat, so he came over to get acquainted. Xiao Fei and Tang Wan Air were chatting, and frowned after being interrupted by Dong Hao, with some displeasure in his heart. "Imperial Hotel? Isn't this the boss's hotel?" Xiao Fei also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Dong Hao. His movements were a little perfunctory, clearly displeased with Dong Hao's interruption. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's sake he would have kicked people out. A hint of joy flashed across Dong Hao's face before he drank the wine from the glass in one go. "This is sister-in-law, right? Sister-in-law is so pretty." Dong Hao looked towards Tang Wan Air, who was sitting next to Xiao Fei, and patted his ass. Xiao Fei sniffed and felt a wave of relief, looking at Dong Hao in a much smoother light. No, we're just friends." Tang Wanner hurriedly waved her hand in explanation. You sit. Xiao Fei didn't give Tang Wanner a chance to continue explaining, and smiled at Dong Hao. Dong Hao sniffed and hurriedly sat down. You're the son of the general manager of Di Hao? Xiao Fei asked. Yes, Dong Fong is my father. Dong Hao nodded. Then you didn't come over to say hello when my boss was there just now? You wouldn't still not recognize my boss, would you? Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with an odd expression on his face. Tang Wanner's curiosity also came. She also knew about the Imperial Palace Hotel. It was one of the most upscale hotels in the entire Tianfu city, with high consumption. It was a place where a lot of powerful people gathered. Xiao Fei actually said that the owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel was at their table just now. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao was a little confused at this moment. Xiao, may I ask if your boss is? Dong Hao looked at Xiao Fei and asked tentatively. My boss is called Lin Chen. Dong Hao instantly became a little excited. His dad had recently been the one talking about a new boss, or a young man who had directly acquired all the shares of the Imperial Hotel in one breath, and was most likely the heir of some super rich family. Dong Hao had always wanted to find a chance to get to know him, and he didn't expect that by chance he would actually run into Lin Dong's friend today. Yes. I've never met young Lin before, so I didn't recognize him just now. Dong Hao somewhat awkwardly defended. Alright, count your kid's luck. You sit here and play for a while. The boss should be back in a while. Xiao Fei laughed, and then stopped taking care of Dong Hao, turning his head to chat with Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner was also a bit surprised at the moment. She didn't expect that the big boss of the Imperial Palace Hotel was actually her best friend's boyfriend. Then wouldn't she be able to dine out often in the future? Soon, Lin Chen's few people had all returned. Seeing that the crowd had returned, Dong Hao stood up somewhat nervously. Seeing that there was also a strange man he didn't recognize on the card seat, Chen Xiao asked with some confusion. Old four, you recognize? Xiao Fei shook his head and said with a smile. I don't know, but he wants to get to know the boss. Lin Chen looked at this person with some suspicion. He really didn't know him, right? Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao. I'm the son of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. Dong Hao had a somewhat humble attitude. Oh, you're Dong Fong's son? Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao and asked with interest. Dong Hao instantly realized who Lin Chen was and hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and bowed. Good day, young Lin. I'm Dong Fong's son. Dong Hao's attitude was very respectful, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him with some admiration in his heart. Worthy of being Dong Fong's son, he could judge the times. Both father and son were talented na. Lin Chen nodded his head. Since you're Dong Fong's son, take a seat. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Dong Hao said humbly before sitting down. Ding. The system releases a mission. Recruit Dong Hao to work for you. Reward, 100% of the shares of Dragon Lake Games Limited. The system had actually released another mission? Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Dong Hao a few more times. To have the system specialize in a mission, it must not be simple. Dong Hao, what do you do? Chapter 56, Dragon Lake Game arrives. Young Lin, I'm in the game business now. Dong Hao replied in a hurry. Sure enough, will you be willing to follow me? Lin Chen asked bluntly. At these words, Zhang Shuawei and Xiao Fei and the others looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Dong Hao was also a little surprised, not realizing that he was ready to recruit Lin Chen when he had only just met him. Was he, Dong Hao, still a talent? Dong Hao was a little embarrassed. He only wanted to make games. He had come over to get to know Xiao Fei for the sake of the game, thinking that if he could make a good relationship with this kind of rich second generation, he would be able to invest in him to make the game. Lin Chen saw that Dong Hao had a difficult look on his face, so he asked again. Dong Hao, do you know about Dragon Lake Games? Young Lin, I know Dragon Lake Games. It's a large domestic game company that has made many explosive games. Things like Return of Heroes, Bubble Wars, and so on are all made by their company. Dong Hao's eyes were glowing when he talked about games. Lin Chen appreciated this kind of person, judging the times and having the ability to do so. Possibly, after all, the system were releasing missions specifically for him. As long as you follow me, I'll let you enter Dragon Lake Games to be in charge of a project you want to do alone. Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao and said seriously. Dong Hao froze when he heard this. Could it be that Dragon Lake Games was this young Lin's company? Dong Hao got excited all of a sudden, even as his body shivered. He wanted to make a AAA game with the Great Summer Myth as its theme, but it seemed whimsical to others. As a result, he had pitched many companies but no one wanted it, and Dong Fong didn't support him in making the game. It was only when he was forced to do so that he had to move to start a small company of his own. One step at a time first. That's why he wanted those rich kids to invest. But now Lin Chen said that he could actually join Dragon Lake Games directly and let him specialize in a project that he wanted to do. This was just like a dream, alright? Young Lin, are you telling the truth? You can really let me lead a project at Dragon Lake Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He wasn't doubting Lin Chen, A male son of this level wouldn't care to cheat a little person like him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Good. Young Lin, Dong Hao, will follow you from now on. Dong Hao saw this and nodded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Dragon Lake Games Limited has been credited to your name. Lin Chen didn't move on the surface, but inside, he was smiling. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I've said. Lin Chen said to Dong Hao with a pleasant smile on his face. Thank you, young Lin. I'll drink to you. Dong Hao said as he poured a full glass of wine into the cup, then tilted his head back and drank it all. Xiao Fei looked straight at Lin Chen. The Dragon Lake game is also yours? It's mine now. Lin Chen chuckled. When did you acquire it? How come I didn't know? Jiang Shuawei asked in a low voice as she approached Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen wrapped Jiang Shuawei into his arms. Just now, Lin Chen said into Jiang Shuawei's ear. Everyone here flicked their eyes away, pretending not to see it. Dong Hao also looked away when he saw this. Jiang Shuawei only felt that the hot air Lin Chen exhaled was tickling her ears. What are you doing, bad guy? There are so many people here. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face flushed red as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. After Jiang Shuawei broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, she coughed lightly to try and ease the awkward atmosphere. The crowd also withdrew their gazes and continued with the previous topic, as if the scene just now had never happened. Boss, you're really impressive. This Dragon Lake game is loud and clear in the industry, and it turned out to be an industry under your name as well. Xiao Fei lamented. Now known, Penguin shareholders, the big boss of the Imperial Hotel, and now there was another big boss of the Dragon Lake game, driving or Lamborghini poison. It's not like any family surnamed Lin is so rich Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Young Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. I will do my best to make a game that will amaze everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, come drink one. The five of us boys have to pour two today. Xiao Wei picked up a glass of wine and gestured for Lin Chen to sit over. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei didn't want Lin Chen to drink too much wine, but they were all his brothers, so she couldn't stop them, and could only nod her head helplessly in agreement. Only then did Lin Chen sit on Xiao Wei's side. Chen Xiao was not very capable of drinking, looking at everyone's high spirits, although there was hesitation in his heart, but he did not want to spoil the crowd's fun. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile and excused himself. My drinking capacity is really limited, so why don't I just drink a little less? However, Xiao Fei and the others were willing to comply, and they all cajoled. Chen Xiao, today is such a happy day. You can't spoil the fun. Chen Xiao had no choice but to drink a little bit stiffly. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone talked about everything. However, Chen Xiao gradually felt dizzy and his face flushed an abnormal red color. He tried his hardest to stay sober, but the alcohol surged and his consciousness began to blur. Mother asterisk 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 did you guys drug me? Why do I feel dizzy in my head? After saying this, Chen Xiao lay down on the table and didn't move. When the crowd saw this, they were first stunned and then laughed out loud. Xiao Fei laughed and said, this guy Chen Xiao, he still says he can't drink. How much did he drink and he can't do it anymore? Xiao Wei also teased. This Chen Xiao's drinking capacity is also really ridiculously bad. Lin Chen looked at the drunken Chen Xiao, shook his head helplessly and said to everyone, alright, Chen Xiao has done her best. Let's not drink too much. Let's call it a day. The crowd also nodded in agreement. Shuawei, why don't you sleep at my house today? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei and softly said. Jiang Shuawei's red face was as thin as a mosquito's voice as she let out Gu, Shuawei, you've gone off to have a good time, so I can only go back to school alone, Tang Wan Air said with a smile. The blush on Jiang Shuawei's face intensified. Sister Wan Air, why don't I send you back to school? We're all in the same school anyway. Xiao Fei hurriedly invited. Tang Wan'er was a bit hesitant. Looks like someone isn't going back to school alone, there's still a handsome guy with her. Jiang Shuawei found the opportunity to also playfully say. Tang Wan'er glared at Jiang Shuawei, then turned to Xiao Fei's hopeful eyes and still nodded her head in agreement. Trouble. No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to send Sister Wan'er back. Xiao Fei instantly smiled with joy. Xiao Fei then called a top not drinking front desk to drive his car to send the two back. Xiao Wei looked helplessly at Xiao Fei leading Tang Wan'er away from Tup, then looked down again at Chen Xiao who was lying asleep on the card seat. What should I do when you leave asshole? Chapter 57 Love Me Well. Dong Hao, add a green bubble so I can contact you when the time comes, Lin Chen said, opening the friend QR code. Dong Hao hurriedly swept on and added a friend. Thank you, young Lin, there's no need to be so polite, just do your game properly. Lin Chen smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Wei again. Lao San, call a car. I'll leave first Lin Chen said and pulled Jiang Shuawei out of the tub. How? Give me a hand. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei came to the side of the poison. Chen, do you really want me to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. What a pity if I bump this car, Jiang Shuowei said with some worry. Lin Chen was indifferent. It's fine. Feel free to drive. Jiang Shuowei had to sit in the driver's seat. Jiang Shuowei took a deep breath and carefully started the poison. The car let out a low rumble, as if it was a beast ready to go. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding road. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Shuowei with a relaxed expression. Don't be nervous, just drive as if it's an ordinary car, he comforted. Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, but her hands were still sweaty. She slowly stepped on the gas, and poison drove forward smoothly. As the car traveled, Jiang Shuowei's tension gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Pedestrians on the road cast envious gazes, and a sense of pride surged in Jiang Shuowei's heart. She glanced at Lin Chen and realized that he was looking at her with a smile. Well, not nervous now? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuowei revealed a bright smile. Well, it's much better, she said. The poison sped down the road, and Jiang Shuowei's driving skills became more and more skillful. At this time, it was already a little past 12 in the evening, and the Yulan Sacred Court Villa area was quiet. Jiang Shuowei drove poison slowly into the area. The roar of the car was particularly clear in this silent night. As soon as the security guards at the entrance saw the car, they knew that it was Lin Chen who had returned and quickly raised the railing up. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen somewhat nervously. And, Chen, it's so late, where is the car parked? Lin Chen smiled faintly. It must be in the garage. You can just drive there. The garage door will open by itself. Jiang Shuowei nodded, then drove the car to the garage door. The cameras on both sides of the garage door recognized the license plate number. Then the garage door slowly rose. Wow, it's quite advanced. Jiang Shuowei's face was full of novelty. Then she carefully drove the car into the garage, and Poison's smooth bodywork shimmered with a charming luster under the lights. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Come on, let's go to the house. Good. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed a faint blush as she obediently nodded her head. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei's hand as he walked into the villa. The soft lighting enveloped the entire space like a layer of gauze, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. Walking into the living room, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly landed on the red wine cabinet on one side. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he turned to Jiang Shuowei and said, "How about we have another drink?" Jiang Shuowei nodded gently with a red face. Lin Chen opened the red wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and a few exquisite highball glasses, slowly pouring the red wine into the cups. The deep red liquid shimmered with a tantalizing luster under the light. Lin Chen handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Shuowei, and their fingers gently touched. Instantly, as if an electric current had crossed them, they glanced at each other and raised their wine cups to take a light sip, the mellow aroma of the wine spreading in their mouths. As a glass of red wine went down, the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Lin Chen's eyes grew hotter and hotter, and Jiang Shuowei's cheeks were colored with a layer of charming blush. Their bodies unconsciously moved closer together, their breaths intertwining. Just when both of them were about to sink into this ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuowei said with a red face and a voice like a mosquito humming, "Chen, I want to take a bath first." Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then revealed a gentle smile. "Good, I'll take you there." He then took Jiang Shuowei's hand and pulled her into the bathroom and the bedroom. Jiang Shuowei walked into the bathroom before realizing that she hadn't brought a change of clothes. She bit her lip and after a moment of hesitation, she opened the bathroom door and softly shouted, "Chen, I don't have any clothes." Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then looked for a shirt of his own and handed it to her. Lin Chen listened to the sound of the clattering water in the bathroom, and only felt that his second brother could not wait to get ready to launch his attack. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuowei walked out wearing Lin Chen's shirt, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders. The wide shirt looked particularly sexy on her, revealing her white legs. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly attracted to her, and he stared blankly at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei was a little shy from his look, slightly lowering her head. The blush on her face became even more pronounced. "What's wrong, Chen?" Lin Chen slowly walked towards Jiang Shuowei and gently lifted her chin, his eyes filled with deep love. "Shuowei, you're so beautiful." Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuowei, then picked Jiang Shuowei up in a princess hug and placed her on the bed amidst Jiang Shuowei's gasps of surprise. Jiang Shuowei collapsed on the bed, her face flushed red. Lin Chen just propped himself up on Jiang Shuowei's body, and the two of them looked at each other. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips. This kiss was passionate and deep, full of longing and love. Jiang Shuowei closed her eyes and responded to Lin Chen's kiss. Lin Chen's hand gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's cheeks, then slowly descended down her neck and crossed her collarbone. Jiang Shuowei trembled slightly, a strange and intense feeling surging through her body. Lin Chen's kiss became even hotter, moving from Jiang Shuowei's lips to her earlobe. gently biting and devouring it. Jiang Shuawei let out a soft wooing sound, which was like a fuse that instantly ignited the flames in Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen raised his head and kissed Jiang Shuawei's lips once again, their tongues entangled with each other, their breaths mingling together. Lin Chen's body pressed against Jiang Shuawei's body. He could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuawei's breathing became more and more rapid, and she was soon stripped naked by Lin Chen. Her perfect body was then completely displayed in Lin Chen's eyes. A hint of amazement and love flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen looked into Jiang Shuawei's eyes and said softly, "Shuawei, I love you." Jiang Shuawei's eyes flashed with tears as she gently nodded her head and said, "Chen, I love you too. Love me well." Lin Chen moved to Jiang Shuawei's ear, his rough snort hitting Jiang Shuawei's ear. "I'll love you well, Shuawei." The moon in the sky seemed to cover its eyes shyly. Omit 1,000 words at this moment. Chapter 58, A Little Pain. The next day, the sunlight poured onto the bed through the gaps in the curtains, waking up the two people in slumber. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was still sleeping beside him. Her face carried a hint of fatigue and contentment, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, just like the wings of a butterfly. A tenderness welled up in Lin Chen's heart, and he gently kissed her forehead. Jiang Shuawei seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's movements and also woke up leisurely. Opening her eyes, she saw that Lin Chen was gently looking at her, and her face couldn't help but blush. "Good morning," Jiang Shuawei said softly. "Morning." Lin Chen smiled in response and reached out to gather her into his arms. Jiang Shuawei leaned against Lin Chen's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, her heart filled with a sense of security. Yesterday, Jiang Shuawei wanted to say something, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. Lin Chen knew what she wanted to say, and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Yesterday was wonderful, and in the future, we will always be happy like this." Jiang Shuawei nodded, happiness shining in her eyes. They embraced each other on the bed for a while before they were ready to get up. Jiang Shuawei frowned. "What's wrong, Shuawei?" Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuawei blushed, bit her lip, and whispered, "It hurts a little." Lin Chen instantly understood what she meant, and his heart was filled with guilt and heartache. He tightly embraced Jiang Shuawei into his arms and said gently, "Baby, I'm sorry for making you suffer. You lie down and rest well. I'll go buy you some food." Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head and refused. "Chen, no need. I have to go back to school later. Let's just go out and eat together." Lin Chen frowned and said with some concern, "But aren't you in pain right now?" Jiang Shuawei smiled and said, "It's okay, it'll be fine after a bit of a reprieve." Lin Chen couldn't argue with Jiang Shuawei, so he had to give in. Jiang Shuawei leaned against the bed and slowed down for a while. After a while, she decided to get up and go out after feeling slightly more comfortable. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei get up with difficulty, his heart filled with heartache. He hurriedly supported Jiang Shuawei and said, "Shuawei, you really don't need to be in such a hurry to go to school. Why don't you take a day off to rest?" Jiang Shuawei firmly shook her head and said, "No, I have a very important class today. I can't be delayed." Seeing Jiang Shuawei's resolute attitude, Lin Chen could only give up. Lin Chen watched as Jiang Shuawei changed her clothes. The piece of snow-white skin that was inadvertently exposed was as pure and alluring as the first snow. He only felt a violent shock in his heart, and his sight seemed to be firmly sucked in, making it difficult to move away. Instantly, the familiar restlessness in his body began to get restless again. Bodhi originally has no tree, and a bright mirror is not a platform. Lin Chen hurriedly recited the scripture in his heart, over and over again, trying to suppress the impulse that was almost ready to spurt out. He closed his eyes tightly and took several deep breaths, and it was only after a while that he was able to finally suppress that agitation. After packing up, Lin Chen drove the limousine, carrying Jiang Shuawei as he slowly drove out of the Magnolia Sacred Court. Originally, Lin Chen had wanted to take Jiang Shuawei to the luxurious Imperial Hotel to enjoy breakfast, but Jiang Shuawei was worried that she would be late, so they could only casually buy soybean milk, donuts and buns on the side of the road. The surrounding passers-by were stunned when they saw this scene, driving a supercar but buying soy milk and donuts on the side of the road. This scene was really rare. Everyone cast curious gazes, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen was concentrating on driving and it was inconvenient to answer it. "Shuawei, answer it for me," Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuawei obediently took the phone out of Lin Chen's pants pocket, and in the process of taking the phone, she mischievously pinched Lin Chen's sensitive parts. This sudden small action made Lin Chen's body stiffen and he almost didn't hold the steering wheel. Lu Shu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Lin Dong, this is Lu Shu. Mr. Ma Tangma will probably be at the Imperial Palace Hotel at 10:30. Do you see any time?" Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency. She was relieved to see that Lin Chen had finally answered the phone. After sending a message to Lin Chen last night and never getting a reply, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. this morning early in the morning to send a message to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen also did not reply, as if disappeared, as if followed into a bomb shelter. She really couldn't help it, so she gave Lin Chen this phone call, but fortunately it got through. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Okay, no problem. Where's Lu Hai? Lu Shu hurriedly answered. Lu Hai just got off the plane. He'll probably be in Dihao in a while. Okay, something happened last night and I didn't pay attention to my cell phone. I'll contact him later, Lin Chen said casually. Alright Lin Dong, I won't bother you then. Lin Chen hummed, then let Jiang Shuawei hang up the phone. Wow, Chen, old Ma is coming to see you in person. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with a face of adoration, her eyes flashing with excitement. That was old Ma. There probably weren't many people in all of Daxia who didn't know about Xiao Ma and old Ma, right? They were as famous as thunder and were legends in the business world. Yes, he wants me to sign the unanimous actor agreement. Lin Chen nodded and said, what is a concerted party agreement? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes filled with curiosity. It means that no matter how many shares you have, after signing it the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands, and I'll just enjoy the dividends. Lin Chen thought about it and explained it in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Then why do we still need to sign? When Jiang Shuawei heard this, wasn't this an overbearing clause? She frowned, her face full of doubt. That's why I won't sign the entire concert party agreement with him. At most I'll only sign a partial concert party agreement. Lin Chen said calmly. Jiang Shuawei probably knew what it meant when she heard the name. That is, there's still the right to vote, but there are some situations and such to listen to him? Right. Lin Chen replied affirmatively. Oh, Jiang Shuawei nodded plausibly. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a class I have to go to, I'd want to go with you to see what a living old horse looks like. Jiang Shuawei muttered discouragingly, a regretful look on her face. What class do you still have to go to? Lin Chen was a little curious. In his impression, weren't college classes mandatory for elective classes and optional for mandatory classes? That teacher is my mom's best friend. Surely she knows that I've gone back to school. If I didn't go I wouldn't be able to explain. Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. Lin Chen suddenly realized. No wonder. Lin Chen was ready to drive the car into the school, but was stopped by Jiang Shuawei. I'll just go in alone. Don't you still have to be busy? I can just go back by myself, Jiang Shuawei said, and gave Lin Chen a peck on the cheek with a smile. She then got out of the car without giving Lin Chen a chance to retort. Chapter 59 Ma Teng's arrival. Lin Chen had no choice but to follow suit and get out of the car, parked it on the side of the road and then followed up to hold Jiang Shuawei's hand. Many of the surrounding students were taking pictures after seeing this. I go. Isn't this the school beauty Jiang Shuawei and her rich son? How did it change from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't this the poisonous car that was rumored like crazy in school? It's actually school beauty John's boyfriend's car. It's too exaggerated. I'll walk you to class. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and said gently, no need. You're not in a hurry. You hurry over. Although Jiang Shuawei was happy in her heart, she still didn't want to delay Lin Chen. It's fine. I'll make it in time. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked into the school amidst the attention of the surrounding students. Jiang Shuawei couldn't argue with Lin Chen, so she could only let Lin Chen pull her forward. Ah Chen, you're so nice, just, can you find my classroom? Lin Chen's footsteps lurched. He then consciously let Jiang Shuawei walk in front. Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuawei all the way to the classroom door. Alright, this is our classroom. Jiang Shuawei smiled sweetly. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll come pick you up at noon for dinner. Okay. Jiang Shuawei stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Chen before running into the classroom. Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated, and when he opened it, it was a message from Lu Hai. Dong Lin, I've arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace Hotel. Good, just report your name directly. Lin Chen immediately called Dong Fong over after sending it. Dong Lin, you're looking for me? There's a guy named Lu Hai downstairs. Have someone bring him to the Imperial Palace conference room. Lin Chen said to Dong Fong on the phone as he rushed off campus. Okay Lin Dong. Lin Chen hung up the phone and walked for a while longer before he re-entered the school gates. He drove the poison away in front of a crowd of marveling and envious gazes. It wasn't long before Lin Chen drove the attention-grabbing Lamborghini poison slowly parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Palace Hotel. The hotel's lobby was resplendent, with huge crystal chandeliers emitting a bright light. The staff members saluted respectfully when they saw Lin Chen. Dong Fong was already waiting for him at this time. Dong Lin, Mr. Lu is already waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Where's the contract I asked you to prepare for me earlier? Dong Fong sniffed and hurriedly handed Lin Chen a contract. Lin Chen opened it and briefly looked at it, then walked straight to the conference room with Dong Fong. When Lin Chen came to the conference room, Lu Hai was already sitting inside. Dong Fong was very sensible and didn't follow him. Lu Hai's mood at the moment was also very apprehensive, knowing that this person was a big brother who could own 10% of the shares in Penguin. If discounted, that would be hundreds of billions of RMB. Lu Hai saw Lin Chen walk into the conference room and quickly got up and respectfully shouted, "Hello Lin Dong. No need to be so polite. Sit." Lu Hai still waited for Lin Chen to sit down before sitting. After the two were seated, Lin Chen looked at Lu Hai and slowly said, "Lu Hai, I believe that you have fully prepared for our meeting today. The reason why I chose you as my personal secretary besides Lu Shu, is also because of your ability." Lu Hai listened carefully to Lin Chen's words, his eyes filled with determination. "Dong Lin, thank you for your trust. I will definitely do my best to live up to your expectations." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then handed that contract to Lu Hai. "Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it." Lu Hai took the contract and read it carefully. The clauses of the contract were clear and explicit, and the treatment was generous, fully reflecting the importance Lin Chen placed on him. After reading the contract, Lu Hai raised his head and looked at Lin Chen and said, "Dong Lin, I don't have any questions about the contract. I am very honored to be your personal secretary, and I will definitely work hard and contribute my full strength to your career development." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, then sign it." After signing the contract, Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. "Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu." Lu Hai held Lin Chen's hand tightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard." It wasn't long before Ma Tang also arrived at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Lin Chen even personally went downstairs to pick up Ma Tang. Lin Chen straightened his suit and walked towards the hotel lobby with a calm pace. There was also a hint of nervousness in his heart. After all, Ma Tang was a legend in the business world. To construct a business empire of such volume with just his hands, this ability, one could not find a few people who could match him. Lin Chen and Lu Hai walked to the hall. At this moment, Dong Fong was receiving Ma Tang and a few others with a smile on his face. "Hello Ma Dong. I'm Lin Chen." Even though he had long been mentally prepared and knew that Lin Chen was only in his first year of college, he was really surprised the moment he appeared before his eyes. The Lin Chen in front of him was so young, but he had such extraordinary achievements in the business field. It was really impressive. "Dong Lin, I've heard about you for a long time, but when I see you today, you really are a hero." Ma Tang smiled and extended his hand. Lin Chen also shook Ma Tang's hand and responded, "Ma Dong overpraised. You are the business legend. I still have a lot to learn from you." The atmosphere of the group seemed very dull. Only Ma Tang and Lin Chen were talking and laughing along the way. Arriving at the conference room, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. After sitting down, Ma Tang was the first to speak. "Dong Lin, you know the purpose of me coming here this time. It's for the concert party agreement." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "I know that, but I definitely won't sign the entire concerted party agreement. For the partial concerted party agreement, as long as the price you offer is suitable, Dong Ma, I'll sign it." Ma Tang was silent for a while, exchanging words with a few people around him before he looked at Lin Chen again. 5 billion RMB. Lin Chen was actually still very satisfied. After all, even if Penguin was given to him to take charge, he wouldn't be able to do it as well as Ma Tang. All he needed to do was throw his hands in the air and wait quietly for the dividends. And now it was already great to still be able to pull a bit of wool from Ma Tang's hands. "It's fine." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. After some discussion and negotiation, the two sides finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial concert party agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Tang looked at Lin Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Dong Lin, you are indeed a rare business partner. I'm sure our cooperation will be a great success." Lin Chen smiled and responded, "Mr. Ma, I also look forward to our cooperation bringing greater development opportunities for both sides. I see that it's getting late. Why don't we have lunch at Imperial Palace?" Chapter 60, I'm serious. "Forget it this time. I have to visit Penguin Tianfu City's headquarters later." Ma Tang smiled and politely refused. "That's a shame." Lin Chen had some regrets. He had wanted to keep Ma Tang for a meal. It just so happened that Jiang Shuawei also said she wanted to take a look, but now it seemed like it wouldn't work. There will be opportunities in the future, Lin Dong. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen shook hands with Ma Tang and then sent him away from the Imperial Hotel. "Dong Lin, you're actually still a major shareholder of Penguin." After Ma Tang left, Dong Fong said to Lin Chen with some excitement. It was only at this moment that he finally believed what Lin Chen had told him earlier. Dihao might not necessarily not be able to get out of Tianfu City in the future. Lin Chen just smiled faintly. "Later on, my girlfriend and I are coming to dinner." "Okay, Director Lin," Dong Fong hurriedly answered. Lin Chen went out and headed straight to Suzhou University. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance to the main gate, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, with Tang Wan'er by her side. Lin Chen stopped in front of the two. Is school sister Tang going to eat together? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. This car of his could only fit 2 people. Young Master Lin is so rich, I mustn't dilly-dally a bit? Tang Wan-er said with a smile. Wan-er doesn't need you to manage. Someone will come to pick her up later. Oh. Zhang Shuawei opened the car door and sat in. Just in time, a blue Porsche 918 drove over. It stopped behind Lin Chen's car. Then a head familiar to Lin Chen poked out of the car window. Sister Wan-er, get in the car. Xiao Fei waved towards Tang Wan-er with an excited face. Tang Wan-er looked at Xiao Fei's car and was a little surprised. But on second thought, Xiao Fei could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a drink. What's wrong with driving a supercar? So she directly walked up to Xiao Fei's passenger seat. Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving? Zhang Shuawei looked at Xiao Fei's car and said with some curiosity. Lin Chen carefully looked at it for a few moments. Porsche 918, more than $10 million. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, it looks pretty good, but not as good as our car. Zhang Shuawei kissed Lin Chen on the cheek and said with a smile. Lin Chen dotingly rubbed Zhang Shuawei's hair. Boss, let's go. I'm starving. Xiao Fei's voice came from behind him. Lin Chen stretched out the car window and gave a middle finger. Then the engine let out a low and powerful roar and drove straight out. Behind him, Xiao Fei hurriedly followed. The 2 supercars sped down the road one after the other, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, these 2 cars are too handsome, a young man said excitedly. It must be rich people who can afford to drive such luxury cars. The people next to him chimed in. Listening to you is like Zhuangzhou with purification. As they got closer and closer to the Imperial Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down their speed. The car was steadily parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Palace Hotel, and then they got off together. After Lin Chen and Xiao Fei parked the car, they walked into the Imperial Hotel with Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er. Dongfang respectfully led the way in front and brought them to the Tianzino, 1 private room. Not long after, the waiter walked in with a menu and politely handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned his hand and handed the menu to Zhang Shuawei, smiling. Shuawei, you order the food. Zhang Shuawei took the menu and began to look at it carefully. Next to her, Tang Wan-er also curiously came over to look. When Tang Wan-er's eyes landed on the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. An Australian lobster was priced as high as $5,000 a piece, the top quality Wagyu beefsteak cost tens of thousands of dollars per portion, and the rare seafood sashimi platter. The price was even more staggering. Tang Wan-er secretly sighed in her heart. The life of the rich is really different. After Zhang Shuawei ordered a few of her favorite dishes, she handed the menu to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the menu again and added a few specialties before handing the menu to the waitress. The waiter nodded with a smile and turned around to inform the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Xiao Fei had been secretly looking at Tang Wan-er, still finding topics to chat with her from time to time. Sister Wan-er, are you tired of studying lately? Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Wan-er was slightly stunned, then replied, it's kinda busy, but it's also very fulfilling. Xiao Fei hurriedly continued, then you have to pay attention to your body. Don't be too tired. If you have time, we can go out and play together. Tang Wan-er looked at Xiao Fei's sincere eyes and a trace of joy surged in her heart. However, her heart was filled with contradictions and hesitation. She knew that Xiao Fei was rich and had a superior family background, while she was just an ordinary family. The gap between them was so big that she couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Fei's feelings for her were sincere. She remembered the story she had heard before about rich kids playing with their feelings and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry in her heart. She was afraid that she was just a plaything for Xiao Fei on a whim and would be mercilessly discarded when the novelty passed. Moreover, she was also worried that she would not be able to integrate into Xiao Fei's circle of life and adapt to his lifestyle. She stole a glance at Xiao Fei and thought secretly in her mind. Xiao Fei was indeed very handsome and charming, and he was also very gentle and considerate towards her. But could it all really last? She wasn't sure. She felt that she should remain sensible and not be overwhelmed by momentary feelings. At this time, the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. An exquisite dish was placed on the table, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The bright red shell of the Australian lobster, the uniform fat texture of the Wagyu beefsteak, and the fresh color of the seafood sashimi platter were all mouth-watering. Xiao Fei saw Tang Wan-er's surprised expression and smiled. Sister Wan-er, try it. Last time I came over with boss I knew that the food here was really delicious. Saying this, he picked up the communal chopsticks and chucked a piece of lobster meat for Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er took it with some embarrassment and gently bit into it. The tender shrimp meat and the rich flavor made her sigh in admiration. It's really delicious. During the course of the meal, Xiao Fei continuously pinched food for Tang Wan-er, taking care of her tastes. Lin Chen nodded in his heart as he watched Xiao Fei's actions. However, he was still a little worried about whether Xiao Fei was serious about his feelings for Tang Wan-er. After all, Xiao Fei had lived an extravagant life before. taking advantage of everyone's inattention. Lin Chen quietly came up next to Xiao Fei and asked seriously, Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Wan Air? Your previous life was so extravagant, don't just play around. Xiao Fei hurriedly said with a straight face, Brother Lin, don't worry, I really like Sister Wan Air. I know that my previous lifestyle may have made people feel unreliable, but I will definitely change. Lin Chen nodded slightly as he listened to Xiao Fei's words. Good, I hope you can do what you say. Senior sister Tang and Shui Wei are good girlfriends. If you really have impure motives, I won't let you off the hook. Boss, don't worry. If I really catch up with Sister Wan Air, I promise to be single-minded towards her. Xiao Fei replied very seriously. On the other side, Zhang Shuiwei also quietly asked Tang Waner, Wan Air, are you really interested in Xiao Fei? Tang Waner blushed and nodded her head somewhat shyly. But I think he's very rich. I'm a bit unworthy of him. And I'm also worried that he's only interested in me on a whim and for fun. So I want to observe more. Zhang Shuiwei held Tang Waner's hand and comforted her. Wan Air, don't think like that. Feelings don't discriminate between rich and poor. As long as you genuinely like each other, you'll definitely be able to go on. But you really should observe more. I'll have Lin Chen properly supervise Xiao Fei. I definitely won't harm you. Chapter 61, Mother Lin's Call. Tang Wan Air looked at Xiao Fei again. Let's talk about it. None of them drank because they had to drive. And after the meal, Xiao Fei went back to school with Tang Wan Air because of military training. Chen, how did you talk to old Ma? Jiang Shuiwei asked curiously. Not bad. Signed a partial concert party agreement. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, then where are we going later? Lin Chen pondered slightly. These past few days had been rather busy, and yesterday was the first time he had spent the night in the villa. But it turned out that there was nothing in the villa. Go buy some daily necessities and put them in the villa later. Anyway, the Magnolia Sacred Court is only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the school, so we won't be living in the school later. Let's just live in the villa. Zhang Shuiwei's face blushed at the words. Live outside every day? Wouldn't that be? This. Zhang Shuiwei was a little hesitant. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to live with Lin Chen, but she was considering Tang Waner. There were 4 people in a dormitory, 1 Han Chichi and 1 other person who hardly ever went back to the dormitory. If she left, Tang Waner would have to face Han Chichi's disgusting face alone every day. Just thinking about it made me feel sorry for Tang Waner. Lin Chen saw that Zhang Shuiwei was a bit hesitant, so he asked out loud, What's wrong, Shuiwei? Nothing. Zhang Shuiwei was afraid that Lin Chen would misunderstand, so she explained it to Lin Chen one by one. Lin Chen suddenly realized, this was indeed a problem. After all, the two of them had such a good relationship, and they did have to think about their best friend. Then there's no rush on this matter, but there's a possibility that we'll have to live in a villa during the week, so let's go and purchase something first in the afternoon. Lin Chen said with a smile. Good, Ah Chen is the best. Seeing that Lin Chen agreed and wasn't angry, Zhang Shuiwei happily wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm and said. Lin Chen felt the feeling of Zhang Shuiwei's huge place squeezing his arm, and his heart felt a burst of relief. And right at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Hey mom, what's up? Lin Chen saw that it was Lin Mother calling, and hurriedly answered the phone and asked. What? You can't call my son if there's nothing wrong? Lin Mother said in a bad mood. Of course not, Mom. Lin Chen compensated with a smile. You give Mom an honest answer. What is that? Ronto Land Real Estate Company is not yours. Lin Mother's tone suddenly became serious. Mom, why would you ask that? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. Then it suddenly occurred to him that he had fired Yuan Lu when he went to Ronto Land before. Did Yuan Lu tell you that? Mom, you mustn't agree to anything with their family in a moment of weakness. It's better not to have relatives like this, Lin Chen said in an urgent voice. You tell me first, is that big company yours? Lin Mother asked. It's not exactly mine. I've got shares in it. I'm considered a major shareholder of Ronto Land. Is that virtual currency of yours so valuable? It's all enough to buy a share in a company this big? Lin Mother's tone was very shocked. Ha ha ha, it's indeed quite lucrative. But Mom, don't tell anyone else. Lin Chen smiled sardonically. Good, Lin Mother answered meaningfully. Mom, so how on earth did you know about this? Lin Chen knew that most of it was from Yuan Lu. Ah Chen, tell Mom, did you open up your uncle? Lin Chen was silent for a moment. Yes, I fired him. AI, they're all relatives. Let that matter pass. Anyway, you've made a fortune, so there's even less need to take that matter to heart. Lin Mother sighed. Yuan Lu was almost the one she watched grow up. Lin Mother was 7 or 8 years older than Yuan Lu. When he was young, he followed Lin Mother's ass and shouted sister sister sister. I don't know how, but after he grew up, he was like a different person. Today she just came out for lunch and got her cell phone to take a look. It turned out to be her aunt, that is, Yuan Lu's mother. In the circle to make a big fuss about their son somehow became the big boss of Yuan Lu's company, and as a result, the first thing they did was to open Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's hard work for so many years went down the drain. Those relatives do not believe these things. After all, Lin Chen, what is the situation of their family, know very well. Lin Chen's uncle was very angry. Humph. Not to mention the truth or falsehood of this matter. Even if this matter is true, I also think that what Xiao Chen did was not wrong. How did you treat my sister's family in the first place, have you forgotten? In this way, things are getting bigger and bigger. Knowing that Yuan Lu's mother posted a photo in the group. It was a photo of Huang Wei leading Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei towards the elevator. Now the relatives were finally believing what Yuan Lu's mother said. As a result, what people didn't expect was that those relatives didn't help to denounce Lin Chen's family as they had imagined. But instead, one by one, they all tried to curry favor with the Lin family. It turned out to be embarrassing that except for Lin Chen's uncle, none of them had Lin Chen's contact information. Then those relatives ran to send a message to Lin mother. Mom, here's what happened. Lin Chen felt a bit unbelievable even after hearing what happened. Was this really something a relative could do? Picking a fight themselves and turning black and white upside down. Even trying to instigate other relatives to come together to say that Lin Chen and his family were wrong. Yuck. It's disgusting. Mom, here's the thing. After Lin Chen told Lin mother what happened, Lin mother was obviously in a much lower mood again. Mom, you treat them like family, but how did they treat you? I know. It's just that it was a bit too much to take in for a while. Lin mother sighed. Mom, don't feel too bad. Their family is just like that. Don't mind them. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Lin Chen softly comforted. Good, I almost forgot. That pretty girl in that photo is still your girlfriend from what they said. Is that true? Lin mother said in a much better mood. Because it was on speakerphone, Zhang Xuewei naturally could hear Lin mother's voice. Zhang Xuewei had a face of nervousness and anticipation. Lin Chen touched Zhang Xuewei's head. Right, Mom. That's your future daughter-in-law. Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhang Xuewei's face instantly turned red when she heard Lin Chen's words, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Really? You brat can abducted one of these beautiful female children. When will you bring it back for me and your father to see? When Lin mother heard Lin Chen's words, the bad mood she had before disappeared and her tone was full of surprise. Alright, Mom. I'll bring your future daughter-in-law back in a few days to show you. Then your father and I will be waiting, haha. If you're the one who comes back on that day, then you'll get out and sleep at night. Lin Chen burst out laughing bitterly at Lin mother's words. Okay. Right, Mom. I'll transfer you another $1 million. Hasn't my dad always wanted to buy a car? Just go ahead and buy one. And we have to install an air conditioner in the house. The summer in Suzhou is so hot. You can't just blow on a fan. Your son is a big boss now. He's rich. You guys don't think about saving me either. Chapter 62. Are you worthy? Okay. My son has made progress. This mom of mine should also enjoy her happiness. I really don't want to go to work. Your mom has been working in Guangdong since I was 16 years old, and now I can finally take a break. As Lin Chen listened to his mother's words, his eyes unknowingly turned a little red. His mind was filled with thoughts, thinking that if he didn't have the system, what should he rely on in order to change his fate? And change his mom and dad's fate? Zhang Xuewei noticed Lin Chen's change in mood and gently comforted him, gently grabbing Lin Chen's arm. Mom, you and Dad don't have to work in the future, so it's a good time to take some time to go out and travel. Lin Chen spoke to Lin mother for a long time more before hanging up the phone. It's okay, La Chen. Zhang Xuewei waited for Lin Chen to hang up the phone and immediately jumped into Lin Chen's arms. Her hand also kept patting Lin Chen's back, causing the haze in Lin Chen's heart to instantly dissipate. It's fine, Xuewei. I'm already fine. Lin Chen pinched Zhang Xuewei's white and tender face and said with a smile. His smile was as bright as the sun, making people feel incredibly warm. Let's go buy living supplies. Lin Chen proposed. Chen, we seem to have forgotten something. Zhang Xuewei's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw Zhang Xuewei being so serious all of a sudden. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? It turned out that we actually forgot about it. My poor little ragdoll doesn't know if it's still there. Zhang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen pitifully, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Lin Chen froze for a moment, his mind quickly recalling the last time. Was it It seemed like it was interrupted by Wang Shijia's two brothers who didn't buy it at that time. Then let's go and buy that cat first? Lin Chen asked. Good. Zhang Xuewei immediately smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her smile was like a blooming flower, beautiful and moving. Soon, Lin Chen drove Zhang Xuewei to Luan Street again. This street was still bustling with people coming and going. Lin Chen pulled Zhang Xuewei straight towards the My Pet shop. The owner of the store realized that Lin Chen was the new owner of the street after that time, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When he thought back to his stance at the time, his heart was filled with remorse. If Lin Chen had been a bit more calculating at the time, with his status, he wouldn't have had anything to say about driving himself away. And although the cat from the last argument hadn't been bought, the store owner didn't dare to sell it either. Even though there were already several customers who were interested in buying the cat, he hadn't agreed to it, saying that it was a cat that the customer had fostered here. As a result, he now saw Lin Chen walk into his store with his girlfriend. The store owner's heart immediately became apprehensive, and he walked stiffly towards Lin Chen. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the tenant of this store. Just call me Little Li." Lin Chen looked at him with some surprise. "You recognize me?" Lin Chen's tone was filled with doubt. "Yes, Wei Chao has sent your picture and told us all to pay attention to never offend." The store owner was very honest, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had also sent a message at that time. "Don't ever say that I sent it," Lin Chen suddenly realized, and didn't care too much. Knowing what he looked like could also avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shuawei's eyes searched around the store and soon found the ragdoll cat she had seen earlier. "Ah Chen, I saw it." Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen there with an excited face. That ragdoll cat didn't know if it was really a natural affinity with Jiang Shuawei or what. After seeing Jiang Shuawei from a long distance away, it stood up and stretched its paw towards Jiang Shuawei through the cage, as if it was waving its hand. "Wow, this little princess is too cute." Jiang Shuawei stood in front of the ragdoll cat, unable to contain the joy in her eyes. "How do you know it's a princess?" Lin Chen looked curiously at the Muppet in the cage, his heart filled with doubt. Could this tell if it was a male or female cat even from its appearance alone? Jiang Shuawei glanced at Lin Chen like he was an idiot, then pointed to the sign posted on the cage. Lin Chen fixed his eyes on it, and it really did say that it was a little princess. "Boss Li, I'll take this ragdoll cat." "Swipe the card," Lin Chen said to the pet store owner standing by his side. No. This ragdoll cat is considered a gift from me to Boss Lin. No charge." The pet store owner quickly waved his hand and said, a pleasing smile on his face, "It's as much as it is. How can I not pay for it?" That pet store owner could only accept Lin Chen's money. Trying to sell a favor? That was impossible to drop. Jiang Shuawei couldn't wait to hold this little ragdoll in her arms after the pet store owner gave it a deworming bath. Afterwards, Lin Chen returned to his car with a large bag of cat food and followed Jiang Shuawei, who was lovingly holding the little ragdoll. "Shuawei, you don't have classes in the afternoon, right?" "No, we can go buy necessities now," Jiang Shuawei said with a smile as she teased the little Muppet. Lin Chen nodded, then started the engine and drove towards the mall. Lin Chen had only just gotten out of the car when his cell phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin?" The voice of a middle-aged uncle who sounded like he was in his 40s or 50s came over on the other end of the phone. "I'm Lin Chen, and you are?" "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Lin Xiangdong from Magnificent Network Technology." The tone of the man on the other end of the phone was clearly curt. Lin Chen's tone immediately went cold. "Oh, Lin Tianyou's father?" Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Chen's face go cold all of a sudden. She immediately knew that something was wrong, so she stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. That rebellious son of mine offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. I've already taught this rebellious son a hard lesson. Do you think you have time tonight? I would like to invite you for a casual dinner and apologize to you in person with this rebellious son," Lin Chen said with some mockery. "Yo, I wouldn't dare to accept an apology from the son of Magnificent Technology. How scary would that be? I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up by Grand Duke Lin with his men as soon as I leave the school gates that day. Mr. Lin, please give me this opportunity. I will definitely bring this rebellious son to properly make amends to you and your friends," Lin Xiangdong hurriedly said when he heard Lin Chen's words. "A chance? Do you guys deserve me to give you a chance?" Lin Chen directly hung up the phone after saying that, and incidentally blacked out the call. "Oh, an apology and you want to get rid of this matter? You're dreaming, aren't you? Chen Xiaobai got a beating? Apologize for what if you need the police to do?" Lin Chen has already made up his mind. This Jagger Technology not bankrupt, he will not be called Lin. Lin Xiangdong on the other end of the phone, angry face green, directly to the phone ruthlessly smashed on the ground fell a broken. Chapter 63. When I started to make a name for myself back then, this kid wasn't even born yet. MD throws me a face. Lin Xiangdong angrily cursed. Then he looked at Lin Tianyu who was kneeling in front of him. He was furious and kicked over. "Did I pay for you to go to college for you to cause trouble for me? Offending Elder Qin isn't enough. You have to not offend the major shareholder of Penguin. Don't you know that our company is in the business of networking?" Qin Lao was the top pillar of the Qin family, and the Qin family was involved in almost every industry in Tianfu City. Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground, but quickly climbed back up and continued to kneel on the ground, lowering his head with hatred in his eyes. "What are you hitting the child for? The child has already admitted his mistake. What else do you want to do?" A tearful noblewoman next to him was heartbroken and wanted to help Lin Tianyu to stand up, but was shrugged off by Lin Tianyu. "If you do something wrong, you have to admit it." Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and whispered, "Son, This matter was not your fault in the first place. If you want to blame it, you can only blame that kid called Lin Chen who likes to pretend. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old freshman would be a Penguin shareholder? That noblewoman was thrown away but didn't have the slightest temper, and tried her best to comfort Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong looked at his own wife with a headache. Every time whenever he educated Lin Tianyu, his wife would come over to stop it, and this had also developed Lin Tianyu's brutal character. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and angrily shouted, "It's all because you've been this indulgent that you've spoiled him into this appearance now. This time he caused such a big trouble. If those two boys are determined to screw us over, our family's company will definitely be ruined." The noblewoman was shocked by Lin Xiangdong's aura and was silenced for a moment. Lin Tianyu was still kneeling on the ground, hatred still in his eyes. Lin Xiangdong looked at this stubborn son and his wife who was bent on protecting his shortcomings. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The hardships of his own years of venturing into the world. At that time, he relied on his courage and wisdom, crawling through the shopping malls, and only with great difficulty did he have today's achievements. But now, this indisputable son has pushed the family business to the brink of extinction because of a momentary impulse. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He then switched to a different cell phone to make a call to another phone. "Hello? May I ask if this is Qin Xiaochun from Suzhou University? I'm the owner of Magnificent Technology. My name is Lin Xiangdong. Don't. $1 million. No. 5 million. As long as you can step in and let your friend off the hook, I'll give you $5 million. I'll give you $5 million. These guys are better than one at making faces. I don't believe that after working hard for most of my life, I can really be ruined by two brats." Lin Xiangdong also lost his temper at this time and cursed angrily. On the other hand, Lin Chen, who had hung up the phone, was in a state of relief. He looked at the phone number that he had blacked out and did not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. He didn't have the slightest pity for Lin Tianyu and his family. A company owner would not know what kind of character his own son had? Since you don't want to manage, then I, Lin Chen, will manage along with you. Chen, you can't just let that family off lightly. Jiang Shuiwei also huffed. She had seen that Lin Tianyu's ugly face in her eyes that day. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised a cold smile. "Don't worry, Shuiwei. This Haojia technology won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Chen is so powerful." Jiang Shuiwei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with little stars. "Which is awesome?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. "All of them are awesome." Jiang Shuiwei's pretty face blushed. Walking into the mall, Jiang Shuiwei held a small muppet in one hand and pulled Lin Chen around to pick and choose. The mall was bustling with people coming and going. Just at this time, a burst of messages came from Lin Chen's cell phone. Opening it to see that it was from Lu Shu. "Lin Dong, already by the Penguin Company out to pressure a number of partners of How Technology. There have been many partners of How Technology forced by the pressure to terminate the cooperation with How Technology. May I ask if I still want to continue?" The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and without hesitation, he had to send a sentence to Lu Shu. "Cut off the roots. Ah Chen, come over and take a look at this cat climbing frame. I think it's quite good, hey." Jiang Shuiwei pointed to a beautifully modeled cat climbing frame not far away and said to Lin Chen. After that, the two of them spent almost the whole afternoon in the shopping mall picking and choosing, and almost all of them were the most expensive ones. In Lin Chen's words, it is 100 million villa. The garage parked 100 million cars. The result is that the furniture is a few hundred thousands, which do not dare to let the guests into the house. The two almost changed everything in the villa. The things in the villa were all left behind by the previous owner, and although they were still usable, Lin Chen always felt panicked by the interconnections. The furniture and supplies weren't damaged, but they carried someone else's scent, making him feel uncomfortable. He wanted a fresh start, a home that belonged to him and Jiang Shuiwei. Lin Chen saw that there were just a bit too many things, so he called Lu Hai to take care of it. After signing the contract, Lu Hai rented a suite in Tianfu City and stayed in Tianfu City to help Lin Chen deal with various company matters and some personal matters. After Lu Hai received the call, he immediately took action. He quickly organized several large trucks and rushed to the mall as fast as possible. Soon several large trucks drove over and transported the things that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had purchased to the Magnolia Sacred Court one by one. Those large vans had neat bodies and spacious compartments, and the drivers carefully carried the goods for fear of damaging any of the items. This efficiency was still very satisfying to Lin Chen, and these large vans were all very clean, making people feel comfortable just by looking at them. When the several large vans drove to the entrance of the Magnolia Sacred Court, the scene startled the doorman. The several large vans were lined up in an imposing manner. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Chen had come out to say hello and spread in 1916, it was estimated that the doorman wouldn't dare to let these cars in. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the doorman, explained the situation, and the doorman opened the gate with confidence. Afterwards, They worked for a long time before finally emptying out the previous tenants' things, and then finished placing the things that Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had been shopping for all afternoon. The workers were busy shuttling around the room, following Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei's instructions, placing each item in the right place. Even though Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei hadn't moved the entire time, and had only told those people where to put this and where to put that, but still, they felt a hint of exhaustion. The two looked at their refreshed home, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. I'm exhausted. Zhang Shuawei was paralyzed on the sofa, and the Muppet beside her had already fallen asleep. A tired look appeared on her face, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Chen, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Zhang Shuawei stood up and looked at Lin Chen with an expectant expression. Chapter 64, Eating Hot Pot. It's fine, it just so happens that I haven't eaten hot pot for quite a while. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuawei's expectant eyes. A warm smile appeared on his face as he smiled and nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, favorite HN. Zhang Shuawei cheered and excitedly jumped a few times on the sofa. Then she looked at the little Muppet beside her who had been woken up, a difficult look on her face. The little ragdoll looked at Zhang Shuawei with round eyes. What about the little ragdoll? Zhang Shuawei squatted down and gently stroked the little ragdoll's head, her heart full of reluctance. Why don't we just put some cat food in the bowl for her, and we'll go out to eat first? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Okay. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuawei immediately agreed. Although she couldn't bear to part with little Muppet, she decided to satisfy her taste buds first when she thought of the delicious hot pot. Putting the little ragdoll on the cat climbing frame, the little ragdoll obediently lay down there, watching his master's every move. That tiny figure looked extraordinarily cute. Zhang Shuawei put some more cat food in the cat bowl, then gently patted the little ragdoll's head and said, "Little princess, be good at home, oh, we'll be back soon." Little ragdoll seemed to understand her words and softly purred. Zhang Shuawei stood up, jumped up and walked out of the villa with Lin Chen. Little ragdoll looked at his masters departing back, his face full of doubt. This time, the two didn't drive the dazzling, eye-catching Poison, choosing to drive a Ferrari SF90. Ah Chen, this time you have to listen to my arrangements. So, Zhang Shuawei was sitting in the driver's seat at this time. Her face was unable to hide her happiness. No problem, Shuawei, haven't you been here for more than 3 years? Surely you know which hot pot tastes better, right? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuawei with a smile. Of course, I know that there's a hot pot restaurant in Luan Street that's super delicious. Although the decoration is ordinary, the flavor is really super good. Zhang Shuawei's eyes were glowing when she talked about food. Really? I'll have to try it then, Lin Chen said with a smile. Soon the two of them arrived at Luan Street, found a parking lot and parked the car, then left with the security uncle looking nervous. The security uncle looked at the luxury sports car, and the cell phone that was swiping the video was put away. When he came to Luan Street, because it was nighttime, there were a lot of people on Luan Street. Most of them were college students. The lights were flashing and lively. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei's face value were both of a particularly capable kind. And when they came here, the turnaround rate that was simply ridiculously high. I'm going. This couple is too good looking, right? Which school is this? It shouldn't be our Jiaotong Academy, right? Another boy also asked curiously. Whoa woo, how come all such big handsome guys have girlfriends? A girl said mournfully, looking at Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei's intimate appearance, her heart filled with envy and jealousy. Many people in the surroundings threw glances at the duo. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei, however, did not care. Zhang Shuawei excitedly pulled Lin Chen forward and soon turned into a small street. Zhang Shuawei brought Lin Chen to the entrance of a store called Lu De Fat Hot Pot Restaurant. There was a waitress at the door soliciting customers, and as soon as she saw the two of them walking over, a smile appeared on her face. Sit inside. At this moment, the store was already full of people, and the small space was almost full of people. Zhang Shuawei led Lin Chen to find a seat against the corner. Would you two like the red pot or the mandarin duck pot? The waiter asked. Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen and revealed a bad smile. Let's have the red pot. It needs to be medium spicy, Zhang Shuawei said without hesitation, her eyes filled with anticipation. Okay. The waiter turned around and left to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Ah Chen, don't look at the smallness of this store, but the flavor is really superb, Zhang Shuawei said excitedly. Not long after, the waiter walked over with the steaming hot pot and various ingredients. The reddish bottom of the pot tumbled and emitted a rich aroma. Zhang Shuawei couldn't wait to pick up a plate of beef and fatty beef and put them into the pot. Ah Chen, try this beef. It's super tender. Zhang Shuawei picked up a piece of cooked beef and sent it to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen opened his mouth and gently bit into it. The tender texture and spicy flavor brightened his eyes. Pretty good indeed, Lin Chen complimented with a smile. Zhang Shuawei acted as if Lin Chen was praising her, her eyes curving into a crescent moon in happiness. I told you that this store is pretty good, Zhang Shuawei said proudly. The two were eating happily when the waiter suddenly brought a large plate of tripe and beef to Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei's table. Zhang Shuawei was a bit puzzled. Miss, are you mistaken? We didn't order these two Lin Chen also raised his head to look at the waitress. There's no delivery mistake, you two. These two dishes were given to you by our boss, the waitress explained. A thin and tall man then walked over from the side. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to come to my little store to eat. These two dishes are a small token of my appreciation. Please don't excuse yourself, the thin and tall man said to Lin Chen with a pleasing smile on his face. The waitress was a little stunned when she saw her boss's attitude, and then she reacted that the identity background of these two young people was definitely not ordinary. She then put down the dishes and left. Lin Chen just lightly glanced at the two dishes. Have a heart. The man was indeed very happy to hear that. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin and his girlfriend for dinner. After that man finished speaking, he wanted to walk away when he saw Lin Chen nod, but right at this moment, a rough male voice rang out from the next table. Boss, didn't you say that the beef was sold out? Then what are you giving this table? It can't be pork, right? The owner of the hot pot restaurant hurriedly said. I'm sorry, sir, the beef is indeed out of stock. This is the last bit. These two have reserved it a long time ago. How about I give you a plate of tripe? Pardon me, but I don't care about your tripe. I don't care about your tripe? You think I'm deaf? Those two couples didn't order any beef and you're giving it to them. Fooling your father? The man may have been drinking. His temper was obviously a bit hot. The hot pot restaurant owner's face immediately turned ugly. Zhang Shuawei was very sympathetic to the hot pot store owner. It wasn't easy to come out to do business. Boss, you send this plate of beef to that table. We've almost eaten anyway. Zhang Shuawei looked at the hot pot store owner and spoke. The hot pot store owner looked at Lin Chen with some hesitation. It's fine, just send it to them. Lin Chen also said indifferently. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Lin. The owner of the hot pot restaurant was instantly overjoyed. He was also in a very difficult situation when it came to this kind of thing. He was afraid that those few outspoken guests would offend Lin Chen and implicate himself, but he was also afraid that the man would make a big deal out of it and affect his business. Chapter 65. You can't afford to be offended. See how understanding she is? Thank you, little beauty. How about this? How about I buy you a drink later? I'll make sure you're comfortable, the man said and looked at Zhang Shuawei with a lecherous face. As soon as these words came out, the owner of the hot pot restaurant immediately turned white. He hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and Zhang Yuwei, and sure enough, Lin Chen and Zhang Yuwei's faces instantly turned gloomy. Lin Chen's eyes instantly became icy cold, and an invisible pressure filled the air. Zhang Shuawei also raised her willow eyebrows and stared angrily at the man. Zhang Shuawei's good deed was not exchanged for the other party's gratitude. Instead, that rough man looked at her with a lecherous face and said in a frivolous manner, You see how understanding people are? Thank you, little beauty. How about this? How about my brother treats you to a drink later? You put your mouth clean. Zhang Shuawei angrily shouted. The man, however, was unimpressed and said even more arrogantly, What, little beauty? Brother is complimenting you. Don't be ignorant. Lin Chen's eyes were cold and his voice was low as he said, Apologize. The man looked like he had heard a big joke and laughed out loud. Apologize? What kind of thing are you? How dare you ask me to apologize? You'd better apologize. These two are not something you can mess with. The owner of the hot pot restaurant also persuaded. But who knew that this man was a bit embarrassed by the hot pot restaurant owner's words. I'd like to see how I can't afford to mess with this little brat. Saying that, the man suddenly swung his fist without warning and rushed towards Lin Chen. His fist carried a whistling wind sound, and was about to smash into Lin Chen's face. If it was the Lin Chen of the past, he might have really been smashed, but unfortunately, the system had rewarded him with a strong physique, and his physical quality was simply incomparable to before. Lin Chen slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding the incoming punch. The man's punch fell short, and his body stumbled forward a few steps due to the excessive force. Before the man could stabilize, Lin Chen instantly struck out, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it with force. The man let out a miserable scream as he suffered pain. Lin Chen then kicked the man in the abdomen, and the man was sent flying backwards by this kick, crashing heavily into the table next to him, and the tableware on the table was shaken to the ground, emitting a crisp ringing sound. Seeing this, the surrounding diners did not dare to stay in the store, and ran away without paying. A few of the man's friends saw this and immediately roared angrily and rushed over. A big, burly man waved a fist as big as a bull, aggressively smashing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes flinched as he dodged away with a sliding step, and the big man's fist smashed into the air. Taking advantage of the fact that the big man's old strength had gone and new strength had yet to be born, Lin Chen quickly turned around and kicked the side of the big man's knee. The big man's knee bent and he almost fell to his knees. He struggled to stabilize himself with a pained expression on his face. Another tall and thin man rushed over from the side, holding a beer bottle in his hand, and smashed it hard towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen slightly tilted his head, and the beer bottle crossed in front of his eyes, bringing up a gust of wind. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, grabbing the tall thin man's wrist and squeezing it. The tall and thin man felt as if his wrist was caught in an iron vice. The pain was unbearable, and the beer bottle in his hand fell to the ground, shattering. With a smooth pull, Lin Chen pulled the tall thin man in front of him, then slammed his knee against his abdomen. The tall thin man bent over in pain, a painful groan escaping his mouth. At this time, the man who had made the first move had also slowed down, and with a face full of grimace, he picked up another bottle from the table and rushed towards Lin Chen once again. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He rushed forward with an arrow step, and before the man could strike, he kicked him in the knee. The man's knees bent and he fell to the ground once again. Lin Chen proceeded to punch him in the face again, knocking him all over the place. A few of his other friends were a bit cowed by this scene, but they couldn't watch their friends get beaten up, so they could only harden their hearts and charge up again. A fat man waved his fists and charged aggressively. Lin Chen nimbly avoided his fists, then grabbed his arm and threw it with a force, flinging him onto a nearby table. The table was smashed to smithereens, and the fatty lay on the ground moaning in pain. Zhang Shuawei watched nervously from the sidelines, her heart both worried about Lin Chen getting hurt and feeling angry at these people's behavior. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to go up and help at any time. Lin Chen grew more and more courageous as he fought. His movements were clean and every move was full of power. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he was an invincible god of war. Those few men gradually lost the power to fight back under his attacks. One of the men saw that the situation was not good and turned around to run. How could Lin Chen let him escape easily? He rushed over with an arrow step, grabbed the man's back collar and pulled him back. Then he punched him in the back, and the man flopped to the ground. At this point, the owner of the hot pot restaurant was already pale with fear. He didn't expect things to come to this point. He wanted to go up and persuade the fight, but he didn't dare to get close. He could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Lin Chen looked at the several men lying on the ground and said coldly, "If you dare to speak out of turn again, it won't be that simple." Although those few men were unconvinced in their hearts, they knew that they were no match for Lin Chen and could only lie on the ground not daring to speak again. Lin Chen turned around and returned to Zhang Shuawei's side, tenderly touching Zhang Shuawei's face. "It's all right, Shuawei." Zhang Shuawei, on the other hand, pulled Lin Chen to look left and right. Seeing that Lin Chen really wasn't injured, that was why she was relieved. "Boss, the card swiping machine has been brought. I'll pay for the losses in your store today." The boss warily brought the card swiping machine over. "Is 100,000 enough?" The boss nodded repeatedly. "Enough is enough." Lin Chen held Zhang Shuawei's hand after paying. "Shuawei, let's go?" "Okay." Zhang Shuawei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and love. But right at this moment, the man who had spoken out of turn and even made a move in the beginning suddenly stood up, copied a wine bottle and smashed it against Lin Chen's head. "Mr. Lin, be careful," the owner of the hot pot restaurant exclaimed out in shock. Zhang Shuawei was naturally walking behind Lin Chen as she was being dragged by him, and when she heard the hot pot restaurant owner's reminder, Zhang Shuawei subconsciously leaned her body behind Lin Chen. When she heard the hot pot restaurant owner's reminder, Zhang Shuawei subconsciously leaned behind Lin Chen. With a bang, the bottle exploded on Zhang Shuawei's head, and glass fragments splashed like snowflakes. Zhang Shuawei's body swayed slightly, and then she collapsed limply. Lin Chen sidestepped his body in Zhang Shuawei's direction. The next moment he heard the hot pot restaurant owner's reminder, and just happened to see the scene in front of him, only to feel as if his heart had stopped beating. Shuawei. Chapter 66. Something happened to Zhang Shuawei. Lin Chen trembled with his hands, slowly and carefully holding Zhang Shuawei. Blood gurgled out from Zhang Shuawei's head. The crimson liquid was like a flood that broke the dike, instantly staining her cheeks and silky hair. Zhang Shuawei's eyes were tightly closed and her face was as pale as paper. "What are you waiting for? Call 120, quickly call 120. Lin Chen roared with red eyes towards the shopkeeper. The owner of the hot pot restaurant sat paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror and overwhelm. Hearing Lin Chen's words, with a trembling hand, he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and called 120. "Hello, hello, we're here." The man who had smashed the bottle, seeing that he had made such a big mess, also froze on the spot, his face full of remorse and fear. His hands hung feebly on both sides of his body, with fragments of broken bottles still remaining in his hands. Those who are still lying on the ground wailing to see this situation is also lying completely awake, struggling to get up and ready to walk. At this moment, several police officers rushed in. "All of you hold your heads and squat down. Not a single one is allowed to run," the police officer in charge scolded. Those who were ready to run away, under the police's scolding, had to hold their heads and squat down, their faces full of fear and anxiety. The police officer in charge looked at Zhang Shuawei, who was lying on the ground unconscious with blood on her head, and Lin Chen. who was holding Jiang Shuiwei, and then asked, "Did you call 120? Called it." The owner of the hot pot restaurant came forward at this time with a trembling body and said, "You are?" The police officer in charge frowned. "Hello, officer. I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. The matter is like this." The owner of the hot pot restaurant then told the general story of what happened in one go. After listening to the hot pot store owner's account, the police officer's expression grew more and more serious, commanding the officers under his command to keep a firm watch on those perpetrators, making sure that they were unable to escape again or make any other dangerous moves. Then he walked over to Lin Chen and said softly, "Sir, don't be too anxious. The ambulance will be here soon. We will definitely handle this matter properly." Lin Chen glanced at the policeman. "I'm Lin Chen, a shareholder of Penguin Corporation, and I'm requesting a call to my private secretaries." The police officer in charge's face changed with a brush, immediately realizing the seriousness of this matter. Penguin Company, that was a business empire all over the world, and the identity of its shareholders could be imagined. But did Penguin Corporation have shareholders this young? "Alright, Mr. Lin, don't be anxious. We will definitely handle this matter properly." The police officer's tone instantly became more respectful. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy. The terrified look on the faces of those perpetrators became even more obvious after they heard Lin Chen's identity. The man who had smashed the bottle had his intestines turned green with remorse at this moment. He lowered his head in chagrin, his heart filled with fear and uneasiness. To be able to say such things in front of the police, if it wasn't true then there was something wrong with his brain. Lin Chen hugged Jiang Shuiwei tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and uneasiness. He quickly pulled out his own cell phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. "Lu Hai, this is Lin Chen. Shuiwei and I ran into trouble inside a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street, and Shuiwei is injured and unconscious. You immediately notify the company's legal department and prepare to file a lawsuit against these perpetrators." Lin Chen's tone was very cold. Lu Hai on the other end of the phone also immediately tensed up after hearing this news. "Alright, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this matter." Lu Hai, who hung up the phone, immediately took action and started contacting Penguin's legal department. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation at the hot pot restaurant. They questioned the owner of the hot pot restaurant and other witnesses and collected evidence from the scene. "Egu, police uncle, you don't know how scary it was just now. A group of people beat up someone else's youngster one, only to be put by them all. It's like this, police uncle. That man molested that girl, then got into an argument. Talking about that drinking man suddenly made a move. That's the one with the long beard." The police officer's face was very ugly when he learned the situation from the surrounding people who saw the process. This is obviously these men drank some horse urine to play drunkenness and molested other people's girlfriends, but said no to direct action and was also put down by others alone. After taking advantage of others, do not pay attention with a bottle sneak attack. The girl, in order to protect the self-proclaimed Penguin shareholders of the young man as a result of their own injuries. Martyr, the bloodshed plot in this TV series is so watery that I met. And soon, his phone rang. "Xiao Yang, listen to me. This mission you're on, that young man called Lin Chen is a shareholder of Penguin. You must not offend him. This matter must be investigated clearly, and you must give Mr. Lin a satisfactory outcome." The policeman looked startled. It really was a shareholder of Penguin Corporation? After hanging up the phone, the policeman walked over to Lin Chen again. "I'm really sorry, sir. We've pretty much understood what happened in this matter. We'll definitely give you an explanation." Lin Chen didn't say anything because 120 had already arrived. "Where is the injured person?" "Here, here," Lin Chen shouted excitedly. The few doctors and nurses jogged all the way over, pushing a stretcher cart. The medical staff quickly lifted Jiang Shuiwei onto the stretcher. Lin Chen followed closely beside, his eyes unwilling to leave Jiang Shuiwei for a moment. Looking at Jiang Shuiwei's pale face and the blood on her head, his heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, so painful that he could hardly breathe. The police also rushed to help maintain order at the scene to ensure that the ambulance could leave smoothly. When the ambulance left, the police looked at these few drunken monks in the hot pot restaurant, their faces turning blue. "Take them away from me." The ambulance sped away, emitting a sharp honking sound. Lin Chen sat in the car, holding Jiang Shuiwei's hand tightly. The doctor briefly looked at Jiang Shuiwei's wounds. "What's going on here? How come it's so serious?" That doctor looked at the injury on Jiang Shuiwei's head and frowned at the self-conscious Lin Chen as he asked, "My girlfriend got her head smashed by a bottle to save me." Lin Chen's eyes were red with pain. The doctor sighed and stopped talking, simply helping Jiang Shuiwei treat the wound. Soon after arriving at the hospital, Jiang Shuiwei woke up after the doctor treated her wounds. "Whoa, Chen, my head hurts." Jiang Shuiwei woke up and saw Lin Chen by her side. Feeling the pain in her head and the gauze wrapped around her head, she couldn't help but cry out at once. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuiwei's hand tightly, his eyes reddening. Shuwei, don't be afraid. I'm here. You're safe now. The doctor just treated your wounds. You'll be fine soon. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuwei's cheeks and helped her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 67, You must take care of Shuwei. Lin Chen comforted for a while before Jiang Shuwei's emotions calmed down. Then he took Jiang Shuwei to do various checks, and in the end did not check out any major problems. Just need to recuperate. Lin Chen put Jiang Shuwei in the hospital bed to sleep. He also leaned against the hospital bed to guard Jiang Shuwei's side to sleep over. The next morning, Jiang Shuwei woke up, looking at Lin Chen leaning on the hospital bed full of heartache. Lin Chen just happened to wake up as well, and seeing that Jiang Shuwei was looking at herself, she said with concern, "How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept quite well, but it must have been hard for you to sleep like this, right?" Jiang Shuwei said with heartache. "I'm fine." Lin Chen shook his head. At this time, the doctor walked in to check Jiang Shuwei's wounds. "Actually, there's no need to be hospitalized for this kind of injury. Just go home and recuperate properly and pay attention," the doctor said with a smile. "Really? Chen, then we'd better go home? I'm not too used to staying in the hospital either." Jiang Shuwei's eyes lit up. Looking at Lin Chen with a hopeful face, she said. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the doctor. "What do I need to pay attention to at home?" "Just need to pay attention to dryness. Then remember to change the medicine every day." Lin Chen nodded. "Then help us get discharged." An hour later, Jiang Shuwei rode in Lin Chen's car with a bunch of medicines and bandages and other medical supplies. "Chen, that group of people yesterday must be severely punished. I kindly let them have the beef, and in return I got a bottle on my head. Luckily it didn't require stitches. Otherwise what would I have done?" Jiang Shuwei had a look of indignation with some afterthought. "Don't worry Shuwei, none of those people can escape, especially the one who hurt you." Lin Chen's words were filled with ice. Jiang Shuwei nodded her head slightly. Although there was still aftershock in her heart, it was more of a trust in Lin Chen. "Chen, I believe in you. I just didn't expect something like this to happen over a hot pot." Lin Chen sighed, his heart filled with guilt. "It's all my fault for not protecting you. If I could have been more careful, I wouldn't have let you get hurt." Jiang Shuwei hurriedly shook her head. "Chen, it's not your fault. Those people were drinking and messing around. No one expected this." After returning home, Lin Chen carefully helped Jiang Shuwei sit on the sofa, then began to organize the medicines and bandages that he had brought back from the hospital. "Shuwei, take a rest first. I'll go get you a glass of water," Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuwei looked at Lin Chen's busy figure, and a warm current surged in her heart. "Chen, it's so good to have you. I should be the one to say this." Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuwei a cup of warm water. Looking at the gauze on Jiang Shuwei's head, his heart was filled with guilt. At the same time, Lu Hai was actively communicating and coordinating with the police and legal team. Lu Hai was all still at the police station at this time. "Officer Yang, regarding this incident, our company takes it very seriously. I hope the police can find out the truth as soon as possible and bring those perpetrators to justice," Lu Hai said seriously. Officer Yang nodded. "Mr. Lu, we are already stepping up our investigation. The behavior of those perpetrators is very bad. We will definitely deal with them seriously. Currently the matter has been characterized. That group of people provoking trouble will be detained for 10 days, while the one who injured Miss Zhang committed the crime of intentional injury, and the specific results of the treatment will depend on the court side." Lin Chen asked the school side for several more days of vacation, preparing to take care of Jiang Shuwei all the time. Jiang Shuwei also took 7 days off, because Jiang Min's best friend was Jiang Shuwei's teacher. This matter naturally reached Jiang Min's family's ears. Mom. I'm fine. I just met a group of people who were looking for trouble when I was eating hot pot with Chen and got hurt. It's not serious." Jiang Shuwei was still explaining to Jiang Min over the phone. Lin Chen was apprehensive. Jiang Shuwei was injured because of him, but he was fine. Lin Chen organized his wording for a bit, then took Jiang Min's call. "Hey auntie, this is Lin Chen. Xiao Chen be honest with auntie. Is Shuiwei injured seriously or not?" "Shuiwei, this child has always been to report good news but not bad. I'm afraid of what serious things this girl does not say to us. I'm sorry auntie, Shuiwei was injured because she saved me. But don't worry, Shuiwei's injuries aren't anything serious. Just rest and you'll be fine," Lin Chen explained with a guilty face. That's good. Xiao Chen auntie doesn't mean to blame you. This also just shows that you guys have a good relationship, but auntie still wants you to take care of Shuiwei." Jiang Min's words stopped here. "Don't worry auntie, I will definitely take good care of Shuiwei and won't let her suffer any more harm," Lin Chen solemnly assured Jiang Min. It was only after hanging up the phone that Jiang Shuiwei finally put her heart down. She was afraid that Jiang Min would have to run over to see her. If she saw her head covered in bandages she would not cry into tears. In the latter days, Lin Chen, in order to take good care of Zhang Xuewei, also specially invited a nanny, usually in the home cleaning, cooking, and the results of that group of people also came out. The other people detention center detention for 10 days, and the leader of the person sentenced to 18 months of imprisonment. Although this result did not satisfy Lin Chen, it was the best result after Penguin's legal department and Lu Hai pressured the police. Zhang Xuewei's injuries were also almost done. Ah Kai, we have to go to class tomorrow. What about Lu Ma? Zhang Xuewei looked at the middle-aged woman cleaning in the villa and asked towards Lin Chen with some worry. Mrs. Lu was the nanny Lin Chen had found earlier, when Lin Chen was not at home sometimes, and Tang Wan-er was in class and didn't have time to come over to accompany her. Zhang Xuewei chatted with Lu Ma to relieve her boredom. After understanding that Lu's husband in more than 10 years ago because of the construction site accident died, and the construction site of a hard to shirk responsibility is not to pay compensation, but also said that it is an outsourced workers, and did not sign a labor contract. Lu Mom family will be sued to the court, also useless, only to get the humanitarian aid of a few tens of thousands of dollars. It was already unfortunate enough, but 2 years ago, her children were killed in a car accident, leaving behind her granddaughter, who was only 3 years old at the time. Even before she could grieve, Mrs. Lu took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter, working several jobs a day. Zhang Xuewei understood both admiration and heartache, and after telling Lin Chen about it, she even increased her daily wage to 500 a day. How about this? When we go back to school, we should still continue to let Mrs. Lu help clean up this place, and then how about still giving her 20,000 a month? Lin Chen said after pondering for a while. Zhang Xuewei immediately felt good upon hearing this. That's fine. This way, Lu Ma won't have to work so hard to get odd jobs everywhere. 20,000 a month is already enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Ah Chen, you are so kind. Zhang Xuewei looked very happy. Chapter 68, Holding Back. Mrs. Lu, come over here for a moment. Lu Ma, who was in the middle of cleaning, immediately put down the work in her hands and walked over at the sound of her voice. Mr. Lin, you're looking for me? Mrs. Lu looked very rushed. There's no need to be nervous, Mrs. Lu, it's like this. Xuewei and I that will be going back to school tomorrow, so there will be no one in this villa. But this villa can't be left unattended for a long period of time. Lin Chen paused and continued. So me and Xuewei discussed it. A month for you to open $20,000 of salary. Usually just come over to help us clean here. If me and Xuewei want to come over to live, then I come back to send you a message in advance. You do the dishes well on the line. What do you think? When Mrs. Lu heard this, she instantly became excited. Willing to be willing. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, you guys don't worry. I will definitely clean the house. Thank you, Lu Ma said and even bowed towards the two. No, Zhang Xuewei just wanted to stop her, but Lin Chen shook his head at her. It's alright, Mrs. Lu, you paid for the labor and I paid for it. It's nothing to be thankful for. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just then, the door to the villa opened, and Tang Wan-er and Xiao Fei pushed their way in. Wan-er, you came to see me again. Zhang Xuewei was instantly happy to see Wan-er and pounced over. Less needy. Tang Wan-er pushed Zhang Xuewei away with a disgusted face. Xuewei, you've gotten better quite quickly. It's only been a week and you're almost done. Tang Wan-er looked at Zhang Xuewei's head wound that had almost disappeared, and was instantly a bit happy as well. Boss, you're the one who's really comfortable. This military training is over. The official start of the school year has been several days and you still haven't gone to school, Xiao Fei said enviously. If it wasn't for his family's strict control, he would have wanted to do the same. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei heatedly smiled. Boss, I'm not envious. Look at Sister Xuewei's injury. You're guarding this without moving an inch. What an enviable love. Zhang Xuewei smiled and said, Xiao Fei, don't be poor. If you're envious, why don't you hurry up and take Tang Wan-er down? Tang Wan-er blushed slightly, but didn't retort. Xiao Fei screamed when he said this. I also want to Sister Xuewei. Sister Wan-er, he doesn't give me a chance. I asked her out several times and she didn't come out. Today if I hadn't said I'd come over to see you guys, Sister Wan-er probably wouldn't have agreed to me either. Zhang Xuewei and Lin Chen glanced at each other, their eyes filled with laughter. Tang Wan-er's gaze was somewhat evasive as she looked away. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Mrs. Lu, make a few more dishes tonight, Lin Chen said towards the side of Lu Ma. Alright, Lu Ma nodded with a smile. Tough luck, Mrs. Lu, Tang Wan-er hurriedly said. No hard work, no hard work, this is all what I should do. A warm current surged through Lu Ma's heart. Then she turned around and went to the kitchen to get busy. And right at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw that it was Wang Shijia's call. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to lately? Lin Chen smiled slightly. How could you kid even think of calling me? My girlfriend got hurt a bit. I'm at home with her. Ah, sister-in-law got hurt? Is it serious? It's almost healed. Okay, you hurry up and get to the point. Wang Shijie on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed. Does Brother Lin still remember the Tianfu City Supercar Car Club I told you about before? It's going to start tomorrow, so I purposely came over to ask to see if you have the time. Wang Shijie explained. Only then did Lin Chen remember that it seemed like there was indeed such a thing. Didn't you say a few days later at the time? It's been more than 10 days. I thought it was already over. That car club was postponed due to some special circumstances, and it's just been scheduled to start tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? It's a rare opportunity. Wang Shijie asked with anticipation on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei, somewhat hesitant. Jiang Shuowei saw what he was thinking and said with a smile, I'll accompany you. It just so happens that I'm suffocating after staying at home for so long. Lin Chen nodded, before he said into the phone, wake up, no problem, contact me when the time comes. Great Brother Lin, then I won't see you tomorrow. Wang Shijie hung up the phone excitedly. Lin Chen put away his cell phone, but Xiao Fei was somewhat unable to sit still. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, Boss, I'm also going to go to that supercar car club. Originally one of the purposes of today was to ask you to accompany me, but as a result, you turned out to have already known about it. Lin Chen smiled. I'm not too sure, but I heard Wang Shijie say it should be pretty good. Who is Wang Shijie? Xiao Fei asked suspiciously. Oh, this is a friend I met at the beginning of the school year. The personal grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Shuzhou Lang Liquor Group. Lin Chen explained. Yo, not a small head. Lang Wine Group is a big company. Xiao Fei was also a bit surprised when he heard this. You're going to the car club too, right? Let's go together then. I'll introduce you to them. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wan Air, why don't you go along too? It's just the right time to go over there and keep me company. Jiang Shuowei blinked towards Xiao Fei, then looked at Tang Wanner and asked with an expectant face. Xiao Fei instantly glanced at Jiang Shuowei gratefully, quietly giving a thumbs up behind his back. Yeah, Sister Wanner, let's go have some fun together. Xiao Fei also advised. Tang Wanner was a bit hesitant, but still nodded with difficulty. Mrs. Lu also walked out from the kitchen at this time. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the meal is almost ready. The people came to the table and sat down, savoring the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss tomorrow's activities. The colorful and fragrant dishes made by Lu Ma had everyone raving about them. Mrs. Lu, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better, Jiang Shuowei complimented. Lu Ma smiled somewhat embarrassedly. As long as you guys like it, it's good. After finishing their meal, Tang Wanair and Xiao Fei got up to say goodbye. Boss, Sister Shuowei, we'll go back to school first. After Xiao Fei and Tang Wanair left, Lu Ma packed up the dining table and went home as well. The villa was suddenly quiet, leaving only Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of tenderness and shyness. She slightly bit her lower lip and gently approached Lin Chen, her body emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Shuowei's delicate face, and his eyes were filled with love. He reached out and swept Jiang Shuowei into his arms, then picked her up and walked towards the upper floors amidst Jiang Shuowei's cries of surprise. After placing Jiang Shuowei on the bed, Lin Chen lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Shuowei's forehead, his warm breath spraying on her skin. Shuowei, I've been holding it in for days. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks were flushed and she looked at him with mesmerized eyes. You badass. Chapter 69, Meeting You Young Again. The next morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got up early and packed up their things, ready to go back to school. Lin Chen looked at the Ferrari in the garage. Shuowei, drive that Ferrari. How convenient. Jiang Shuowei, however, shook her head slightly and said softly, forget it, I don't use it much. Thus, that valuable Ferrari could only continue to eat dust in the garage. The two embarked on the journey back to the school, the breeze on the way, the sunlight sprinkled through the gaps of the leaves, reflecting dappledly on them. Before long, they arrived at the school. Lin Chen drove the car and sent Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory floor. The sound of Poison's engine attracted the attention of the surrounding students, and when they saw Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen, who had gotten out of the car, they couldn't help but cast their eyes over. In those eyes, there was envy, amazement, and a hint of curiosity. Jiang Shuowei was carrying a large bag of things with a small muppet lying on her shoulder. Chen, then I'll go up first? Lin Chen's heart ached as he looked at her straining. Why don't you let Sister Tang come down and help you carry it? The women's dormitory doesn't allow boys to enter, or else I'll carry it up for you alone. Jiang Shuowei just smiled and said, it's fine, I can lift it. Alright, remember that the medicine must be used. Don't forget it. Lin Chen once again instructed. Got it, I'm going. Jiang Shuowei said and stood on her tiptoes to peck Lin Chen's cheeks, then turned around and entered the dormitory building. Lin Chen watched as her back disappeared from sight, and then also returned to the car. He found a parking space, put the car, and carried some food towards the 6th building 515. When he returned to the dormitory, Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were all still sleeping. After Lin Chen put his things away, he looked at his cell phone again. It was already 10:30. He shook his head helplessly. These guys could really sleep. Chen Xiao heard the commotion, got up and rubbed her hazy eyes, looking at Lin Chen in surprise. "Boss, you're back?" Lin Chen said in a bad mood. "Were you guys stealing cows last night? It's 10:30 and you're still sleeping." Chen Xiao hemmed and hawed. "Stayed up late last night for 3 rows. At this time, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up. "Boss is back? Sister-in-law isn't doing anything, right?" Xiao Wei asked with concern. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, it's pretty much healed. By the way boss, do you know that after that incident, when that Lin Tianyu kid saw us guys, he hid as far away as a mouse seeing a cat. Ha 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 ha," Chen Xiao said with an excited face. Let this kid be arrogant." This time he kicked the iron plate, right? Xiao Wei also chimed in. Just at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. "May I ask if this is Lin Chen? Lin Dong?" A respectful male voice came from the phone. "I am." Lin Chen replied stoically. "Hello Lin Dong. I'm the general manager of Dragon Lake Games. My name is Fa Nonping. You acquired Dragon Lake Games before. After such a long time, do you think you should come over to take a look at arranging some work assignments?" Only then did Lin Chen remember that he still had a Dragon Lake game. Dragon Lake Games headquarters was in Suzhou. As the entire Daxia ranked in the top few game companies, Dragon Lake Games' market value reached a horrifying 320 billion yuan, and the system actually directly rewarded him with the entire Dragon Lake game. This was no less than 10% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen pondered slightly and asked towards Xiao Wei and the others, "Do we have classes tomorrow morning?" The 3 of them shook their heads in succession. "No." "Then I'll come to the company tomorrow morning to take a look," Lin Chen said towards the phone. And at this moment, Fa Nonping was already as dumbfounded as if he had been put under a fixation spell. "There are classes? Is it hard to be a college student?" Fa Nonping even suspected that he had heard wrong at this moment. Lin Chen frowned when he heard no sound from his cell phone. "I heard you Lin Dong. I'll make sure to get everything ready for your arrival tomorrow." Fa Nonping came back to his senses and said in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fei and the 3 of them all looked at Lin Chen quietly. "Boss, you haven't even visited Dragon Lake Games after acquiring it for so long?" Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen said indifferently as he packed up his things. "Shui Wei was injured in the past few days, so I was busy taking care of Shui Wei and forgot about it." "Boss, you're so unconcerned about a super company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. Chen Xiao was incredulous. Xiao Wei didn't care. Anyway, for him, a few million and a few $100 billion were more or less the same. He just knew that the boss was rich and powerful. "What's in this? A small Dragon Lake game is still as important as my girlfriend?" Lin Chen asked rhetorically. At these words, Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. "That must be sister-in-law is important." Chen Xiao held his tongue for half a day before stifling his sentence. "Then it's not." The time soon reached 12 o'clock, and the sun was even hotter. Lin Chen was ready to go downstairs to find Jiang Shu away for dinner, only to find Xiao Fei following behind his butt. All the time he was almost walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory. Lin Chen turned his head back, only to find that Xiao Fei was still behind Lin Chen. "What are you kid following me for?" Lin Chen said breathlessly. "Who said I'm following you? I'm going to find Sister Wan Air for dinner." "Then what are you doing walking behind my ass if you're not walking with me?" "I'm not waiting for you to bend over." Asterisk 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 off. Lin Chen cursed with a laugh. The 2 of them stood downstairs in the women's dormitory waiting for the 2 women, and the girls around them cast their gazes. "Wow, these 2 boys are so handsome. Aren't these the 2 freshmen on the school grass list?" "What? Only freshmen? No way. I have to make the first move. Don't even think about it. They're all driving supercars. One of them is also the boyfriend of Zhang's schoolgirl, and the other one seems to be chasing Tiger Tang. Ugh, pity. But that one chasing Tiger Tang, I feel like I have some hope. Aren't they still together? Although Tiger Tang is also a school flower. I'm at least a dormitory flower. Okay? Don't you dare." Right at this moment, a Porsche drove over, and the one who stepped down from the car was actually Yu Yang. Yu Yang got out of the car and saw Lin Chen and Xiao Fei standing under the tree at a glance. Ever since the last time he lost a bet with Lin Chen and learned to bark, he had been harboring a grudge. Although the matter hadn't gotten out, he felt his face burning with shame when he thought of that day's disgrace. This bastard dared to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger to set a trap for me last time. This time, let's see if I don't hit him hard in the face. Yu Yang thought and drove the car next to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. "Senior Lin, good to see you again." Yu Yang had a fake smile on his face. Xiao Fei looked at Yu Yang. This was the boss's friend? Lin Chen lightly glanced at Yu Yang, ignoring him, Senior Lin is waiting for Jiang Shuiwei? Why don't you even drive a car? What's this like? Chapter 70, now that's a bashu bitch. Didn't student Lin spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on luxury goods last time? It's not like you spent all your money and can't even afford a car, right? Yu Yang's tone carried an obvious provocation as he looked askance at Lin Chen, his eyes full of disdain. When Xiao Fei heard this, he immediately understood that this person was here to pick a fight. He then dropped his gaze on the Porsche Panamera. No way, no way? Driving a 1 million plus car is so loaded now? Xiao Fei was astonished as he looked straight at Yu Yang without fear, his eyes filled with mockery. Yu Yang's face sank. And which onion are you? However, when Lin Chen spoke, Yu Yang's face became even more somber. Senior Yu, you didn't learn enough to bark last time, so you want to bark twice in front of me this time? Do you want us to bet again to see if the car I drive is as good as yours? Yu Yang gritted his teeth and forced down the anger in his heart. Humph, don't be complacent too early. Last time I accidentally fell into your way. This time you still want to trap me? Yo, I didn't expect Senior Yu to grow a brain too? Lin Chen glanced at Yu Yang in surprise, his tone full of teasing. Yu Yang guessed that Lin Chen's family was also quite rich. Maybe the car he drove was better than his own. If he lost again, it would be too humiliating, and this was still a school. He didn't want to make a fool of himself again in front of the crowd. Right at this moment, Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner walked down together, with Han Qiqi behind them. Shuiwei. Lin Chen immediately had a gentle smile on his face when he saw Jiang Shuiwei. Xiao Fei also waved his hand towards Tang Weiner, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Shuiwei was still wearing a smile, but as soon as she saw Yu Yang next to her, her face instantly turned unsightly. She and Tang Weiner quickly walked over to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, and Jiang Shuiwei just wanted to pull Lin Chen straight away. When Yu Yang saw Jiang Shuiwei, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, but it quickly converged and smiled as he walked towards Han Qiqi behind him. Kiki, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat, Yu Yang said gently. Oops, Han Qiqi, the boyfriend you found is Yu Yang? Don't you know that Yu Yang used to be Shuiwei's dog licker? Tang Weiner said with a shocked face. Han Qiqi's heart was filled with doubt when she heard this. How could she not expect that a male gentleman that she had found with great difficulty was actually still Jiang Shuiwei's previous licking dog? Ever since she dumped Wang Haoran that time, Han Qiqi hadn't looked for a boyfriend of that quality, and in the end, she could only settle for the second best, Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart thumped. He didn't expect Han Qiqi to know Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner, that's a bit hard to hear, isn't it? A few more words of concern and you call it licking a dog? Yu Yang said with some embarrassment. It's not just a dog. I remember Shuiwei and I said that you even learned to bark like a dog in front of Lin Chen and her last time? Tang Weiner's relentless and continuous output made Yu Yang even more embarrassed. Han Qiqi's face was also a bit unsightly at this point, and she knew that Tang Weiner was eyeballing herself. She wanted to retort but didn't dare. She didn't dare offend Jiang Shuiwei after that time. One must know that Wang Haoran's brother was the son of Lang Wine Group. For such a status to call Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend brother Lin, then at least Lin Chen's status was similar to Wang Shijie's. But Han Qiqi didn't want to offend Jiang Shuiwei. But Han Qiqi did not want to let go of Yu Yang this ATM. Knowing that Yu Yang is very willing to spend money on her, and she only needs to open her legs, Han Qiqi was afraid that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, so she could only forcefully pull Yu Yang back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang looked at Han Qiqi with an angry face. Han Qiqi was also coming to fire at this time. I'm saving you. Do you know what Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend is? Isn't he just a student whose family has a little money? How big can it be? Yu Yang's face showed disdain. In his opinion, at most, it was nothing more than a company worth a few $100 million that his family owned just like him. Do you know about Lang Wine Group? Han Qiqi asked. Of course I know about the Lang Wine Group. The market capitalization is around 100 billion. You're not going to tell me that Lin Chen is the son of the Lang Wine Group, are you? Yu Yang's face changed and he hurriedly pursued the question, but he shook his head again, thinking it was unlikely. Then it should also be surnamed Wang. How could it be surnamed Lin? It's true that it's not the Lang Wine Group's male son, but the Lang Wine Group's male son calls him brother Lin, Han Qiqi said faintly. She was also scared after that time. She didn't know where she got the courage at that time. She actually dared to throw her face in front of that kind of character, and even dumped Wang Haoran. Luckily they didn't bother with a girl like herself. What? How is it possible? How did you know? Yu Yang was filled with shock, and under his repeated questions, Han Qiqi could only explain. Before, I knew about Lang Wine Group's male son Wang Shijie by chance, and then bumped into Wang Shijie calling Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend brother Lin. Of course Han Qiqi couldn't directly say that she was still Wang Haoran's girlfriend not long ago. You have to know that in Yu Yang's eyes she was a virgin. Well, the hymen was not there in high school during gym class. Yu Yang was filled with a shocked look and then looked at Han Qiqi gratefully. Luckily you pulled me away just now. Or else if I die again maybe my family will follow me in bad luck. Didn't you always want that 40,000 plus bag? Go! I'll take you to buy it now. Han Chi-Chi's face was instantly delighted. Really? I love you so much baby. I really didn't expect these two stinky fish and shrimp to fall in love. Tang Wan-er said with a look of disgust. Forget it, talking about this affects the mood. It's better to go eat quickly. I haven't eaten the school's big dish chicken for a long time. I want to eat it so badly. Jiang Shuowei said and pulled Tang Wan-er forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Chen followed behind. Boss, has Sister Wan-er always been this fierce? Xiao Fei asked quietly. What? Are you scared? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a smile on his face. How could it be? Don't you think this is cool? This is the authentic Bashu granny, right? A sense of security. Xiao Fei immediately retorted. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. He still liked Jiang Shuowei to be gentle like this. The four of them went to the school cafeteria and ordered the large plate chicken and some other dishes. After eating, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei rushed back to class. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Shijie's message also sent over. Brother Lin, the car club will start at almost 7 o'clock. We'll go over together then. Alright, I'll bring your sister-in-law along. I have another friend who will also be attending, so join us then. No problem. Is it convenient to ask Brother Lin what kind of car your friend is driving? Porsche 918. I'll go. It can be a multi-million-dollar sports car. Chapter 71 Car Club. After the four of them had eaten, Lin Chen looked at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait at the school entrance. We'll be there soon. Lin Chen then drove in front with Lamborghini Poison carrying Jiang Shuowei, and Xiao Fei drove behind with Tang Wan-er in a Porsche 918. The two supercars drove out of the school one after the other in front of many eyes. At the entrance of the school, a Lamborghini Gallardo had been waiting for a long time. Its unique lines and dazzling colors attracted the attention of many passers-by. The three cars were parked next to each other on the side of the road, and the scene drew a lot of amazement from the students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Millions of sports cars. Millions of sports cars. More than 100 million sports cars are all set. Is it our Suzhou University rich second generation so much? Real name envy. If they were my brothers it would be. Good. Several people got out of the car together. Wang Shijie actually followed a woman by his side. Very pretty looking. Probably a department flower anyways. Wang Shijie greeted with a smile on his face. Brother Lin. Sister-in-law. Shijie. This is my brother Xiao Fei. And that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Wan-er. Lin Chen smiled and introduced. This is Wang Shijie, the son of Lang Wine Group. Good day brother Xiao. How are you? Sister Tang. Wang Shijie greeted enthusiastically. Wang Shijie naturally knew schoolgirl Tang Wan-er, although he had heard that this schoolgirl didn't have a good temper. Xiao Fei was also a bit surprised to hear that it was from Langzhou Group. After all, Langzhou Group was also a large group with a market capitalization of nearly $100 billion. After greeting him, Lin Chen looked at the woman next to Wang Shijie. Brother Lin, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu. She's in dentistry and is also a freshman this year. Wang Shijie hurriedly introduced. Good day brother Lin. Sister Jiang Shui is good. Brother Xiao Fei is good. How are you? Sister Tang. Zhu Zhu looked a bit rushed. Someone who could call himself a brother with Wang Shijie was definitely a big shot as well. After the crowd got to know each other briefly, they then traveled together to a suburban manor arranged by the car club. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei took the lead in the Lamborghini Poison. Xiao Fei and Tang Wan-er also quickly into the Porsche 918. Wang Shijie took Zhu Zhu into the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started up in turn, the roar of their engines once again causing the surrounding students to gasp in amazement. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at the manor, they realized that there were a few guards at the entrance who seemed to be inspecting the value of the cars. When it was Lin Chen's turn, the guards were clearly taken aback. Wang Shijie was fine. There were still many $4 or $5 million cars, but Xiao Fei's car was different. It was a $10 million level, not to mention Lin Chen's Lamborghini Poison. Several people then drove the car into the manor under the gaze of the guards in awe. Inside the manor, the scenery was picturesque, with green trees and fragrant flowers. It had to be said that this place was indeed full of millions of luxury cars. What Porsche 911, Aston Martin Vantage, Ferrari Roma, Maserati and so on, all kinds of luxury cars, let a person dazzling. A few people got out of the car and received the attention of some people who hadn't entered the house yet. Isn't that Lamborghini Poison? This car club has such a high gold content. There's also that Porsche 918 which is also a $10 million level luxury car. A second-generation rich man said in surprise, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. No way, I have to go up and get to know them. Several rich second generation immediately came up. Buddy, get acquainted. My dad is. My mom is. My grandfather is. The crowd was a little bit annoyed by the mess. Even though they were all here to have fun, The ones sticking like flies like this were a bit annoying. "Excuse me, can you let us in?" Lin Chen asked calmly despite being very impatient. Those few people were instantly silenced, and then made way. The 6 of them entered the large restaurant building together. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered inside, bustling with activity. Since it was their first time participating in a car club, they were curious about everything here. Since they didn't know anyone, no one came over to strike up a conversation, and the few people outside were not good enough to bother Lin Chen again after he said that. But a few people were also happy to be clean. They were all just idly coming over to have some fun anyway. Jiang Shuiwei picked up a piece of cupcake and put it into the bowl and tasted it. Her eyes immediately sprouted little stars. Forking up a small piece of cake, she handed it to Lin Chen's mouth. "Ah Chen, you quickly taste it. This matcha cupcake is so delicious." Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth to take a bite. "Not bad indeed," Lin Chen commented very facetiously, his eyes filled with favor. "Right? I told you it was delicious, right?" Jiang Shuiwei had a proud little expression on her face, like a small child who had gotten praise. Tang Wan, who was at the side, looked dumbfounded at Jiang Shuiwei, who usually had a high and cold face, her heart filled with surprise. "No, is the contrast so big?" Xiao Fei was also a little foolish, looking at the sweet interaction between Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei, his heart filled with envy. He also picked up a piece of cupcake and put it to Tang Wan-er's mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was very charming and said, "Senior sister Wan-er, why don't you taste it too?" Tang Wan-er picked up the bowl in a bit of a panic, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Okay thanks, just put it in the bowl." The smile on Xiao Fei's face didn't diminish at all as he chucked the cake into Tang Wan-er's bowl. "Shu Wei, I'm going to go to the restroom. You and just wait for me here for a while," Lin Chen said softly. "Okay." Jiang Shuiwei nodded obediently. "Boss, I'll go too," Xiao Fei said hurriedly, then got up and walked towards the restroom with Lin Chen. "It just so happens that you girls are chatting. I seem to have seen my cousin. I'll go look for him," Wang Shijie also said at this time. "It's fine, you go. Don't worry about your girlfriend and leave it to the 2 of us," Tang Wan-er said with a smile. "Then I'll trouble you sisters-in-law. Zhu, just wait for me here for a while." Wang Shijie got up and walked elsewhere after saying that. "Schoolmate Zhu, you are." The 3 girls quickly chatted. At this time, a few men suddenly walked over. "A few beauties. Can we make a friend?" The eyes of the man in the lead swept over the bodies of the 3 girls without any concealment, his eyes filled with greed. It was already September, and the weather was very hot as the fall tiger hadn't left yet. Therefore, the 3 women were wearing either shorts or skirts. At this time by this man such a look, immediately felt a layer of goosebumps on the body. A sense of disgust arose. "No need. Go find other girls to make friends with. You're not welcome here," Tang Wan-er said directly without ceremony. Shu hadn't seen such a battle before, and couldn't help but lean towards Tang Wan-er's side. Chapter 72. I don't remember having such a son, do I? The man, however, was unforgiving. "Don't be so cold. Ladies, have you heard of Rontoland? My father is the biggest shareholder of Rontoland." The man finished with a proud face. "I said no, didn't you hear me? You are not welcome here. Hurry up and leave." Tang Wan-er was finally a bit furious. This movement also startled Wang Shijie to the side. With a secret cry of badness he hurriedly walked over with quick steps. "They're all my friends. What do you have to say to me, brother?" Wang Shijie vigorously slapped the man's shoulder from behind. The man looked at Wang Shijie with some pain. "Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business?" This commotion was also considered to have completely startled the surrounding people, who all leaned over. "Who is this? So arrogant. It seems to be Chenlong, the son of the major shareholder of Rontoland. Rontoland is a big deal. That's a real estate company with a market value of over $150 billion. Wang Shijie isn't simple either. He's the son of Langjiu Group." "What? Lang Wine Group's son-in-law? That's going to be a good show." And Chenlong also heard the murmurings of the people around him, and flinched a bit. After all, their family was only the major shareholder of Rontoland, while Wang Shijie's family was in control of the entire Langjiu Group. It wasn't worth it to feud with someone of such status just for a few women. "Brother Long, why don't we just forget about it?" A few friends around him also backed off a bit. They couldn't afford to offend Lang Wine Group. The 3 of them, Jiang Shuiwei, Tang Wan-er and Zhu, stood on the side with worried looks on their faces. Jiang Shuiwei said softly, "What should we do? They won't fight, right?" Tang Wan-er, on the other hand, said angrily, "This man is an animal that thinks from the lower half of his body. I'm most displeased with this kind of person. It's only good to pack up a meal." Zhu walked up and pulled Wang Shijie's arm tightly, whispering, "Shijie, don't argue with him, let's go." Wang Shijie's fire at this time was also aroused by those dirty words of Chenlong. He, who am I? I'm your old man." At these words, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This sentence is something I didn't expect. Interesting. Chen Long, who originally wanted to forget about it, couldn't hold back once he heard this, and copied the cup that contained the drink on the side and wanted to smash it over. What's going on? So lively? At this moment, a man outside the crowd wearing a black suit with a bland face walked over. I'm going. Qin Yang is here. The people watching around them instantly quieted down and even made a path out. Chen Long, who was still very arrogant just now, immediately turned off his fire. Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. This kid just scolded me, I couldn't hold back. Chen Long said and put back the cup in his hand. Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my brother's girlfriend, and has clearly said for him to leave. He is still dead set on harassment. Just now it was also because he cursed me for swearing. Wang Shijiet also hurriedly explained. Qin Yang looked at Chen Long. Is that so? Chen Long stammered, unable to speak. Right at this moment, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walked back after going to the restroom. As soon as they saw the situation they hurried over. Cousin? I thought you didn't come today due to something, Xiao Fei said in surprise. Qin Yang turned his head to look at Xiao Fei, and a smile instantly raised on his face. You brat! I just looked for you for half a day and didn't see you, Qin Yang said as he walked over and put his arm around Xiao Fei. And this scene stunned the surrounding people. The cousin of the Qin family's youngest master, Wang Shijie, on the other hand, had a happy face. I didn't expect Brother Lin's friend to come from such a big place. You have to know that there was only one woman in the Qin family in the previous generation. I've also heard that she married into a big family union in imperial capital. Then Xiao Fei's identity could be imagined. Who is this? He's my boss, called Lin Chen. Qin Yang's smile tightened a little. Xiao Fei's boss? What kind of person was qualified to be Xiao Fei's boss? Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Qin Yang. After a brief greeting, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei looked over to Zhang Xuewei and their side. Cousin, what happened? Xiao Fei asked curiously. It's this Chen Long, the one who looks a bit more lewd. He molested someone else's girlfriend and his friend's girlfriend, and the two of them got into an argument. As soon as Qin Yang said this, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen's faces became ugly. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over. Xuewei, are you alright? I'm fine. Zhang Xuewei gripped Lin Chen's hand tightly and shook her head. Xiao Fei also ran over and comforted Tang Weiner for a few moments. Qin Yang instantly understood. They were actually all his cousin's friends? And there was a girl who might even be Xiao Fei's girlfriend? Qin Yang's face instantly did not look good. To know that this car club was all organized by himself, and as a result, in his own territory, his cousin's girlfriend was molested? Thinking of this, Qin Yang's face was instantly unsightly. The surrounding people also looked at Chen Long with pity. Young Qin, it's none of our business. We didn't say a word. The few people next to Chen Long said that and hurriedly slipped out. Chen Long was very chagrined at the moment. How could he be so unlucky? He just happened to run into Qin Yang's cousin's girlfriend. Brother Qin is really sorry. I really didn't know that they were your friends. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have dared to offend them, Chen Long hurriedly said. Brother Qin, I'm willing to apologize or compensate. Am I worse than your 3 dates? Qin Yang gave him a cold look. Xiao Fei was also very angry at the moment. He had managed to call Sister Wanner out to play. But this happened. Cousin, who is this person? Let me see how powerful. The major shareholder of Ronto Land is his father, Qin Yang said. It was indeed not good to mess with him, but it wasn't like there was no way out. It wasn't like Ronto Land was run by their family. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Punch Chen Long in the face. Reward, 70% of the shares of Ronto Land. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The good system had come at the right time. Why don't I remember that I have a son named Chen Long? Lin Chen asked with some surprise at this time. Even the air seemed to freeze at these words. Chen Long's face was very blue at this moment, his eyes staring angrily at Lin Chen. Brother Qin, it's a bit much to say that, isn't it? Chen Long looked at Qin Yang and said, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I'm the biggest shareholder of Ronto Land. Ha, why don't you remember that I have a son like you? Lin Chen continued to open his mouth and asked with an amused expression. Lin Chen hadn't really said this specifically about Chen Long. Before there was a Chen Yu who was the largest shareholder of Ronto Land with 27% of the shares, but the system had rewarded him with 30% of the shares. Thus he was now the largest shareholder. Chapter 73, You're my father. You're the biggest shareholder of Ronto Land? Ask anyone here. Who doesn't know that my dad is the biggest shareholder of Ronto Land? Kid, you have to distinguish the occasion for bragging, right? Beware of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. Chen Long stared viciously at Lin Chen with a cold light on his face. Qin Yang was just about to speak when Xiao Fei stopped him. Cousin, my boss isn't simple. Just leave this matter to him. Qin Yang glanced at Lin Chen in slight surprise, then nodded. Wang Shijie was obviously stunned by Lin Chen's words as well. Didn't Lin Chen say before that he was a shareholder of Penguin Company as well as the big boss of Imperial Hotel and a street front? He didn't hear him say that he was also the big shareholder of Rontoland? Lin Chen snorted. Do you want to call your dad and ask? I'll warn you first, but don't call my phone. I really don't remember that I have a son like you. When Qianlong saw Lin Chen's confident look, and that he was also a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, he was actually a little unsure at this point. Brother Qin, it's not me looking for trouble now. If it is established that this person is deliberately insulting my Chen family, please don't intervene. Brother Qin. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. It was impossible not to intervene. Just for the sake of his own cousin's face alone he would have to make Qianlong lose a layer of skin. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't say anything, Qianlong was also slightly relieved. Then he took out his phone and called out, "Hey, Dad, I've encountered something here." Qianlong then retold his dad what had happened. "Xiaolong, what's that person's name?" The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly got a little nervous. As soon as Qianlong heard his dad say that, he immediately felt a bad feeling welling up in his heart. Dad actually did not get angry but asked what the name of that person was? Could it be that his dad was no longer the largest shareholder of Rontoland? Thinking of this, Qianlong couldn't help but panic a little. If he really offended Wang Shijie after offending Qin Yang, and then added a real major shareholder of Rontoland, then he would be finished. Qianlong swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Chen, who had a teasing face at this moment, and asked, "What's your name?" "My surname is Lin, so I don't have a son named Chen-o," Lin Chen said indifferently. At this time, Qianlong could no longer care about Lin Chen's mockery and said into the phone, "Dad, he said his surname is Lin, but he looks like he's just a college student under the age of 20. How can he be the major shareholder of Rontoland?" "Xiaolong, hurry up and apologize to the person. It's true that the company's shares were recently acquired by a young man surnamed Lin for 30% of the shares. Someone who is capable of doing such a thing must not be simple behind the scenes. You mustn't be offended." The voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. Qianlong's face instantly turned pale when he heard his father's words. He had never expected that this young man in front of him, who was so much younger than him, was actually the largest shareholder of Rontoland. Qianlong slowly put down his cell phone, feeling like he could barely stand. What have I done? Offending so many rich and powerful people one after another. Hello, Xiaolong? Did you hear what I said? Chen father on the other end of Qianlong's cell phone was still saying this, but Qianlong had no time to listen at this time. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to defuse this matter. The people around him understood when they took a look at Qianlong's appearance, and they all looked at Lin Chen in awe. At a young age, he was the largest shareholder of a listed company with a market capitalization of $100 billion. This background could be imagined. When I was outside just now I saw that the car he was driving was a Lamborghini Poison. At this time, the few people who wanted to make friends with Lin Chen's people earlier couldn't help but say to the people around them, "What? Lamborghini Poison? A Lamborghini Poison worth $100 million? Immediately, everyone's gazes looked at Lin Chen with even more awe. This was no longer a rich second generation on the same level as them. Qin Yang, who was on the side, heard what the people around him said and looked at Lin Chen with a slight bit of recognition in his eyes. But just that alone. Wants to be Xiao Fei's boss. How's the questioning going? Am I your father or not? Lin Chen saw that Qianlong had been standing in place and did not speak, and said with some impatience, "It's my father is my father. Can you spare your son?" Qianlong jerked his head up with a hopeful look on his face. He could no longer care about his face. If this matter was not resolved today, once the Qin family plus Wang family plus Lin Chen exerted pressure together, his Chen family would be at the end of their rope. When Qianlong said this, everyone in the room went quiet, and after a moment, they laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I hear? This arrogant and domineering contraption Qianlong actually called someone's father to his face? Worthy of being the Qin family heir. It's just that he can bend and bend. Great joy. The three girls and Wang Shijie as well as Xiao Fei all laughed, knowing that Qianlong would concede. They didn't expect it to be so dry. Even Qin Yang almost didn't hold his tongue. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Not a brother. I just joked and mocked you, and you called me dad? Don't say that. I don't have such a big son. Don't let my girlfriend get the wrong idea. Lin Chen said in a hurry, still looking at Qianlong with a disgusted expression. Qianlong heard the jeers of the people around him. His heart was enraged to the extreme, but his face did not move, and he still wore a pleasing look. Father Lin, you have a large amount of beating. Just spare me this time. I promise that I'll go around when I see you in the future. Ding! The system mission has been completed, rewarding 70% of Rontoland's shares. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face when he heard this burst of system beeps in his head. Seeing Lin Chen smile, he thought he had a chance and was just about to continue, only for Qianlong's phone to ring again in the next second. Qianlong, let's dissolve the father-son relationship. I also raised you so big. I transferred $2 million to you. From now on, whether you are dead or alive, and I, Chen Fu, do not have half a relationship. The phone said not to give Chen-long half a reaction time, directly hung up the phone. Chen-long stunned, frozen in place, do not understand what happened. How his father suddenly want to cut off their father and son relationship. Then a text message came from the cell phone. It was the text message alert that $2 million had been deposited. Chen-long jerked his head up to look at Lin Chen. You can ask again now to see if Rongtoland has any other shareholders besides me. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Everyone present froze, not understanding what Lin Chen meant by this statement. Rongtoland has announced that all of its shares have been acquired by a mysterious person, which means that Rongtoland is now that person's one word. At this moment, one of the onlookers said with a trembling tone as he looked at the content in his cell phone incredulously. Chapter 74, thoroughly crazy. Everyone's hearts were jolted, and they all quickly took out their cell phones and eagerly searched the official website of Rongtoland. As expected, the shocking news was right there in front of them, with only a minute having passed since its release. How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but let out a voice of amazement. What exactly is this kid? This young Lin? Surprisingly, he acquired the entirety of Rongtoland at the drop of a hat? The crowd was filled with doubt and shock. Mr. Lin is as terrifying as this. The surrounding people instantly exploded in a clamor. Even Wang Shijie, Xiao, Tang Wan'er, and even Jiang Shuawei were all looking at Lin Chen, whose expression remained as calm as water, with shocked faces at the moment. What did it mean to be truly unperturbed? Lin Chen's performance at this moment perfectly illustrated this word. However, it had to be said that this look of his was really damn good at pretending. Chen-long had collapsed at this moment. Impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't real. Chen-long's mouth kept chanting, then he slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with those eyes filled with a blood-red color. It's all because of you. Chen-long roared fiercely, copying a knife on the table that was used to cut steaks, and frantically rushed towards Lin Chen. Ah Chen, boss. The surrounding people instantly reacted and retreated far away in panic. Only Jiang Shuawei and Xiaofei, a few people, rushed over without hesitation. Chen-long rushed in front of Lin Chen and stabbed ferociously towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen looked at Chen-long, who had gone a little crazy at the moment, his eyes filled with disdain. Too slow. With just a gentle sideways flash, he easily dodged Chen-long's knife. Afterwards, Lin Chen violently raised his foot, and with one strong kick, he kicked Chen-long into a dog's poop, falling heavily on the ground, and the knife also fell to the side. Xiaofei rushed forward and together they pressed Chen-long to the ground. The surrounding several smart and knowledgeable people also rushed forward and helped to press Chen-long together. Jiang Shuawei ran over and hugged Lin Chen. Chen, you scared me to death. The look of shock on Jiang Shuawei's face hadn't dissipated yet, and her voice was tinged with a hint of crying. I'm fine, Shuawei. Don't you understand my hands? Don't worry. Lin Chen also hugged Jiang Shuawei and patted her back softly. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Chen-long roared, constantly struggling, his eyes staring at Lin Chen with a death glare, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Afterward, someone took out a few ropes from somewhere and quickly tied up Chen-long's hands and feet. After Lin Chen comforted Jiang Shuawei, he took out his cell phone and directly dialed 110 to report to the police. Hey, comrade police, there's a person here who wanted to stab me with a knife, but now he's been subdued by me. A few moments later, Lin Chen put down his cell phone and looked towards Chen-long, who had started to gradually calm down at this point. You unfilial son, how dare you stab your father? This shall not treat you to some free 3 meals? Lin Chen's words carried a hint of mockery. Chen-long didn't say anything and just looked at Lin Chen viciously. Everyone give me, Qin Yang, face, stay a little longer. The police will come later to help take a statement. Qin Yang said loudly. Some of the people who had thought that it would be better to do more than less and were about to leave heard this and had no choice but to stay. Just kidding. Qin Yang might not remember those who stayed, but for those who left, he remembered clearly, because this place is full of rich second generation. Well, everyone understands, there is not a single surveillance here, so the confession is extremely important. Thank you, young Qin, Lin Chen said gratefully, a small token. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head, looking at this college student who was the same age as his cousin, curious about his identity to the extreme. That, Qin Xiao, Lin Xiao. I have a video that captured the entire process of Chen-long preparing to commit murder with a knife. A person weakly spoke. Lin Chen's complexion was delighted. Oh, bring it over to me. The man sniffed and walked over with some excitement, then opened his cell phone and handed it to Lin Chen. Afterwards, Jiang Shuawei and the others all came over to look at it, and the video had indeed recorded everything that had just happened. What are you videotaping for? Qin Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Several people sniffed and also looked at the man. That person immediately looked a little flustered and explained. Young Qin, I definitely didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to film Chen-long making a fool of himself. Really? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the flustered person in front of him, and after a moment, slowly spoke. Humph. It better be like this. If I find out that you have something else in mind, don't blame me for being impolite. The man hurriedly nodded his head as if pounding garlic, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. What's the name? This matter has helped. Lin Chen asked. Young Lin, I'm Tycoon from Jiahe Wood. The man looked pleasantly surprised. As long as he could get into the eyes of someone like young Lin, a little thought of leaking some soup for himself would be enough to eat. Harvest wood. Line. Lin Chen said indifferently. A few moments later, the sound of police sirens came from far and near. A few police officers were stunned by the rows of supercars as soon as they entered the manor. Their hearts couldn't help but mutter. But since they had come, they could only walk in. The moment he entered, he noticed Qianlong, whose hands and feet were tied. May I ask which gentleman called the police? The police officer in charge had a very good attitude. Lin Chen took a step forward and nodded slightly. Comrade policeman, I'm the one who called the police. This person tried to kill me with a knife and was subdued by us. Everyone here can sit in on it, and at the same time, I have a video here. After saying that, Lin Chen handed his cell phone to the police again. A few police officers then questioned the people around them to find out the truth of the matter, and after looking at the video again, they took Qianlong away. After the police took Qianlong away, the atmosphere in the manor gradually returned to calm. The gazes of the people looking at Lin Chen were filled with awe and curiosity. Qin Yang came forward and said to Lin Chen with a smile, Young Lin, today's incident was really an eye-opener. I didn't expect you to have such means and vigor at such a young age. Lin Chen responded humbly. Young Qin is too kind. Qin Yang just smiled, then looked around and said loudly, I'm sorry that today's car club has brought you all a bad experience. Today's car club will end here first. Everyone disperse. As soon as Qin Yang said this, the crowd all dispersed one after another. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and called Lu Hai over, giving a general overview of what happened here. Let him find the best lawyer. It is best to use the suspected intentional homicide to make Qianlong go in for more free meals. P.S. Can the reader send the child some free power for love? The child is shivering pebbles. Chapter 75. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars? Cousin, thank you so much for today, Xiao Fei said with gratitude. What's there to thank with your cousin? Do you want to bring your friend to my bar to have some fun? My treat, Qin Yang said with a bright smile. Xiao Fei didn't immediately agree, but turned his gaze to Lin Chen, Tang Wan-er and the others, seeking their opinions. I won't go, right? Tang Wan-er stammered, with a few moments of embarrassment on her face. Wan-er can't drink. Jiang Shuawei also smiled meaningfully. Can't drink? Why? Is it uncomfortable to eat a cephalosporin? Xiao Fei hurriedly asked with concern, his eyes full of worry. I know. Don't you ask. Tang Wan-er's face instantly turned slightly red with some anger. Seeing Tang Wan-er like this, Xiao Fei immediately shut his mouth, but in his heart, he was very puzzled. Afterwards, Xiao Fei asked the others what they thought. As a result, Jiang Shuawei also said not to go, said to stay in the dormitory with Wan-er. Jiang Shuawei does not go, that natural Lin Chen will not go. Cannot let them take a taxi back, right? Xiao Fei had no choice but to give up. Cousin, then next time I'll treat you to a drink. It's fine. You take good care of people when you're not feeling well, okay? Qin Yang said with a smile. Xiao Fei nodded. Wang Shijie, on the other hand, was a bit sad. If he could take this opportunity to get in touch with the Qin family, it would be a great help to their Lang wine group. But seeing that no one else had this idea, it was not good to say anything more. You can't just go up there and say he has time, right? Several people in Qin Yang said goodbye and drove back to school. Along the way, Xiao Fei had wanted to ask Tang Weiner where she was uncomfortable, but then thought that just now, since Tang Weiner didn't want to talk about it, he also dismissed the idea. After returning to the school, 3 sports cars parked in front of a dormitory building in turn. This rare scene on campus instantly attracted many people's attention. Students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with marvel and envy. Zhu Zhu, you're in the 8th building too. Jiang Shuawei got off the bus and looked at Zhu Zhu with some surprise on her face. Yes, Sister Shuawei, I'm in the 4th floor 413, Zhu Zhu replied with a smile. Shuawei and I are both in the 8th building 304. Zhu Zhu, if you are bored you can come and find us to play. Oh. As soon as Tang Wan-er's words left her mouth, she then wrinkled her eyebrows and covered her stomach, her face instantly becoming very ugly. Seeing this, Jiang Shuawei and Zhu Zhu hurriedly helped Tang Wan-er to a side chair. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei was anxious in his heart. How are you doing, Sister Wan-er? Do you want to go to the hospital? Send you there. Xiao Fei's voice was carrying a few tremors. Tang Wan-er covered her stomach, her face buried in her lap, not saying a word, bean-sized beads of sweat continuously rolling down on her forehead. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but snicker, while Jiang Shuawei raised her head and blankly glanced at Xiao Fei. Can't you see what's wrong with Wan-er? Jiang Shuowei said with a slight reproach. How do I know? Xiao Fei was just about to retort when he saw Lin Chen and Wang Shijie couldn't stop making eyes at him. Xiao Fei froze for a while before reacting to the fact that Tang Wan should have her great aunt coming. Ouch! Why am I so slow to react? Xiao Fei somewhat chagrined and cursed himself in his heart. I'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers, Xiao Fei said and ran towards the car. No need. Tang Wan raised her head with difficulty. Her hair stuck to her face by sweat, her voice weak but resolute. I have them all in my dorm room. Xiao Fei's footsteps lurched, and he walked back somewhat discouraged. Then what should I do? Xiao Fei was at a loss for words, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It's fine. I'll be fine on my own in a few days. After Tang Wan said that, she got up with difficulty and walked towards the upper floors. Jiang Shuowei and Zhu Zhu rushed forward to support her, carefully walking step by step. Xiao Fei stayed in place, not understanding why Tang Wan suddenly reacted this way. He was filled with concern and worry for Tang Wan. Jiang Shuowei turned around and gave Lin Chen a wave. Lin Chen responded and patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Alright, school sister Tang is probably just not feeling well. Don't you know that a girl's temper will change for the worse when her period comes? Don't think too much about it either. Yeah, brother Xiao. I can even tell that school sister Tang is definitely interested in you. Wang Shijie also chimed in, his eyes full of certainty. Xiao Fei's eyes immediately lit up. I told you that I felt someone tugging on my clothes. At that time I was thinking of helping the boss, so I didn't care. So it was Sister Wan. Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face overflowing with joy. Happy now? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with an amused expression. Happy. I'm going to hurry back to my dorm room to call Sister Wan. I'm leaving first, haha. Shijie, next time I'll have time to treat you to dinner, Xiao Fei said and turned around, ready to leave. As a result, just as Xiao Fei wanted to leave, he was stopped by two girls. Handsome guy, did you and your girlfriend have a fight? How about you take a look at me? A woman wearing black, with a tall figure, straight peaks, and quite pretty look said with a seductive face. While saying so, she also ruffled her hair, her eyes full of anticipation. I can too, brother. A girl wearing a blue and white sailor uniform with a short pleated skirt also smiled without showing any weakness and opened her mouth with a very sweet smile. Xiao Fei was already very handsome, school grass level, and drove a 10 million plus sports car. Naturally, in the eyes of the girls, he belonged to the kind of high-quality boys that could score 105 out of 10, and just happened to see him and a girl who may be the girlfriend of the conflict. This completely sit down. This kind of opportunity could be seized. Lin Chen and Wang Shijie watched the action from the back and didn't say anything. No thanks, I have a girlfriend. Xiao Fei politely refused, without the slightest hesitation on his face. It's okay to have a girlfriend. I don't disturb the life, that mature imperial sister added, her eyes still glancing below Xiao Fei. Brother, I can be your godsister too. The sailor suit girl also looked at Xiao Fei with a cute face, her eyes full of desire. Xiao Fei was a little impatient, thinking in his heart that I'm still waiting to go back to the dormitory to call my school sister. No need. After saying that, Xiao Fei directly bypassed the two girls and got into the car, and then drove away. In the eyes of the two girls' grudging eyes, the two girls saw that Xiao Fei had left, so they looked at Lin Chen and the two of them again. The two of them had a vicious chill, being overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm. Brother Lin, then I'm leaving too, haha, Wang Shijie said. Alright, the two said, not giving the two women a chance to speak. They just got in the car and left. Jiang Shuowei, who was standing on the windowsill upstairs, saw this scene and entered the dormitory with satisfaction. Cut. Isn't it just having a few stinking dollars? What are you pretending? Seeing that the three had all left, that imperial sister also stopped pretending and poo-pooed a mouthful of whispered curses. That's it. Chapter 76. Excited Demon Brother. When Lin Chen parked the car and returned to the dormitory, Xiao Fei was already lying on the bed in a state of disorientation with a dumbfounded look on his face, while Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao, a few people, were beside him comforting. What's going on here? Lin Chen was a little surprised. How long had it been since Xiao Fei was like this? What happened? Beauty Tang. Hey, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei couldn't say much in front of Xiao Fei. Boss, do you think Sister Wan she really likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lin Chen instantly understood. I can only say that anyone with a clear eye can see that she likes you, Lin Chen said softly. Then why did Sister Wan tell me not to look for her in the future? Xiao Fei was a bit bereft. He had already worked very hard to chase Tang Wan, deleting all those previous women in Green Bubble, and usually looking for Tang Wan often to chat. Will also give Tang Wan to buy lipstick, clothes, bags and so on, although she did not accept. This might be something she has concerns about. I think you should still find a chance to talk to her. Lin Chen thought about it and said, Lao Si, you say you a rich male son, why do you have to chase people like this? That kind of life of waving money around and wanting to change women, doesn't he smell good? Chen Xiao was a bit incomprehensible. If he was that rich, he definitely wouldn't hang himself on a tree. You don't understand. Xiao Fei only said one sentence. You guys don't need to mind me. I'm fine. The three of them couldn't say anything more. Lin Chen returned to his bed after washing up and played with his cell phone. Ever since he had Lu Hai, he had left most of the things to Lu Hai to take care of, and acted as a shirker himself. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei asking about the situation, but Jiang Shuawei didn't reply for half a day, so he opened the Douyin app and swiped the video. As he swiped, he saw Brother Demon on the air. Lin Chen occasionally played winged hijack when he was in high school, and his best hand was a handful of Debuta. What gets in my way? Soybean milk chowder. And Demon Brother. As the strongest mercenary in the forever hijack, Lin Chen naturally knew a hand of chopper could kill others and throw them out of armor. Lin Chen had just entered the live broadcast room when he heard Demon Brother singing. One moment the law is overturned. Who I am is my heart, demonic chaos. A tear, turning back halfway through. And at this moment the pop-ups were rolling madly. It's so good, Anchor. Demonizing Brother is true to his name. The original song Falling Tears, okay? Don't you even open the gold pile? Anchor, how did you endure it? At this time, a walnut jumped out and sent out emoticons. Demon Brother hunted down and killed half a day but did not finish. I go. This walnut is something. Stance Peach. Who is this? Anchor, hurry up and kill this walnut. I'll paint your sports car for you. Brother Demon. Can you do it? The strongest mercenary is being treated like a monkey? The pop-up screen was also boiling at this point. Lin Chen looked at the pop-up screen and smiled slightly, then swiped a carnival. Thank you to Ling Ling for loving lollipops for swiping a carnival. Thank you, big brother, Carrie said immediately out loud after noticing it, and Lin Chen was a bit confused after hearing the name. I go? When did my Douyin name get changed? Can't it be that girl Jo Ling swiped my Douyin and changed it? Let's see if I don't teach her a lesson next time I go back. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that this girl's cell phone had been confiscated before, and then used his phone to swipe Douyin. The boss is confused. Does the boss lack a dog? I'm barking loudly. I think you want to buy the boss a drink, but the boss should be from Tianfu City, right? Sex male named Ling Ling loves lollipops? Brother Demon. Be careful. This boss is not simple-minded. Ha 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 ha. IP is really from Tianfu City. Lin Chen looked at the pop-up screen. His face suddenly darkened, his teeth itching with anger. This dead girl. Go back and see if I don't clean you up. He then immediately changed his name to Old Monster Cendrillon. Demonic Brother also noticed the message on the pop-up screen, and his heart was also a little wary. Just at this time, the walnut jumped out again. Even without a weapon, directly empty-handed slapped Demon Brother, the Devil Brother, instantly on the head. After playing for so many years, it was the first time he had been subjected to this kind of anger. Anchor her. Ah ha ha, laughed me to death. The pop-ups started brushing up again, and Lin Chen watched in amusement. Demon Brother, if you kill this walnut and sing a song about Demon, I'll immediately brush 33 carnivals for you. Once Lin Chen sent out this pop-up, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I'm going to go, this is a divine hero. Doesn't Big Brother really consider getting a dog? 33 carnivals? Isn't that $100,000? I don't understand the world of the rich. Did you see what my brother said? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Tatsuo East Old Monster? This home page. Isn't this the Big Brother who swiped the carnival just now? Did he change his name? Brother Demon saw the words of the pop-up screen with some confusion, and then scratched upwards. Boss, are you serious? Demon Brother asked with some excitement. 33 carnivals, ah. He had $70,000 in his hands. Naturally it's true. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It wasn't just 10 carnivals? He had $1 billion in diamonds. Then he directly threw 3 carnivals out. Believe it? Believed it. Boss atmosphere. Demon Brother said excitedly, and then looked at the screen to the walnut who was still wildly expressing his feelings, and there was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Rao is the strongest mercenary. Demon Brother in order to kill this walnut is also the effort of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Demon Brother looked at the screen into the soul mound walnut eyes full of joy. Boiling Boo should sing. Boo Boo 1. Immediately witnessed dozens of carnivals full screen special effects. Lin Chen wasn't ambiguous and directly swiped 10 carnivals in anger. There's still 20 left after the song. Thank you, Big Brother. I'll sing it right away. Brother Demon Fiend excitedly put up the battle song. In a flash. Ha 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 ha. This is the most combustible thing Demon Brother has ever sung, isn't it? That's not true. If I were you, I'd be fired up too. It's too good to be true. Anchor, let's go out in the same place. After one song, Lin Chen then sent out 20 carnivals in a row. The screen full of special effects lasted for a long time, and the pop-ups were almost invisible. And at this time, Jiang Shuawei's voice call popped up, and Lin Chen immediately exited the live broadcast. Thank you, Old Monster Big Brother Tatsadon. Before Brother Demon had a chance to finish his sentence, he saw a system beep. Old Monster Tatsuo has left the live broadcast room. This Big Brother is really capricious. Brother Demon Fighter couldn't help but exclaim in the live broadcast room. It's over. Big brother is gone. Can't be a dog. Go chat him privately. Demon brother thought about it, so he also tapped a concern at Lin Chen. Big brother, thank you for your reward. And naturally, Lin Chen didn't know everything that was going on in the live broadcast room at this time. Ah Chen, just now I was accompanying Wan Er Na. Didn't mean to ignore you. Chapter 77, An Incomplete Family. It's alright Xue Wei. What's going on with school Sister Tang? Did you get any news there? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Wait for me Zhang Xuewei all of a sudden lowered her voice a lot. Then a rustling sound of getting out of bed came from the other end of the phone. A moment later, Zhang Xuewei then reopened her mouth to speak. Only her voice was suppressed very low. Ah Chen, I'm in the bathroom now nah. I just asked. Wan Er said that she just thinks that she and Xiao Fei aren't suitable, and asked Xiao Fei to find one who likes him. Lin Chen was a little silent at his words. It shouldn't be He could tell that Tang Wan Er should be interested in Xiao Fei. Chen, I might know a little something, but I can't guarantee whether it's accurate or not. Jiang Xuewei spoke again. It's fine Xuewei, feel free to say anything. Lin Chen immediately became interested. For the sake of his brother's happiness, he was quite enough on the ball. According to my understanding Wan Er her family is actually a bit bad. Her dad earned a lot of money some years ago as a result of cheating. Her mom made a divorce. As a result of splitting the property only to realize that his dad has transferred a large portion of the property transferred to someone else's name. Then her mom only got a few $100,000 and a suite. I think a big part of Wan Er's concern stems from here. Jiang Xuewei said slowly. Lin Chen's face was complicated. Usually Tang Wan Er looked staggering. Her character was quite outgoing. She didn't expect to have experienced such a thing. Chen, if you give Xiao Fei the word you can make sure he pays attention not to let Wan Er know that I leaked the information. Jiang Xuewei added another sentence. I know, don't worry. Lin Chen smiled. Chen, I miss you. Jiang Xuewei's voice suddenly turned whiny. Lin Chen was just about to ask when Tang Wan Er's voice came from the other end of the phone. You're on the phone with Lin Chen? Yeah Wan Er, you actually eavesdropped on us talking on the phone. Che, this young lady doesn't care. The other end was quiet for a while longer. Few almost got caught by Wan Er. I'd be dead if she found out. Jiang Xuewei was a bit scared. It's getting late. Chen, I'll go to bed first, I still have early 8 tomorrow, she said as she went back to bed. Good night Xuewei. Good night Tatsu Muppet, say good night to daddy. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he listened to the meowing on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was currently sitting on the bed in deep thought. Moreover, Xiaowei and Shen Xiao were looking at themselves with odd colors on their faces. Why are you guys looking at me? I didn't clean my face wash? Lin Chen asked strangely as he touched his face. Good night Xuewei. Good night Chen. Lin Chen's face darkened. You guys have sharp ears. Boss, with your volume I guess we can only wear headphones before we can't hear you? That's it. Somewhat embarrassed, he directly ignored the two. Xiao Fei, you heard what your sister-in-law said just now, right? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. I heard it. Help me thank my sister-in-law. Xiao Fei, will never give up lightly. Xiao Fei raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with a determined look on his face. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei's state at this moment and nodded in satisfaction. He went back to bed and asked Lu Hai about the progress of the processing before going to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up at 7:30. Just as he was brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei also walked out. Lin Chen finished brushing his teeth and looked at Xiao Fei, who was squeezing toothpaste suspiciously. Why are you getting up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Didn't my sister-in-law say there was an early 8 last night? I saw that you got up. I knew that you were going to have breakfast with sister-in-law and the others. There must be Sister Wan Er. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. You brat is really smart, but I can't guarantee that there's Sister Tang. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a speechless face. Allah, they're in the same class. I don't believe they won't be together for breakfast. After washing up, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went out the door together. After coming to the cafeteria, the two of them bought some soy milk and donuts and sat down in the cafeteria to wait. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, I'm in the first cafeteria. You can see me when you enter the door. Okay, hard work Shen. After not much longer, two tall beauties at the entrance of the cafeteria walked in. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Coming. Xiao Fei immediately looked nervously and saw Tang Wan Er and Jiang Xuewei. Tang Wan Er obviously saw Xiao Fei as well. Her footsteps couldn't help but be pulled over by Jiang Xuewei. You two have been waiting for a long time, Jiang Xuewei said with a smile. Not long, quickly sit down, Lin Chen responded. Good morning sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then looked at Tang Wan Er, his tone slightly nervous. Good morning, Sister Wan Er. Tang Wan Er was a little unnatural, and with a soft she sat down and stopped talking. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Lin Chen hurriedly rounded up the situation. hurry up and eat your breakfast. It'll get cold later. Shoo Wei, I'm going to check out the Dragon Lake game side later, so you'll probably have to eat on your own if it's lunchtime. Lin Chen softly explained as he ate his breakfast. Good work is most important. I'll just eat with Wan Air at noon, Zhang Shuowei said with a smile, while Xiao Fei next to him stole glances at Tang Wan Air from time to time, wanting to find a chance to strike up a conversation but not knowing how to open his mouth. Finally, Xiao Fei plucked up the courage to say, Sister Wan Air, can we find a time to have a good chat? At these words, Zhang Shuowei and Lin Chen both instantly threw their attention over. Tang Waner looked up at him and said indifferently, No need, I don't have much time lately. When Xiao Fei heard this, a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. Then we'll talk again when you have time. Tang Wan Air didn't respond anymore and continued to eat her breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Shuowei and Tang Waner went to the classroom, and Xiao Fei went back to his dorm room to catch up on his sleep. Lin Chen, on the other hand, drove Poison towards Dragon Lake Games, and at this time inside the conference room of Dragon Lake Games, Lin Dong may come over at any time today. You guys must be ready. Never, ever rush the new boss, okay? This one has acquired the entire Dragon Lake Games in one breath. If anyone offends this one, they'll be waiting to leave. Fa Nonping looked at the people in the conference room with a serious face. Instantly everyone tensed up. Although they already knew about this news yesterday, their hearts couldn't help but still be a little apprehensive. Everyone must cheer up, greet Lin Dong with a good spirit and leave a good impression on him, Fa Nonping emphasized again. And at this time, Lin Chen had already driven his car to the downstairs of Dragon Lake Games. After parking the car, Lin Chen surveyed the building in front of him and the surroundings. Still very satisfied, Lin Chen was just about to walk into the building when he saw a Mercedes-Benz business car stop at the entrance, from which two foreigners walked down, along with a few Daxia people accompanying them. Take me to your general manager and, if we can't talk this time, I'll hand over the Daxia agency to another company this time. Chapter 78, Angel Wings Agency. One of the tall, blonde, blue-eyed gringos condescendingly said in broken Chinese to the Daxia man next to him. This time the games agency writes in Daxia. If you Longhu can't offer a good price then you can't blame us. The Daxia man next to him was full of smiles, his waist bent to the ground, and said, Mr. James, our general manager is already waiting for you up there, and will negotiate a suitable price for you. Afterward, they brushed past Lin Chen and strutted into the building. Lin Chen looked at the backs of those people, pondering in his heart, and also quickly followed them. It looks like Dragon Lake Games is trying to take over the agency rights of whichever foreign game. Lin Chen was secretly calculating in his heart. Sir, if I may ask, do you have an appointment? A burly security guard came over and stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the security guard, but quickly called Fa Nonping over. Sir, did you hear me? The security guard saw that Lin Chen was ignoring him, so he came to a bit of a rage and raised his voice a few points. Wait, I'm calling Fa Nonping. Don't worry, I won't go in, Lin Chen said indifferently, his gaze still fixed on the entrance of the building. That security guard's fire seemed to be a bit high. Lin Chen's behavior of ignoring him just now had already made him very upset. He snorted coldly, and then stood in front of Lin Chen, arms crossed, as if he was afraid that Lin Chen would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Dong Lin, are you arriving? I'll be right down to pick you up. As soon as the phone was connected, Fa Nonping's respectful voice came through. I'm already downstairs at the company now, so hurry down. Lin Chen's tone was very flat, as if this was all expected. You've already arrived. Lin Dong? Good. I'll come down right away. Fa Nonping's voice sounded a bit anxious. Seeing this, the security guard muttered in his heart, this doesn't look like a fake ah. Then he immediately changed to a smiling face and said carefully, Sir, why don't you wait over there on the sofa for a bit? The security guard was a little unsure in his heart. Naturally he didn't dare to directly let Lin Chen in. Lin Chen looked at the neatly arranged sofas in the hall and said, No need, it shouldn't take long. After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurriedly came out of the elevator and walked quickly down the hall. When that security guard saw this, his heart thumped. Finished, this youngster really knows Mr. Fong is not right. How come there are so many leaders? I heard that the new big boss will come to the company for a trip today. It's hard to believe that this youngster. The security guard looked at Lin Chen with a horrified face, and a cold sweat began to emerge on his forehead. At this time, Fa Nonping also led a group of company executives to walk over quickly. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his face was immediately filled with a warm smile, while extending his hand. Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Fa Nonping. Welcome Lin Dong to inspect the work at Longhu. Welcome Lin Dong. Hello Lin Dong. The others chimed in. Lin Chen nodded lightly and gently shook Fa Nonping's hand. Can I go in now? Lin Chen looked at the security guard and asked, without the slightest bit of blame in his eyes. Yes, the security guard said in a loud voice, cold sweat pouring out of his head, his voice trembling a little. Fa Nonping instantly knew what had happened, and looked at the security guard with a hint of mischief in his eyes. But you're still quite dedicated. Keep up the good work. Lin Chen laughed softly, a hint of encouragement in his tone. The security guard was instantly relieved. With these words, not to mention a promotion and a raise, at least there shouldn't be much of a problem with keeping his job if his merits and demerits were equal. Thank you, Lin Dong. I will definitely continue to work hard. That security guard bowed repeatedly in thanks, his heart filled with gratitude. Fa Nonping's face was a little better. Luckily, Dong Lin wasn't angry. Why don't we go up and talk first? Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping with a light smile, as if the little episode just now had never happened. Alright, Lin Dong. This way please. Take care, Lin Dong. Slow walk, Mr. Fong. Slow walk for all the leaders. The security guard shouted from behind, his voice loud and respectful. After Lin Chen and the others walked away, the security guard couldn't help but murmur, the new Lin Dong is really approachable. In the elevator, Lin Chen remembered the few foreigners just now, so he opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Fong, I just saw a few foreigners come to our company. It seems as if they are still here to talk about cooperation. Fa Nonping instantly knew what Lin Chen was talking about, and hurriedly explained, yes, Dong Lin, that was a representative of Temple Games who came to Britain to talk to us about a games agency rights in Daxia. Oh, from Sanctuary Games? Come to talk about which game? Lin Chen couldn't help but come with a hint of interest. He had heard of this game company. The online game that was relatively hot in foreign countries right now was made by them. It was just at this moment that the elevator doors opened, so Lin Chen took the lead and walked out. Fa Nonping and the others hurriedly followed behind. Just show me around, Mr. Fong. The others go ahead and get busy. Work is important, Lin Chen said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind him. Alright, then I won't accompany Dong Lin. Farewell, Lin Dong. Soon those company executives dispersed. Aren't we still going to talk about cooperation? Where are those foreigners? Lin Chen asked suspiciously, his brows slightly furrowed. Fa Nonping was a little embarrassed and said, that, because you arrived, I'll just let them stay in the reception room for a while first. It's fine. Come on, let's go and take a look together. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and signaled Fa Nonping to lead the way. Fa Nonping then led Lin Chen to the entrance of the reception room. As soon as he got close to the reception room, he heard the disgruntled voice of the foreigner inside. To actually have us personally wait for you. This is really too rude. This is really too rude. Humph. It seems that you Dragon Lake Games aren't sincere in wanting Angel's Wings agency in Daxia. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, Mr. Fong will be here soon. Please be patient for a while. Lin Chen and Fa Nonping then directly pushed the door in. Mr. Fong, you're finally here. The man in the reception room looked like he had seen a savior, and then noticed Lin Chen standing next to him. This one is? Supervisor Lu really worked hard for you. This is our new boss from Longhu, called Lin Chen. Lin Dong, this is Supervisor Lu. Supervisor Lu sniffed and looked at Lin Chen, his face filled with surprise. I'll go. So young. Mr. Fong, isn't Daxia a country of etiquette? I'm very dissatisfied with your Longhu Games hospitality, James instantly said in exasperation after seeing Fa Nonping. This time, there are many companies in Daxia that came to us to talk about the agent rights of Angel Wings. We preferentially chose your Dragon Lake Games. I didn't expect that when we arrived at your company you actually didn't receive us at the first time. Chapter 79 Black Myth, Goku's Design Production Program. Fa Nonping immediately felt a bit speechless. Only a few minutes had passed before and after this, right? How could he say that as if he had been kept waiting for an hour or two? Mr. James, for Angel's Wings and Daxia agency right we, Dragon Lake Games, are very sincere. Please be at ease. Fa Nonping could only pacify. Angel's Wings, this game was very well received abroad. If it could be taken by Dragon Lake Games and Daxia agency rights, the profits of Dragon Lake Games would be very large. Lin Chen looked at the two arrogant and domineering foreigners in front of him and couldn't help but feel some disgust in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system mission. Give up Angel Wings agency in China. Reward, Black Myth, Wukong Design and Production Program. Note, Black Myth, Wukong is a 3A game in the world of parallel worlds, composed entirely of Daxia's mythological elements. Released in-game the first place in global sales. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel happy in his heart as he listened to the system beep in his head. Wasn't this exactly what that Dong Hao kid wanted to do? Nowadays all of the world's explosive games are almost all developed by foreign countries. Daxia always did not have a handful of games. In addition to the King Pesticide, Lin Chen spoke directly at this time. If this is the attitude of your Sanctuary Games, I don't think there's any need for the cooperation between Dragon Lake and Sanctuary to continue. Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu immediately looked at Lin Chen with wide eyes. Mr. Fong, who is this person? Can he represent your Dragon Lake Games? James was very disdainful, thinking that it was Fa Nonping's son who was talking nonsense here. listening to what they just said. This person seems to be the owner of Dragon Lake Games. At this time, Tom reminded from the side. James instantly paled. Lin Chen looked at James with a smirk. You guys can leave Dragon Lake Games. Our cooperation ends here. Lin Chen directly gave an expulsion order. What? James stood up from his seat in shock, his face full of incredulity. This is impossible. How can you give up such a good opportunity for cooperation so easily? James' eyes widened as he stared angrily at Lin Chen. Once you Dragon Lake Games have the agency rights to our Angel Wings, the Angel Wings Great Summer region will bring you at least a few $100 million in profits. Do you, a young man, understand that or not? Lin Chen looked calm and said blandly, Excuse me, Mr. James, right? With your arrogant and rude attitude, I'm afraid it's only difficult for Dragon Lake Games to have any cooperation with you. I'm young and impetuous. This company is mine, so please leave. Tom was also flustered at the sight and quickly said, Sir, there might be a misunderstanding. We came with sincerity. Lin Chen sneered. Sincerity? Your sincerity is a representative talking about cooperation shouting at the general manager of my Dragon Lake game? Is this your so-called sincerity? A trace of emotion flashed through Fong Anping and Supervisor Lu's eyes. James was the one in charge of negotiating cooperation with them from Sanctuary Games. They could see James' rudeness from before, but they had to endure it for the sake of Angel Wings Agency in Daxia. James gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you should know that besides Dragon Lake Games, there are many other companies grabbing for our agency. Lin Chen clasped his hands on his chest. Then you can go ahead and find them. In short, Dragon Lake Games, refuse to cooperate. James' face turned blue, and for a moment, he couldn't even say anything. At this time, Tom's eyes rolled and changed into a smiling face. Mr. Lin, perhaps our attitude just now was indeed a bit improper. We can renegotiate. Fong Anping had wanted to persuade Lin Chen. After all, at least it was a profit of several billions of RMB. Since the other party's attitude had changed, then they could cooperate. Businessmen, profit was the most important thing, but on second thought, Lin Chen is the boss of the company. If he said so, he would inevitably have the suspicion of overstepping the bounds of his authority, so he could only dispel this idea. No need, Mr. James, Mr. Tom, you can leave. In order to reflect the hospitality of my Dragon Lake Games, Dragon Lake Games, will pay for the airfare for the two of you. James and Tom looked at each other, their eyes filled with chagrin and unwillingness. Humph. You guys will regret this. James fiercely threw down these words and turned around to leave. Supervisor Lu, see him off. Lin Chen said coldly. The two of them walked out of the company grayly under Supervisor Lu's leadership. Ding! System mission completed. Black Myth, Goku's design and production plan has been stored on a USB flash drive into the host's pants pocket. Lin Chen then felt a sinking in his pants pocket, and reached out and pulled out his pants pocket, and there was indeed a USB flash drive inside. Dong Lin, this Angel Wings is really hot abroad. If we give up the agency, the loss to the company may not be small. Fong Anping said cautiously. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Fong, an Angel Wings agency right is just that. Just throw it away. I have a better game in my hands. When Fong Anping heard Lin Chen's words, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Dong Lin, I wonder what better game you're talking about. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You'll know later. At the same time, James and Tom had walked out of the Dragon Lake game. James was a little apprehensive as he took out his phone and called the boss of Sanctuary Games over. James, the proxy rights have been negotiated? How much interest is Dragon Lake Games willing to share? A man's voice came from the other end. Boss, Dragon Lake Games has refused to cooperate with us. Sanctuary Games, they gave up Angel Wings Agency in Daxia and kicked Tom and I out of Dragon Lake Games building. James respectfully explained. What's going on? Didn't Dragon Lake Games work hard for this agency for a long time? How could it suddenly give up? The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of doubt. Boss, Dragon Lake Games changed to a very young boss, and let us leave before I could even speak. James then added fuel to the fire and messed things up. Humph. Since Dragon Lake Games refused to cooperate, then we'll find another company. I still don't believe it. Angel Wings Agency will not be able to sell. The person on the other end of the phone snorted coldly and hung up. Phew, this matter is sort of over. We just need to find another company to represent Angel Wings now. James sighed in relief and said to Tom, who was beside him. Tom also relaxed at his words. If we let the boss know that it's because of us that this cooperation fizzled out, we'll both be finished. Yeah, both of them had a moment of fear, and indignantly looked back at the Longhu building, then prepared to find a hotel in the neighborhood to stay first before contacting other companies. Chapter 80, The Excited Dong Hao. Fong Anping then led Lin Chen to the president's office. This office, which was very luxuriously decorated, had the best location in the entire Longhu mansion, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's bustle was unobstructed. Lin Chen sat on the office chair and listened to Fa Nonping report on his work. When Fa Nonping finished reporting, Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping and spoke. Go and draw up a confidentiality agreement for game development for me. The name of the game is Black Myth, Wukong. Fa Nonping quickly nodded his head in agreement before exiting the office to draw up the confidentiality agreement. Lin Chen waited for Fa Nonping to leave before taking out his cell phone and calling Dong Hao. Dong Hao was studying other games at the moment, and his heart burst with ecstasy when he saw Lin Chen calling. It had been more than a week since Lin Chen had mentioned this to him the last time he drank. If he hadn't known that Lin Chen's girlfriend had been injured, he would have even wondered if Lin Chen had forgotten about him, or had snubbed him. Young Mr. Lin, may I ask what's the matter? After taking a deep breath, Dong Hao picked up the phone and said respectfully, do you have time now? Come over to the Dragon Lake Mansion if you have time. Dong Hao immediately agreed in an excited succession after hearing what Lin Chen said. I have time, Xiao Lin. I'll be right over. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard Dong Hao's excited voice on the phone. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Send me a message when you arrive. Okay, young Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen stayed in the office for a few more minutes before Fa Nonping walked inside the office with an agreement. Lin Dong, how about you take a look at this agreement? If there are any changes that need to be made, I'll go change them right away. Fa Nonping handed that agreement to Lin Chen's desk. Lin Chen picked up the confidentiality agreement and looked at it carefully. It's fine, that's it. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Dong Hao's message was then sent over. Young Lin, I'm downstairs at Dragon Lake Games. Okay. Lin Chen returned the message and then looked at Fa Nonping. Have the receptionist downstairs bring that Dong Hao person to my office, then print out a few more copies of this non-disclosure agreement and bring them along. Okay, Lin Dong. After saying this, Fa Nonping walked out of the office. A few minutes later, Fa Nonping and Dong Hao walked in together. Mr. Lin. Dong Hao walked into the office and shouted respectfully when he saw Lin Chen. Well, you guys signed this non-disclosure agreement first, and I'll show you one thing. After Fa Nonping and Dong Hao had both signed the non-disclosure agreement, Lin Chen took out the USB flash drive containing the Black Myth, Goku production design and plugged it into his computer. Come take a look. Fa Nonping and Dong Hao sniffed and immediately walked over. Dong Hao and Fa Nonping came over to the computer, and when they saw the Black Myth, Goku design and production program displayed on the screen, Dong Hao's eyes instantly widened, and his breathing became rapid. This is simply amazing. Dong Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Although Fa Nonping didn't know much about game development, he could see the extraordinary value of the proposal from its level of detail and creative conception. Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao's excitement and smiled. Dong Hao, this is what I want to show you. This is a game design proposal that is entirely composed of elements from the great Xia mythology, and if it can be successfully developed, it will definitely cause a stir in the global game market. Dong Hao clenched his hands into fists, his eyes not wanting to leave the screen for a moment. Young Lin, this is the kind of game I've been dreaming of. I've always wanted to make a 3A game that could show off the charm of our Xia culture, and this is simply the perfect solution to my ideal. Lin Chen nodded. Dong Hao, I promised you that as long as you follow me, I will give you the opportunity to realize your dreams. This project, I intend to leave it to you to lead. Dong Hao sniffed and jerked his head up, his eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Young Lin, don't worry, I will do my best to live up to your trust. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction then looked at Fa Nonping. Mr. Feng, make arrangements for Dong Hao to be on board today. The sooner this project starts the better. Dong Hao is in charge of this project, the company is doing its best to support it. Okay Lin Dong, I'll make the arrangements right away. Fa Nonping agreed in a loud voice, and there was a slight change in the way he looked at Dong Hao. He had a very keen sense of business sense. As long as this game was released, he dared to say that it would definitely be a huge hit. And the fact that Lin Chen could let her be directly responsible for this project showed that Lin Chen thought highly of this person. Lin Chen looked at the time, already to noon. Originally thought to go back to find Jiang Shuawei dinner, did not forbid Fa Nonping and Dong Hao and the major executives to stay, can only stay with them to eat. A group of people came to a restaurant around the Longhu building. Fa Nonping specially booked a most expensive private room. Ah Chen, have you eaten yet? I originally wanted to eat the hot pot powder outside the school at noon, but Wan Air forbade me to eat it, saying that she couldn't eat it and I couldn't eat it either. Crying, Lin Chen felt his cell phone vibrate between meals and took it out to see Jiang Shuawei's message. His face couldn't help but reveal a smile. I'm already eating. All the executives of the Dragon Lake game. I'm not good enough to refuse them. After all, it's the first time to come to the company. Give them a face, ha 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 ha. So what are you eating? Just for a moment. Jiang Shuawei replied. My husband is awesome. I ate the clear soup copra. It's true that copra with lard is the best. I'll leave you alone. I still have classes in the afternoon. I'll take a nap. Good night Chun Mumu Mumu. Lin Chen looked at the message sent by Jiang Shuawei, returned a love you emoticon, and then continued to chat with Fanonping about the company. And at this moment on the internet, the story about Dragon Lake Games refusing to cooperate with Sanctuary Games to represent the copyright of Angel's Wings Dasha had also spread out. I'm going. Dragon Lake Games won't even eat the fat meat in their hands? Has it gotten so rich that it's already oiled up to this point? Angel Wings. I've long wanted to play this game. I hope the national service will be released soon. It won't let Penguin get involved. Will it? Don't. I can't stand Penguin's pissiness. Is Dragon Lake Games holding back some big move? Most of the netizens were scolding Dragon Lake Games for not knowing what to do, and many of them even ran to the bottom of the video comments posted by the official account of Dragon Lake Games Douyin to scold them. Soon Fanonping's cell phone rang. It was a call from the company's publicist. Mr. Fong, do you know about the public opinion on the internet? What public opinion? Fanonping was confused. Fanonping also took out his cell phone and searched after hearing this, and then he told Lin Chen about this matter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Doesn't matter. Let the company's PR department issue a statement. Just say that Dragon Lake Games doesn't cooperate with arrogant and bossy corporate companies. Cooperation is based on equality. If even the most basic respect for others can't be done, then it's better not to cooperate. Chapter 81, Visiting Hermes again. Alright Lindong. I'll arrange it right away. Fanonping took out his cell phone and called the PR department after he finished speaking. After dinner, Lin Chen left after giving a few instructions. Thinking that tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he drove to the tailor superstore that he had visited before. Arriving at the Hermes boutique, the counter girl was very enthusiastic once she saw that Lin Chen was dressed in Givenchy. Sir, welcome to Hermes. May I ask what you need to buy? Isn't this the Mid-Autumn Festival soon? I want to buy a bag for my mom, so help me recommend which one is more suitable. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face. Okay sir, please come this way. The counter assistant then brought Lin Chen to the area full of bags. Sir, this side is full of bags. May I ask which of our Hermes series your mother usually likes? The counter assistant opened her mouth and asked. This time it was difficult for Lin Chen. What was he doing paying attention to the collection of Hermes bags for nothing? I don't know much about it. I'm sorry sir. Our stores Birkin, Callie, and Constance are all selling very well. They are our Hermes classics. May I take the liberty of asking what your budget is roughly? The counter girl always had a smile on her face. Lin Chen made a calculation in his heart. Lin's mother definitely didn't want him to buy expensive ones, but his own girlfriend was carrying a bag that was hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what kind of thing was it for his mom to just carry a bag that was tens of thousands of dollars? A few $100,000 or more. Lin Chen thought about it and said. Once the words came out, the smile on the face of the counterkeeper was even more enthusiastic. Hundreds of thousands of bags. She had done so long at Hermes as a counter attendant had never encountered a few people willing to buy. And in front of the eyes of this looks at most 22 years old boy actually willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a bag for his mother? To be honest, for young people nowadays, he saw a lot of buying tens of thousands of dollars of bags for their girlfriends, but very few people were bringing their moms to Hermes to buy things. Thinking of this, the counter girl couldn't help but feel a fire in her heart. This young boy is long and handsome, but also so rich, and also so filial, if it can be taken. She is still very confident in her own face value. Age well. Older is not a problem. Is not there a lot of young people like young women? They happen to be divorced not long ago. Is not a perfect match. Sir, then I recommend you take a look at this Kelly series of crocodile leather bags. The color is rare emerald, showing the dignity and uniqueness, priced at about 800,000. There is also this Constance ostrich leather bag. The hardware accessories are exquisite and incomparable. The price is around 600,000. The counter assistant introduced enthusiastically, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Chen carefully scrutinized these two bags, and gently shook his head. It doesn't quite fit my mother's style. Is there anything else? The counter assistant hurriedly took out a few more bags from different series and introduced them one by one. This is Kelly's Poo leather model. The price is $300,000. There is also this Constance's sheepskin model, around $400,000, as well as this Birkin's ostrich leather model, priced at $1 million. Lin Chen was listening to the counter sister's introduction while comparing between several models of bags. At this time, the counter assistant saw that Lin Chen still seemed to be hesitating, so she said more enthusiastically, Sir, why don't you tell me about your mother's usual style of dress and preferences, so that I can recommend it more accurately for you? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, My mother usually dresses more simply and generously, and doesn't really like things that are too ostentatious. The counter girl's eyes lit up, and immediately took out another bag from the cabinet. Sir, then take a look at this Birkin's Epsom leather bag. The color is classic black. The style is low-key and elegant. The price is 700,000. Lin Chen looked at it and felt that it wasn't bad. Then his eyes sized it up a little. Suddenly saw a bag in the cabinet is also quite good looking, and mom before carrying a bag has a little similar. Mom must like, how about that bag? Lin Chen pointed with his finger. It was only then that the counterkeeper realized that the watch Lin Chen was wearing on his hand was a Patek Philippe. As a Hermes counter-sister, for luxury goods naturally have some understanding. Lin Chen hand with this one is at least $1 million. At that moment, the counterkeeper looked at Lin Chen's eyes are even more fiery. Lin Chen also noticed that the eyes of the lady at the counter were a bit wrong. This counter girl will not be interested in me, right? Looking at the age of at least 30 years old. What's the matter? Still want to eat young grass? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. The counter girl followed the direction of Lin Chen's finger, and then carefully removed the bag. Sir, this is one of our latest arrivals, a Birkin's matte crocodile leather bag. The color is a deep blue, with silver buckles. It looks extraordinarily atmospheric. The price is 1,200,000. Lin Chen looked at this bag and had a decision in his mind. This bag feels pretty good. The counter assistant nodded her head in a hurry. Your vision is truly unique. Sir, this bag is indeed very outstanding. Alright, this one then. Lin Chen finally said. A bright smile instantly bloomed on the counter assistant's face. Alright sir, I'll pack it for you right away. While waiting for the packaging process, the counter assistant didn't stay idle and continued to find topics to chat with Lin Chen. Sir, you are so good to your mother. Your mother must be especially proud. Lin Chen replied very perfunctorily. Yes, the counter girl continued. It's really rare to find a man with such good taste and filial piety as you. May I ask what you do? Opened a few companies. Lin Chen said lightly. The counter girl's eyes glowed. Then you are really young and promising. Sir. Saying this, she came a little closer. The strong perfume odor on her body made Lin Chen frown. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. The counter girl, however, didn't seem to notice Lin Chen's revulsion and continued. Sir, is it convenient to add a WeChat? In the future, if you have any questions about bags, you can ask me at any time. Lin Chen directly shook his head and refused. No, thanks. The counter girl's face stiffened slightly, but she quickly returned to smiling. Alright then, sir. At this time, the bag was wrapped and the counter lady handed it over, deliberately touching Lin Chen's hand gently with her fingers. Lin Chen frowned slightly, took the bag, paid, and prepared to leave. The counter assistant hurriedly said, Sir, welcome to your next visit. I wish you and your mother a happy life. Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the Hermes boutique. The counter assistant looked at Lin Chen's distant figure with a resigned face. It's a pity that a man who is handsome and rich in gold doesn't like young women. Why can't you learn more from the ancients? Chapter 82 Big Sister? The counter sister stopped thinking about it and secretly took a picture of Lin Chen. Just then a message came from her coworker and best friend. Envious or not? Hot pot for lunch. This was followed by a picture of eating hot pot. The counter girl had a smug smile on her face. Envious. But I just but sold that 1,200,000 Hermes Birkin. After a long time, the opposite side replied. I last sold that more than $4 million of bag only complacent how long you will me over. And it's still a handsome guy. The counter girl sent out Lin Chen's picture again. Isn't this handsome guy the one who spent over $400,000 on a bag for his girlfriend before? He bought her girlfriend a bag again today? It's so cool to be his girlfriend. The counter girl couldn't help but freeze when she saw this message. And then a bitter smile appeared on her face. No wonder he can't look at me. It turns out that people have a young and beautiful girlfriend. And at this moment, Lin Chen ran to the jewelry store again, ready to buy a few more gold necklaces, jade bracelets and the like for Lin Mother. Lin Mother had never bought any jewelry since 18 years, and Lin Father often said he was sorry for her. Now that he had the ability, he definitely had to have everything ready. Just as he was about to buy it, Zhang Shuowei's phone called. Hello? Chen? Where are you? I finished my class. Zhang Shuowei said in a cheerful tone. I'm at the mall buying something. Won't tomorrow be vacation? Thought I'd bring some gifts for my parents. Lin Chen said softly. I was about to ask you. Aren't you going to take me back home tomorrow? Lin Chen sniffed. Won't you be accompanying your uncles and aunts for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Didn't you say last time that you were going to take me back next time you go home? I thought you remembered it. I've discussed it with my parents to go to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival. As a result, you didn't even think of this. Zhang Shuowei was obviously a little unhappy. Lin Chen was thinking of taking Zhang Shuowei back on Saturday and Sunday, but as a result, something happened, so he could only give up. The next vacation was the Mid-Autumn Festival again, and Lin Chen hadn't even thought about what excuse to use to go back and say that Zhang Shuowei hadn't come, but he didn't think that Zhang Shuowei had actually had this plan for a long time. This isn't good, is it? Mid-Autumn Festival, this kind of family reunion day. Lin Chen was a little hesitant. What's not good about it? You just don't want to take me back, do you? No. I definitely don't mean that, Lin Chen hurriedly explained. Then isn't that alright? This matter is settled? You're at that tailor superstore near the school, right? Yes. Why? Lin Chen subconsciously replied. What's wrong? I had to bring something over the first time I went to your house? Idiot. Jiang Shuawei laughed and scolded. Well, I'll come pick you up then. Lin Chen's heart was slightly warmed. No need. I'm already almost at the school entrance. I'll take a cab over. See you later, oh fool. Jiang Shuawei hung up the phone after saying that. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Then he put his bag back in the car and walked towards Xin Rue Coffee in the superstore. Hello, please scan the code to place your order. Oh, the clerk reminded. Lin Chen nodded, then scanned the QR code and ordered 2 matcha arena ice with cream. It only took a few minutes for Lin Chen to get them. Phew, it still tastes like this. Lin Chen took a sip and was very satisfied. After walking to the entrance of Taylor's superstore and waiting for a while, Jiang Shuawei walked over with her bag. Lin Chen walked up and handed Jiang Shuawei the matcha arena ice in his hand. Jiang Shuawei smoothly let Lin Chen carry the bag. Hey, what's this? It's quite tasty. Jiang Shuawei's eyes lit up as soon as she drank it. Lin Chen smiled smugly. Not bad, right? Xin Rue Coffee's matcha arena ice. Xin Rue Coffee? I've only even drank the coffee in it. I didn't realize there was something this good. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed. What are we going to buy now? I'm going to buy some jewelry for my mom first. Let's go. Arriving at the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, as soon as the clerk saw the 2 beautiful men and women in extraordinary clothes, he walked up with a warm smile on his face. Lin Chen's gaze condensed. Then he looked somewhat incredulously at the woman wearing a mask who was introducing jewelry to a customer in the store at this moment. Good day to the 2 of you. Zhou Xiaofu, may I ask what I need to see? Lin Chen didn't say anything, just stared at the woman, and to make sure he hadn't misrecognized her, he even stepped forward a little closer. Jiang Shuawei was just about to speak when she saw Lin Chen walking that way, so she said to the store clerk, Sorry, let's look at it ourselves for a while. After saying that, she followed. The female clerk had long since seen that the 2 were dressed in extraordinary clothes, so naturally she wouldn't let go of such potential customers, so she also followed. What are you looking at, Chen? Jiang Shuawei followed Lin Chen's line of sight and saw the female sales clerk. That woman looks a bit like my cousin. Lin Chen opened his mouth and said. Jiang Shuawei instantly became a little nervous upon hearing this. Her name is Zhou Dongxue. She has been working in our store for a few months now. Sir, are you sure it's your cousin? Lin Chen was even more certain once he heard the name, turning his head to look at this female sales clerk. I'm sure, thanks. Then looked at the woman wearing a mask and shouted, Big sister? The woman subconsciously turned around to look at Lin Chen, then removed the mask with some surprise. Little Chen? Why are you here? I came here to buy something. Cousin, you work here? Lin Chen looked happy after seeing Zhou Dongxue. Can you take care of my side first? The customer next to Zhou Dongxue was a little dissatisfied. Sorry. Zhou Dongxue apologized and then looked at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, you wait for me for a while. I'll come back to talk to you after I'm done. Alright, big sister. You get busy first, Lin Chen said in a hurry. Zhou Dongxue nodded, glanced at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Chen and started working. The female clerk from before was still very knowledgeable. Seeing that Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue really knew each other, she left. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, on the other hand, strolled around the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. It didn't take long for Zhou Dongxue to finish her work. Chen, aren't you going to introduce this pretty sister? Zhou Dongxue looked at Jiang Shuawei and said with a smile. Good day, sister. My name is Jiang Shuawei. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei nervously grabbed the corner of her coat and said, this Lin Chen kid is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend like you, Zhou Dongxue said with a smile, and then in order not to disturb the customers in the store, she also specifically pulled Jiang Shuawei to the door to chat, directly throwing Lin Chen to the side. Zhou Dongxue is the eldest daughter of her uncle's family, 2 years older than Lin Chen, studying at the Southwest University of Finance and Economics. There is also a youngest daughter named Zhou Ling, this year only senior high school. Have to say, women make friends really quite fast. This only said a few words looks like no good. Long-time old friends like talking and laughing. Chen, your kid is really so rich now? How did you do it? Chapter 83 Buying Jewelry. Zhou Dongxue was shocked. His parents had told her about this matter, but she didn't really believe it and thought it was a joke. As a result, only after seeing Lin Chen today did she believe it. Wearing a Patek Philippe on his hand, dressed in a Givenchy, his girlfriend was holding a Hermes bag in her hand. Big sister, it's not convenient to disclose. Anyway, just remember that your brother is rich now, Lin Chen said with a smile. Really? Then don't bring your old sister? I've opened several companies. You can go work wherever you want. Hearing Zhou Dongxue's words, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised instead. Zhou Dongxue grew up to be one of those very autonomous people. very opinionated, and her uncle never made decisions for her. As long as it was something she wanted to do, her uncle was very supportive. Are you kids serious? Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin Chen was serious and didn't look like he was joking. Of course, you're my sister, Lin Chen said rightfully. Forget it or, I'm only at the beginning of my junior year. Let's wait for me to graduate and then we'll talk about it. If you regret it then, I'll clean you up, Zhou Dongxue said with a smile. Do not worry sister. So, in that case, that real estate company called Rontoland, you're really a shareholder in it? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Even Zhou Dongxue, who was already psychologically prepared, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. After that incident, she specifically went to search for Rontoland, not to know. A search shocked Rontoland market value, that is the market value of more than 150 billion listed companies. Lin Chen is a shareholder of Rontoland at such a young age. Even if only 1% of the shares, that is worth more than a billion. This is also too sci-fi a little. Zhou Dongxue did not ask Lin Chen how he did it. You came to Zhou Xiufu to choose jewelry for your younger sibling? Yes, and then isn't this the Mid-Autumn Festival? I'm going to buy some gifts for mom and dad to bring back. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Then you're planning to bring Xuewei back to meet aunt and uncle as well? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Xuewei, who was a little embarrassed. Yes, sooner or later the daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. Zhang Xuewei sniffed and puffed. You're the ugly daughter-in-law. That's right, other people's Xuewei sister is so beautiful. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue with a somewhat odd face. Sister, Xuewei is also a junior, and you're from May 04. Xuewei is from December 03. Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue froze at the same time. That's fine. It's only right that I call out to your sister, Zhang Xuewei explained. Don't you guys still need to buy jewelry? I'll come introduce it for you guys, just so I can also get a commission. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly skipped the topic. Alright, big sister, then you have to give us a good recommendation, Lin Chen said with a smile. The three of them then walked inside the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Zhou Dongxue, who allowed you to run outside the store and chat with others during working hours? A woman wearing a professional outfit inside the store questioned. Sorry store manager, I ran into my brother and chatted for a few minutes. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly apologized. Zhou Dongxue, you have to know that you're here as a part-time employee. The store doesn't want part-time employees in the first place. If this happens again you'll just leave. Also, your bonus for this month will be deducted by 100. That female store manager was unforgiving. Store manager, why are you deducting so much? My part-time job is only $100 or so a day. You've deducted a day's salary from me this time. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Dongxue's face was a bit ugly. Lin Chen's gaze stared. This store owner was a bit too mean. In total, she had only chatted for a few minutes, and it was only a trip to the toilet. And this was a deduction of a day's wages? Zhang Xuewei was obviously also a bit upset for Zhou Dongxue. We are here to buy jewelry. Sister Dongxue was just introducing jewelry to us. Humph, why do you have to go outside the store to introduce jewelry? This is the first time I've seen it, the female store manager said disdainfully. That's out of your hands. What's wrong with introducing it outside the store? We just have to buy it, right? Lin Chen said indifferently. That female shopkeeper was instantly speechless. Indeed, what do you care where it's introduced? As long as the jewelry is sold, isn't it fine? That female shopkeeper could only resentfully stop talking. Zhou Dongxue snickered and quietly gave Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei a thumbs up. Zhou Dongxue then took Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei to look at the introduction. Lin Chen's eyes were suddenly attracted to a gold necklace. How about a gold necklace? I think it's quite nice. My mom might like it. Lin Chen pointed at the necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue and Zhang Xuewei. Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue also cast their eyes over when they heard this. Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue's gazes landed on the gold necklace, which shone brightly under the light. Zhou Dongxue looked at the necklace and said, Xiao Chen, this necklace is indeed beautiful. You have a good eye. Auntie will definitely like it. The price of this necklace is $88,000. It's made of pure gold with exquisite craftsmanship, and the gemstones set on it are all of superior quality. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied with the necklace. He turned his head to Zhang Xuewei and asked, What do you think, Xuewei? Zhang Xuewei smiled. I also think it's very pretty. Auntie will definitely like it. Lin Chen decided to just buy this necklace. He said to Zhou Dongxue, Big sister, this is the one. You can help us see if there's any other jewelry that suits my mom. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded, showing them some more jade bracelets and earrings. The few people ended up choosing another ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue. At this time Zhou Dongxue was still in a very happy mood. She used her maximum authority to give Lin Chen the biggest discount. Just these 4 kinds of jewelry, several $100,000. She could also get a very high commission. Even if it was a part-time job, the commission would be much lower than a full-time employee. She could still get $10,000. Big sister, why don't you pick one too? My brother has money now, so how can I buy something for my sister? Zhou Dongxue was still thinking about how this commission money should be spent at this moment, and Lin Chen's words almost made her not react. No need, Xiao Chen, this commission is already a lot. Zhou Dongxue subconsciously refused. Sis, you used to think of me when you had something good. Now that I'm rich and capable, you still won't let me treat you better? Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. He had long guessed that Zhou Dongxue would react this way. Only then did Zhou Dongxue react to the fact that this younger brother of his wasn't simple anymore, and was at least a billionaire worth over $1 billion. Ha. Good, then big sister will not be polite with you, ha. Zhou Dongxue only hesitated slightly for a while before she opened her mouth with some relief. Chapter 84, Encountering Wang Shijie. Zhang Xuewei just watched from the sidelines with a smiling face. Zhou Dongxue surveyed the jewelry in the store. A trace of hesitation surfaced on her face. She bit her lip and finally chose a bracelet worth a few $1,000s. The bracelet had a simple and generous shape, but it also had a few points of delicacy. Lin Chen took a look and frowned slightly. Big sister, this is too cheap. You choose well again. Don't be polite to me. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly explained. Xiao Chen, there's really no need. I like this bracelet very much, and a bracelet of a few $1,000s isn't cheap anymore. Lin Chen was however very insistent. No, big sister, listen to me. You must choose a good one today. Zhou Dongxue sighed helplessly, but inwardly she was very pleased. A diamond necklace worth tens of thousands of dollars was finally chosen. The diamonds on the necklace were crystal clear and flashed with dazzling light, complementing Zhou Dongxue's gentle temperament. Sister Dongxue, come let me try it on you, Zhang Xuewei said with a smile on her face as she looked at Zhou Dongxue. Good. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded. So Zhang Xuewei picked up the necklace and helped Zhou Dongxue put it on. The moment Zhou Dongxue put on the necklace, the whole person seemed to be lit up, and her gentle temperament was even more emphasized. It's so pretty, Sister Dongxue. Zhang Xuewei couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being my sister. She's just as pretty as she looks, Lin Chen also said with a smile. Really? Zhou Dongxue looked very pleased, looking down and surveying the necklace. Really? Sister Dongxue, come here. Zhang Xuewei excitedly pulled Zhou Dongxue to the mirror in the jewelry store. Sister Dongxue, look, this necklace makes you even more beautiful. Zhang Xuewei's eyes were bright and full of joy. Zhou Dongxue looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile as well. It's really pretty. Thank you. Lin Chen looked on from the side and also smiled. Big sister, just this one, don't change it. Zhou Dongxue nodded, looking at Lin Chen with relief in her eyes. That female store manager at this time has long since lost the arrogance and domineering just now, because she has already seen out the Givenchy on Lin Chen's body and Patek Philippe on his hand, as well as Zhang Xuewei's hand that is worth at least several $100,000 of the bag. If she hadn't recognized it, according to her own temperament, she definitely wouldn't have let Zhou Dongxue try this necklace of tens of thousands of dollars, which would have completely offended the couple. Lin Chen turned his gentle gaze towards Zhang Xuewei. Xuewei, you also choose, don't just look. Zhang Xuewei lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and gently shook her hand. Chen, no need, just buy it for auntie. I don't need it. Lin Chen pulled up her hand and gently shook it, his eyes full of favor. Just choose if I let you. Don't be polite to me. Zhang Xuewei hesitated for a while, and finally chose a pair of delicate pearl earrings. The pearls on that pair of earrings were round and full, emitting a soft luster. After some of this shopping, Lin Chen swiped his card to settle the bill, spending a total of over $400,000. The female shopkeeper's eyes were straight on the side, and the previous mean color had long disappeared. In its place was a face full of flattery and currying favor. Her face was full of smiles and her body slightly leaned forward. Mr. and Miss, you two really have a good eye, and you've chosen the finest products in our store. Come often in the future. We'll be sure to give you the best service and the best price. Lin Chen didn't even look at her. Big sister, then Xuewei and I will leave first. Come over to play when you're free, haha, Lin Chen said as he looked at Zhou Dongxue. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded. Alright, be careful on the road. After Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei left the jewelry store, they continued to stroll around the mall. In the end, he chose a few sets of clothes and a few pairs of shoes for Lin's father and mother, bought some healthcare products and tea, and spent several tens of thousands of dollars, all of which was given by Zhang Xuewei. Said it was the first time to go to Lin Chen's house. This money has to be her own out. But where did you get so much money? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xuewei hemmed and hawed. Of course it's from my parents. They know that I'm coming to your house this mid-autumn festival, so they specifically transferred tens of thousands of dollars to me so that I can buy some things for my uncles and aunts to bring over. Lin Chen listened to Zhang Xuewei's explanation. His heart was filled with emotion and he gently pinched her nose. After the two of them finished buying things, they walked towards the parking lot. Chen, I have to go back to school first. Little Muppet is still at school. Lin Chen nodded and skillfully started the car, the engine emitting a low and powerful roar. Soon, Lin Chen drove the car into the school, stopping steadily under Jiang Shuawei's dormitory building. Because of the reason that tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were students dragging their luggage everywhere under the dormitory building. Chen, I'll be quick. Just wait for me downstairs. Oh. Jiang Shuawei sipped on Lin Chen's face and then entered the dormitory building with a smile on her face. The little ragdoll saw Jiang Shuawei come back, originally lying on the bed watching Tang Wan-er organize her luggage. Immediately jumped down and stood by Jiang Shuawei's feet to Jiang Shuawei's non-stop meowing. Yo, stinky daughter-in-law is going to meet her in-laws? Tang Wan-er looked at Jiang Shuawei with a bad smile and teased. Jiang Shuawei held the little Muppet in her arms and teased it, then blankly glanced at Tang Wan-er. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just going to pay a visit to my uncles and aunts. Tang Wan-er winked. Fine. I get it. Quickly pack up your things. Don't make people wait impatiently. Jiang Shuawei red-faced no longer bothered with Tang Wan-er's flirting. Jiang Shuawei put the little ragdoll into the pet backpack, then took a few bags of cat food and stuffed them into the bag. Cosmetics were haphazardly stuffed into the Hermes bag. Sister Wan-er, I'll leave first. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, Jiang Shuawei said and ran downstairs. And at this time Lin Chen was waiting downstairs in the dormitory board. A Lamborghini steadily stopped in front of Lin Chen. The window rolled down and it was none other than Wang Shijie. Brother Lin, waiting for your sister-in-law? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Wang Shijie also got out of the car and walked over to Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin, what a coincidence. I'm waiting for Zhu. Are you still not going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen casually asked. It's just that I'm preparing to bring Zhu home to meet my parents and grandpa and the others. Zhu and I have been in love since high school, and now we can finally bring it home openly and honestly. Wang Shijie's eyes softened quite a bit when he said this. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Wang Shijie one more time. I didn't expect this guy to be quite infatuated. His family was so rich that he didn't turn into a prodigal son. It could only be said that their family's education was quite good. As he was talking, Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei trotting out of the dormitory building. Jiang Shuawei walked to the side of the two. Wang Shijie, why are you also here? Waiting for Zhu? Jiang Shuawei asked. Good day, sister-in-law. I just came to wait for Zhu, and I just happened to run into brother Lin, so I chatted for a while. Wang Shijie said with a smile. Shijie, then we'll leave first. We'll talk next time. Chapter 85, Lin Father and Lin Mother. Lin Chen saw that it was getting late, so he directly said goodbye to Wang Shijie. Alright, goodbye brother Lin. Bye-bye sister-in-law. Wang Shijie responded in a hurry. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei returned to the car, they took out their cell phones and called Lin's mother. Xiao Chen, when are you coming back? Has she gone back yet? Your girlfriend? As soon as the call was connected, Lin mother's voice came over. Mom, I'm coming back for dinner today, and my girlfriend is coming over later to rest at our house. Lin Chen said with a smile. Why didn't you brats say it earlier? You said earlier that your father and I would have prepared earlier. It's such a rush now. Lin mother exclaimed, then said with a bit of happiness and a bit of complaint. It's okay mom, big deal, we'll go out to eat later. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuawei sat in the passenger seat and held the little Muppet on her lap listening to Lin mother's words on the phone snickering. Right, what's your girlfriend's name? How am I going to call her when the time comes? Do you think I have to seal a red envelope for your girlfriend's first visit? Pajamas, slippers, toothbrushes, washcloths, these I have to prepare. Mom, my girlfriend's name is Jiang Shuawei. The snow of the Yangtze River and the violet of the purple violet. The red packet will be fine if you look at it. Okay, I know. I have to hurry to get ready. Lazy in you this brat bull ********. Lin mother hung up the phone just after she finished speaking. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless as he listened to the beeping sound on his cell phone. Chen, I still have to rest at your house at night. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly and said with some embarrassment. Right, otherwise where will you sleep? We can't let you go out and stay in a hotel, right? Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's head and softly said. Jiang Shuawei sniffled. It's also but if I sleep in your house the first time I go to your house, will it make auntie think I'm more frivolous? Jiang Shuawei said worriedly. How could it? Then didn't I also rest in your house the first time I went to your house? Lin Chen comforted. It's not the same. It's fine. My mom won't think so. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's small hand. Good blah. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's face again then started the car. On the way Jiang Shuawei looked nervous, constantly twisting the corners of her coat, her brows knitted slightly. Chen, I'm still a little nervous. What if my uncle and aunt don't like me? Jiang Shuawei tightly gripped the corner of her coat. Lin Chen smiled and comforted. Don't worry Shuawei, my parents will definitely like you. You're so kind and lovely, how could they not like it? Lin Chen freed a hand and gently held Jiang Shuowei's hand. Lin Chen's palm was white and warm, causing Jiang Shuowei's heart to settle down a little. Because tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there was a lot of foot traffic, and Lin Chen didn't even dare to take the highway. Originally 40 to 50 minutes away, Lin Chen drove 1.5 fast 2 hours before coming to the neighborhood downstairs. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to drive the car into the underground parking lot, but was stopped by the security guard when crossing the gate. "Sir, your car may not be able to enter the underground parking lot," the security guard in the security booth warned. "Why? I'm the resident in the neighborhood," Lin Chen asked with some confusion, and Jiang Shuowei was also a bit curious. "Sir, the chassis of your car is too low to go down," the security guard explained. Only then did Lin Chen realize. He almost forgot. The chassis of a supercar was too low to get down. Forcing it down would only get it stuck. Lin Chen casually took a packet of huazi from the car and handed it to the security guard. "Thanks for the reminder, ha bro." The security guard was flattered and took the huazi. It's fine. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then backed the car out and searched the roadside for half a day before finding an empty parking space to park in. Jiang Shuowei put the little ragdoll into the pet backpack, and then Lin Chen carried a large bag of things out of the car. After walking into the neighborhood, they went straight to the second unit of the third building. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shuowei was obviously more nervous. "My house is on the 17th floor. I'll be there in a while," Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuowei's heartbeat became more and more rapid. She kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, but the nervousness was like a mess. How could she not sort it out? The elevator quickly reached the 17th floor, and Lin Chen took out his key and opened the door to his home. "Dad! Mom! We're back!" Lin Chen shouted. Obviously it had only been more than half a month, but Lin Chen was in a bit of a trance. The last time he left home, he only had a few $1,000s on him, and this time when he came home, he was already a tycoon with a fortune of a few $100 billion, and also brought home a schoolgirl girlfriend. Lin's father and mother were busy in the kitchen, and as soon as they heard the sound they rushed to welcome them out. "Aya, Shuowei is here. Come in. Lin mother greeted warmly, her face overflowing with joyful smiles. Jiang Shuowei obediently walked into the living room and said, "Hello uncle and auntie, this is the gift I brought for you." Jiang Shuowei handed the gift to Lin's father and mother with a slight nervousness in her eyes. Her hands were unconsciously clasped together, and her palms were already covered in sweat. Lin's father and mother smiled and took the gift, praising Jiang Shuowei for her understanding. Afterwards, because there were still dishes in the pot, Lin's father went into the kitchen. "Come, Shuowei, don't be polite. Sit here." Lin mother pulled Jiang Shuowei to sit on the soft and cozy sofa, and thoughtfully handed her a peach. "Try this. Just bought it. It's fresh." Lin Chen, on the other hand, went into the kitchen to help bring out the fruit. "Shuowei, just treat this place like your own home." Lin mother had a joyful smile on her face, and then took out a bulging red envelope and handed it to Jiang Shuowei. "No need, auntie, how can this be?" Jiang Shuowei saw the red envelope and refused. "This is a tradition on our side. If you don't accept it then you are not satisfied with our family," Lin Chen reminded at this time. Jiang Shuowei heard this and hesitantly accepted it. "Thank you auntie," Jiang Shuowei shouted obediently. You guys play first, you'll be able to eat soon huh?" "Okay Lu auntie." Lin mother smiled and nodded, then walked into the kitchen. After Lin father and mother walked into the kitchen, Lin Chen sat next to Jiang Shuowei on the sofa and gently patted her hand as a sign of comfort. "Don't be too nervous, baby, my parents are very good at getting along," Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, but her eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of the kitchen. "Chen, I'm still a little nervous. Should I go help in the kitchen?" Jiang Shuowei asked in a small voice. "No, just stay here. My mom definitely won't let you help," Lin Chen softly said. Jiang Shuowei could only give in. Meow. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei heard the cat call which made them react to the fact that they hadn't put the little Muppet out yet. Chapter 86 Persuading Lin Bing. Jiang Shuowei hurriedly opened her pet backpack and held the little Muppet on her lap. Meow. Little Muppet's big blue eyes looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei with a resigned expression. The pitiful look caused Jiang Shuowei's heart to ache, and Lin Chen stroked Little Muppet's head. "Ouch, mom was wrong." Jiang Shuowei held it in her arms and comforted it. It didn't take long for Lin father and mother to walk out from carrying dishes from the kitchen. "Shuowei, come and eat yo," Lin mother said with a smile as she walked out with the dishes, and then her face looked at the little Muppet in Jiang Shuowei's arms with some surprise. "Wow, what kind of cat is this? It's so pretty looking, auntie. This is a blue double booby cat, a little princess," Jiang Shuowei explained. "A ragdoll cat? I've seen it online. It's really quite cute." Lin's mother drifted off. "Come eat quickly? I'm starving," Lin Chen said as he rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten mom and dad's cooking for more than half a month, not to mention that he missed it. Jiang Shuawei placed the little ragdoll on the sofa and then sat down with Lin Chen. The family sat around the dining table, the table full of delicacies emitting a tantalizing aroma. Shuawei, don't be polite, eat more. Lin father greeted warmly. Jiang Shuawei nodded her head obediently and started moving her chopsticks. She tasted a mouthful of sweet and sour pork ribs. The sweet and sour flavor instantly spread in her mouth and she couldn't help but praise it. Uncle and auntie, these sweet and sour pork ribs are so deliciously made. Lin mother smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Eat more if you like it, come often in the future. Auntie will often make it for you. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuawei a piece of braised pork and said with a smile, quickly taste this braised pork. My mom's braised pork is a masterpiece. Jiang Shuawei put the braised pork into her mouth. It was fatty but not greasy, and melted in her mouth. It's really delicious. Auntie's craftsmanship is fantastic. As she ate, Lin mother suddenly said as if she remembered something. Right, Shuawei, if Lin Chen bullies you in the future, just tell auntie. Auntie will help you teach him a lesson. Jiang Shuawei blushed. Auntie, Lin Chen is very good to me. Lin Chen quickly answered. Mom, how dare I bully her? Everyone laughed, and the sound of laughter echoed in the room. After dinner, Jiang Shuawei took the initiative to help clean up the dishes, and Lin mother couldn't stop her no matter how she tried. Auntie, you worked hard cooking. I'll clean up. Jiang Shuawei insisted. Lin mother looked at her helplessly. In her heart, she liked this understanding girl more and more. After cleaning up, the family sat in the living room and watched TV. The little Muppet was lying quietly in the cat's nest on the side. Lin father, Lin mother and Jiang Shuawei chatted about the family. Lin Chen occasionally interjecting a few words from the side. Shuawei, come to the house more often on vacation in the future. It's lively with many people. Lin father said. Jiang Shuawei nodded and responded. Okay, uncle and aunt, I will. Lin Chen poured the cat food into the little ragdoll's bowl, and then held the little ragdoll to the side of the bowl after laying out the cat litter. Then he looked at Lin's father and mother. Right, mom and dad, why don't you guys quit that electronics factory job? It's tiring and doesn't earn much money a month. What do you need to say? My son has become a big boss of such a big company. Why should I work? I'll just enjoy my happiness. Lin mother said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Shuawei. Don't you think so, Shuawei? Yes, auntie is right. Jiang Shuawei nodded her head in agreement. What about dad? Dad, did you quit too? Lin Chen was relieved when he heard Lin mother's words, then looked at Lin father. I still feel that staying at home without working is a bit idle. Lin father said with a smile. Your father's life is a life of idleness. I've been persuading him for days. He insisted on going to work, and he didn't even want to go out with me for a few days when I asked him to do so. Lin's mother seemed a bit angry when she said this, and glared at Lin's father. It's not good to take time off. I'll accompany you when I have time. Lin father was a little embarrassed. Dad, are you really going to continue working at the electronics factory? Do you really like that kind of work? Lin Chen asked with a sigh. He had gone in once before on a summer job, and it was really a bit hard to get through. So what's the solution? It's not like other places don't want me at my age, and I can't be idle at home. Dad, think of it this way. I'm a big boss with hundreds of millions of dollars, and as a result, Dad is working in an electronics factory. What do you want people to think of me? Will they think it's because I'm not filial enough and have character problems, and then they won't want to work with me? Lin Chen's words rendered Lin father speechless. He really hadn't thought about this before. Yeah, Lin Bing, what if you delay your son? Lin mother also felt very reasonable as she listened from the side. Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything. This was Lin Chen's family matter. She couldn't interrupt. Then I'll resign tomorrow. Lin father thought about it or said, that's right, Dad, haven't you always wanted to do business? My son will support you with $10 million. You can do whatever you want. Lin Chen was also very happy to see Lin father agree. $10 million? Forget it. You'd better keep this money for yourself. $10 million is too much. Lin father waved his hand in shock at the sound of $10 million. Yes, Xiao Chen, $10 million is too much. What if your father loses it all? I don't agree. Lin mother also said, her attitude very firm. If it was 1 or 2 million, it would be fine. After all, now that it was known that her son was a shareholder of the 100 billion company, that was at least hundreds of millions of dollars. So 1 or 2 million would be harmless. But this is 10 million. Even for a billionaire, 10 million is a lot of money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system mission. Persuade Lin Bing to do business. Mission reward, Parkway Supermarket. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Parkway Mall, he knew. It was a supermarket that opened under their house. Although it was said that it wasn't worth a few dollars, it was estimated to be 7 or 8 million at the most. But wouldn't it be just right to bring it to his own dad to operate? Lin Chen thought slightly and organized his language. Dad, I also opened a supermarket. Do you think you want to help me manage it? I usually don't have the time. When these words came out, Lin father and Lin mother were all stunned, their expressions a little shocked. Only Jiang Shuawei appeared to have gotten used to it, and her expression didn't change much. A supermarket? Little fan, you even opened a supermarket? Lin father and mother hurriedly asked after him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's that Parkway supermarket downstairs that you guys often go to. Ah, Lin father and mother let out a gasp at the same time. Little Chen, you wouldn't have acquired this supermarket on purpose for me, right? Lin father pursued. That's what he had read in the novels. A single word was an acquisition. That's not true. It's just an exchange of interests with some people at work before. Lin Chen casually made up a lie. Chapter 87. What is Zhou Dongxue hiding? Lin's father and mother nodded plausibly. But I don't know anything. What if I mess up? Hesitation was written all over Lin father's face, and his eyes revealed a hint of worry, as if he was having a fierce struggle in his heart. He was indeed a bit moved. After all, it had always been his dream to have his own business, but he was afraid that he would cause trouble for his son because of his own mistakes. Lin mother didn't say anything else. She just sat quietly on the side, her eyes moving back and forth between Lin father and Lin Chen. It's fine, Dad. This supermarket is worth less than $10 million in total. Even if it closes down, it won't lose much money. Lin Chen had a face of indifference. Wasn't it just $10 million? How much is that? If that's the case, then why don't you go and try it out? It's better than working in an electronics factory, right? Besides, this is also my son's intention. Lin's mother also opened her mouth to persuade. Alright, I'll enjoy the taste of being a boss too. Ha 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 ha. Lin father laughed somewhat freely, originally thinking that this was all he had in his life. He didn't realize that he was actually a father to his son. Alright, Dad. I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a smile. He then took out the jewelry and bag that he had bought for Lin mother. Mom, this bag is the one I picked out especially for you. Looks good, right? Lin Chen handed the 1 million plus Hermes bag to Lin mother with a smile on his face. Lin mother took it with some surprise, her hands gently caressing the surface of the bag, scrutinizing it carefully. This is Hermes, right? This bag is so good looking. This texture, how come it has to be tens of thousands of dollars, right? Lin mother lovingly caressed the bag and asked. Mom, you don't care. Son has money, you just accept it. I also bought you some jewelry. Lin Chen just answered ambiguously. He didn't want Lin mother to feel pressured because of the price. By the way, I even ran into big sister when I was buying jewelry at Zhou Xiaofu. Lin Chen suddenly said. It's normal for you guys to run into each other. Your schools are all so close together. What? Did that girl Dong Shui also happen to be buying jewelry? Lin mother asked curiously. No, big sister works there. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Working? Lin mother, who was still looking at her bag, frowned at the words and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Isn't Dong Shui still attending the University of Finance and Economics? How come she's working at a jewelry store? Lin mother put down the bag in her hand and asked eagerly. I heard their store manager say that it seems to be a part-time job. Lin Chen explained. Lin mother, however, was still frowning and deep in thought. What's wrong? Is something wrong? When Lin Chen saw that Lin mother's reaction was a little off, his heart snapped and he hurriedly asked after her. Jiang Shuawei also looked at Lin mother. Hey, I'm not particularly clear. I heard your uncle say that your big sister wasn't feeling well the other day, so your uncle had her checked out. Lin mother's voice carried a hint of heaviness and worry, but after the test results came out, Dong Shui refused to take the report out and look at it, and just kept saying that it's fine. It's fine. Lin mother sighed and continued. We all think it may be checked out what disease, but you also know your big sister's character. Think good idea. 8 cows cannot pull back. Your uncle went to school to find your sister. Your sister also refused to say. Pulling your sister to the hospital. Your sister also do not go, but also when your uncle had a big fight. But we are worried to death. You now have the ability. And winter snow, that girl relationship is very good. You think of ways to explore that girl's mouth. If there really is any disease, you can help as much as you can. Right. Your aunt and uncle weren't bad to you before. And as far as this girl Dong Shui is concerned, she didn't treat you badly either. Lin father also looked at Lin Chen very seriously. Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Since he was a child, he had always had great respect for Zhou Dongxue. She really was a qualified older sister. There were many times when Lin Chen caused trouble, but it was Zhou Dongxue who took the blame. Those memories of the past came back to him like a tidal wave, making the uneasiness in his heart grow stronger. When Lin Chen heard Lin father and mother say this, his heart actually felt an unexplained burst of annoyance. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I know, I'm going to help even if you guys don't say so, and I'm going to do my best to help. Lin Chen wasn't in much of a mood to continue chatting at this point, and took out his cell phone to call Zhou Dongxue over. Hello, little Chen? Why did you think of calling big sister? Zhou Dongshue's voice on the other end of the phone came through, sounding as if it was no different than usual, but Lin Chen still keenly captured a hint of exhaustion. Big sister, just caring about you. Did you go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen tried his best to make his voice sound relaxed and natural. Zhou Dongshue was silent for a moment. Not yet, I'm going to go back tomorrow. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to get to the point. Big sister, I heard that you were not feeling well and went for a checkup. What's going on? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then Zhou Dongshue said, Why? No big deal. It's just that I've been a little tired lately. I'll be fine after resting. Big sister, don't hide it from me. Mom and Dad have told me. Why won't you show them the inspection report? Lin Chen's voice was a bit anxious. Xiao Chen, it's really nothing. Don't listen to their nonsense. I just don't want them to worry. Zhou Dongshue still refused to let go. Big sister, if there's something you can really talk to me about, you know I'm still capable now. I'm really fine. I'm still outside with my classmates gathering. Hang up first. Not big sister. Lin Chen hadn't even finished his sentence when a beep sounded on the phone. Lin Chen helplessly put down his cell phone. Lin father and mother knew the end when they looked at Lin Chen's behavior. Hey, Dongshue, this girl is really. Lin mother was a bit depressed. Zhou Dongshue and Zhou Ling are both she watched grow up, has long seen them as their own children, now out of such a thing, inevitably very worried. It's okay mom, I will definitely convince big sister. Lin Chen comforted. Uncle and auntie, I bought you some gifts, see if you like them. Jiang Shuawei wanted to ease the atmosphere at this moment, so she brought over the gifts she had bought. This is for auntie to buy cosmetics. This is for uncle to buy tea. Also do not know uncle like it. Also bought some healthcare products. Jiang Shuawei introduced them one by one. Oops, like. Shuawei, you this child to come on how to also bring gifts? Lin's father and mother were in a better mood, looking at Jiang Shuawei with a satisfied look. Auntie and uncle, you like it on the line? Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. The few people then chatted for a while. Right Shuawei, Lin mother said and called Jiang Shuawei to the bathroom. This is your mouthwash cup and toothbrush. This pink towel is also yours. I washed it once. Also bought a set of pajamas. I put them in Xiao Chen's closet. Chapter 88 System Tasks for Zhou Dongshue. Alright, thank you auntie. Jiang Shuawei's voice was full of sincerity, and her heart was even more touched. Knowing that she was coming, Lin mother had prepared everything in every detail, and every detail was so well thought out. This intention made her feel warm, and at this moment, Lin Chen's mind had already resounded with the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Parkway Supermarket has been successfully acquired under the host's name. Lin Chen didn't pay too much attention to this reward. After all, with a system reward of less than $10 million, aside from that previous watch reward, this was already the least valuable one. At the moment, his thoughts were completely occupied by Zhou Dongshue's matter, and he was filled with worry. I don't know if this girl Zhou Ling knows about her big sister's illness. If she knows, she must not die of sadness. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the system's beep actually hadn't ended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system task. Persuade Zhou Dongshue to cure the disease. Mission reward, 100% of the shares of Ginkgo Hospital. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, his mind quickly pondering. Ginkgo Hospital? It seems like I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and searched. A private hospital? It's also passed the international JCI certification? Lin Chen's face revealed a look of surprise and he couldn't help but sigh. The system is really a good thing. A pillow is sent to me when I doze off. It's going to be much easier to persuade my sister to get cured. Thinking of this, the haze in Lin Chen's heart suddenly dissipated a lot. Even his mood was much better. And on the side, Lin mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting feverishly and happily. Lin Chen walked over and listened. It was actually Lin mother talking about her own embarrassing incidents when she was a child. Shuawei, let me tell you. When Xiao Chen was in kindergarten he once went to bed at night and once he woke up the bed was wet. Then he told me that he found the toilet in his dream. Ha 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 ha. Lin mother laughed as if she was back to that time. Really? Chen still wet his pants when he was little? Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh out loud as well when she heard Lin mother's words, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. That's right. This child used to wet the bed a lot. The smile on Lin mother's face was incomparable. Alright mom. I'll discuss something with you guys. Lin Chen somewhat awkwardly interrupted Lin mother. What is it? Both of them, including Lin father who was watching TV, looked at Lin Chen curiously. I want to go and look at houses tomorrow. To buy a bigger house. Lin Chen spoke with a serious expression. This was something he had thought about a long time ago. Before he had often heard them complain that the kitchen space was too small, and the living room and balcony weren't big enough. Now that he had the ability, he had to put all these things in place. Otherwise, If they directly turn the topic of money, they might not be able to afford to buy it. Lin father and mother looked at each other and didn't speak right away. The living room was instantly quiet. The sudden silence startled the little Muppet. It had been lying drowsily on Jiang Shuowei's legs, and raised its head to look around. Meow, after a while. Your father and I don't have any opinion. It's good to change the suite again. You and Shuowei will have to go home more conveniently in the future. Lin mother thought about it and slowly spoke. Lin father also nodded, his gaze filled with relief. Lin Chen saw that Lin father and mother had agreed, so he continued, and then go look at a car. Hasn't dad always wanted a new car? Tomorrow we'll go to a Ford store and pick one up. Lin Chen's face was filled with smiles. This doesn't have to be. Lin father hesitated and was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Lin mother. I think it's fine. Otherwise you're at least a big supermarket owner. What's it like to not even have a decent car? Lin Chen glanced at Lin mother with slight surprise. This was a bit different from the reaction he expected. He had thought that trying to persuade his dad and mom would still take some effort, but he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. I think that since the son is so rich, what to buy for us we receive on the line. Otherwise you raise the son for what? Lin mother looked at Lin father. Face still some hesitation. Continued. Lin father listened, and only then did he agree. Alright, it's getting late. Shuowei you'll sleep with Xiao-chun? Lin mother had a smile on her face and looked at Jiang Shuowei with inquiring eyes. Jiang Shuowei blushed slightly, gently lowered her head and whispered, Okay auntie. After Lin father and Lin mother finished washing up and went back to their rooms to sleep, Jiang Shuowei then went to take a shower. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the bed waiting for Jiang Shuowei. After waiting for almost 20 to 30 minutes, Jiang Shuowei then wore a pink nightgown and carefully opened Lin Chen's bedroom door. Her hair was still a little wet, emitting a faint fragrance, and her face was flushed, as delicate and attractive as a peach blossom in full bloom. Jiang Shuowei closed the door behind her, and then she got into bed and lay in Lin Chen's arms. Listening to Lin Chen's powerful heartbeat, Jiang Shuowei's heart was filled with peace. Jiang Shuowei gently rubbed herself in Lin Chen's arms and raised her head, her eyes carrying some anticipation and uneasiness. Chen, do you feel that my uncle and aunt are satisfied with me? Lin Chen dotingly scraped her nose. Fool, my parents love you. Look at them. They can't wait for us to get married tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Shuowei's heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and the blush on her face became even more intense. Lin Chen looked at her delicate face. An impulse flared up in his heart. His hand gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's back. His lips slowly approached her cheeks. Jiang Shuowei felt his moves. Her heartbeat accelerated and her breathing became rapid. Shuowei, why don't you come up? Lin Chen's voice was a little rough. Ah Che, just don't today, okay? Uncle and auntie are in the next room? What if they hear? Jiang Shuowei's face turned red with shame and she sat up and ranted. He, forget it then. I told you we have to change to a bigger house, right? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuowei lay back down in his arms and whispered, Chen, don't be in such a hurry in the future. Lin Chen nodded and hugged her tightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Not long after, Jiang Shuowei fell into a deep sleep in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen looked at her quiet sleeping face, his heart filled with tenderness, and he slowly closed his eyes as well. Early the next morning, the four of them ate together. Xiao Chen, why don't we go and take a look at that heavenly seal? I see that the house type there is actually not bad, and it's not far from our neighborhood, so it's also convenient for your dad to come to this side of Parkway. Lin mother inquired. Lin Chen had looked at the neighborhood last night, and there was a new development that was owned by Ronto Land, so it was pretty obvious where to go to buy a house. No need mom, there's a Ronto Land property in this neighborhood. We'll just go there directly, Lin Chen said with a smile.